For some unknown reason, the Earth was suddenly plunged into darkness. Taking this chance, giant mutated beasts appeared and began to invade the planet. In this era, fate decides everything. Those who awaken to their abilities will gain immense power and be admired by thousands. This clueless young man glued to his screen is Yumu, a completely ordinary high school student. While the rest of the world is chasing fame and power, he's lost in his trashy waifu games. On one hand, the busty girl is desperately calling for help. On the other, it's all, "Okay, I'm coming, my love. Don't you worry." While he was absorbed, someone ran past, bumping into him hard and shouting, "Make way, make way." Lord Xuan's motorcade is coming through. A large police escort followed, along with the admiring whispers of the crowd as they saw the great man with mystic power. "Oh my god, I see him." Yumu, however, was clearly different. Standing off to the side, he pouted and sneered, "Humph, what's so great about power anyway? I'd rather pay attention to this girl right here." With that, he turned away, not giving a damn about some big shot, and glued his eyes back to his game character. "Big sis, I'm here. It's about to start." The female character in the game looked straight at him and instructed, "Player, if you wish to begin the game, please place your hand on the illuminated area." Yumu did as he was told without a second thought. Instantly, the screen emitted a blindingly powerful energy, making the young man squint. His hand was sucked in. The girl spoke on behalf of the system. Activation successful. Shadow system officially initiating. The screen became staticky, while the kid still had no damn clue what was happening. A shadow system. What the hell? Wait, something is moving in my shadow. What the hell is that? A terrifying figure emerged, and the young man's face went pale. Did this thing just crawl out of my shadow? A system notification rang out. Shadow materialization complete. Congratulations on your success. The system will award experience points for each completed mission, which you can use to exchange for rewards. Yunmu stood there, stunned for a few seconds. Could this be the legendary overpowered system from the novels? I'm gonna be rich. I've hit the jackpot. The system continued to announce, this shadow is only visible to the user. You can use the shadow to fight and complete missions. Yunmu tried waving his arm a little and exclaimed, so this thing really transformed from my own shadow. Look, I can even control it. This system came from that waifu game. Does that mean the rewards will be countless beautiful girls? The moment he thought of it, the kid grinned and picked his nose. Let's see if there are any missions I can do right now. I'll start with something easy. Yunmu took a deep breath and shouted, "Go, my shadow." The shadow shot forward aggressively, but then its body unexpectedly began to shrink rapidly. Yunmu was shocked, his face distorting. "Hey, what is this? Why did it suddenly get so small?" The shadow scurried into the grass. It threw a punch at an ant, knocking it flat on its face, then turned and kicked another one in the gut. Yunmu sat dazedly by the grass, remarking, "So my shadow can actually fight this powerfully." A few minutes later, another notification was sent to him. Mission: Exterminate ants completed. Do you wish to claim your reward now? Yunmu's eyes lit up as he jumped up and cheered, "Yes, of course. What kind of idiot wouldn't claim it?" The kid slowly raised both hands. The light from the reward shone directly on Yumu, making his body tingle. Is this mystic power? I can feel mystic power. I only ever dreamed of this before, but now it's real." Yunmu rushed home, shouting nonstop as if he wanted the whole world to know, Mom, I can feel mystic power. I have a chance to awaken." Suddenly, two people on the side of the road started whispering. The man asked, "Isn't that the Lee family's kid? He probably doesn't know what happened, does he?" The woman next to him replied, "Definitely not. Otherwise, why would he dare to come back at a time like this?" Yunmu didn't notice the situation outside and had already dashed inside. He nonchalantly opened the door and entered the house, boasting, "Mom, I've hit the big time." But immediately, the scene before him left him stunned. His mother was handcuffed behind her back. She yelled, "Yumu, run." Yunmu recognized them immediately. These were the mystic users he had seen earlier. His mother screamed again, "Yunmu, don't worry about me, just run." Yunmu's emotions were in turmoil, and he stood frozen, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, one of the men flashed towards him, grabbing him by the neck and restraining him. The man sneered, "Where do you think you're running? If you know what's good for you, shut your trap and stay put." Yumu wasn't afraid. He turned back to question them. "You, on what grounds did you barge into my house and do this?" The man replied in a low voice, "Your father deserted his post while on a mission, causing an entire government squad to be wiped out. We've been ordered to open an investigation." After speaking, he released Yunmu. The young man's face twisted as he shouted in protest, "My father? Impossible. My dad is the kind of person who would risk his life to protect others. There's no way he'd do something like that." The guy puffing on a cigarette spoke up, "Don't get agitated, kid. We're just starting the investigation right now. If there's been a mistake, just come with us, and the investigation will clear things up. But Yunmu couldn't accept that reality. He moved with lightning speed, dashing past the man and snatching the gun from his hand. The man was too stunned to react. Yumu stopped, immediately spun around, and aimed the gun right at him, yelling, "My father would absolutely never flee from battle. Don't you dare frame a good man. Let my mother go, now or else." The subordinate chuckled. "Kid, stop playing around. That gun can only be activated by someone who can sense mystic power. What good is it in your hands? Be a good boy and stop playing with Uncle's gun." Having no trouble at all stopping that bullet, Yunmu gritted his teeth in anger and stammered, Is this the power of a mystic?" The man showed no signs of anger. Casually walking towards Yunmu, he announced, "I didn't expect, kiddo, that you could sense mystic power. Right now, we don't have the authority to arrest you, but we must take your mother." Yunmu yelled, "I won't let you take my mother anywhere. My father is definitely innocent." Seeing the situation was tense and out of control, his mother spoke up to de-escalate. "Ling and Mu, let it go. Son, just listen to them." Yunmu was about to speak, but she cut him off. "Ling and Mu, I really didn't know you had already sensed mystic power. It's just a shame that your father and I might not be able to watch you grow up. I have always and will always hope you have a bright future. Remember to take good care of yourself from now on. Your father and I will be proud of you." His mother was led away. The man brushed past him and dropped a line, "I also believe your father is innocent, but everything has its own procedures, and if you want to save your mother, then awaken your mystic power quickly. Kiddo, at a time like this, are you still going to be stubborn?" With nothing left to lose, Yunmu began to accept the reality. He was determined to plan his path to becoming a mystic, with only 1 week left. Next Friday would be the mystic power test, held only once a year. If he missed it, he'd have to wait another whole year. He turned to the system and asked a question. "How many experience points do I need to awaken my mystic power?" The system replied instantly, 100,000 points. The host's own affinity can also be converted into experience value. Yumu looked at the 100,000 point requirement and sighed in dismay. "Does this mean I have to kill another 100,000 ants in 1 week to awaken?" Hearing his query, the system made a suggestion. The system can enable an auto-grind mode for leveling up. The host need not worry. Without a second thought, Yunmu gave the command. "Activate the auto-grind mode." The system immediately replied, "As you command." Instantly, Yunmu's shadow shot out, grinding for experience in his place. Yumu sat in a daze, muttering, "Just relying on that shadow definitely won't be enough. I have to train more actively. The more mystic power I can sense, the higher the chance of awakening." Yunmu took out the book, 100 Ways to Sense Mystic Power, and began to study it intently. In that moment, memories of his father, Li Zhongmin, flooded his mind. This book was a birthday present from his father. He looked at the book, his eyes burning with determination, and said to himself, "Dad, just wait for me. This time, your son will protect you." A week flew by in the blink of an eye. 7 days passed, and the important day arrived. This was the 16th high school of Jifeng City, Class 12A3, where Yunmu studied. In the tense atmosphere, the teacher's voice rang out. "Today, you will all participate in the most important day of your lives, the Mystic Power Awakening exam. If you haven't sensed mystic power yet, that's okay, but I hope you will strive harder when you step out into society and become good citizens. If you are lucky enough to awaken your mystic power, you will join the defense forces, fighting against spatial monsters, and become noble guardians. And if you can awaken right here during this exam, you will become revered heroes, although the probability is very low. But in any case, you are all the greatest hope of the Zhangzhou continent." Suddenly, Yumu burst through the classroom door, shouting, "Teacher, wait a moment. Sorry, I'm late." After speaking, he panted heavily, looking like he had run to school at top speed. Afterwards, the students moved to the gymnasium to begin the test. The teacher's announcements echoed continuously. "Wang Wang, not awakened. Next." Yunmu sat in a corner, panting and thinking to himself, "That was close. I was almost disqualified from taking the mystic power test." He looked around and noticed the number of participants had dwindled. It seemed many people had already given up. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside him. Well, if it isn't Li Yunmu. I thought a coward like you would skip this exam altogether. I didn't expect you to be so shameless." Qianfei was in class 12A3 with Yunmu, the only son of a wealthy merchant family. He didn't forget to mock his father's situation. "The whole city knows about your father's business. What's the point of putting on a brave face now?" The guy standing next to him chimed in. "Well said. You think mystics grow on trees, that anyone who wants to be one can." Nearby, other students deliberately spoke loudly for Yunmu to hear. "I heard his dad deserted when he was in danger. Before I knew he was in the military, I was even thinking of befriending him. Looking back, I'm so lucky I didn't. Suddenly, a loud shout silenced everyone. Qianfei, you petty little man. You have a problem with Yunmu because he's close with the girl you have a crush on, right? If you know what's good for you, get lost. If you keep barking nonsense here, don't blame me for what happens. This person was Zhang Kai, Yumu's sworn brother. Pointing at the group standing with Qianfei, he let loose. And you guys, take off your hypocritical masks. Before, you wanted to use me to get close to Yunmu, and now that his family is in a little trouble, you turn around and bite him. Do you have any shame at all? Qianfei realized he couldn't argue with someone who had nothing to lose, so he turned to leave, snorting coldly. Just a stray dog who's lost his backer. Let's see how long you can keep that tough act up. As things quieted down, Zhang Kai sighed with satisfaction. Damn, that felt good to curse them out. My literary skills are getting more and more top-notch. Yumu turned and smiled. Thanks. Zhang Kai pointed to himself and chuckled. We're brothers. No need to be so formal. Anyway, how's your dad? Is he okay? Yunmu replied with a serious expression. It's nothing, don't worry. They said it's still under investigation. We should just get in line. It's almost our turn. Lin Li, the school belle and Yunmu's childhood friend, ran over and called out. Is that you, Yunmu? You came here especially to cheer me on for the test, right? The moment the two came face to face, Zhang Kai immediately slipped away. I don't want to be a third wheel. I'll go get in line first. Yunmu answered frankly. It's not what you think. I'm here to take the test, too. Lin Li continued, her eyes turning serious. Yunmu, I heard about what happened with your father. Although now might not be the right time, I still want to tell you. A few days ago, I sensed mystic power. Yunmu noticed the coldness in Lin Li's words. He pressed, Is that so? Lin Li continued, her voice even but full of determination. This might be a bit selfish, but I truly want to set foot into the higher dimensional world that everyone dreams of, and I wanted to try, even if there was only a small chance. So, please, forgive me. Lin Li feigned a tearful expression, her eyes welling up as if she were genuinely wronged, but Yunmu knew her true intentions. On the surface, he smiled and let it go, but inside, he was cursing her out. All those promises and flattering words in the past were just to leech off his father's reputation. So much for being childhood sweethearts, so much for wanting to protect him, it was all a lie. As the old saying goes, you can know a person's face, but you can't know their heart. It couldn't be more true. From the very beginning, they were just using each other for their own benefit. Seeing his silence, Lin Li grew a little anxious, afraid it would ruin her image. So, she continued to play the part of a kind girl, asking Yunmu, Are you okay? Yunmu turned sharply and walked away, saying coldly, I get it. Well, I hope you pass the test today and achieve your dream. With that, he walked straight towards the testing platform, cutting through the crowd in line. Zhang Kai, his best friend, saw this and yelled after him, Hey, Yunmu, the line's over here. I saved a spot for you. Come on. But Yunmu pretended not to hear, not even glancing back as he continued toward the platform. Just then, Qianfei was gloating with a smug grin. It's finally my turn, young master that I am. Yunmu strode forward, shoved Qianfei back, and shouted, Get out of my way. Qianfei fell to the ground and started screaming curses. You lunatic. Who the hell do you think you are? Cutting in line. Get lost. Don't you know your place? Yunmu replied coldly. Who do I think I am? I'll tell you who. As of right now, I'm an awakened. As he spoke, he pressed his hand onto the testing machine, causing it to flash with an intensely dazzling light. The aura of an awakened radiated outwards. Everyone saw it. Lin Li, witnessing this scene, was horrified and stammered. No way. Could this be? Qianfei was also stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat and cursing internally. That son of a bitch actually fully awakened. He's really an awakened. Suddenly, Zhang Kai jumped forward, a huge grin on his face, and slung an arm around Yumu, shattering his powerful aura. He laughed loudly. My man, you awakened. You sure kept that a secret. Let's see who dares to look down on you now. A man wearing glasses approached, holding a box. I never expected to find such a promising seed at the age of 16. Someone who could awaken on their own without external stimulation. Here, this is your awakened emblem. From this moment on, you will enjoy all the benefits and privileges the Alliance provides for the awakened. Zhang Kai, with a dumbfounded look on his face, took the emblem for him and asked, Who is this old guy? Yunmu's face twisted as he snapped at Zhang Kai. Let go of me. You're so embarrassing. Suddenly, Lin Li walked towards him, continuing her act as a delicate girl. Yunmu, about that thing, Yunmu scratched his head mockingly. How should I put this? Let me think. Then he walked past her, repeating her own words back to her. I know it might be selfish of me to say this, but I really want to step into that higher dimensional world that everyone dreams of. So, I'm sorry. Yunmu walked away, his words hitting Lin Li like a fatal blow, leaving her completely stunned. A short while later, after returning home, Yunmu called his mother. His mom's voice was filled with joy and happiness. That's amazing, my son. You really awakened your mystic power. Your father is no longer under investigation, and what's more, he's receiving the best treatment. Yunmu replied, I'm grown up now, Mom. Don't worry so much. Just take good care of Dad. I'll come visit him when I have time. After hanging up, Yunmu looked down at the emblem on his chest and muttered to himself, so this is the emblem that everyone desires so much? It looks pretty ordinary to me. He suddenly realized the main function of the awakened emblem was to act as a bridge to activate the dimensional void and the fourth dimensional space. Upon learning this, Yunmu thought excitedly, so that means I'm allowed to enter the dimensional void? I'm activating it right now. The moment he thought that, a notification sounded in his ear. The dimensional void is about to initialize. Awaken emblem verification successful. Awaken ID number 930,664. Yumu possesses the right to enter the dimensional void. Currently updating as the upload process completes, his body was suddenly pulled into a warped space. A few seconds later, Yunmu opened his eyes to see countless specks of light, like snowflakes, covering everything above him. Beyond that, he could see nothing else. Yunmu walked around to explore but suddenly sensed something behind him. He spun around, yelling, Who's there? His eyes fell on two lifeless mannequins. He sighed and thought to himself, what the hell is this creepy stuff? Putting them here out of nowhere is enough to give someone a heart attack. Just then, a crisp, ha-ha laugh echoed from right behind him, nearly making Yumu piss his pants. He whipped his head around and saw the culprit was a teddy bear, hopping up and down. Yunmu was even more bewildered, cursing in his head. What kind of freaky toy is this? Luckily, the teddy bear didn't seem to have any ill intentions. It hopped closer, bowed, and said, Hello, I am your guide. You can call me Pedro. This is the Dimensional Void, a place where you can obtain all sorts of cultivation methods and dimensional combat forms. It's no exaggeration to say this is the most important place for an awakened to increase their strength. Next, would the two of you please set up your appearances for this dimensional world? Yunmu asked. Confused, what, two of us? But I'm alone. Pedro replied, You're quite the joker, young man. There are clearly two of you. Our species may be colorblind, but we're not blind to numbers, so don't underestimate me. Yunmu pointed to his own shadow and asked insistently, You mean this thing counts too? After receiving confirmation, Yunmu thought to himself, It seems this dimensional void has recognized my shadow as a separate individual. This is good. Maybe it will help me break the binding rules of the dimensional space. At that thought, he cheered up. All right, time for character creation. Eyes, nose, ears, mouth. Ah, this is a headache. It's probably best to just keep my face as it is in reality and just change up the brand name clothes. Yunmu also chose a dynamic sportswear outfit for his shadow to make it convenient for its work later. Pedro continued his instructions. If you two are ready, I will now transport you to the dimensional world. Are you ready? Yunmu asked blankly. We're going right now? But before he could finish his sentence, the ground beneath his feet vanished. He plummeted downwards, tears and snot streaming from his face as he screamed his lungs out. Ah, at least give me a heads up. As his eyes slowly adjusted to the ridiculously fast speed, he looked ahead and thought, there it is. I see the light. Could it be? Just as he thought, behind the clouds was the void dimension, a world of unparalleled magnificence and splendor. What's more, he and his shadow landed gently on the ground as if gravity didn't exist here. Yunmu glanced around, assessing the place for a moment before exclaiming, Holy crap, this place is on another level. Pedro continued to explain the basic rules to him. Time in the void dimension moves 3 times faster than in the real world, so those who spend time here have more time to train than others. Yunmu was surprised. No wonder all the big shots try every way possible to get into this void dimension. Suddenly, he heard whispers from a nearby crowd. Whoa, look, someone from the Hong clan is challenging Lord Gegeli. Yunmu unconsciously looked up at the screen above and was completely stunned. Seeing his reaction, Pedro quickly explained, That's the dimensional battlefield. It's this place's virtual combat system. It perfectly copies your entire strength to conduct battles with others. Naturally, many people choose it as a place to hone their combat skills. Yunmu was extremely interested. Quick, let me join. Pedro was stunned for a long moment, then laughed. Right now? All right, as you wish. Initiating dimensional battlefield. As soon as he finished speaking, The tiles under Yunmu's feet began to disappear. Before long, the tall buildings also transformed into lush trees. Then, two items were suddenly sent into Yunmu's hands. He looked at them, full of doubt. What the hell is this now? Why did it suddenly give me these? Suddenly, a whoosh tore through the air from behind, making him jump. It was as if he could taste death. This feeling was so strange. But thanks to this reaction, Yumu managed to turn his head to the right just in time to dodge a sharp arrow, which embedded itself deep into the ground. The arrowhead still emanated a great deal of mystic power. Yumu immediately aimed his gun in the direction the arrow came from, taking a defensive stance. A stranger appeared high above, looking amused. Haha, looks like my luck isn't half bad. My first match of the day and I run into a total newbie. Hey kid, just stand still and take it. Running into me for your first match. You can only blame your own bad luck. With that said, he fired a volley of arrows at Yunmu, but none of them hit their mark. Yunmu rolled a few times and ducked into a nearby bush. The guy gave chase while speaking contemptuously. You little brat, don't think you can escape me just by running. Instead of wasting time like this, why don't you come out and let me end this quickly? It'll be less painful, won't it? However, Yunmu remained silent. The guy went deeper into the bushes and taunted again. I've said all that and you still won't come out? Well then, don't blame me. Just as he finished his words, Yunmu suddenly appeared right behind his neck and whispered, What are you in such a hurry to find? The man jumped, freezing on the damn spot. I was careless. Immediately after, a loud bang echoed. Yunmu pulled the trigger without hesitation, blowing the man's head off and ending the fight. He stuck his hands in his pockets and spoke some words of wisdom. You chased me to the bitter end, what an idiot. I may be new, but I'm not some newbie you can just push around. High combat power, but your tactics are crap. What's there to be so smug about? Even the ants at my house are stronger than you. The man's body completely vanished, suddenly revealing a dazzling golden sphere along with a few smaller blue spheres. Yunmu muttered in confusion. What is that? Suddenly, the four spheres shot towards him, entering directly into his body, causing the young man to scream out in extreme pain. After a long while, his legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. He asked aloud to no one in particular, What was that just now? How did it suddenly enter my body? Did I do something wrong? At that moment, the system's announcement rang out. Congratulations, host, for absorbing a void sphere for the first time. The system reward is an A-rank technique, Golden Bell Armor. In the dimensional battlefield, by defeating powerful individuals, the host has a chance to obtain void spheres. They can be used to exchange for techniques in the dimension's shops. Yumu immediately questioned, Techniques? Are you talking about the techniques that humanity used for cultivation, to practice ancient martial arts during its most prosperous era before the world fell into this dark age? The system sent two more notifications. The Golden Bell Armor technique you just received is a defensive skill from ancient martial arts. It can reduce damage taken by 30%, and each upgrade can block one additional instance of damage. Yunmu felt a powerful golden armor enveloping his body, and he smiled to himself. Awesome, I have to test its power right away. So he shouted for Pedro. Where are you? Suddenly, Pedro poked his head out from a nearby bush and replied, Right here. Yunmu walked closer and made a proposal. Can I fight another match? Pedro was stunned for a long moment, then laughed. You're really going for it, huh? Sure. Initiating next match. The system soon transformed the scenery again. Yunmu sighed in frustration. It's such a waste of time changing the location like this every time. It's so annoying. Just then, his opponent appeared. This time, it was a red-haired beauty with a very ample chest, stepping out with a pair of high-grade daggers in her hands. It seemed she wasn't a fan of sneak attacks like the first guy. Yunmu scratched his head awkwardly. Are you my opponent? I've never hit a woman in my life, not even with a handkerchief. But, in order to win, I have no other choice. Without hesitation, Yunmu pulled the trigger, sending a cold, lead gift toward the girl. The woman hastily used the blade in her hand to deflect the bullet, then flared up and cursed. Damn it, you dare to use a sneak attack. As a man, don't you feel ashamed, disgraced, and pathetic? Yunmu instantly appeared, getting close to the girl's face and whispering, Listen here, I came here to win, not to show off. Then, he used the dagger in his left hand to slash sideways, but the woman jumped high to dodge it and circled around for a counterattack. The girl glanced back and asked, Are you a universal mystic? The clueless Yunmu asked again, What ordinary mystic power? The girl channeled mystic power into her daggers, slashed down, and yelled, You don't even know what ordinary mystic power is. Looks like you really are just an ordinary mystic user. Yunmu channeled his power, flung her away, and screamed back, What the hell are you even talking about? The woman backflipped a few times, landing a good distance away. She took a deep breath and said casually, "Whatever, let's just end this quickly." Suddenly, her mystic power surged violently, abnormally covering her entire body. It seemed she had activated some kind of technique. The moment she opened her eyes, she moved like lightning, instantly flashing forward and slashing at Yunmu repeatedly while he stood, rooted to the spot, unable to process what was happening. As fresh blood sprayed up to his eye level, he finally realized he had been slashed. An excruciating wave of pain washed over him, and he screamed in agony. Arr! The technique the woman had just used was called the Heavenly Absolute 36 Forms. Thinking Yumu was finished, she didn't even bother to look back, standing there and mocking him. My Heavenly Absolute 36 Forms is a supreme technique no one can possibly. She couldn't finish her sentence, her words catching in her throat. Yunmu was suddenly standing right beside her. The girl was utterly shocked, completely stunned. She tried to turn back into a defensive stance, but it was too late. Yumu slashed straight across her torso. Ending the match, he taunted her. "What was that you were saying about no one being able to do something?" "I didn't quite catch that." The woman's consciousness began to fade, returning to the dimensional void. She trembled as she thought to herself, "This is impossible. Could it be that he has that technique?" Meanwhile, Yumu's injuries were being healed by the system. He sighed, "Phew, that hurt like hell. For a moment there, I really thought I was done for. That Heavenly Absolute 36 Forms must be a purely offensive technique. It's a good thing my Golden Bell armor negated a lot of the damage." Just then, a system notification rang out. "Congratulations, you have earned 76 void points and comprehended the basic combat skill, Berserk Blade." Yunmu exclaimed in surprise. "So many points. It seems the stronger the opponent, the bigger the reward." He felt his strength surging back. "All right, let's keep grinding. Next match." At the same time, outside the dimensional void, a notification of his victory appeared on the announcement board. Someone was heard muttering, "Ling and Yu must be furious about this loss. Being defeated by an ordinary mystic user is the one thing she'd hate the most. Just who in the world is this Li Yunmu? It's hard to believe he managed to withstand the Heavenly Absolute 36 Forms. He must possess some rare defensive technique to have done that." The scene changes to 3 days later in Yuntian City. Yumu walked along, carrying a fruit basket and complaining nonstop. "Big cities are such a pain. It took me half a day just to find this crappy little hospital. And Dad, too. He was offered the best medical care, he just had to refuse a major hospital. The real problem is whether a hospital in such a remote place even has the right facilities to treat him." Suddenly, he heard a familiar woman's voice from nearby. "Please, please don't do this." Yumu glanced over and saw a few thugs cornering a girl against a wall. One of them said, "Relax, we just want to have a little chat with you, that's all. Of course, it'd be even better if you'd open up and have a few drinks with us." Hearing this, the girl lowered her head, her face flushing as she whispered, "I'm sorry, but I'm really in a hurry." The leader smirked, his voice dripping with menace. "Oh, I understand. Your dad's in the hospital and you're desperate for money, right? Don't worry, you'll be handsomely rewarded. I have more than enough cash." The moment he finished speaking, a fruit basket flew right into his head, knocking him flat on the ground. His lackeys were stunned. Just as they were about to rush over and help their boss, Yunmu appeared, telling them coldly, "If you're looking for trouble, I suggest you find another spot." The green-haired goon spun around and aggressively demanded, "Who the hell are you?" Yunmu didn't answer, instead bending down to pick up the scattered fruit, sighing, "Oh great, they're all crushed. I bought these for my sick father. How could this happen? This is all your fault. You're going to pay for this." The girl stood frozen, recognizing Yunmu. She asked quietly, "Little Mu, why are you?" Yunmu looked at her with an unchanging expression and cut her off. "Just stay there. You're all grown up and you still don't know how to take care of yourself. Always getting into trouble." The guy in the green shirt had gotten back on his feet, pulling out a knife as he cursed and threatened him. "You little brat, do you even know who you're talking to?" Without hesitating, Yunmu kicked the knife out of his hand and casually replied, "Of course, I obviously know who my dad is. But you don't seem to get it. Let me explain it to you." With that, Yunmu delivered a vicious kick to his face. Screams and threats echoed through the small alley, but it was all useless. Yunmu enthusiastically continued to give him a beatdown. After a short while, every last one of them was motionless on the ground, their faces bloody. Yunmu pulled out the leader's wallet, casually sat down on the green-shirted guy's back as if he were a chair, and sneered, "Holy crap, are you serious? You walk around with this little money and have the audacity to call yourself a boss. I'm just taking what you owe me for the fruit, you know." The green-shirted guy whispered, "You've beaten up my brothers, and you've taken the compensation money. Can't you see we're done here? Can we go now? Playing the hero and saving the damsel is fine once, but are you planning to protect her for her whole life?" Yunmu was taken aback for a second, then turned and looked back. Huh. Hero saving a damsel? What are you talking about? What are you babbling about? This is my sister. A few minutes later, Yunmu was holding the guy's business card in his hand. After reading it, he shook his head and sighed. So his name is Liu Ling Angguang, and he's in the medicine business. Every single time I meet you, it's nothing but trouble. Are you some kind of magnet for lowlifes? She shuffled along behind him, only able to stammer. I'm sorry. Yunmu sighed. Just forget it. If I hadn't run into you here, I would have never found the hospital anyway. As for the business card, he couldn't care less and threw it right into a trash can. Liu Ruyan looked at Yunmu and said awkwardly, because Dad's condition was much worse than we imagined. All the money I've earned these past few years is almost completely gone. But don't worry, I've been trying my best to save money. I won't let Dad get kicked out of the hospital. After hearing this, Yunmu looked at her with a confused expression. Why do you have such a guilty look on your face? I'm not blaming you. As his adopted daughter, you've already fulfilled your responsibilities. Leave the money problems to me. I'm a Mystic user now. You have a lot of money now. Well, you've really been through a lot lately. A short while later, Li Rian took Yunmu to the hospital. So this is the place. Why don't you head up to the room first? I'll go pay the hospital fees. Li Rian nodded but didn't forget to ask. Do you know which room Dad is in? Yunmu replied immediately. I know. You can go on ahead. A few minutes later, Ruyan walked into the hospital room and announced, Mom, Dad, I'm back. Yunmu's mother turned and said, with a bright smile, Ruyan, is that you? You must be exhausted. Sit down, rest, and have some water. Yunmu's father, Li Zhongmin, lying on the hospital bed, smiled and whispered weakly, We've troubled little Liu Ruyan so much lately. You're so busy, yet you still have to rush back and forth, taking care of this useless old man. Thank you so much. Liu Ruyan's eyes widened as she replied, Dad, honestly, there you go saying things like that again. She continued, Oh, that's right. You two don't have to worry about the hospital bills anymore. They've been paid in full. Li Zhongmin replied weakly, See, I told you. I knew that if you just went and asked some of my old buddies for a loan, they'd give it to you right away. Just as he finished speaking, Yumu unexpectedly walked in, cutting him off. Hey, old man, I don't remember you having any friends like that. Both of Yumu's parents were startled by his sudden appearance. Yunmu, unconcerned, walked casually into the room. How are you doing, Dad? Have you been feeling any better these past few days? His father tried to sound cheerful as he replied, You little stinker. If you weren't here to piss me off, I'd probably be a lot healthier by now. However, Yunmu suddenly noticed something. He froze as he looked at his father's body. Li Xiangmin, seeing he could no longer hide it, spoke calmly. Why the long face? Aren't I still here? Healthy and talking to you just fine. I'm just missing my legs, that's all. Why are you acting like the world is ending? To have only lost my legs in a disaster that huge, I'd say I'm pretty lucky. Oh, right. You were the one who paid the hospital bills, weren't you? Where did a young punk like you get that much money? Seeing his father sit up abruptly, Li Yunmu immediately warned him, Hey, don't move around like that, you'll tear open your wounds. I already told Mom, didn't I? I've had my awakening. I'm a genuine Shuan practitioner now. I'll be getting a monthly salary. The moment he heard his son say that, his disbelieving father burst out laughing. Haha, cut the crap, kid. I'm your father. Don't you think I know what you're capable of? Forget a full awakening. I bet you haven't even achieved induction yet. What's all this about being a Shuan practitioner and getting a salary? If you keep making me laugh, you're going to make my wounds split open. Looked down on by his own father, Yumu fumed, steam practically coming out of his ears. He turned sharply towards the door and retorted, Fine, don't believe me. I'm leaving. You can just fend for yourself for all I care. Li Zhongmin's expression turned serious as he called after him. Still got that childish temper. How long do you think you'll last as a Shuan practitioner? Little Yan, could you hand me that box over there? And you, what are you standing there for? Go get it. Yunmu picked up the box, puzzled. Isn't this your favorite warrior armor set? His father confirmed, Yes. This armor can enhance a Shuan practitioner's power by a very large margin. Yunmu pressed, It's so valuable. Are you sure you want to give it to me? Zhongmin explained, I don't think I'll have a chance to use it anymore. It's useless for me to keep it, so I might as well give it to you. But you can't just wear this thing whenever you want. The biochemical regulating materials inside are beyond what an ordinary person can withstand. First, make sure you keep it safe, or else it'll bring you trouble. For someone who has Shuan power induction or has already awakened, it will be a great help. In other words, whether or not you can wear it isn't up to you. The armor itself will judge if you're worthy. Yeah, I know. Li Yunmu declared confidently. I'll say this first. I'm not just taking your stuff, okay? I'm just going to take it home. try it on, and use it for a bit. Besides, don't worry. You'll definitely have a chance to wear it again, because I'll find a way to help you stand on your own 2 feet again. Yunmu began to channel his Xuan power into the armor, causing it to transform rapidly amidst a series of crackling sounds. He held out his hand to receive the armor's components. Come and meet your new master. Witnessing this scene, Liu Ruyan couldn't help but be astonished. Dad, is that? Li Zhongmin replied, his voice full of pride. Yes, that's it. It seems that Rascal wasn't lying after all. He's truly awakened. After finishing, a weary Yumu panted, Phew, finally got my things packed. I have to go to the Heavenly Cloud Fortress tomorrow. I won't be able to come back for a while. I'm actually a little sad to go. The scene changes to the next day, at the Catwin City Xuan Practitioner Guild. Isn't that the second young master of the Wang family? Third, Master Liu. I told you your son would definitely awaken. Just then, someone came over and shouted, Don't block the way. Isn't that the top rookie from Catwin City? That's the young master of the Luo family, Luo Pu. Admiring whispers began to ripple through the crowd. It's Luo Pu. I heard his father broke through to the highest realm of Xuan practitioners. He's a super Xuan practitioner. At that moment, Zhang Daxiong, the son of the richest man in Catwin City, also appeared. Are you kidding me? This place is a dump. Is this Heavenly Cloud Fortress even reliable? Son, maybe we should just skip it and go home. It's fine, Dad. It's just a little shabby. We can just think of it as experiencing the life of a commoner. Besides, I still have the money you gave me. It'll be fine. Just as he finished speaking, another figure appeared. It was Liu Naiji, the granddaughter of the Xuan Practitioner Guild's president. The day is finally here. Once I get to the Heavenly Cloud Fortress, I'll be able to see Grandpa. The appearance of so many prominent figures caused an even greater stir among the crowd. This year's group from the city is truly packed with talent. The top 8 from this year's Academy Xuan Power Exam all had impressive scores. Just then, a firm voice rang out, I'm telling you, you're all so shallow. This year, our 16th high school produced an Awaken 1, 2. And of all people to make a grand entrance, Li Yunmu was the most extravagant, even being carried in a palanquin decorated with flowers. He looked just like a wrapped gift. Zhang Kai stood beside him, puffed up with pride, making the announcement to the sound of crashing gongs. The firecrackers boomed. Let's hear it. Please welcome the Awakened One, Li Yumu, from school number 16, to the stage. Yumu's face went blank. He couldn't be more mortified. Even the others watching this scene couldn't help but be confused. What the hell is this guy doing? Zhang Daxiong saw this and almost peed himself, laughing. Ha ha ha. Dad, look at that guy. Is he mentally challenged or something? Ha ha. Yumu was sweating bullets. His face was scrunched up in agony. I just want to die. This was the most humiliating moment of his entire life. The young man was carried on a sedan chair past everyone. The judgmental stares made him feel like he was suffocating. Liu Naijiep, however, didn't react like the others and just smiled. So Li Yumu is also a newly awakened one this year. Just then, a woman came out and shouted, All right, it's almost time. All the newcomers, get over here. Next, we will divide you into groups of 2 and transport you to the Heavenly Cloud Citadel. When your name is called, step forward for roll call. The first group is Luo Pu. He was the first one called. With a cold, emotionless expression, he simply replied with one word, Here. The female supervisor continued the announcements. You and Zhang Daxiong are in the same group. You 2 can step through the teleportation gate now. Zhang Daxiong was like a child discovering the world for the first time. He grinned brightly. How lucky. I'm second in line. He turned to chat with Luo Pu. You're the young master of the Luo family, right? Have you ever teleported before? Will there be any dangerous accidents? I'm scared of dying. Luo Pu growled, clearly annoyed. Be quiet. Less than a minute later, both of them had vanished into the teleportation space. The female supervisor continued calling out the next group, Yunmu and Liu Naijiep. Upon hearing this, Liu Naijiep ran over and grabbed his wrist. She pulled him forcefully into the teleportation gate. The young man was still in bashful mode, not understanding what was happening. When Liu Naijiep looked back, she gently introduced herself. I'm Liu Naijiep. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yunmu stammered in reply, Nice. Nice to meet you too. Although he said that, he thought to himself, her voice is so pleasant. The scene changes to the next morning. Not even fully awake, Yunmu had to drag himself to class. He yawned as he opened the door. Good morning, everyone. But a quick glance around left him stunned to see only Liu Naijiep. The young lady also waved enthusiastically. Good morning. The young man looked confused. Why are you the only one here? Where is everyone else? Are they all skipping class on the very first day? Liu Naijiep replied in a friendly manner. because the first few lessons are theory classes introducing the methods of using flux energy, the flux energy system, and the monster system. Most new students were able to sense flux energy from a very young age, so they've all completed their theoretical studies before coming to the Heavenly Cloud Citadel. The theory class here is for those who awakened abruptly. Yumu shoved his hands in his pockets and scoffed, "Well, damn. Looks like we're the only idiots. Lucky I have you, though. It would have been really embarrassing if I were the only one." As they were talking, the teacher walked in and looked completely shocked. "There are students in class this year? This is truly rare." "All right, I'm your teacher, so please return to your seats." "Liu Naijiep, why are you here?" This person was her grandfather's university professor. His name was Li Bowen. Hearing the question, Liu Naijiep immediately ran up to him. "Of course, I came here specifically to see you, teacher." "It's been a long time." Li Bowen smiled and asked, How has he been lately?" "Yes, my grandfather is doing very well. His bones are still very strong. By the way, there are newcomers who need to attend class this year, so you have to teach them well. He's a good seed, but if you don't teach him well, you know what'll happen." Yunmu could only stare blankly after hearing that. Knowing his fate, the young man was rendered completely speechless as he watched the only other student in his class walk out and wave goodbye enthusiastically. "Well then, I'll be going. You better study hard." Yunmu just wanted to cry his eyes out. After waiting all this time, it turns out he was the only idiot after all. As for the old teacher, he was still standing there, thinking to himself, "This is the first time someone has attended my class in 4 years. It seems his foundation isn't just ordinarily weak. But I have to say, this year, there are basically no naturally awakened ones who didn't rely on blood and absorbing dimensional crystals, and he also has a good relationship with my professor's granddaughter. This kid must have something special about him." Yunmu looked listless. The teacher asked, "Is it uncomfortable being alone in the classroom? Do you want to move somewhere else?" With just the two of them, there was no need to put on a show. The two of them went up to the rooftop to chat instead of having a proper lesson. "You really don't know anything, do you? Not even the physical system of flux energy." Yumu answered curtly, "None of your business." Despite that, Li Bowen still explained very enthusiastically. "The cultivation realms for a fluxer, from lowest to highest, are ordinary crystal, black crystal, silver crystal, gold crystal, and rainbow crystal. Above that, you'll surpass the level of a fluxer and become a super fluxer." Hearing this, Yumu suddenly felt motivated and jumped down in one leap. "Finally, we're getting to the main point. Please tell me how to raise my cultivation level." Li Bowen sat next to a can of soda and explained, "To raise your realm, you first need to activate your flux points. There are 12 points that can be activated. The points on your left chest, right chest, and abdomen can enhance your defensive capabilities. The points on the soles of your feet and calves are used to increase agility. The ones on the palms of your hands and arms are for enhancing your attacks, and the points on your skull can make your neural reactions and thinking sharper. After activating these 12 points, you can reach the black crystal realm." Yumu got straight to the point and asked, "How do I activate the flux points?" Opening the points isn't difficult. You just need to kill enough dimensional beasts and absorb their flux energy crystals." Time flew by quickly. 3 days later, all the new students were called to gather at one location. Yunmu was still the most clueless one among them. Muttering to himself, "I don't know why they're calling everyone here so early in the morning. Don't the teachers at this school have anything better to do?" Suddenly, Hou stepped forward to mock him, as was his habit. "Isn't this the little brother who still has to attend theory class every day? What era is this that someone still has to study basic theory? I wonder how you even got in here." Yunmu just stared blankly, pouting and cursing inwardly. "This is so annoying. Why won't this guy get off my case? Did I steal his girl or something?" Just then, Li Baowen stepped out. He smacked Hu Yu on the head and said sternly, "No roughhousing in my class. Get back in line. And the rest of you, hurry up and listen to my instructions." Li Bowen continued in a humorous tone, "Don't think that just because I'm this handsome and dashing, I'm just a senior student. I'm a proper, salaried teacher at this school." A moment later, he became serious again. Back to the main topic. "Today is the practical training class you've all been eagerly waiting for, so you better perform." Yunmu, ever the space cadet, mumbled, "A practical class? What are we going to learn?" Li Bowen announced, "Today, you will all pair up into teams of 2, then you'll be transported to different locations to complete the practical exercise. Today's objective is to hunt and kill 10-dimensional beasts." Hearing this, Yunmu clenched his fists, celebrating internally. "This is it. This is exactly what I need." Li Bowen didn't stop there. "Continue out. The dimensional beasts won't go easy on you just because you're students. But don't panic too much. If your lives are truly in danger, I will intervene. In any other situation, you must trust in your own strength and your teammates. That's the only way you'll survive in this world. That's all I have to say. Now, it's time for you to form your teams. Report to me once you've partnered up. Suddenly, Lil Pooh walked over and called out, Student Liu Naiji, I'd like to invite you to team up with me. What do you say? Liu Naiji broke out in a cold sweat and cleared her throat. Huh. She thought to herself, Luo Pooh is personally asking me to be his partner. What should I do? I really don't want to be on a team with him. After a moment's thought, she mustered up the courage to reply, Student Luo Pooh, I know you're very strong, but… Just then, Yunmu quickly seized the opportunity, cutting in between them. Liu Naiji, will you team up with me? And so, the team of Yunmu and Liu Naiji was formed. For their practical class, they were transported to room number 7. Liu Naiji, with her wealth of knowledge, quickly recognized the location and explained, this is ruin number 7. It was once an important human base in the 5th dimension, but unfortunately, it fell into this state of disrepair. Because the space monsters were far more powerful than anything we could have anticipated. However, Yunmu wasn't paying much attention, his mind still elsewhere. He asked a completely unrelated question, why did you turn down Luo Pooh? He's obviously very strong. If you went with him, this practical exercise would surely be much easier. Liu Naiji explained, he's always so arrogant and cold, acting as if the entire world owes him something. I don't like the way he treats people. But anyway, thank you for helping me out of that tight spot. Yumu replied casually, don't mention it. I didn't know anyone else to team up with. The other students avoid me like the plague. You were the only one. Before he could finish, a ferocious roar from behind made him whip around, his hands ready to defend as he mumbled, it's a low-level space beast. They're here. Liu Naiji warned cautiously, be careful. These monsters usually appear in groups, led by a much stronger alpha. I don't know where it's hiding. Before they could process what was happening, a space beast appeared right behind them. It swung a powerful punch that sent Yunmu flying like a bullet, crashing straight into a pile of rubble. Naiji stood frozen, horrified by the monster's power. She whispered, that attack was so strong. It must be the leader of this pack of space monsters. But as soon as Naiji regained her composure, she leaped into the air to survey the situation and let out a small scoff. A big, dumb beast that only knows how to attack is bound to have weak defenses. You're no match for me. Be gone. As she spoke, she prepared to attack, but the beast didn't let her finish her technique. It suddenly teleported closer and charged at her. Liu Naiji broke into a sweat, trembling. Could it be? Could it be a mid-level space beast? How is that possible? The monster opened its mouth to devour her, but at that very moment, Yunmu appeared, taking the blow for her. He said gently, snap out of it. Liu Naiji, you're one of the strongest fighters in our class. Are you really this scared of a single mid-level beast? Come on now. Yunmu turned to face the beast, his voice challenging, hey, how long are you going to keep biting my arm? This uniform is expensive. You know, you're going to have to pay me back for it. You hear? Without another word, he kicked the monster hard in the face, sending it flying back to the ground and creating a large crater. As he landed, Yunmu couldn't hide his smugness. Is this supposed to be a mid-level space beast? Doesn't seem that strong. Turning his head, he noticed Neji was still standing there and immediately feigned injury. Ouch. My arm hurts so much. I think it might be broken. What am I going to do? I guess I won't be winning any Best Actor awards, huh? Neji couldn't help but let out an exasperated sigh. All right, cut the act. You don't have to pretend anymore. I know you have a very powerful defensive technique. That was nothing to you. Yunmu's eyes widened in sheer horror as he quickly asked, how did you know about that? Neji calmly explained. The girl you defeated in the dimensional arena before. She's my friend. Naturally, I watched the entire match between you two. Everyone thinks Ling and you lost because her technique was weak, but I know for a fact that her heavenly absolute 36 forms has incredible destructive power. The fact that you could withstand attacks as swift as the wind and as fierce as a storm from that technique shows that you're no ordinary person. However, Neji understood why he didn't want to reveal his true strength in front of everyone. She added, this world always fears the unusual. Special people like you are always ostracized. Yumu scratched his head, thinking to himself, the real reason I don't want anyone to know about my defensive technique is because my family background is just too ordinary, if not completely unremarkable. If anyone found out, I'd definitely be questioned relentlessly and probably turned into a lab rat. But now that Neji knew, he didn't have to hide it anymore. Yumu shrugged and smiled. At first, I just wanted to be normal friends with someone. But now that you know, I don't have to hide it anymore. In that case, hey, you space beasts, let's just let loose and have some fun. Seeing Yumu roar, the space beasts immediately jumped up in a panic, screaming, "Help! Help! Mommy, I want to go home." A moment later, the sun broke through the clouds, bringing light and hope to the number 7 ruins. Yunmu was still fighting with all his might, kicking the last low-level space beast in the herd straight in the face. After finishing it off, he stood there, panting. Phew, man, I'm beat. I can't believe fighting just a few of them would be this tiring." Yunmu turned to Liu Naiji and asked curiously, "Liu Naiji, let me ask you something. Is there any way for a normal person to get dark mystic power like your friend has?" Liu Naiji looked at him with a serious expression and replied, "You want dark mystic power? That's a high-level secret." She paused for a moment before continuing. "But since I know your secret, I don't mind telling you. However, even if you know, it won't do you much good. Dark mystic power is a strength that can only be obtained through genetics. However, there is another way to get it, and that's to kill a king-level space beast and absorb its crystal. But don't even dream about it. King-level space beasts aren't just powerful. They can also control countless lower-level space beasts. On top of that, the higher-ups are worried that inexperienced mystics would risk their lives for nothing trying to do this. It would affect the overall strategy, so they've sealed this secret. It's not public knowledge, you get it?" Yunmu let out a long sigh. Yeah, I get it, lady." Meanwhile, Li Bowen stood at the assembly point, looking around and sighing. Strange. Why are they so slow this year? Could something have gone wrong? But not long after, the teleportation gate signaled again. Which group would be the first to reach the destination? A voice rang out, and soon, the pair of Yunmu and Liu Naiji appeared. Waiting there, Li Bowen saw them and couldn't hide his surprise, saying sarcastically, "Well now, what a surprise. You two are the first group to complete the practical exercise. How does it feel?" Was the number 7 ruins fun? Yunmu couldn't hold back his anger and retorted furiously, "How about you take my boot to your face, you son of a bitch? You clearly said there would only be low-level space beasts. How do you explain the mid-level one that suddenly appeared?" Naiji almost died. "You know that." Li Bowen feigned ignorance, his eyes fixed on Yunmu. "A mid-level space beast? There was a mid-level one in there. I don't know anything about that." Yunmu realized he couldn't get a straight answer out of him and turned away, saying sarcastically, The teachers at this school are all talk. When you actually need them, they're nowhere to be found." Li Bowen watched him leave and smiled to himself, thinking, "Humph. He's still got that much fight in him. Looks like a mid-level space beast wasn't enough to scare him." A few minutes later, 2 more freshmen stepped through the portal. "Who you?" said with a fawning expression. "It's so great to be in a group with Boss Luo Pu. Killing 10 space beasts was a piece of cake. At this rate, our group will definitely be number 1. However, his confidence quickly vanished when he saw Yunmu and Naiji, who had been waiting there for who knows how long. Yunmu immediately jeered, Well, hello there. Ho you, right? Why are you slowing down the great Luo Pu? He's in 2nd place now, you know." "Oh, and Luo Pu. Next time you pick a lackey, pick one that's actually useful. Don't just take on any ass-kisser you find, or you'll be the one who suffers." Provoked by Yunmu, Luo Pu walked closer, his voice cold. "Excuse me, let me through." Yumu didn't bother stopping him, just stepping aside and whistling as if nothing had happened. Luo Pu walked over, his eyes glinting with suspicion, and confronted Naijie. "How did you complete the exercise so quickly? Don't tell me this Yunmu guy actually helped." Just then, Zhang Daxiong appeared from the portal, his attention drawn by Luo Pu's conversation. Naiji cursed silently. Damn it, why is he suddenly asking me? She knew Luo Pu's personality all too well. Even if she told the truth that Yunmu did all the work, he would never believe her. With that in mind, she quickly came up with an excuse. "Oh, it's just that the attributes of the space beasts inside happen to be countered by my abilities. I dealt with them easily." Hearing this, Luo Pu nodded in satisfaction. His expression relaxed and he smiled. "I see, so that's how it was? You were really lucky." A guy from Zhang Daxiong's group chimed in. "This Yunmu guy is really lucky. He somehow managed to get paired with the super strong Lu Naiji. Now he doesn't have to do anything, and he can still get 1st place in the practical exercise." But Zhang Daxiong didn't think so. He scoffed, his voice laced with sarcasm. "Lucky? I don't believe in so-called luck. That's just a trick to divert everyone's attention." In a flash, half a year had passed. Still in the number 7 ruins, a monster was roaring, clawing at the ground in a pool of its own green blood. It turned out that all of them had been neatly dealt with by Yunmu and were lying scattered on the ground. He sighed and complained, "Sigh. This is so boring. There's no benefit to fighting these things anymore. Good thing the training days at Fengyun Citadel are almost over." Now, it's time for that interesting event to start the Central Continent City Ranking Tournament. He returned to school in high spirits, but thought to himself, my cultivation speed has been too slow these past 6 months. Compared to the system, that shadow that's been updating for half a year and still isn't done, it's definitely screwing with me. Just you wait till you wake up. I'll teach you some manners. Muttering to himself, he couldn't help but complain. These teachers have way too much free time, making us gather this early in the morning. We trained all night yesterday. Who has the energy to listen to their lectures? Just then, Tang An stepped forward, his voice deep. Are all the freshmen present? If so, I'll get straight to the point. The reason I've summoned you all here today is to announce that in 1 week, the city ranking competition will officially begin. The rules of the competition are that Tian and Hall will transport everyone down to the Jian River area. At that time, the freshmen from each city will form teams of 5 to 7 people, tasked with killing space beasts. The total number of points you receive for killing them will be tallied. This will be used as your city's evaluation score and compared with other cities for the overall ranking. During the process, spatial eyes will be monitoring you 24/7. All of your actions will be broadcast live to all major cities around the world. So, don't even think about cheating. Also, don't forget to pick up your survival armor from the Mystics Guild. It will save your lives in a critical moment. After receiving the armor, you are free to form teams. There are no restrictions. Finally, I wish all of you the best in achieving the scores you desire. After hearing this, Yunmu muttered to himself, free survival armor. Huh, sounds decent, but I'm better off using the warrior gear my dad gave me. Alright, time to find Lu Naiji and form a team. When he made the offer, Lu Naiji expressed apologetically, I'm sorry, but I've already teamed up with someone else. Yumu jumped in shock and yelled, what the hell? How could you be so fast? Lu Naiji explained, my guild arranged it beforehand. I have to team up with Luo Pu. And Ho Yu has already formed his own team to participate. They think that even if we get a high rank by teaming up with someone from another city, it'll cause trouble when it comes to raising our city's ranking. Hearing this, Yumu gently ruffled Lu Naiji's hair and cut him off. It's okay, just follow your guild's arrangements. Seeing him still standing there, Liu Naiji called out, what about you? What are you going to do? Yumu waved his hand reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. I'm okay. Although he said that, he was thinking to himself, damn it, who would want to team up with me? I don't know anyone in this class. Suddenly, Zhang Daxiang spoke up. His voice was full of friendliness. Hey there, brother. You in some kind of trouble? If you're too lonely, come join my team. I'll take care of you. Yumu was stunned, his mind immediately racing. Isn't that Zhang Daxiang, the son of the richest merchant family in our Gufeng city? I've never even spoken to him before. Why is he suddenly inviting me to his team? But at a time like this, do I really have any other choice? However, he tried to maintain a calm demeanor. Fine, I don't care who I team up with, as long as I have a team. Zhang Daxiang, as if completely unbothered, said cheerfully, that's great. Let me introduce you to the other members of our group. The story took an even more surprising turn for Yunmu when he realized the group Zhang Daxiang was talking about included Ling An, the son of the second richest person in Gufeng City, and Lu Qiang, the son of the third richest person in Gufeng City. And of course, Zhang Daxiang was the son of the richest. He looked at the scene around him with a grim expression, cursing internally. Damn it, what kind of messed up squad is this? Should this team be called a heavenly experience for dumb rich kids? Zhang Daxiang cheerfully announced. The welcoming ceremony is complete. The team name will be Zhang Daxiang. I'm going to go register with the teacher right now. Ling An chimed in to remind him. Are you out of your mind? There are only 4 of us here. The teacher said we need at least 5 people to form a team. Seeing Zhang Daxiang's startled expression, Yumu felt a sense of panic in his heart. Should I just give up now? These rich kids don't seem to have their heads screwed on straight. The next day, Yumu took the free survival armor to sell it. The shop owner handed him the money and said, here are your 7,500 space coins. You can count it. After the transaction, Yunmu held the bundle of money inside in disappointment. What? I thought it would be worth a lot more. Turns out it's only 7,500 coins. What the hell can I even buy with this chump change? I can't even afford the most basic item, a tent to shelter from the wind and rain. Where am I supposed to get the money for the other 3 necessities? He glanced over. Lu Qiang was paying for a pile of expensive items in one go. Yunmu thought to himself, I really admire these fools. Just then, Zhang Daxiang pushed a cart full of stuff towards Yunmu and called out loudly,
Yunmu, aren't you going to buy anything to prepare for the competition? Yunmu forced a smile and replied, you think everyone has money to shop as freely as you rich kids?
Zhang Daxiang was clueless. Huh? You mean you really don't have any money? You don't even have essential things like a vehicle for transportation and a tent to sleep in. Yumu replied nonchalantly, it's no big deal. If I don't have a car, I'll run. If I don't have a tent, I'll sleep on the ground. That way, I can be even more in touch with nature. Upon hearing this, Zhang Daxiang was so moved that he rushed over and grabbed his hands. I never knew you were so pitiful. I, Zhang Daxiang, will absolutely not allow this to happen to my teammate. Come on, follow me. Witnessing this scene, Yunmu was utterly speechless. What the hell are you crying for? As soon as he said it, Zhang Daxiang dragged Yunmu to the shopping counter. He slammed the card down on the table and declared loudly, Shopkeeper, pack up all the props you have for me. The owner hurriedly complied and calculated. Your grand total is 143,000 space coins. Zhang Daxiang uttered just two heavy words. Charge it. Also, I want to take that car and put it under this gentleman's name. By the way, get me one of your best tanks. I need to pick it up next week. Standing to the side, Yunmu was frozen. Wow, it must be nice to have money. A world away from a poor bastard like me. The shopkeeper, after careful calculation, announced, Thank you very much. The total damage for this transaction is 12,700,000 space coins. Zhang Daxiang wasn't done yet. He pointed to a tent behind him. Pack up that most expensive tent for my friend, too. The owner replied, Yes, sir. That one costs 600,000 space coins. Zhang Daxiang declared flatly, No problem. Charge it. Yumu was sweating bullets, trembling inwardly. Does this count as me being a sugar baby? Og, I've really hit the jackpot this time. Back at the Illusionist Guild headquarters, Ho Yu's giggles echoed, Hey, boss Luo Pu. Do you think that Yunmu guy can even participate in the qualifiers for the Central Province ranking competition this time? Luo Pu replied coldly, I don't know, and I don't care. Ho Yu continued to boast, Liu Naiji is on our side this time. Let's see if anyone is willing to team up with him now. Luo Pu asked lightly, What does that have to do with anything? Why are you always targeting him? He explained resentfully. I just can't stand him. He's clearly from a low-class background, but he acts so high and mighty, looking down on everyone. Just seeing his face makes my blood boil. Suddenly, a shiny sports car zoomed past, almost hitting him. He roared in anger, Who's the idiot driving that thing? Get out here and talk to me. And to his surprise, the luxury car belonged to Yunmu. The young man popped his head out innocently while Ho Yu was in a state of utter shock. Whoa, Luo Pu and Ho Yu, long time no see. Ho Yu angrily snapped and questioned him. You brat, what are you doing coming to the guild at this hour? Yunmu stepped out of the car unhurriedly and said softly, What else could I be doing? I'm just here to pick up a mission. Besides, in the upcoming ranking tournament, the goal is to slay space beasts, so we might as well complete whatever we can. Hearing this, Ho Yu burst out laughing. What did you just say? A guy like you has a team? Just as he finished his sentence, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind, Little Mew Mew. The guy turned around, his face frozen as if he'd been struck by lightning. 3 other supercars were parked in a neat row behind him, and Zhang Daxiang was sitting on the hood of his. His voice was full of confidence. We've been waiting for you. What do you think of that ride? If you're not used to it, we can always buy a new one. Hu Yu looked at the lineup of luxury cars and couldn't help but sneer. You call this a combat team? A bunch of second-generation rich kids like you. How are you planning to fight space beasts? Are you going to crush them with your money? Not to mention, you don't even have enough damn members to be showing off. Yunmu glanced at Zhang Daxiang with a hint of worry, but Zhang Daxiang confidently reassured him, Don't rush. I've already taken care of finding a 5th member. My timing should be perfect. They'll be here any second. Before he could even finish, the roar of a high-performance motorcycle grew louder and louder, getting closer. Li Yunmu frowned as he looked over and saw a badass motorcycle speeding toward them, the rider pulling off a spectacular drift. The bike spun around and appeared behind him. Seeing this, Ho Yu stepped forward and sneered, So, this is your team's 5th member? You're killing me. But Luo Pu, who was standing beside him, didn't think so. Terrified, his face went pale as he stammered. She's a student from Fenghua City's 2nd-ranked high school, Ling Xue. Zhang Daxiang waved in a friendly manner. Hey, Sister Xue, long time no see. The term sister really confused Yunmu, and while he was still dazed, he was even more stunned by Ling An's words. Sis, what are you doing here? Are you planning to boss me around for the rest of my life? Yunmu couldn't hold back any longer. He pointed at Ling Xue, his eyes wide as he questioned. No way. Don't tell me you two are actually related by blood. There's no way she's from your family's gene pool. No way. Ling fumed and jumped to his feet. Hey, are you looking down on me? I have a family tree. You want to see it? Nearby, Luo Pu approached Ling Shui to give her a warning. Hey, having someone from another city participate in the competition will be considered cheating. It will seriously affect our Gufeng city's results. Have you really thought this through? Ling Shui paid him no mind and answered casually, what's the big deal? I've already transferred to Gufeng Academy. Who you? Still confused about what was happening, leaned in and asked Luo Pu, boss, who is that woman? Is she that strong? Luo Pu explained with a serious expression. Basically, Fenghua City's overall ranking is much higher than Gufeng City's, and this Ling Yue here has already reached the second stage of the Black Crystal rank. I heard a few years ago, she was favored by a powerful flux master who took her in as a disciple, so she was taught two extremely deadly combat techniques. If we're only talking about the younger generation, you could say she's a top-tier master. Zhang Daxiong grinned, Sister Shui, we're not expecting you to carry us. We're just happy you're here to fill out the roster. Ling Shui chuckled and teased, it's nothing. Zhang Daxian, Ling and Qiang, you two are looking pretty manly now. But Ling An was still complaining, dissatisfied. Sis, I can't take it. Go back to Fenghua City. I want to be free. Ling Shui teleported over, pinched his cheek, and gave it a hard flick. You dare talk back to me? When Mom and Dad heard you were ranked almost last in your class, they nearly had a stroke. That's why they sent me here. To whip a brat like you into shape. Just then, Yumu spoke up. All right, you two can have your family reunion later. We need to go see the teacher and register first. His straightforward attitude made Ling Shui take notice of him. She thought to herself, there's more to this boy than meets the eye. And just like that, a week flew by. The time for the intercity ranking competition had finally arrived. The organizer's announcement blared over the PA system. Attention. Attention. The Sky Cloud Fortress has landed. The moment the gates open, the competition will begin. I hope the new students can represent Gufeng and achieve great results this year. Now, move out. Good luck to you all. The scene was broadcast live on a large screen in Gufeng City's public square. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter. Ah, it's starting. It's starting. Go Gufeng. Our city's ranking this year is all on you. In the small city of Yuntian, Yunmu's father, Li Zhongmin, had Liu Ruin help him sit up to watch his son's journey. He smiled to himself. Go on, kid. Go and forge your own future. Back at the competition, a smug Huyu was driving his fellow Flux Master Guild members, a cheerful look on his face. Don't you worry, everyone. With my driving skills, no one can overtake us. All the best space beasts will be ours for the taking soon enough. Luo Pu said coldly. According to the map, there's a safe river area up ahead. We'll stop there for a moment so everyone can put on their armor and prepare for battle. Naiji, however, was lost in thought. I wonder if my classmate Li Yumu is okay. I haven't seen him around lately. I don't even know if he found a team for the competition. Sigh, that kid really makes you worry. Suddenly, Luo Pu spoke up to warn them. Hey, did you guys hear that roaring sound from behind us? Everyone stay alert. Who you, feeling a bit on edge, asked casually. It couldn't be a space beast, could it? How could we run into one so soon? At that moment, the roar from the vehicle behind them grew closer and closer, and he trembled inwardly. This is impossible. I personally oversaw the modifications on this vehicle. How could any car be faster than it? Besides, here in the Sky Cloud Fortress, there's no one with better driving skills than me. Who the hell are they? Could it be? As he was thinking, the other car suddenly shot into the air, flying right over his vehicle. He stuck his head out to get a look. It was Yunmu's group, and the ace driver was none other than Ling Shui, the big shot from Fenghua City. A short while later, the whole team stopped by a picturesque waterfall. Yunmu pressed them. Hey, have we decided yet? So, where are we heading next? What's the point of being in the lead if we don't even have a target yet? Ling Shui replied calmly. It doesn't matter to me. Anywhere is fine. For me, dealing with the space beasts here isn't too difficult. Ling An looked up and hesitantly suggested. Can you take us somewhere a little safer? After all, Luo Pu and that elite team will definitely get the most points, so we don't need to risk our lives for nothing. Suddenly, Da Xiong cut in, his voice full of passion. I can't stand people who only talk about backing down. We have an expert like Miss Sue with us. Besides, this combat vehicle is top of the line. If we can't fight, we can run. So, I have an idea. How about we make this spot our first stop? Lu Qiang looked at the location, completely bewildered, his jaw on the floor. Isn't that the territory of the dwarf shaman monsters? You've got to be kidding me, right? Yunmu, clueless as ever, asked. What's a dwarf shaman monster? Lingyan quickly popped her head up, frowning as she explained. You don't even know what those are? They're the toughest space monsters in this entire GM River region. Yunmu asked innocently, "Are they really that strong?" Ling Shu explained. "If you're talking about the combat power of a single individual, it's not strong at all. In fact, they're considered pretty weak. The problem is, dwarf shamans are creatures that exist in colonies. Their intelligence is also more developed than other beasts, and they especially hate humans. Once a fight breaks out, dwarf shamans usually gather in a massive swarm to attack their prey, and if humans get surrounded by them, we're definitely done for." Hearing that, Yunmu swallowed hard. It seemed he still valued his life. He wasn't ready to kick the bucket just yet. Just then, Zhang Daxiang further explained his reason for suggesting that location. Almost every team participating in this competition knows about them, so no one wants to mess with them. In other words, if we go there and wipe them out, all the points will be ours because there won't be any competition. Lu Qiang looked up and cursed at Da Shan. "Are you out of your mind? Our team will get wiped out before we score a single point." Ling An also chimed in. "Can you please stop with that? You need to be alive to even use the points you earn." Zhang Daxiang reassured them. "What are you worried about? Don't we have our big boss, Ling Shui, here? Everything will be fine." Hearing this, Yunmu turned to ask Miss Shui, "What do you think?" Ling Shui casually licked her lollipop, raised an eyebrow, and answered bluntly, "You guys decide this among yourselves. I'm fine with whatever." Hearing that, Yunmu made a quick decision. "In that case, I agree with Zhang Daxiang." Zhang Daxiang knew his idea was met with both agreement and opposition. Since Ling Shui remained silent, choosing to be neutral, he didn't hesitate any longer and made the call. "That's settled then. 3 people agree, so let's go with that. To the dwarf shamans, let's go, fellas." Hearing this, a terrified Ling An leaped towards her sister, Ling Shui. Her face scrunched up as she whined and cried, "Sis, just let me off here. I don't want to go there to die." "I'm not going." Zhang Daxiang pulled her back with a serious expression. "Sit still. If you get out of the vehicle now, you'll die even sooner." A while later, the team's vehicle arrived at the outer edge of the dwarf shaman monster's territory. Ling Sui spoke up. "We'll likely encounter them in the next few hundred meters. Everyone out of the vehicle, put on your armor, and prepare for battle." Zhang Daxiang was the first to finish gearing up, hoisting his weapon with a majestic air as he asked, "Is everyone ready?" The gear he wore was the Silver Throne Destroyer, Arcane Pulse Storm. Ling An was clad in the Soul Stealer weapon set, Silver Throne Revolving Cross Slash. "The 2 of us are ready." Lu Qiang was also prepared. His gear was the Silver Throne Hunter weapon, Blade of Death. Lu Qiang asked Ling An helplessly, "Are you that afraid of dying? Why is all your gear focused on defense?" Ling Shui's gear was simpler, the Warlord Battle Suit, she announced. "I'm ready over here." Zhang Daxiang looked around impressed. "Where's Little Mew? Is Little Mew ready?" But when he saw the suit Yunmu was wearing, Zhang Daxiang's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming in amazement, "Oh my god! How did you get your hands on that?" At this moment, Yunmu was confused, not understanding why Zhang Daxiang was having such a strong reaction. Daxiang realized he didn't understand and quickly explained, "The set you're wearing is warrior armor from the War God Temple. You can't buy this armor even if you have the money. I once offered a huge reward but couldn't find a single set. Quick, let me touch it for a sec." "Whoa, holy cow, this feels incredible." Yunmu broke out in a sweat, thinking to himself, "Is this armor something special? I have no idea how my dad even got it." Suddenly, a sound echoed from the distance, along with the silhouette of a pair of moving legs, putting Ling Shui on high alert. She immediately turned and said quickly, "Shh, be quiet. Something's coming." Everyone split up and find a place to hide. Yunmu and Zhang Daxiang immediately obeyed, dashing off in different directions. A few seconds later, they were hidden. Ling Shui contacted them via radio, asking, "Daxiang, where are you?" "Report." Zhang Daxiang, using his rifle's scope to scout the area, replied, "Target spotted. It's 2 dwarf monsters. They seem to be scouts." Ling Shui quickly commanded, "Check if there are any other space beasts in the vicinity." Daxiang replied instantly, "Report. Scan complete. No other targets detected in the area." Hearing this, Ling Shui gave the order, "Zhang Daxiang, Yunmu, you 2 get ready to move." Yunmu whispered into the radio, "Roger that." Over on the other side, the dwarf monster was suddenly attracted by something. It looked down and stared intently. It turned out to be the half-eaten lollipop Ling Shui had been licking. The monster had never seen such a thing before and rushed over to pick it up, its eyes glued to it. Seeing this, Daxiang couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. "Bingo. Congratulations, you've won the grand prize." With that, he pulled the trigger and blew the dwarf monster's head off. The other one jumped in shock and was about to flee to report back, but Yunmu suddenly appeared behind it, unleashing his frenzied blade slash technique and lopping its head off in a single strike. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he spoke softly into the radio. Target successfully engaged. At the same time, in the organizer's monitoring room, discussions were buzzing. Black Emperor City is doing pretty well this year. Huh. It's only been half a day, and they've already made it into the top 4. Someone else whispered, still, not as good as White Snow City. Model. Their side recruited some super strong seeds this year. Look, they were barely in the top 50 in previous years, but now they're sitting comfortably in the top 10. Now that's a real leap, another person commented. Yeah, look at Gu Fengcheng. In previous years, they were always stuck around the top 130, but now they're climbing straight to the top 70. This is going to be exciting. I heard Gu Fengcheng has a super rookie this year named Luo Pu. He's the reason for this achievement, right? Li Bowen, one of the judges, propped his chin on his hand and mumbled, Luo Pu, don't be ridiculous. Based on him alone, there's no way Gu Fengcheng could have scored enough points to reach this rank. Back to Yunmu's group, Ling An was running for his life. He screamed desperately as the horde of dwarf monsters caught up to him. Yunmu, where are you? If you don't do something, I'm toast. Hearing this, Yunmu leaped out from the bushes. He said softly, what's all the fuss about? You can't rush these things, you know. As he spoke, he launched a swift kick straight to the head of a pursuing dwarf monster. After Ling An decisively finished it off, he gestured provocatively at the remaining ones. Come on, all at once. This old man is in a hurry. I don't have time to play with you lot. This time, let's see how you handle my fire blade. The dwarf monsters relied on their superior numbers. They planned to overwhelm him, but every aggressive monster that charged forward was immediately sliced in half by Yunmu, who also conveniently took the heads of a few others. Finding his attacks too slow for his liking, Yumu decided to activate his skill, Berserk Blade Slash. His blade moved like flowing water, felling dwarf monsters wherever it passed. After dealing with the horde, he landed on the ground in a badass pose. Yunmu let out a heavy breath after the exhausting fight. Suddenly, 2 surviving dwarf monsters jumped up, ready to ambush him and avenge their comrades. But Yunmu wasn't bothered in the slightest, looking at them as if they were already walking corpses. At that exact moment, 2 powerful streams of mystic power shot through their heads. Finishing them in an instant, Ling Shui called out from above, go ahead and let loose, have some fun. We'll take care of any suicidal stragglers. Suddenly, a monster that was still alive got up and tried to flee. Ling Shui quickly shouted into her communicator, Yunmu, don't let it escape. It's trying to get back to its tribe to report. Just then, Lu Qiang stepped forward, his voice full of confidence, no need to rush. Leave it to me. After speaking, Lu Qiang expertly spun a dagger in his hand. Then he activated his skill, Life-Chasing Slash, and threw it at the dwarf monster. The attack split the creature in 2 instantly. Lu Qiang cheered happily. Trying to run? You little punk? Not a chance. After observing, Ling Shui praised them. Great job, team. Our coordination has gotten much smoother. I did a rough count. We've taken down 30 to 40 dwarf monsters in all 4 waves this time. That's a good amount of points. Hearing this, Zhang Daxiang turned around and urged them on. Then let's get right to the 5th wave while we're hot. Ling An, go lure some more dwarf monsters back here. At this, Ling An's jaw dropped and he started wailing. Cut it out, man. I nearly ended up in their stomachs. I'm not going again. Zhang Daxiang didn't miss the opportunity. He instantly appeared with a twisted, mocking expression. If you won't go, then we'll have little Mu go. You can stay here and be the main close-range attacker in his place. Ling An was floored, letting out a loud, huh? He quickly weighed the pros and cons in his head before calling out to Zhang Daxiang, wait, I'm not being the main attacker. I'd rather be the bait. It's less dangerous. Zhang Daxiang went over to Ling Shui and asked, Shui, why did you suddenly space out? Ling Shui thought for a moment, then asked a question. Is it true that kid, Yunmu, has only been awakened to his mystic power for less than a year? Zhang Daxiang confirmed. That's right, I heard. He only started sensing the power about a week before the annual test began. Ling Shui continued in a serious tone, so that means he's only been awakened for half a year. To reach this level of strength in just half a year, there's definitely something unusual about him. Zhang Daxiang replied, of course. I know he's not normal, and it's precisely because he's not normal that I invited him to join Team 5. Just as he said this, Ling An returned, luring more dwarf monsters. He was yelling and crying while running for his life. Hey, everyone, get ready to run. The whole group turned, and their faces froze in horror. It was a group of dwarf shaman leaders. All members, retreat now. The team ran until nightfall before finally escaping the dwarf shaman's territory, stopping to light a fire and rest. Zhang Zhang Daxiong opened the results screen, laughing with satisfaction. Haha, we really scored big today. Let's see. Little Mew took down a total of 230 spatial beasts. That's 43% of the team's total contribution. Second place is Shui, who eliminated 92, accounting for 35%. And I intentionally had you on support duty. You still killed that many. You truly are a rank 2 Black Crystal Mystic. Hearing this, Yunmu looked up and said, thanks. If it wasn't for your cover, I wouldn't have been able to kill so many. If Shu wanted to be number 1, it would be as easy as flipping her hand. Ling Shui said nothing, but she was assessing him internally. He's saying this to give me the credit. From his behavior, it's clear he's intentionally hiding his true abilities. Just as the atmosphere settled, Zhang Zhang Daxiong suddenly turned, saw his worried face, and blurted out, Ling An. Why the long face? At that, Ling An could only lower his head. His hands fidgeted like a scolded child's, tears welling in his eyes. Sob. I tried my best all day, but I only managed to kill 5 and get 5 points. Am I too useless? Seeing his friend so down, Lu Qiang quickly came over, patted his shoulder, and said sincerely, what's there to be ashamed of? You were busy luring monsters, so how could you have the energy to kill them? I stayed with the group and only scored a few more points than you. Even Ling Shui couldn't just stand by. She spoke in a firm but forgiving tone. All right. You're too old to be whining all the time. I'll just transfer some points to you, okay? Yunmu was startled by this. Wait, you can transfer the points you earned to someone else? Without a second thought, he immediately said, then I'll transfer 15 points to little Qiang. Lu Qiang was taken aback, his eyes wide with surprise. Huh? Are you sure that's okay? Those are points you worked hard for. Yumu grinned, his expression cheeky but earnest. What do you mean, okay? We're a team, aren't we? Of course, we advance together and retreat together. Hearing this, Lu Qiang burst out laughing, his voice filled with joy. Model, thanks. Little Moo Moo. If you were a girl, I'd totally fall for you. Seeing that everything had settled down, Ling Shui gently reminded the group, it's getting late. Let's hurry up and split the spoils, then head back to the tents to rest. This is going to be a long fight. A short while later, after returning to his tent, Yunmu sat down and took out his spoils. Admiring it, he whispered to himself, I wonder if this is the arcane crystal Da Xian mentioned. It's pretty beautiful, and it even glows. He suddenly remembered Ling Sui's warning from this morning. The crystals taken from dimensional beasts are only effective for 12 hours. Remember to use them all within that time. After careful consideration, Yunmu thought to himself grimly, I was originally planning to wait until I returned to Tianyun Fortress to unblock my acupoints to be safe, but the current situation doesn't allow me to wait. After a moment of thought, he opened the system, his hands trembling slightly. He mumbled, as if trying to calm himself down. There's a first time for everything, but why am I so nervous? Which acupoint should I try to unblock first? Each one has its own effect. It's so hard to choose. Just then, Li Bowen's advice from before suddenly surfaced in his mind. I suggest you unblock the celestial being acupoint first. Even though it's the only mystic acupoint on the head, its effect is the greatest. If you succeed, it will not only develop your cognitive abilities, but also enhance your nerve reactions and the acuity of your senses. Without further hesitation, Yunmu raised the crystal, his eyes filled with determination. The celestial being acupoint. All right, I'll unblock that one first. Right after his resolute declaration, he immediately crushed the crystal, absorbed the arcane power, and brought his hands together in front of his chest to regulate the energy. A stream of light condensed into a small orb and shot straight into the spot between his eyebrows. The system quickly displayed the acupoint unblocking progress at 15%. Immediately, Yunmu's legs began to tremble. His body lost its balance and he almost collapsed, only managing to steady himself after a moment. This feeling isn't pleasant at all. Yunmu gritted his teeth and continued. He used the remaining 5 crystals, one by one. Over an hour passed, he warily opened the status panel and let out a sigh as soon as he saw the result. You've got to be kidding me. How is it only at 70%? Didn't the instructor say that even those with poor aptitude only need 2 arcane crystals to unblock 1 acupoint? Could it be that my aptitude is worse than poor? The worst of the worst. Just as Yunmu was struggling with the arcane crystals he had just absorbed, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. The shadow system has successfully updated. He was stunned for a few seconds in surprise. Then, as if he just won the lottery, he leaped to his feet and jumped around like a child. My precious, you're back. Ha ha. System, activate shadow mode immediately. In the blink of an eye, the mysterious shadow appeared. Yunmu squinted, sizing it up, his voice filled with interest. What's this? You get to wear warrior armor, just like me now? Oh, This is awesome. Before his excitement could fade, the system bombarded him with a new series of information. In the current dimension, the Shadow's power is a direct reflection of the host's. Because the host's celestial being acupoint is close to being unblocked, the Shadow's cognitive abilities have improved. The host can now transfer their consciousness to control the Shadow's body. The information was so unexpected that Yunmu needed a few moments to process it all. When he finally understood, he burst out laughing with joy. Control the Shadow's body. Huh. I have to try this. Without hesitating for another second, he immediately focused his mind, willing his consciousness to leave his body. His real body staggered as if its soul had been pulled out, then collapsed to the ground with a thud. At the same time, his consciousness entered the Shadow's body. The change in perspective made Yunmu exclaim in awe. Is that me? This is insane. I'm really inside the Shadow's body. This feature is so overpowered. It was totally worth waiting 6 months for this update. It would be a waste to just go to sleep at night. Hey, tonight's going to be a very fun night of hunting, but I can't let Da Xiang and the others find out. Before long, the sky began to brighten as the sun rose from behind the mountains. Yumu dragged his exhausted body back to the tent and collapsed onto the sofa with a thud, panting as if on the verge of collapse. Phew. I've finally finished absorbing everything. Last night, I had to fight monsters and come back to unblock my acupoints. My body was almost at its limit. Luckily, the number of crystals I got was enough to successfully unblock the celestial being acupoint. At least that's some progress. As he spoke, he took out a strange object, turning it over and over in his hands with a puzzled look. But what the heck is this thing? The group of dwarf shamans I killed yesterday seemed to be escorting it somewhere. It must be really important to them. Just then, a voice called out from outside. Little Moo, are you awake yet? Hurry up and pack your things. It's time to set off, Da Xiang shouted. Hearing this, Yunmu stored the strange object in his spatial storage, deciding to put the matter aside and investigate later. Outside, Lu Qiang was curiously asking his sworn brother a question. How did absorbing the arcane crystals go yesterday? Ling and shrugged and replied, it was okay. It took me 4 crystals to unblock 80% of my celestial being acupoint. Lu Qiang sighed in frustration. That's already really good. I used 5 crystals just to unblock 75% of the acupoint in my foot. Looks like my aptitude is even worse than yours. Just then, they saw Yumu walk out of his tent and immediately swarmed him with questions. What about you? How many mystic acupoints did you unblock last night? With your aptitude, it must have gone great, right? Yumu rubbed his forehead and answered casually, I don't really remember. I think the 5 crystals I had only managed to unblock. About 70% of my celestial being acupoint. The 2 of them couldn't believe their ears and immediately reacted in unison. 70%? Are you mistaken? That's even lower than us. When Yunmu nodded to confirm, the 2 of them looked like they'd struck gold, bursting into loud laughter under the vast highland sky. Ahahaha. Maybe our aptitude is actually top tier and not trash after all. Just then, Ling Shui also walked out of her tent. Looking ready for battle, she reminded them, stop messing around. Let's move out. Also, have you guys decided where we're heading next? Zhang Da Xiang answered immediately, his voice filled with determination. Sister Shui, do you even need to ask? Of course, we're going back to get revenge on those dwarf shaman leaders. Time passed, and over the next 4 days, their squad progressed at lightning speed. Each member began to work together more cohesively. Coordinating as if they had practiced for ages, they even managed to team up and defeat a high-level dwarf shaman, something no one would have dared to dream of before. As for Yunmu, he took advantage of every night, using his shadow body to secretly grind for power. Thanks to this, his power level skyrocketed. He had now activated 4 profound acupoints, nearly doubling his overall strength from the first day of the competition. Every moment of Yumu's fierce battles was recorded by the eyes of space and broadcast live to every city across the globe. His extraordinary performance quickly caught the attention of a mysterious old man. The man sat in a dark room, his gaze sharp and cold, his fingers lightly twisting a black ring as if he were plotting something. A dangerous expression was plain on his face. The door creaked open, and a subordinate entered, bowing his head. Sir, you sent for me? What are your orders? The old man glanced at him, then spoke slowly, as if deep in thought. It seems Gufeng City has a dark horse this year. Are you aware? The subordinate immediately replied, his voice dripping with contempt. Yes, sir. His name is Yunmu. Just some nobody from a poor background, nothing special about him. Before he could finish, the old man cut him off, his voice frigid. A nobody? Then how is it that this nobody is accomplishing things that many of the so-called chosen ones can only dream of? The subordinate froze, then nodded as if recalling a crucial detail. You're right, sir. That kid and his team have apparently earned the most points for Gufeng City, even surpassing Luo Pu's team, the one everyone had the highest hopes for. The old man's gaze grew deeper and colder than ever as he got straight to the point. Yunmu and Luo Pu are truly two fine prospects. It's a shame their talent belongs to Gufeng City, which means I can't use them. Therefore, it's highly likely they will become a considerable threat to our future plans. The subordinate glanced at the old man's expression, probing. Sir, are you suggesting we take them out? The old man's lips curled into a smirk. His voice was quiet, but sharp as a razor. A few newcomers dying during the Central City ranking tournament. Doesn't that happen every year? No more needed to be said. The subordinate understood perfectly. He bowed respectfully. Understood, sir. I'll make the arrangements at once. Elsewhere, a somber mood fell over Yunmu's camp. He turned to Da Xiong, his voice filled with doubt. Are you sure we should raid this tribe next? They have over 10 dwarf shamans who can use magic, not to mention a dwarf elder who's an expert at taming wild beasts. Da Xiong nodded decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Don't worry, I've already scouted it out. The ones you just mentioned are out on a hunt. They aren't in the tribe right now. Yunmu stroked his chin thoughtfully, a calculating glint in his eyes. He knew that dwarf shamans were worth far more points than regular dwarf monsters. This was a rare opportunity. Just then, Ling Shui spoke up, her tone sharp yet encouraging. I think Da Xiang's suggestion to raid the camp is a good one. Seeing the three boys just standing there, she frowned and explained. You guys have grown a lot over the last 4 days. It's time we tested ourselves against tougher dimensional beasts. Besides, I need their black essence crystals. Yunmu thought to himself, a quiet sense of gratitude welling up inside him. That's right, Ling Shui has helped the entire team improve so much these past few days, and it seems like she hasn't gained anything for herself this whole time. He clenched his fist, stepped forward, and declared loudly, Let's go, Da Xiong. It's time we face stronger monsters. Ling Shui tilted her head slightly and added, in a tone that was a quiet command, Ling on. You're still on bait duty. Time trickled by. The sky grew completely dark, and still, there was no sign of Ling on. A sense of unease began to creep in. Yumu glanced at Zhang Daxiong, his voice low. I have a really bad feeling about this. You don't think something happened to Ling An, do you? Daxiong clapped him on the shoulder reassuringly, his voice confident. Don't worry too much. He'll be back soon. He successfully activated the acupoints in his right hand a few days ago. When it comes to attack power, he's not any weaker than I am. He had barely finished speaking when a sharp, whistling sound cut through the air. Ling An had made it back, and right behind him were the sounds of furious roars. A giant dwarf monster charged forward at a terrifying speed, swiping with its claws. Ling instantly sidestepped to dodge the attack, and immediately countered with a lightning-fast slash. The monster's massive arm was sliced clean off, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Still, he didn't risk pushing his luck. He turned and sprinted back toward the team, yelling, You think I'm an easy target? Dream on. Everyone, get ready to fight. The delivery's here. Yunmu jumped to his feet, dusting himself off with a slight chuckle. Oh, there you are. I was starting to think you got lost. Now, let's get down to business. But before they could even get into formation, a whooshing sound came from behind them. The culprits emerged from the shadows, their voices dripping with chilling sarcasm. Oh, so this is the elite 5-person team everyone's been talking about. Am I right? I don't see anything special about you. To be blunt, you look weak as hell. As for all these points you've gathered, sorry, but we'll be taking them all. They zipped past Yunmu's head, laughing like they were playing a game of cat and mouse. One of them landed right in front of Ling An and smirked provocatively. You went to a lot of trouble, didn't you, idiot? Too bad it was all for nothing. As soon as the taunt left his lips, the other two shot past Ling An's ears like streaks of lightning, charging straight for the horde of dwarf monsters and shamans he had just lured back. Before anyone could even process what was happening, the leader of the horde was taken down, its limbs severed in the blink of an eye. After that first strike, they began carving through the monsters as if they were taking a stroll in the park. With casual swings of their swords, one monster after another fell to the ground. Watching from a distance, Yunmu's heart skipped a beat. He breathed. They can kill a dwarf shaman in a single moment. Who in the world are these guys? Hearing this, Ling Sui immediately explained. They must be elite members from another city's team. They came here specifically to steal our points. Our high ranking must have attracted this kind of special attention. After clearing the battlefield, the two turned back and shot Yunmu's group a condescending look. Oh, you know your place better than I thought, and thanks for the free points. Zhang Daxiang was silent for a moment, then abruptly turned to leave. Let's go. Lulu Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. We're just going to let them walk away with it. Daxiang didn't even look back. All their points had been stolen. What was he supposed to do? Stick around for a little chat? Zhuo Luqiang's face was flushed with anger. What do you mean? We have to teach them a proper lesson. Daxiang kept his voice calm. Just drop it. Please, what do we gain from fighting them? On the other side, the man in white chuckled, clearly not finished taunting them. He glanced at Yunmu's group and scoffed. Look at them. They're just ignoring us. The other man sneered, getting their points stolen so brazenly, and all they can do is slink away in despair, just as expected from a bunch of cowards who only know how to hide and farm points. Then, they both shouted in unison, intentionally loud to provoke them. I know you're not happy about this. If you're really men, then come back here and teach us a lesson. Before he could even finish his sentence, someone flashed behind him. Dashang was making a sneak attack, but his target didn't even have time to react before taking a devastating kick to the neck. A sickeningly loud crack echoed from his poor throat. As for its owner, he literally coughed up a stream of blood, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed. The other man in white stood frozen like a statue. He screamed in a panic, "What the hell just happened?" Zhang Daxiang smirked, his voice as cold as ice as he issued a warning. You two got your points, now get the hell out of here. If you don't, you'll regret it. Just then, a piercing whistle tore through the air, followed by a bright flare exploding in the sky. Everyone flinched and looked up. What the heck is that? Sweat started to form on Zhang Daxiang's forehead. He swallowed hard and said gravely, "That's a signal flare. We're out of time. It's a total loss. Run now." Before they could even grasp what he meant by total loss, the ground rumbled. A colossal figure, as if risen from the dead, landed right behind Daxiang. It was a creature with the body of a man and the head of a wolf, its eyes glowing with predatory bloodlust. It immediately attacked the blonde guy, tearing his clothes and knocking him to his knees. Though he survived, he was little more than a coughing wreck, spitting up mouthfuls of blood with every hack. Yunmu trembled slightly and turned to whisper to Ling Xue, "What kind of monster is that?" On the other side, the monster growled and casually clawed the man's other half to pieces. The remaining man in white couldn't stand seeing his brother torn to shreds. He charged forward like a human bullet, screaming, "You son of a bitch! Get away from him!" Seeing him rush past to throw his life away, Zhang Daxiang yelled, "You idiot! Get back here! Don't go over there!" But it was too late. A hand, larger than the man himself, swiped across and slammed him into the ground like a postage stamp. His survival armor was more for show than for actual defense. The result was predictable. He went to join his friend. The demonic hound slowly turned its head to look at Da Xiang, as if sizing up its next meal. He froze, sweat pouring down his face. Even with his high-end armor, he wasn't sure he could survive a second hit. Ling An looked around, still uneasy, and asked quietly, "Shouldn't we save those two?" Seeing Ling and hesitate, Yunmu snapped decisively, "Forget about them and run. They're not going to make it." Meanwhile, Zhang Daxiang had already drawn his gun, his sharp eyes anticipating the imminent danger. He grumbled to himself, My silver throne armament is already broken. If I take another hit from those claws, I'm toast." There was no more time for calculations. While retreating with the team, Da Xiong sprayed a continuous stream of bullets at the demonic hound in front of them, but a new threat suddenly appeared from another direction. Another demonic hound leaped out of nowhere, blocking their path. On its shoulders sat a dwarf shaman, its eyes filled with contempt and its laugh as sharp as a razor. "Heh, where do you little things think you're going?" The situation grew more critical. Yumu reacted instantly, ducking a swipe and shouting, "This is bad. There's another one up ahead." Daxiong immediately spun around to warn them. "That one is the tribe's elder. Don't stop. We have to break through and get back to the battle vehicle." Without another word, the whole team changed direction, immediately veering onto another path to circle back to the vehicle on the run. Yunmu couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "Why are there suddenly so many demonic hounds? They never gather like this." Zhang Daxiong concluded through gritted teeth, "We must have fallen into that dwarf shaman elder's trap." Yunmu couldn't help but ask again, "What trap?" Zhang Daxiong answered, his eyes still fixed on the battle ahead. That signal flare just now was their way of communicating. "We walked right into their ambush." Ling Xue quickly added to the analysis, her voice ice cold, "This dwarf shaman elder is very cunning. It seems he received news that the other tribes were being slaughtered by us these past few days, so he came up with this plan." Before they could even collect their thoughts, another demonic hound suddenly appeared. Cutting off their escape, Yunmu glanced back and asked urgently, "What do we do now?" Before they had time to think, the team was completely surrounded by the dwarf shaman's leaders and a pack of low-level monsters. Trapped in the circle, Ling An panicked and was on the verge of tears. "Oh no, what do we do, guys?" "Sister Xue, I don't want to die yet." As the tension reached a breaking point, the dwarf shaman elder's voice rang out. "You've harmed quite a few of our kind these past few days, haven't you? Today, right here, You will pay that blood debt with your own blood. Yunmu smirked and let out a sharp, sarcastic remark. Oh, look, this ugly thing knows how to talk like a grown-up. It's the first time I've ever met a freak like you. The dwarf shaman flinched. Ugly? You fool. I am the elder who commands an entire tribe of dwarf shamans. I am an intelligent spatial monster. Do you hear me? Lu Qiang stepped forward without hesitation, his voice cold. Humph. More like a bastard elder. Before the exchange could continue, the elder roared in fury. Don't push your luck. You brats. You've fallen into my hands, and you still dare to look down on me? Are you looking for death? Is that it? It cracked its whip and commanded, tear them to shreds. The tame demonic hounds immediately obeyed, growling as they charged forward. The stench of rotting corpses filled the air as their sharp, plaque-covered teeth glinted through their drool. They were completely surrounded. The team now had no way out. Rip them to pieces for me. Two demonic hounds lunged forward, opening their sharp-toothed maws as if to devour them, whole. At that moment, Yunmu summoned his system and said, Sister Xue, you're the only one here who can break through. In a moment, charge toward the vehicle, then drive it back to pick us up. We'll hold them off until you return. Hearing this, Ling Xue asked worriedly, Wait until I get back, are you sure? Yumu smiled slightly and replied, To be honest, no. After a short pause, he reached into his system to find something. A moment later, Yunmu pulled out a long, glowing sword. He leaped into battle, shouting over his shoulder, You better get back here fast. Seeing him charge, Ling Xue leaped after him. Ling Xue agilely pushed off a dwarf mage's head, using the momentum to speed herself up. Back here, Yumu was left alone to break through the encirclement. The sword in his hand moved nimbly, slashing through the opponents. They suffered continuous losses. One dwarf mage targeted Yunmu and charged, but his blade quickly slashed it deep across the chest. Meanwhile, Ling Xue was on her way out to find help. A dwarf mage immediately spotted her and blocked her path, but Ling Xue quickly left it behind. She broke into a sweat, thinking to herself, Please, you have to hold on until I get back. At the same time, a demonic mastiff appeared out of nowhere. It growled and then lunged toward her. Ling Xue was caught off guard, and by the time she turned around, the demonic mastiff was already dangerously close. At that same moment, a loud crash echoed as screws and other tools flew into the air. Luckily for her, her younger brother, Ling An, quickly jumped in front of his sister, successfully blocking the blow for Ling Xue. Seeing her brother's blood spill, Ling Xue grew worried. Checking on Ling and An, Ling An gritted his teeth and said firmly, Don't look back, keep running. If you can't bring back the tank, none of us will survive. Immediately after, he channeled his inner energy and roared, Come on, you mutt, your opponent is me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling An charged toward the demonic mastiff. Suddenly attacked, it momentarily retreated but quickly recovered. Its claws lunged toward Ling An again. But of course, he wasn't just going to stand there and let the mastiff have its way. The two swords in Ling An's hands quickly blocked the attack in front of him. Then he crossed the two swords, skillfully spinning them in a circle. When he felt the time was right, Ling An thrust the swords straight forward. This technique was called the revolving cross slash. He finally managed to kill the ferocious demonic mastiff. Ling An's face was now pale from exhaustion and blood loss. On another front, two glaring dwarf mages brandished their weapons and charged forward again. Lu Qiang was already prepared, standing proudly as he watched the enemy's approach. Being prepared and quite capable, Lu Qiang easily cut down the two dwarf mages in an instant. He then let out a sigh of relief, completely unaware that another one was sneaking up from behind. But just as it leaped to attack, a loud bang rang out, and the dwarf mage's body exploded. The loud noise startled Lu Qiang, who turned around and stared blankly at the scene before him. Luckily for him, Da Xian had aimed and fired just in the nick of time. He raised an eyebrow and warned, Watch your back. Elsewhere, the dwarf mages were being relentlessly attacked, their severed limbs flying everywhere. Yunmu's face was dark as he looked at them. He hadn't had a single moment to rest. Yunmu's hands were a blur. Any dwarf mage that tried to approach was cut down. Yunmu's attacks were getting faster and faster. The number of dwarf mages killed so far was not small, but Yunmu didn't let his guard down. Instead, he thought to himself, the dwarf mages' reinforcements just keep coming. At this rate, we can't hold out until Sister Xue gets back. Just then, a piercing scream rang out. It shattered his train of thought. Yunmu was startled. He turned to look and was horrified by the sight before him. Somehow, the demonic mastiff was holding Ling An upside down. On the side, Da Xiang was continuously firing at its other arm, being hung upside down like this. Ling An's head was spinning, and he was squealing like a pig being slaughtered. Immediately after, the demonic mastiff mercilessly threw Ling An into the distance. The force was so strong that his head throbbed with pain. Seeing this, Da Xiang and the others couldn't help but shout in shock. Ling An. Yunmu gritted his teeth, calculating, this is bad. They can't hold on much longer. I have to think of something. He then immediately moved behind a dwarf mage, his mind racing. The main threat right now are those demonic mastiffs, and the one controlling them is the dwarf mage elder. That guy is standing in the middle of a horde of minions. To get to him, I have to get through them. A moment later, Yunmu, still thinking, leaped towards them. Well then, to catch the bandits, you must first catch their king. His eyes gleamed. Yunmu gripped his sword with both hands and slashed ferociously. They never expected him to aim directly for the elder. He froze for a moment. As Yunmu's blade was about to connect, the elder was still stunned. What? Finally, he snapped out of it. He immediately turned to run. Fortunately for him, Yunmu's sword only managed to slash through his cloak, tearing it to shreds. Yunmu yelled in frustration. Damn it. The elder shouted angrily. Stupid demonic mastiffs. Startled by the scolding, the two creatures looked over. The dwarf mage elder glared at them and yelled, Aren't you going to save me? At the same time, Da Xiang started to taunt them. Why'd you stop? But the demonic mastiffs weren't easily fooled. They quickly raised their claws and shot a powerful blast of energy. Yunmu's eyes darted towards it. He instantly managed to dodge the attack. Luckily, his reflexes were fast. Yunmu leaped back, keeping his distance from them. As he dodged, he glared resentfully at the dwarf mage on the ground. He was so close. The demonic mastiffs didn't stop there. Now, in their eyes, he was the #1 target, so the entire pack charged at him. Yunmu calculated, it's 1 against 3. I'll have to risk it all and use all my mystic power. Immediately after, he let out a loud roar, channeling his inner energy. Yunmu's eyes turned red, and an immense power erupted from his body. A current of red energy shot out continuously. The technique he was using now was the chaotic dance of the severing blade. Yunmu was truly going all out against these 3 demonic mastiffs. Da Xiang watched him, breaking into a cold sweat. Is he really taking on 3 demonic mastiffs by himself? He also charged forward to help. As Da Xiang shot a nearby demonic mastiff, Lu Qiang suddenly asked in confusion, Hey, did you see that? Lu Qiang said, looking at Yunmu. His current state. Could it be what the old folks talk about? Entering a divine state. Both of Yunmu's eyes were now glowing completely red, and his smile had become colder. Da Xiang smiled slightly and asked back, You mean he's entered a divine state? A legendary war god? Looking at Yunmu right now, Da Xiang couldn't help but wonder just what kind of secret this kid was hiding. Meanwhile, the dwarf sorcerer elder, watching from the side, was completely stunned. What in the world was happening with this human? He took down 3 demonic hounds all by himself. In just a moment, Yunmu was standing right in front of him, a smile on his face that would send a chill down anyone's spine. Suddenly, the elder's subordinates were sent flying in all directions. The elder was now so scared he jumped out of his skin. The dwarf sorcerer elder whipped his head around and yelled in frustration. What now? Just then, a familiar voice rang out. You bastards. Have a taste of this. As soon as the voice finished, a large gun immediately opened fire, unleashing a torrent of bullets on the dwarf sorcerers. The weapon's rate of fire was so fast they couldn't even react. The whole group could only stand there and shriek. Ling An, being supported by Lu Qiang, couldn't help but cheer with joy. Da Xiang, look. It's Sister Sue. She's back. Ling Shui drove by with a bright smile, shouting, Everyone, the ride is here. Da Xiang roared with delight. Little Moo Moo, get in the car. But right then, Yunmu was still on a crazed killing spree. It was as if he couldn't hear a word they were saying. Da Xiang was startled by this and shouted, Hey, I'm telling you, something's not right with him. Scene change. At the Mystic Association, everyone was looking at something on the system's scanner when one of them, startled, reported to the association president. A newcomer has entered the realm of a war god. Another person chimed in, Is it him? Have you blocked the footage yet? The first person immediately replied, All image data messages have been blocked and locked. The president was pleased. Excellent. Report this to the saint immediately. Back with Yumu, he was letting out a long, refreshing yawn. He sighed, glad I snapped out of it. My body feels so tired after being put through that. Lu Qiang spoke up. Back to your senses now? You have no idea how ruthless you were just now. Yunmu looked bewildered. I don't know what happened, but suddenly, I felt this power surging through my body. He looked down at his own 2 hands, an uncontrollable urge to fight. Right after, Da Xiang gripped his shoulder firmly. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. He continued. Even though all of our lives were hanging by a thread this time, the haul was pretty good. Besides 10 regular crystal cores, there are also 2 black ones. He focused on scanning them as he spoke. You could say that little Mew Mew saved our lives this time. I think we should give everything we got this time to little Mew Mew. Hearing this, Yunmu was a bit taken aback. Looking at everyone in bewilderment, he asked again, all of it. For me? Ling and said cheerfully, just take it. If it weren't for you, we'd all be dead for sure. Lu Qiang added, that's right, you earned it. But Yunmu immediately stood up, his voice low and firm, I don't want it. What he said next moved everyone. On this mission, everyone worked hard. So let's split the loot according to the usual rules. I didn't really do more than anyone else. I did the same as all of you. At that moment, I was just trying my best to save my friends. Yumu said this while looking at everyone with an incredibly sincere gaze. Dejiang then replied, all right then, since you put it that way, we'll split it by the rules. After escaping death's door, everyone's exhausted, so let's find a place to set up camp and rest. Having friends like these is really nice sometimes. After splitting the loot, everyone found a place to rest, the soothing sound of a trickling stream filling the air. After taking a bath, Yunmu treated himself to a soft drink. He let out a refreshed sigh. Ah, I feel so much better after that bath. Just then, a sound from the system suddenly startled him. Ding! Congratulations, host. Yunmu listened quietly as the system continued. Due to the host's outstanding performance, the system will issue a reward. He was surprised. A reward? The system presented a box as it spoke. The host's reward, the dimensional box, has been distributed. Please check. Yunmu picked it up in a daze and examined it. A dimensional box? The system explained. The dimensional box is used like a lottery, with a chance to draw various types of equipment and combat skills. Yunmu put down his soda can and said, after all that talk, isn't it just a gacha box? He was pleased to try out the new item. Let's see if I have that European luck. We'll know just by looking at the prize. Right after, the knob on the dimensional box quickly turned on its own and opened. From inside, accessory parts were gradually revealed. But these items startled Yunmu. His eyes widened as he stared at them intently. At that moment, the system quickly vanished, leaving him standing there bewildered. Wait a minute. What is this? Looking at his empty hands, he yelled in frustration, damn it, are you messing with me? There's nothing here. Is drawing a blank even an option? The system reappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a grand prize. Yunmu couldn't help but feel annoyed. Grand prize my ass. There's nothing here. The system then announced, A-rank equipment part, air combat legs. This left him stunned. A-rank equipment. The system spoke again. Congratulations on obtaining an A-rank combat maneuvering technique. Would you like to consume internal energy points to learn it? Yunmu smiled, satisfied. Do you even have to ask? Of course, I'll learn it. Immediately, a stream of light enveloped him. The combat skill acquisition had begun. Yunmu was incredibly excited. The light seemed to be transporting him somewhere else. In just a moment, his body felt like it was bursting with power. The system reappeared. Air combat legs has been successfully learned. Yunmu was extremely pleased and gave a slight smile. I can't wait to test the power of this combat technique. Night fell quickly. The forest was deserted and quiet, and you could even hear the chirping of crickets. Down below, a dwarf sorcerer was patrolling with a torch, checking his surroundings. At the same time, Yunmu's first clone instantly appeared, launching a sneak attack from behind. Caught off guard, the dwarf sorcerer was sent flying with a single blow, only having time to let out a single scream. But it didn't end there. Number 1 continued its momentum, flying straight toward the fallen dwarf sorcerer, throwing a punch, then a kick, all in the blink of an eye, taking countless blows. Finally, Number 1 finished it with a deadly strike, sending the dwarf wizard's green blood splattering everywhere. The creature's mouth was smashed so badly it couldn't even close. Number 1 seemed very pleased with his attack. Excellent. This skill set is really fun, so satisfying. Meanwhile, at Yumu's tent, a dark figure quietly opened the flap and slipped inside. The intruder looked at the boy, then compared him to a photo in his hand. A perfect match. It's unclear who sent him. After confirming his target, the man whispered to Yunmu, sorry, little buddy. He tossed the photo aside with a sly grin and continued, you're too good. You'll get in other people's way. This intruder just kept rambling on. I hope you remember the saying about shooting the bird that leads the flock in your next life. Elsewhere, Number 1 looked at the dwarf wizard's corpse, feeling smug about his new combat skills. The enemy was powerless to resist. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Warning. Warning. Number 1's expression instantly changed. It was a notification that Yumu was in danger. The host is under threat. Please return to the host as soon as possible. Warning, warning, the host is under threat. Please return to the host as soon as possible. Overwhelmed with urgency, Number 1 yelled. System, return to my main body. Quick, return. Back with Yunmu, after his little speech, the intruder finally made his move, thinking the boy was fast asleep. But at that critical moment, Yunmu's eyes snapped open. Instantly, an explosion erupted from his bed. Kaboom! Yunmu quickly leaped away, flipping through the air several times like a professional gymnast. He then landed a safe distance away, maintaining a safe distance. It's not clear when Yunmu woke up, but he likely heard the intruder's monologue. Something fell from under Yunmu's feet. The man's voice rang out again. "You dodged my attack." His face slowly emerged from the cloud of smoke and dust. The intruder couldn't help but praise him. "This kid is very alert." Yunmu stared at him defensively and immediately asked, "Who are you?" Despite being discovered and having his face seen, the man remained incredibly calm. "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that tonight, you." He paused for a moment. Yunmu's expression was probing as he stared at his opponent. The man channeled his internal energy, his eyes glowing as he continued with a wicked smile. "Must die." He moved quite fast. Yunmu immediately reached into his system for a weapon, pulling out a familiar long sword. The sword was enveloped in lightning, but his opponent's attack moved swiftly towards his hand. Yunmu could only choose to let go of the weapon, to save his arm. It seemed there was a slight difference in their speeds. Yunmu then landed on the ground, sweat starting to bead on his forehead. Yunmu gritted his teeth, silently observing his opponent. "Damn it, he's too fast. I don't even have a chance to grab a weapon." He looked at the light radiating from the man, a golden aura. This person is already halfway to becoming a golden stone mystic. Why would such a high-level mystic be targeting me? The intruder spoke again. "Your reaction time is really fast. Let's see if you can escape this time." As soon as he finished speaking, he launched another attack, towards Yunmu. He had just attacked, yet he didn't even seem to give the boy a moment to breathe. Before Yunmu could even recover from dodging the last blow, the man had already closed in for hand-to-hand combat. A powerful kick landed squarely in his stomach, and Yunmu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing his opponent weakened, the man pressed his advantage. He launched another kick, sending Yunmu tumbling through the air. The force of the blow sent him flying right out of the tent, tearing a huge hole in the fabric. Yunmu's eyes stared up at the sky, blood streaming from his head. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it! Without a weapon, I'm no match for him at all." As he found himself in free fall against such a powerful opponent, he thought to himself, "I'm dead for sure." The man looked up at Yunmu. "Still hanging on, are you? Well, this should put you out of your misery." The moment he finished speaking, he shot up into the air, so fast that his shadow on the ground vanished. The intruder channeled his powerful internal energy. He smugly prepared to deliver a decisive stomp on Yunmu. Goodbye. At that very moment, a pair of legs was frantically running towards him. It was Ling Xue. She ran, shouting anxiously, "Yunmu." Hearing the familiar voice, Yunmu felt like he'd just grasped a lifeline. He immediately glanced over. The sword in Ling Xue's hand was quickly unsheathed and thrown with great force in his direction. Ling Xue then yelled, "Catch!" Yunmu was facing a life-or-death situation. It seemed Ling Xue's throw was perfectly accurate, and he managed to catch it just in time. With a weapon in hand, he finally had a chance to fight back. Yunmu immediately shouted, "Thanks." The intruder was surprised by Ling Xue's sudden appearance, but before he could even react, Yunmu quickly used Frenzied Blade, slashing relentlessly at him. The two figures clashed. Ling Xue stood below, watching silently and nervously. Yunmu had turned the tables. The man couldn't help but sneer. Well, with a weapon in your hand, you're like a completely different person." Yunmu exhaled, then channeled his internal energy. "You've had your turn. Now it's my time to counterattack." The man formed his hands into fists and began to perform some sort of flourish in the air in front of Yunmu. It seemed this guy was extremely confident. He fought while laughing, as if toying with his small prey, while Yunmu was struggling immensely. He held the sword in front of him to block the blows. Immediately after, he decided to use continuous slash, striking repeatedly at the man. This guy was truly formidable. His eyes followed the blade as if he had a 180-degree camera attached. He gracefully dodged every single slash and didn't forget to offer praise. "Your blade work is truly exquisite, so multi-layered." Yumu remained completely focused, refusing to be distracted by his opponent. Finally, the intruder caught Yumu's blade with his bare hand. He put one hand in his pocket and commented disdainfully, "But your explosive power is lacking." Therefore, he paused, then flung Yumu far away. He continued contemptuously, "It's useless against me." The force was so great that Yunmu was sent flying like a ball again, tumbling through the air. The intruder landed just as Yunmu fell. He glanced at Yunmu. "All right, the game ends here." Before striking, he couldn't help but comment, "I have to say, you're a promising one. It'd be a real shame to kill you." But business is business, you can't bring personal feelings into it. So Yumu listened in silence, forcing himself to stand steady. At the same time, the intruder channeled his power again, and a dense flame enveloped him. This was the 8 Extremes Flame Dragon Claw technique. His gaze towards Yunmu remained as contemptuous as ever. Die. As soon as he spoke, a terrifying demonic face emerged from the flames and lunged at Yumu. The impact of this attack stirred up a great wind around him. Suddenly, a mysterious smile appeared on Yunmu's lips. This small change quickly caught the other man's eye, and he stared at him, bewildered. The flames were closing in, about to swallow Yumu whole, but the man was still wondering to himself, what is this kid smiling about? Just then, a soothing blue light radiated from Yunmu's entire body. At that moment, the system's notification suddenly rang out, ding. The frenzied blade has reached the 4th level, and the technique has been upgraded. Yunmu's attitude was now more confident. He slung the sword over his shoulder and looked at the man with a faint smile. He smugly said to himself, "Looks like I made it in time." It seemed Yunmu had been waiting for something. He gripped the storm blade tightly. Power began to rise from it. The technique he was using this time was the Absolute Despair Origin Slash. The other man took one look and immediately guessed. Does this kid really intend to take on my 8 Extremes Flame Dragon Claw? On his side, Yumu shot forward, charging straight into the mouth of the raging fire. In an instant, he switched from defense to offense, unleashing a powerful sword strike that carried an ice-cold light, suppressing the flames. The 2 extremes immediately clashed. The battle was incredibly fierce. It was impossible to tell who would win. All around them, the massive flame blazed, turning the entire space crimson. It was at its peak, and victory seemed to be leaning toward the intruder. Then, suddenly, his flame flickered out without a trace. The intruder still hadn't realized what was happening. He just stood there stunned for a long moment. Suddenly, the look in the intruder's eyes changed. He seemed extremely alarmed. In the blink of an eye, an arm had been severed, and blood splattered across the ground. No wonder he didn't have a strange reaction. He was too shocked to even scream. Yumu pointed his sword directly at his attacker. This time, it's just an arm. The next move will kill you. After a moment, the pain finally hit, and the man clutched his gushing wound, screaming relentlessly. My arm. Ah, it hurts so much. Yunmu remained expressionless, standing still and watching the man writhe in front of him. The severe wound made the intruder's face turn pale. He glared at him, full of hatred. You unforgivable bastard. Yunmu nonchalantly raised his sword in challenge. What? Still want to continue? He then offered him a piece of advice. If you don't treat that quickly, you'll bleed to death. What he said was indeed very reasonable, and the intruder immediately panicked and leaped into the air. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a parting shot. Just you wait, kid. And just like that, the long night passed. The intruder was gone, and the area returned to its usual quiet. Ling Xue finally stepped forward, looked at him, and called out, Li Yumu. His breathing was a bit ragged. After Ling Xue's call, Yumu suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed. Her reaction to this scared Ling Xue half to death. She gasped and shouted, Li Yumu. Ling Xue rushed to support him, anxiously and urgently yelling, Hey, are you okay? Although Yumu wasn't fine, he still tried to reassure her. Don't worry, I'm okay. He said that, but the exhaustion on his face couldn't be hidden. He was silent for a moment, regulating his breathing, then he said to her, Thanks. I owe you my life. Luckily, he didn't see that I was just bluffing. I would have died if I had continued. Ling Xue didn't reply, she just handed him a cloth. Yunmu quickly said thanks. Soon after, everyone gathered. Da Shang looked puzzled. Ling An and Ling An Qiang were on patrol tonight when the mysterious man appeared. He only stunned them without killing them. He looked at Yunmu and then surmised, It seems the opponent's target wasn't our entire team, but only little Miu Miu. Hearing this, Yunmu's face darkened. What Da Xiang said was plausible, and Ling Xue continued. It seems we've gotten in the way of some high-level interests, so they sent an assassin to eliminate our main force. Ling An then said, But if that's the case, why only go after Li Yumu? Your strength is also formidable. She analyzed. In any case, our family is considered well-known. Even the higher-ups wouldn't dare to attack me so easily. Ling Shu recounted, My master is a saint. No matter who it is, they have to give the old man some face. Yumu scoffed inwardly, so they're picking on me because I have no background and I'm an easy target. Thinking of this, the fire of hatred flared up again, and he silently vowed to repay this debt. Da Xiong was very worried about him. Let's not make any moves for the next few days. And let's rest here. We'll talk about it after little Miu Miu's injuries have healed. Yumu spoke up, I'm fine. We're already ranked high. If we rest now, we will. Ling Xue immediately clapped him hard on the shoulder, cutting him off. What is this idiot talking about? She turned away and tossed back a sentence. Your life is more important than the results of the competition. Hearing this, Yumu's heart suddenly felt a surge of warmth. Soon after, Ling Shui reminded them, "All right, everyone go get some rest. I'll keep watch tonight." Yunmu swiped his finger through the intruder's blood on the ground, thinking, "This isn't over. Don't think you can just leave and be done with it." Then he coldly ordered the system to scan the blood's information. At Yunmu's command, the blood's code appeared on his hand and the system began to analyze it. In just a moment, the system had identified the man's information, which was quickly saved to the database. At the same time, Da Xiang's voice rang out, making Yunmu jump. "Did I just say something about a system?" Yunmu screamed internally. "I've been discovered." In a flash, morning arrived, and the daytime air in the forest was much more pleasant. It seemed Yunmu had woken up even before the sun, or perhaps he hadn't slept at all last night. A stream of blue energy was currently swirling in his hand. It was unclear what Yunmu planned to do with it, but then he seemed to crush it in his palm. Yunmu appeared very pleased with this. "Now, it will penetrate all my energy points." Yunmu smiled happily. "These past 2 days, it's really all thanks to the shadow continuously fighting monsters and bringing me the spoils." He reminded himself that if he wanted to advance further, he needed to condense the Mystic Rock Key armor. However, from now on, he really had to be more careful when using the shadow system. "I was almost discovered last time." That time, Yunmu had to lie, saying, "It's time to update the system on my computer." Da Xiang wasn't suspicious at all. He just said, "I think mine needs an update too." As he was lounging on the sofa, the system chimed in with a notification that he had accumulated 10,000 points and wanted to ask if the host wished to spend them. And this time, the point expenditure was for condensing a second shadow. Upon hearing this, Yunmu immediately sat up and looked over. A second shadow? He pondered deeply. If I have a second shadow, wouldn't my monster-killing experience be doubled? With that thought, Yunmu excitedly shouted, "That's great, condense it." And he spent all 10,000 points. As soon as he finished speaking, streams of black light appeared from Yunmu's hand. Yunmu watched his own body with interest. Another shadow was now splitting off from him. This process would probably take quite some time. A large, circular hole had now appeared in front of him, and Yunmu couldn't help but look at it with fascination. He chuckled to himself. "Is this my new shadow?" Unlike the first one, its shape was a bit like a robot. The condensation process was a success. Yunmu looked at them and said to himself, "But since there are 2 shadows, we still need to name them to tell them apart. Otherwise, they won't know who's being called." Thinking this, he laughed excitedly. This can be solved, and his solution was to number them. Yunmu was extremely satisfied with this method. From now on, you two will be called number 1 and number 2. It felt more like he was just terrible at naming things. Just as he was feeling happy, there was a noise outside. Yunmu quickly composed himself. "Shit, number 1, number 2, return quickly." The frantic knocking on the door annoyed him. Yunmu opened the door and said loudly, "Coming, what's the rush?" But as soon as he saw who it was, Yunmu's attitude changed instantly. "Oh, Sister Shua." The moment Ling Sui saw him, she got straight to the point. "We just received news that many seated contestants have been attacked by assassins, including Luo Pu's team." Hearing this, Yunmu couldn't help but worry. "Lu Naiji, is she all right?" Ling Shui reassured him. "Don't worry. Luo Pu's injuries are the most serious. The others were only lightly wounded." She continued, "The Mystic Guild has also launched a full-scale investigation into this incident. According to the sources Ling Sui knew of, the Mystic Guild is taking this matter very seriously. The mastermind behind the scenes and the city they belong to will be severely punished." Suddenly, Yunmu stammered. About that, Sister Shui." He pointed at her. "Why are you here in the camp today, and not training with Da Xiang and the others?" This sudden question startled Ling Shui. "Huh. Oh, that?" Her face turned beet red, and her voice became flustered. "Well, actually, it's because..." Finally, Ling Sui spoke up. "From watching you these past few days, I think you're a really good man." Her face burned. "So, I stayed here today because there's something I wanted to talk to you about in private." Yunmu's face flushed hot as well. He thought to himself, could it be Sister Shui? Ling Shui lowered her head and spoke loudly. "I've been thinking about these words for a long time and finally gathered the courage to say them." Then she mustered all her courage, stepped forward, and grabbed Yunmu's hand tightly. "So you have to agree to my request." His cheeks burned crimson, and his whole body suddenly felt hot. Yunmu screamed internally, "It's happening, it's happening." Ling Shu looked at him happily and continued, "I want to experience your swordsmanship firsthand. Spar with me." After hearing those words, Yunmu's heart felt like it skipped a beat. He was stunned, and before he could even collect himself, Ling Shui had already drawn her sword. "Are you ready?" "I'm attacking." Yumu scratched his head and mechanically drew his own sword. All right, I'm ready. The awkwardness still lingered in his mind, and Yumu felt secretly ashamed. This woman is a martial arts fanatic. What was I even expecting? I look like an idiot. Right after that, Ling Xue sent a powerful slash toward him. She exclaimed excitedly, "Here I come!" But Yumu didn't attack yet. He just gracefully dodged her frenzied slashes. But there was no denying she was worthy of being called Sister Xue. Every cut was fast and precise, with almost no flaws to be found. But of course, Yunmu wasn't about to be outdone. He silently made up his mind. Even so, I won't admit defeat. His sword finally attacked. Although Ling Xue managed to dodge in time, she couldn't help but be startled. So fast, his hand immediately twisted, and the sword in his hand glided smoothly. Yunmu smirked at Ling Xue. Next up is a frenzied blade strike. Ling Xue immediately leaped back to dodge. The distance was now safe. She scowled at him, but couldn't help but praise him internally. The force is immense. Ling Xue looked at the gusts of wind swirling around.
Yunmu, the absolute ground primordial slash. Are you planning to use your ultimate move this early?
Yunmu didn't answer her question. He remained silent for a moment, then shouted, "Taste this move of mine." His words startled her. The first slash was only at the first level, yet as he used it, a gale erupted. Overwhelmed, Ling Xue had to quickly leap back to dodge. Just like that, Ling Xue was knocked flat on the ground. She frowned. "I really can't let my guard down." As soon as she finished speaking, Yumu instantly appeared near her. The two were now in close combat. Ling Xue gritted her teeth, struggling to defend, while Yumu remained calm. That's the second level. Ling Xue was inwardly shocked. 2 levels? The skills of this martial art can be stacked. I don't have much time left. For some reason, she turned and fled, and Yunmu didn't pursue her. Ling Xue gritted her teeth. Seeing that things weren't looking good, she began to strategize. I have to escape first. Facing him head-on just means falling for his tricks. I have to find a way to break through his swordsmanship. The thought had barely crossed his mind when Yunmu lunged again. The sword in his hand slashed fiercely. If she had been a moment slower, she would have taken the full force of that blow. This was his third form sword style. Though she struggled, Ling Xue managed to parry it. After a moment, Yumu stopped fighting from a distance, grabbing her shoulder to prepare for a downward thrust. A murderous glint appeared in Yunmu's eyes. He focused and said in a cold voice, "Fourth form." Suddenly, Ling Xue's hand shot out and gripped his blade tightly, a reckless, unexpected move. Yunmu was startled, thinking to himself, "What?" Ling Xue was panting heavily. "Your sword techniques. Every move is getting stronger." She paused, glaring at the murderous Yunmu. "In that case, I'll finish you in one move." Immediately, her other hand tightened its grip on her own longsword. She seized the opportunity, thrusting her blade past the one slashing at her neck. Caught off guard by this, Yunmu was utterly stunned. Ling Xue couldn't help but declare smugly, "This match is decided." Yunmu, however, didn't seem to have processed what just happened. Even though facing someone as strong as Yunmu left her breathless, Ling Xue was still thrilled. On the other side, Yunmu couldn't help but sigh. Ling Xue was truly a formidable opponent. The two of them stood silently for a while, their sword stances unchanged. After that fight, they were both exhausted. Sweat had been trickling down Ling Xue's forehead for some time now, but she was still very satisfied as she looked him straight in the eye and said, "I won." Then, Ling Xue sheathed her sword. Yunmu couldn't help but let out a compliment. What a crazy woman. Ling Xue's hand, which had blocked his blade, was still bleeding profusely. Just like that, the day was turning to evening. As the sun began to set, Ling Xue returned in high spirits. "We're back." Da Xiang was always the one who paid close attention to his teammates. He took one look at her and asked, "Hey Ling Xue, what happened to your hand, Sister Xue?" She glanced at her bandaged hand and feigned, "It's nothing, I just scraped it by accident." Everyone gathered around as Da Xiang began to recap the day's situation. "The 3 of us went to scout the dwarf shaman tribe's territory. From what I could see, the tribe has been on high alert since our last encounter. So, even with Ling and Yumu's injuries healed, it'll be difficult to launch an attack using the same method as before." Yumu sat and listened in silence. After a short pause, Da Xiang continued cheerfully. "However, I just came across some great information that gave me an idea for a new strategy." He glanced at Ling Xue with a broad smile. "But it's going to be tough on you, Sister Xue." Startled by the sudden mention of her name, she shot him a look, wondering what kind of scheme the kid was cooking up now. After they finished their discussion, everyone went back to their tents to rest and recover their spirits. The next morning, Ling'an seemed to be in high spirits, smiling brightly at Da Xiang. "Everything you need has been loaded onto the cart." Da Xiang replied with satisfaction. "All right, we can set off as soon as Sister Xue is ready." At that moment, a timid voice spoke up. Ling Xue stood awkwardly in a dress that showed a bit of skin. Her face was flushed red. Do I really have to wear this? Xiong grinned. Of course. You have to be dressed like this for it to work. This is the strategy, after all. Yunmu was also blushing secretly. Hearing Xiong say that, she had no choice but to go along with it, even though she didn't want to. Remembering last night, she had protested vehemently. Stop joking around. I don't want to seduce the dwarf chieftain. Xiong gave a strained smile. All right. I know this makes you uncomfortable, but it's for the team. Yunmu also spoke up. What kind of crazy strategy is this? Sister Xue has to sacrifice her. Beauty. Lu Qiang explained. When we were investigating this morning, we happened to run into a high-ranking sorcerer who was killing some dwarf shamans. We overheard him ordering them to capture a beautiful woman to offer to their elder. Xiong spoke up again. Hearing this, I immediately got an idea. This time, we're going to play a big game. Since the dwarf chieftain is a pervert, we'll set a trap. He made a throat-slitting gesture with a sly look on his face. To catch the thief, you must first capture the king and kill the dwarf chieftain directly. Let's do it. Back in the present, they quickly arrived at a spot guarded by two dwarf shamans. Xiong whispered, Hey, you see them? It's those two. Ling Xue was a little anxious. Are you sure this is going to be okay? Xiong grinned. Don't worry, just stick to the plan. His eyes glinted with cunning. I'll pretend to chase you out so the dwarf shamans can see you. When they see a beautiful woman, they'll take you and offer you to their leader. We'll follow them and find the dwarf shaman's lair without any trouble. Yunmu was also hiding in a large nearby tree, listening to Xiong's arrangement. When the time is right, we'll kill the dwarf chieftain directly and wipe them all out in one go. Xiong called this method the honey trap. Ling Xue looked on, utterly exasperated, but in the end, she agreed. All right, get ready. Immediately, a loud shout echoed, shattering the quiet, young lady, stop right there. The loud commotion had indeed attracted the attention of the dwarf shamans. They immediately turned their heads toward the sound. Just as planned, Ling Xue quickly ran past them. She pretended to be panicked and yelled, Help me. The one chasing her was none other than Xiong. He put on a perverted expression with a sly grin. You could say it was a 10 out of 10 performance. Ling Xue forced herself to look scared and continued to scream, Somebody save me. Looking at Xiong's face, she groaned internally. I'm going to be sick. With these words, the two were performing their act perfectly. Suddenly, Xiong tripped on a small rock at his feet. Right in the middle of his great performance, he fell flat on his face. He yelped in surprise, Oof, ow. At the same time, the tie holding back Xiong's hair snapped and fell to the ground. Xiong's hair fell into disarray. He sat up, brushing his face. Damn it, to fall at a time like this. But because he had hit his face on the ground, he couldn't stop tears from welling up. He whimpered. It hurt so much. For some reason, this teary-eyed appearance looked incredibly alluring to the dwarf shamans. The two of them stared at each other, stunned. In the end, things took an unexpected turn. The one who was carried away was Xiong. He screamed in shock, Hey, put me down. Ling Xue was also dumbfounded. So has my charm lost to a man? Nearby, by a large tree, the three young men couldn't help but be horrified. What is all of this? Facing Ling Xue's expression, which looked like she'd just stepped in crap, Xiong was screaming, Hey, let me go. What the hell are you people doing? She stood motionless, muttering to herself that the way this story was unfolding felt like a dream. The three of them immediately stepped out from their hiding spot. A stressed-out Lu Qiang shouted, What do we do now? This is great. The plan failed, and Xiong got captured. Yunmu quickly reassured everyone, Don't panic. Things aren't as bad as you think. He started giving orders. Sister Xue accessed Xiong's network and track his location. Ling Xue immediately got to it. Very quickly, the tracker began to work, and his position was identified. Yunmu spoke again. Actually, the only change from the original plan is that the bait was swapped from Sister Xue to Xiong. We don't need to panic, he continued calmly. We'll proceed with the original plan and coordinate with Xiong from the inside and out to kill the dwarf witch king. Let's get moving. It looks like today is going to be a long day for our Xiong. Back in a dark cave, lit only by a small candle, a girl was tied up with dangling up high, dressed in an incredibly delicate outfit. And that girl was none other than Xiong. He was getting annoyed at being forced to wear this strange outfit. The ropes were incredibly tight. Just then, the dwarf wizard's voice rang out. The beauty you requested is inside, Your Majesty. The king stepped inside, pleased, not forgetting to give an order. Very good, you may leave now. In a little while, no matter what happens, do not disturb me, you hear. He was holding a fresh bouquet of flowers and a bottle of wine. The moment he saw Xiong, His eyes lit up. Well, my little beauty. Have you been waiting long? The desire in the Dwarf King's eyes was unmistakable as he stared at him. Meanwhile, outside, Yunmu was still relentlessly fighting, and many dwarf wizards had already fallen. Satisfied, he shouted, "The monster guarding the cave entrance has been dealt with. We can get out now. Ling Shui, report the coordinates. It shows that Da Xiang is in this cave. It looks like the dwarf wizard's nest, but we have to be quick. Da Xiang's coordinates haven't moved in a while. I think he must have been taken to the dwarf wizard king." Yunmu anxiously instructed Ling An and Ling and Qiang. "You two need to stick close. Getting left behind here is no joke." Lu Qiang immediately replied, "Got it." And right after that, everyone quickly advanced into the cave. Yunmu charged ahead. Back with Da Xiang, he disgustedly kicked the Dwarf King hard in the face, shouting, "Get away from me." He looked at him with contempt and blurted out a curse, "You disgusting creep." The Dwarf King staggered to his feet. The bouquet in his hand was quickly thrown to the ground. Then, unable to hold back, he lunged directly at Da Xiang. "My love, you're so feisty. Let this king love you." A cunning look appeared on his face. "That's right. Since you're so energetic, why don't we play a game?" His hand tightened its grip on Da Xiang's face. The Dwarf King asked again, "What do you say?" Meanwhile, Yunmu's group was still frantically following Da Xiang's trail. They had finally gotten very close to their target. Inside, the passages were a tangled maze. The moment Yumu peeked out, he immediately heard the quiet whispers of the dwarf wizards. Instantly, he stopped everyone. "Wait a minute," Ling Shu asked, puzzled. "What's wrong?" Yunmu pressed himself against the wall and whispered to her, "There are guards. We can't go this way." He was getting a bit nervous now. It wasn't a good idea to run into them in the dwarf wizard's own cave. "Sister Shui, we need to find a new path." Ling Shui was also getting anxious, but this is the last path to the Dwarf King's chamber. Lu Qiang chimed in, What do we do now? You don't really want to fight them here, do you?" At the same time, Yunmu spotted a small hole overhead. A daring idea suddenly came to him. Yunmu seemed very pleased with this thought. "Da Xiang, just wait, I'm coming." The chains holding Da Xiang's hands to the wall were unlocked, and he could finally relax a little. The Dwarf King spoke again. "Now, let's play a game, shall we?" He held up the key and cunningly explained the rules. "This game is called You Run, and I'll Chase. If I catch you, I'll be very happy, because your resistance will only make me more excited." Da Xiang looked at this long-nosed pervert, unable to hide his disgust. What a horrible game. Immediately after, the Dwarf King couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately pounced towards him. "Let the game begin." The Dwarf King's eyes glowed blood red as he opened his mouth in an excited grin. "Run, my little beauty." Da Xiang then immediately launched himself forward, retorting, "Who's going to run, you disgusting monster?" His hand quickly slammed down on the king's head. The Dwarf King was a bit startled. Of course, he didn't have time to react. Da Xiang pressed his advantage. He showed no mercy, immediately kicking the Dwarf King straight in the face, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that in the Dwarf King's eyes, Da Xiang was just a weak girl who couldn't fight back in this situation. He was a bit stunned. Da Xiang's hands quickly pushed off the ground. He used the momentum from below, then spun his body around fiercely and started kicking. The chain on his hands was cumbersome, but it didn't hinder Da Xiang. Instead, he used it to wrap around the Dwarf King. Just like that, his arm was tied up in an instant. Faced with his speed, the king could only stand still and let Da Xiang handle him. He cheerfully tightened his grip on the chain and exclaimed excitedly, "Game over." It seemed like the king was defeated, but suddenly the dwarf wizard's cunning voice rang out again. The cunning Dwarf King's voice rang out, "Over? Who said it was over?" Somehow, he quickly twisted his body, dodging Da Xiang's binding move. Of course, Da Xiang could still dodge, but the situation had changed. The Dwarf King quickly gained the upper hand. Not stopping there, he pulled a weapon from his sleeve and charged straight at Da Xiang, the Dwarf King's beauty. Pressing his hideous face close to Da Xiang, the Dwarf King disgustedly used a chain to restrain him as he struggled. On the contrary, he was greatly amused. "I've got you now." Da Xiang couldn't take it anymore and screamed, "Get away from me, you ugly freak." At that moment, the air vent above began to move slightly. Like a hero saving the day, Yumu flew down from above and landed a swift kick on him. "Get away from him." Da Xiang tumbled to the ground. While he was still stunned, Yunmu asked cheerfully, "Hey, I made it just in time, right?" Ling Shu asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Da Xiang grinned, "If you'd been a second later, I'm afraid I would have lost my purity." Hearing this, Yunmu's expression immediately changed. He looked grimly at the Dwarf King, ready for battle. The creature stood up and laughed loudly. "You damn human. Using such a beautiful woman to trick me. His eyes changed, becoming more ferocious. You people have truly angered me. Daxiang burst out laughing and lifted his shirt. Sorry, but I'm a man. So what if I lied to you? Huh, you gonna bite me? That's right, I was trying to trick you. Hearing this, the rage within him intensified. You'll only be laughing for a little while longer. The Dwarf King then began to channel his inner power. A fierce gale kicked up, and a powerful aura erupted from him, as if the Dwarf King was evolving. The ground shook, and rubble began to fly into the air. Yunmu gritted his teeth. What did this guy do? He looked at the Dwarf King, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. This pressure is incredible. The Dwarf King was still evolving. He clenched his teeth and let out a loud roar as a whirlwind formed, seemingly pulling in everything around it. Outside, massive boulders couldn't help but tremble. In a flash, Yumu found himself outside the cave entrance. He coughed violently from the dust. Standing up and looking over, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Such powerful arcane energy. The entire cave has collapsed." The Dwarf King stood on a high rock, looking down at him with contempt. "Hey, human." His body had completely transformed, and his once foolish appearance was gone. The Dwarf King asked coldly, "Are you ready to die?" Just then, a red notification immediately appeared on the system screen. Emergency alert! Emergency alert! Crimson energy detected. The supervisor was stunned. Crimson energy? He stared blankly at the data on the report, his eyes filled with urgency. What is this? After composing himself, he immediately stood up to report. Guildmaster, the Dwarf Witch King, has activated the Great Dimensional Curse, transforming into a king-level monster. The man on the other end was startled by the news. The Great Dimensional Curse has been cast. This is a huge problem. The 5-dimensional lifeform unleashed by this spell will kill all the testers. The control team flew into a panic, their hands flying across the keyboards. What a mess. Why did those little brats have to provoke him? Abort the trial and recall all test teams. At the same time, send the Golden Rock Mystic to help the teams evacuate. The others shouted in unison. Understood. Back on Yunmu's side, the Dwarf King was slowly approaching him. He held out a handful of sharp claws, then raised it towards Yunmu. Before he could even get up, a blast of fire eagerly shot past him. The Dwarf King stood there, sending another wave of power while whistling nonchalantly. It was clear that the Dwarf King was supremely confident he could take him down. Yunmu stared intently at him, inwardly astonished. He could feel that his opponent's aura had changed. Looking at the sword in his hand, Yunmu confirmed to himself, "Right now, there's absolutely no way we can deal with him." He broke out in a cold sweat as he stared at the Dwarf King. The sheer pressure he was releasing made him feel a fear he had never known before. The creature swung his sword in a circle, then raised it straight up. As soon as the motion was complete, the Dwarf King aimed at him and slashed down hard at the ground. Yunmu followed the Dwarf King's attack with his eyes, his body trembling involuntarily. He didn't dodge. His eyes just stared blankly at him. His body was too scared to move. At that very moment, Ling Sui rushed towards him, shouting, "You idiot, what are you spacing out for?" She shoved Yunmu hard to the ground, continuing, "Snap out of it. There's no time for you to be in a daze." Ling Shui quickly summoned her sword. "Hey, ugly, look over here." As she spoke, she slashed fiercely towards the Dwarf King. In stark contrast to Yunmu's fear, Ling Shui was filled with fighting spirit. Yunmu's breathing became ragged as he tried to calm himself. "Damn it, move." He then looked worriedly at his two friends. Ling An, Qiang, "Are you guys okay?" But the two of them had already passed out at some point. It seemed they couldn't withstand the Dwarf King's oppressive aura. Just then, Ling Shu was also sent flying by his attack, her slender body slamming hard into a large rock behind her. Yunmu stared blankly at her, then cried out in despair, "Sister Shui." The Dwarf King looked over at her with a smirk. He praised her. "What a fine woman. It's a pity you're about to die here." His eyes were filled with killing intent. The blade in his hand began to stir. Only now did Yunmu become frantic. He slapped his numb legs hard. "Damn it, move." The sword in the Dwarf King's hand rose high once more. He said coldly, "Farewell, woman." On the side, Yunmu was in a state of utter panic. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Move." Over there, the Dwarf King's sword had already begun its descent toward Ling Sui, carrying with it a piercing shriek of wind. Yunmu watched, his heart pounding with dread. He kept screaming, hitting himself, "Move." Ling Sui's body. After that last impact, she couldn't lift herself up anymore. She could only watch helplessly as the blow came for her. But in the end, Yunmu didn't let her down. He had quickly broken free from his fear. He leaped into the air. The same legs that were frozen stiff just a second ago now viciously slammed into the Dwarf King's head. Caught off guard, he instantly lost his balance and was sent flying straight into a distant cliff wall. Yumu was filled with concern. He turned and asked Ling Xue, Sister Xue, can you get up? Even though she had just been hit so hard she was coughing up blood, she still smiled brightly. I should be asking you that question, kid. Are your legs shaking? Scared? Yunmu smiled confidently. There's no time to be scared. I'll be a goner if I wait any longer. I just needed to speed myself up this time. It turned out he had stabbed himself in the leg with a knife to get rid of the numbness. Ling Xue was at a loss for words. Hey, are you anemic or something? Yunmu said. All right, since it's no big deal, get ready to run. Just as he finished speaking, a vehicle quickly sped towards them, surprising them both. Ling Xue tried to stand up as the vehicle screeched to a halt in front of them. It was Da Xiong. He urgently shouted, Get in. We were careless this time. Let's retreat, quickly. Ling Xue immediately moved over. All right, let's find my brother and Ling Anqiang first. Where are they? Yunmu pointed. They're over here. The Dwarf King had quickly regained consciousness. He gripped a rock to pull himself up. The Dwarf King looked at him grimly. You again. His cold voice startled Yunmu. The Dwarf King rubbed his sore spot. His eyes glowed a demonic red. You little brat, I will definitely take your life this time. Yunmu just stared at him in a daze. The Dwarf King looked at him again, repeating his words, I will definitely take your life. His feet began to lift off the ground. He said smugly, still trying to make a hopeless escape. Yunmu stared at him silently, seemingly unable to come up with a plan for the moment as the Dwarf King soared high into the air. He raised his hand and looked down. I'm afraid you all underestimate me. A deafening thunderclap instantly echoed as streaks of lightning gathered in his hand. Yumu couldn't help but feel tense watching this, his mind screaming, What is this? He then immediately turned to Ling Xue and yelled, Get in the car. But she was still standing there, stunned. A moment later, a massive explosion erupted. Ling Xue was sent flying, but luckily, Da Xiong managed to catch her in time. He urged her, There's no time, we have to get in the car now. Ling Xue struggled and yelled, No. My brother, they're still in there. Just as she finished speaking, Ling An and Lu Chuang were suddenly thrown out. Yunmu shouted, Get them, and let's go. Seeing the two lying motionless on the ground, Da Xiong was shocked. Ling An Qiang? How? But they didn't have time to stand around in a daze. Yunmu immediately rushed over, grabbed them by the collars, and lifted them up. Sister Xue, let's go. Once the four were settled in the car, Da Xiong said with satisfaction, Okay, ready to roll. But Ling Xue couldn't help but worry. Wait, you're really not taking Li Yunmu? Da Xiong, starting the engine, replied, If we don't run right now, we won't get another chance. To beat a king-level space monster now, we'd need a miracle. She still couldn't feel at ease, her heart pounding like 1,000 waves crashing. But Li Yunmu, Da Xiong reassured her, Don't worry. If there's a miracle in this world, Da Xiong paused for a moment before continuing, then that person can only be Li Yunmu. Ling Xue fell silent for a moment. Da Xiong's gaze was incredibly sharp. He had placed all his faith in Yunmu. Before they had gotten far, a loud shout suddenly pierced the air. Stop the car! It turned out the person running like crazy behind them was none other than Yunmu. He panted, trying to yell, Wait for me. Despite his strong faith in his friend, Da Xiong never expected him to deal with that guy so quickly. Ling Xue said urgently, It's Li Yunmu. Da Xiong, stop the car. Quick. Yunmu kept shouting as he ran, Slow down, I can't run anymore. Only then did Da Xiong realize he wasn't hearing things. He quickly slammed on the brakes. The moment Yunmu got in, Da Xiong couldn't resist teasing him. Escaped so soon? I was already getting ready to start commemorating the memories of our heroes. Yunmu looked baffled. Commemorating heroes? What's that? Ling Xue couldn't help but ask, How did you get away? Could it be that you killed the dwarf sorcerer king? Yunmu waved his hand. Of course not. How could I do that alone? I just noticed that he only gets stronger within a limited space, so I just tried to get out of that range. Da Xiong couldn't help but praise him. This kid is really smart. It's pretty lucky you were able to retreat safely. Yunmu didn't deny it, leaning his head tiredly against the car seat and replying, Yeah. Recalling the battle just now, Yunmu had truly been battered, constantly spitting up blood from his mouth. The dwarf sorcerer stood tall and proud. You're still alive after being hit by my lightning. He grabbed Yunmu by the hair and yanked his head up. Yunmu panted, cursing inwardly. Damn it. He pierced through my golden shield. The Dwarf King mused, To even stay behind for your friends, such a moving friendship. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately channeled his energy and threw Yunmu like a ball. Yumu was powerless, as his back slammed hard against a large boulder behind him. He couldn't help but spit out more fresh blood. The Dwarf King looked at him with contempt. You want to face me with just this little bit of strength? At that moment, Yumu suddenly flashed a cunning smile. They've been gone for a while now. They definitely can't know what's happening here. They probably won't be able to see this. Then, Yunmu pointed at the guy. Hey, Pinocchio. His expression was completely different from before. Now, Yunmu looked extremely interested. Today, I'll show you something good. His eyes began to glow as he looked at the Dwarf King. You should thank me. Activating the image system. Yunmu sat back relaxedly against the cliff wall. I'm going to show you something good. Then he called out loudly, Go. Number 1. Number 2. From within Yunmu's body, 2 blue-purple figures immediately shot out. The Dwarf King was momentarily stunned, standing frozen as he watched the 2 strange beams of light circle around him. What? Very quickly, without making him wait long, the 2 shadows revealed their true forms. The Dwarf King, of course, had never seen such a strange thing before and asked himself, What on earth is this? Yunmu wiped the blood from his mouth. Did you really think I let my companions run away and stay behind to sacrifice myself for them? I just didn't want them to see how I'm going to kill you. He watched the king's confusion with a smug look on his face. After all, not everything can be shared with others. Then Yunmu commanded loudly, All right, number 1, number 2, kill him. The moment he finished speaking, number 2 shot forward fiercely, throwing a powerful punch towards the Dwarf King. He couldn't figure out what he was fighting, but he still leaped up to run away first. From above, he got a clearer look at number 2, but he couldn't help but wonder, Damn it, what the hell is this? Is it a creature from another dimension? No way. Yunmu sat there nonchalantly, as if he were watching a good show. He shouted at him, Hey, I'm talking to you, ugly. He looked at him contemptuously, and with a smug smile, he asked, Have you forgotten? Just like the thing behind the Dwarf King, number 1 had, at some point, swiftly gotten behind him. Yunmu then finished his sentence, I still have one more. As soon as he finished speaking, number 1 quickly stabbed him from behind. Blood spewed from his back and mouth uncontrollably. A sharp pain shot through him, making him scream out. Yumu continued to relax and watch the fight unfold. He spoke with disdain. Look at that. At this moment, Yunmu finally stood up, brushing his hands off. All right, it's almost over. You can come back now. Seeing him like this, the Dwarf King couldn't help but wonder, where is this kid going? Yumu answered casually. Of course, I'm running away. The Dwarf King yelled angrily. You bastard. You're just going to leave like this? Don't you want to kill me anymore? Come here and fight me. On this side, the 2 shadows continued to strike relentlessly. The king had barely finished his words before he had to quickly block another blow. Yunmu smirked mockingly. Please, I can't beat you. So why should I stay and fight? I never said I wanted to challenge you. That was just your own wishful thinking. His words and attitude drove the king insane. The Dwarf King gritted his teeth in fury. As Yumu turned to leave, he didn't forget to toss back a final remark. Besides, this is a battlefield, and winning is the only thing that matters. People these days still say that all is fair in war. I'm afraid it's only fools who don't understand that. He turned his head back, sticking his tongue out to mock him. Then he laughed loudly and ran off leisurely. Well then, I'm out of here. I'll leave number 1 and number 2 to you. Back in the present, Ling Sui seemed to be seriously injured. She couldn't help but cover her mouth, coughing violently. Seeing her condition, Yunmu couldn't help but worry. Sister Sui, are you okay? Ling Sui lowered her head to reassure him. I'm fine, don't worry. He felt extremely guilty and couldn't stop himself from apologizing. It's all my fault you got hurt. Ling Sui smiled gently. You can't be blamed for this. It's the first time you've ever seen a king-level spatial monster. If it were a normal person, they probably wouldn't have been able to endure it for long. They would have simply given up resisting. Dashang added, That's right. Looking at the 2 people sleeping soundly in the back, he said, This is the normal reaction for a first-timer seeing a king-level monster. On the contrary, your willpower is just too strong, isn't it? Yunmu looked at the 2 unconscious people behind him and asked, Is that the normal reaction to seeing a king level? At the same time, the system's voice suddenly rang out. The system announced. Yunmu quietly guessed, It seems the dwarf wizard king has been killed. But contrary to his thoughts, the dwarf wizard was panting over on his side. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly as the system also announced, Combat has ended. Your shadows have all died. The dwarf wizard king still stood there, incredibly defiant. After Yunmu heard this news, his eyes immediately hardened. This was an unexpected turn of events that Yunmu hadn't considered, and his face tensed up. He thought to himself, Damn it, I can't believe the shadows were killed so quickly. At that moment, the system announced again. Because the host's shadows have died, do you want to revive them directly, or revive them with consciousness? Yunmu calculated in his head, revive with consciousness, the system explained. Reviving with consciousness can upgrade the shadow into a shadow soul, possessing simple emotions and intelligence while also mastering combat skills better. And of course, the upgrade requirement is 2,000 points. Yumu rubbed his forehead. All right, no need to say more. I choose revival with consciousness. From their direction, they could see the chaos outside. Yunmu couldn't help but wonder, why are the surrounding spatial beasts going crazy? At the same time, the system announced again, all right, you have successfully revived and upgraded the Shadow Souls. The radio in the car then began to crackle. An urgent voice came through. Attention all trial teams, a king-level monster has appeared in the trial grounds. The Mystic Association has decided to terminate the competition. All teams are to evacuate quickly. Dash Xiong was surprised to hear this. Terminate the competition? We have so many points. Won't they all go to waste? Forget it, our lives are more important. He then turned to Yumu and asked, Little Moo, do you think they? He stopped mid-sentence. He saw that Yumu was fast asleep, despite the car constantly bumping around. Da Xiong felt a little soft-hearted. He's asleep? It seems like he was really exhausted. Back with the Dwarf King, he was panting heavily after dealing with the two shadows. Sitting down to rest and looking at the two spoils of war before him, the Dwarf King made a resolution. Even though I killed these two things, I let that human escape. If I ever see him again, I will definitely. He hadn't even finished his sentence when a strange sound suddenly echoed nearby. The Dwarf King's eyes immediately lit up. He clenched his teeth and watched silently. Right after that, a powerful beam of light suddenly burst forth. It startled the Dwarf King, causing him to fall over. Number One's severed body was regenerating, as if everything was being recreated anew. In just a moment, Number One's eyes began to glow. He sat up, tilting his head and looking at the increasingly intense light in confusion. What's going on? The shadow. Number One could now speak. It suddenly spoke, its tone exactly like its master's. Hey, ugly. The Dwarf King gritted his teeth, silently observing what was happening. Number One continued cheerfully. Unexpected, right? It hasn't been long, and we meet again. The smile on Number One's lips was just like Yunmu's. It spoke loudly, mocking him. Did you miss me? The Dwarf King quickly stood up. It's you. You're inside that thing. Before the king could even collect himself, Number One glared and lunged forward. His gaze had a certain sharpness that wasn't there before. The Dwarf King watched and couldn't help but marvel internally. So fast. Number One immediately kicked out with his straight leg, sending the Dwarf King's entire body tumbling. He quickly sat up, not wanting to appear weak, but his mind was on high alert. Damn it, the power of the spatial curse is about to run out. I'm getting weaker, he calculated internally. It seems I'll have to borrow some kind of power, something like a curse's power. The Dwarf King couldn't help but roar. You brat, you actually dared to come back. Let's see how I kill you this time. Number One covered its field of vision with its hand, assessing the situation. Huh? You want to play with lightning again? Suddenly, it flinched, its eyes unable to hide its surprise. Wait, this is... Looking at the intricate circle on the ground, Number One immediately recognized it as a curse array. But Number One couldn't help but wonder, was it always there? Why didn't I notice it sooner? Could it be that a shadow's eyes can see energy clusters that human eyes cannot? At that moment, the Dwarf King immediately raised his hand. The curse array and the lightning were now gathering together around him. A giant beam of light was continuously swirling around. Number One thought to itself, has this guy's power been restored? And it seems this sealing circle. This curse is the source of his power. It immediately formulated a plan. I have to find a way to break the magic circle. The Dwarf King announced smugly, all right, it's almost ready. Then he charged forward with all his might. I can send you on your way now. The sword in his hand was swiftly summoned. The Dwarf King was getting serious now as he lunged forward, intending to land the final blow. The shadow of Number One just stood there calmly, and in the instant the Dwarf King attacked, a loud explosion erupted around him, kicking up a cloud of dust. The Dwarf King yelled, Damn kid, you're fast. Where'd you run off to? At that same moment, the tip of Number One's shoe was already near his head. Hey, over here. The Dwarf King quickly raised his hand to block the blow. His movements and dodges were incredibly skilled. Number One was knocked back and immediately used his hands to brace himself. He stopped himself from falling, his hands slammed into the ground, and the sheer force of the internal energy sent everything around them flying into the air. Refusing to give up, Number One launched himself up again, kicking hard at the Dwarf King's head, but of course, the king wasn't about to let Number One keep attacking. He quickly snatched Number One's leg, gripping it tightly. Number One was a bit startled. The Dwarf King's speed, when he was serious, was no joke. He gripped Number One's ankle and threw him, saying in annoyance, so irritating, jumping around like a flea. Number One's body was like a basketball. With one throw, he was sent flying far away. But for some unknown reason, Number One suddenly cracked a faint smile. The Dwarf King quickly caught sight of that smile. He couldn't help but be surprised. Suddenly, his expression changed, as if he'd realized something. He stood there dumbfounded, watching number one's trajectory, and wondered to himself, could it be? He wants to destroy the magic circle. At that moment, number one's hand reached the circle. Everything was going according to plan. Over here, the Dwarf King quickly realized what was happening and was inwardly shocked. How is this possible? This human. He paused, not believing his eyes. He can see my cursed ceiling circle. Up above, a thrilled number one laughed loudly. Found it. And with that, his hands quickly slipped into the cracks within it and pulled it apart. In a mere moment, the Dwarf King's cursed ceiling circle completely shattered. He couldn't help but roar in anger. You bastard. This kid actually did it. The Dwarf King's rage boiled over as he screamed furiously. Unforgivable. The moment he finished speaking, he shot into the air. The ground below shattered from the shockwave, and number one was caught in the blast. He sat up from the pile of rubble, coughing a few times. That hurts. The shadow. Number one calculated inwardly. Even though he can't absorb any more power, he's still much stronger than me. Number one immediately strategized. Don't give him a chance to attack. But as soon as he saw the king land, he was surprised. Huh? Recruit the enemy? As this thought crossed his mind, number one let out a cunning smile. This move is perfect for this situation. Right after that, he instantly shot towards the Dwarf King. The king was also a bit startled as an attack flew past, the rocks and debris moving as if they had engines. They rushed relentlessly towards the Dwarf King. But of course, he was still able to dodge, remaining completely unscathed. The Dwarf King looked at number one and taunted him casually. Hey kid, that was ruthless. Now, it's my turn. He gave an innocent smile and asked the king, did you forget that your opponent isn't just me? The moment he finished speaking, number two instantly appeared behind the Dwarf King, startling him. His eyes glowed, and he clenched his fangs together in frustration, looking absolutely horrifying. But before he could even react, number two managed to land a blow, knocking the Dwarf King down. On the other side, number one seized the opportunity, not letting his opponent rest for a second, and rushed in with a devastating kick. Number one and number two were having a great time. They treated the Dwarf King like a ball, passing him back and forth. Again, pass him over again. He was hit with a continuous barrage of attacks, able to do nothing but fume silently. Damn it, this guy's attacks are like a torrential downpour. I can't escape. He quickly realized. He knows that direct attacks can't beat me, so he wants to keep attacking like this, and wear me down to death. The Dwarf King cried out in his mind. It seems I'm really going to be killed by this despicable villain. I'm going to die such a shameful death. Then, with his last ounce of strength, he grabbed number one's leg. I won't accept this. He didn't think that. At this point, he could still fight back. Number one couldn't help but shout in surprise, What? The Dwarf King immediately scrambled onto his back. Number one was held tight. He yelled in annoyance, What the hell are you doing? The Dwarf King shouted back in fury, I'm going to die anyway. So you're going to die right here with me. Number one was completely shocked. What? He looked over his shoulder and saw the Dwarf King's body swelling up nonstop. Number one quickly realized that this guy was trying to self-destruct. Seeing him blow up like a balloon, number one cursed, this bastard wants to take me down with him. He was held so tightly that it was basically impossible to struggle free. Number one swore loudly, damn it. At the same time, he managed to free one arm and shouted. Immediately after equipping the warrior armor, his body tensing up, the Dwarf Great King let out a loud roar. A massive explosion then rang out, with smoke and fire billowing everywhere. This explosion was incredibly shocking, affecting the entire surrounding area, causing tremors like an earthquake. Passers-by couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? They were the elite squad from Skycloud Hall. The girl quickly deduced, did someone already take care of the Dwarf Sorcerer King? We're too late. They quickly ran toward the scene. They were both extremely surprised to see a blue figure shimmering in the distance. Look, there's someone in the thick smoke. The young man couldn't help but curiously observe the armor he was wearing. Looking closer, he immediately recognized what number one was wearing. It's someone from our War God Hall. Yunmu's face paled as he suddenly woke from his short nap, unable to stop himself from jolting. Daxiang asked worriedly, What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Yunmu was flustered. Oh, yeah. He leaned back in his seat, dazed. That was dangerous. Luckily, I disconnected from the dark soul in time, or I would have been a goner. At the same time, the system announced. Congratulations, you have killed the Dwarf Sorcerer King, the strongest space beast in the current area. Yunmu was secretly overjoyed. It seems number one hadn't died, thanks to the dual protection of the warrior armor and the golden heavy armor. Immediately after, a series of notifications appeared. After this trip, Yunmu looked to have received quite a bit of loot. He couldn't help but shout in excitement. Awesome. I'm rich. Da Xiang also yelled out. What the hell? You scared the crap out of me. Yunmu then looked out the car window and said excitedly to his friend, Hey Da Xiang, look. Yunmu immediately saw the problem. It looked like someone was surrounded by space beasts. Da Xiang looked as well. Isn't that Li Si from our academy? Why is she all alone? Did she get separated from her teammates? Suddenly, he had a bold idea. Hey, let's go save her. Da Xiang was surprised. What? Save her. Yunmu immediately popped open the vehicle's roof. We're all from the same academy, so it's good to help each other out. But Da Xiang panicked. Hey, that's dangerous. Use the door. Looking at his friend's expression, he couldn't help but wonder. Why is he so excited after waking up? Ling Shui answered cheerfully. Don't you think he's taken a liking to that girl? This question also flustered Da Xiang. Meanwhile, Li Si was struggling with those beasts. Get away, you monsters. Her face was covered in their blood. It disgusted Li Si. Damn it, the space beasts suddenly went crazy, and everyone got separated. As she spoke, Li Si fought frantically, slashing at them relentlessly. Absorbed in the fight, Li Si didn't realize she had stepped on one of their tails. Her footing became unsteady because of the tail, and the creatures swung it aggressively. Li Si was quickly knocked away by it. Her small body couldn't help but feel the pain. The moment she faltered, the space beast seized the opportunity, growling as it charged at her. Li Si could no longer fight back. She squeezed her eyes shut, screaming internally, I'm done for. At that exact moment, the space beast's neck was swiftly grabbed by a strong hand. Yunmu didn't look at her, but seeing Li Si's eyes still shut, he had to call out to her. Hey. Yunmu's hand easily lifted the beast, and he tilted his head slightly to call her name. Li Si. The backlighting from the sun made him look like a god. Yunmu asked with concern, Are you hurt? Li Si's world filled with a rosy hue. She felt her face flush as if touched by a spring breeze, blushing nonstop. Li Si replied subconsciously, I'm fine. As soon as he knew she was all right, Yunmu immediately focused on dealing with the monsters. He was covered in their blood. To Yunmu, Li Si just stood there, staring blankly at the young man before her, thinking to herself, I think that's Li Yunmu. He's so strong. At that moment, a loud voice pulled Li Si back to reality. Hey! As soon as she heard it, she immediately looked over. Da Xiang shot Yunmu a look. Are you done playing around? We need to get back quickly. Li Si looked at him, startled. The pervert who wears women's clothing. Da Xiang retorted angrily, I am not. Yunmu pointed towards Da Xiang. Do you want to ride back with us in our car? Li Si beamed with a radiant smile. Huh, is that okay? Thank you. The car quickly drove to the school. This was Gufeng Academy. Ling An and Lu Qiang still hadn't woken up. They were placed on stretchers and wheeled away. Seeing his friends being handled so roughly, Yumu got annoyed. Hey, you should be more gentle. He's wounded. Do you even know how to carry a stretcher? Two young men saw Yunmu from a distance and asked each other, Hey, isn't that him? The guy next to him was startled. Huh? What? The other guy recounted. Seriously, you don't know. Their group did an amazing job, directly raising Gufeng City's ranking by more than 30 places. In the future, the city's status and its allocated resources will be greatly improved. The people of Gufeng City have been at the bottom for 10,000 years, but now they can finally hold their heads up high. As Yunmu was pointing and directing things, Tang suddenly jumped on him from behind, slapping him hard. My beloved little brother. Yunmu angrily turned and shouted, Hey, what are you doing? You scared me. Tang grinned mischievously. Did I scare you? Come on, breathe. Don't be scared. Yunmu asked in a cold voice. Believe it or not, if you keep touching me like this, I'll beat you up. Tang shamelessly continued to joke. Look at yourself. You must be injured. Otherwise, why would your clothes be so dirty and torn? Yunmu showed his disgust. No need. I'm fine. Go away. Don't touch me. He then walked around him, finally shaking off the annoying guy. Damn it. What's wrong with this person? He's like a pervert. By the way, how come I don't see Liu Naiji back yet? As he was looking around, Li Si walked up and spoke loudly, making him turn his head in surprise. Hello, little Moo Moo. Yunmu looked over, surprised, and asked, Oh, it's you? Li Si frowned. What do you mean, oh, it's you? So cold. He asked curiously. Why are you calling me little Moo Moo? Li Si said, Isn't that what the pervert in women's clothing calls you? If he can call you that, why can't I? Yumu was speechless against this annoying girl. Forget it, do whatever you want. Li Si smiled happily. By the way, tonight He ignored Li Si and looked directly at the boy who was walking over. Classmate, have you seen Liu Lu Naijie? The other person replied cheerfully, she's probably back. I saw their chariot parked over there. Li Si was curious. You're very worried about Liu Lu Naijie. Are you two dating? Yumu's face darkened. Why should I tell you? Suddenly being treated so coldly by Yumu, Li Si couldn't help but feel hurt. She quickly changed her attitude. Forget it, let me tell you. She's not seriously hurt, just some minor injuries. She probably went back to recover. Yunmu asked happily, really? Then he walked on ahead. Li Si kept tagging along behind him, boldly speaking up. I'm telling you, let's have dinner together. Yunmu asked in surprise, dinner together? She replied nonchalantly, that's right, to repay you for saving my life, come to my dorm and try my cooking. But Yunmu immediately refused. Sorry, I have plans tonight, I really don't have the time. I'll treat you to a meal some other day. Li Si felt a pang of sadness. She silently used her hand to hide her expression, but Yunmu didn't even notice. He hurried away, saying, it's a deal then, bye. Li Si's feet yearned to chase after him, but she still had a shred of self-control. Before he got too far, Li Si couldn't help but shout, Little Moo Moo. Yunmu turned his head to look back. He asked Li Si from a distance, what is it? She was still smiling, determined to get a straight answer. When is some other day? Yunmu couldn't just reject her outright. He stammered, well, it means. Nearby, Da Xiang, who still hadn't changed out of that weird dress, was hiding around a corner, moved to tears. Our little Mumu has finally grown up. A passing classmate looked on with utter disgust at the pervert who was crying and peeping. Finally, he was able to return to his own room. Yunmu shouted, I can finally see the rewards from the Dwarf Witch King's self-destruction. I can't wait. He then picked up each item one by one to examine them. Opening the spatial box, he seemed to see something absolutely terrifying. Yunmu was startled. Wait a minute. He held the stone in his hand, his face darkening. Could this thing be? Yumu scrutinized the stone in his hand. Isn't this the legendary artifact, the Space Mother Stone? As he spoke, he held the small stone up to his eye to get a better look. He immediately rushed over to his books. That's right, I remember reading about it in a book. After rummaging around and turning his room into a mess, Yumu joyfully found it. There it is. He flipped back and forth through the pages, finally finding the information. Yumu placed the stone next to the illustration to compare. It's a perfect match. This is it. According to the records, the Space Mother Stone is a treasure-like object that can open up an independent spatial world after being refined. The owner of the Space Mother Stone becomes the master of this independent world. He was incredibly satisfied with this item. It seemed he had truly hit the jackpot this time. The Dwarf Witch King's self-destruction wasn't in vain after all. Immediately, Yunmu happily shouted, System, I want to refine the Mother Stone, but refining it required 30,000 points. Yunmu's jaw dropped in astonishment. Huh? That's so expensive. Are you trying to scam your own master? The Mother Stone is mine. How can the refining fee alone be so high? In the end, he had no choice but to compromise. Fine, 30,000 it is. There was no other way. Right after that, Yunmu closed his eyes to rest for a moment. He had barely closed his eyes when the system announced that the refinement was successful. Yunmu was stunned. He quickly opened his eyes and praised. That was fast. But when he opened his eyes, Yunmu was startled and looked around. The place he was standing in was not his bedroom. Is this the world created by the Mother Stone? He observed his surroundings with fascination. This vast starry sky was arguably the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Yunmu couldn't contain his excitement. He threw his arms up and shouted in exhilaration. Yunmu then sat down to assess the situation. Although the space here is quite large, the patch of land beneath my feet is ridiculously small, isn't it? He swung his arm and threw a crystal he was holding. Tossing anything into a place this small would fill it up instantly. After being thrown, the crystal immediately dissolved. It felt as if he were in an endless ocean. Watching it, Yunmu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Whoa, it got bigger. He looked around once more. It seems this land expands after absorbing space crystals. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, and he said excitedly to himself, Hey, if that's the case. Yunmu proceeded to throw countless crystals into the void. Bigger, bigger. Panting, he collapsed onto the ground, having thrown over 100 crystals in one go. That was exhausting, but it was definitely worth it. The ground where Yunmu now lay had become a much larger piece of land. He happily wondered to himself, now that this place is so big, I wonder what use it'll be to me. As he thought about this, reality suddenly set in, and his mood soured. Crap, I was so impulsive. I wasted so many crystals without even knowing what this place is for. Just then, the system immediately explained, This is the star realm within your world. Yunmu was confused. The star realm? The system continued. a force born within the host. Because the host's current level is too low, it can only absorb the damage from external attacks. Yumu's face darkened as he bit his hand. So it's used for defense? With my golden heavy armor and warrior's armament now supplemented by this world force, it's like I'm wearing a suit made of meat padding. The system spoke again. However, your star realm is currently too small, and the amount of damage it can absorb is almost negligible. Hearing this, Yunmu couldn't help but yell in disbelief. Huh. You call this small? Look at this. It's at least 70 or 80 square meters. You know, I'm starting to realize you've gotten really shady lately. After arguing for a bit, he grew tired and sat down, pouting. After all that, I spent 30,000 points and over 100 crystals, and what I got in the end was something useless. He lay down and stared at the system, but theoretically, as long as I have enough crystals, this star realm could become invincible. Maybe I should just throw in a few more crystals. As he said this, Yumu suddenly froze. As if he'd just awoken from a trance, he grabbed his head in a panic. That was close. Way too close. I almost fell for the system's trap. This is a bottomless pit. It just wants to make me go bankrupt. He screamed to himself. Even though it can absorb damage, it's so tempting. But as he said this, Yunmu fell silent. He glanced over at the system for a moment, then screamed internally, should I throw in one more? Just one. At this point, Yunmu was no different from an addict. Just then, his communicator rang. It was Dashong. As soon as he answered, the other man spoke urgently. Hey, little Moo, get changed and come to the square, quick. He was startled. Huh? What's going on? Why the rush? Explain what's happening. Right after that, Yunmu quickly changed and headed to the place Daxiang mentioned, the old-style Grand Plaza. He was panting as he ran. After all that, it turns out it was just a general assembly. And here I was thinking Dashong and the others had gotten into some kind of trouble. As soon as Li Si saw him, he waved happily. Little Moo, over here. Yunmu walked over and couldn't help but ask, why are you here? Li Si was taken aback. Huh? What do you mean? Yunmu said bluntly, go back to your own team. What are you always hanging around our squad for? Li Si's mood soured. Hey, do you have to be so cruel? Ling Sui couldn't help but smile. Ah, to be young. At that same moment, a cheerful voice suddenly rang out, catching Yumu off guard. He was suddenly pulled into an embrace. Li Yumu, it's so great that you're okay, Naji said with a happy smile. Jiang Daxiang, long time no see. Yunmu, trying to support her, said in annoyance. You damn girl, you scared me. Get down, you're heavy, Najie said cheerfully. I heard you were targeted for assassination just like Luo Pu. I was worried sick. I'm so relieved to see you're safe. Watching Najee cheerfully chatting and laughing with Yunmu, Li Si's face soured. At the same time, an arrogant voice rang out. Well, if it isn't Li Yunmu and his squad of rich kids, the voice belonged to none other than Ho Wu. He said contemptuously, what a surprise. I thought you would have been dead by now. He looked at Yunmu aggressively. So, how's it going? Is it comfortable being the lapdog for the rich? Yunmu thought in annoyance. Why is it this mad dog again? What a pain. When Yunmu didn't answer, Ho Wu shouted again, hey, I'm talking to you. Before he could even react, Jiang Daxiang stepped forward. He gave Ho Wu a sharp look. Long time no see. Your strength hasn't improved at all, but that stinky mouth of yours has gotten a lot worse. Embarrassed and enraged, Ho Wu rushed forward and grabbed Jiang Daxiang by the collar. Hey, you stinking rich kid, you looking for a fight? Say that again if you've got the guts. Jiang Daxiang's cold voice rang out, startling him. Of course, I don't want to fight, but if you're saying you want to fight, then let's go. His face looked demonic, his eyes as cold as an ice cellar. He stared at Ho Wu without blinking. Faced with Jiang Daxiang's intimidating presence, Ho Wu immediately let go, gave him a hard shove, and tried to walk away. Just as he turned, he came face to face with Bo Wen, who was standing behind Teacher Li. He looked at him sarcastically. Young people are so hot-headed these days. Bo Wen didn't even glance at Ho Wu. He turned to a girl sitting nearby, Ling Shui. Put your illusion gun away. Ling Shui laughed softly. Ah, how boring. The teacher already noticed. Right after, Ling Shui looked at Ho Wu. Kid, you should thank the teacher. Otherwise, if you had attacked just now, even a moment later. Her gaze was 10 times more terrifying than Jiang Daxiang's. Ling Shui threatened in a cold voice. You would have been dead. At the same time, Yunmu took off his jacket and stepped forward. Ho Wu yelled, huh? What, you want to fight? Jiang Daxiang stepped back with a sly grin. That kid Ho Wu is so unlucky. Ling Shui shot Ho Wu a look of pity. Of all the people to pick on, this Ho Wu kid just had to provoke Li Yunmu. Jiang Daxiang also gave a forced smile. That's right. Ling An shouted in support, "Go, Li Yunmu. He's always looked down on us." Lu Qiang was also excited. "Don't hold back." Hu Wu was incredibly impatient. He charged at Yumu, his inner energy filled with resentment. "I've been putting up with you for a long time. Kid, get ready for a lesson." But faced with his attack, Yunmu just dodged effortlessly. Hu Wu started to feel that something was wrong. But he didn't stop his movements. Left hooks, right punches. He threw more than 10 consecutive moves, but Yumu still casually dodged them all. It seemed Ho Wu was really no match for him. He threw a punch straight at his face, but Yumu quickly caught it. Ho Wu started to taunt him, just going to hide like a scared little bug. "Hey, hit me already." At that moment, Yumu ducked low, glancing over with an amused look. "Well, since you insist, I won't be polite anymore." Yunmu finally threw his punch. Ho Wu could only stand there stunned, unable to do anything. The moment the punch landed, Ho Wu was sent flying, letting out a loud scream. The people around them broke into an uproar. "Hey, did you see what just happened?" Ho Wu was just sent flying in an instant. On the other side, Li Si, Ling An, and Lu Qiang cheered excitedly. "Awesome! Amazing! Little Moo Moo." Ho Wu's blood dripped onto the ground. He still hadn't given up. He struggled to his feet. "Hey, I haven't even." Yumu paused to see what he wanted. Right after, Hu Wu straightened up and launched himself into the air. A fierce flame gathered in his hand. Hu Wu roared, "I haven't surrendered yet." Yunmu sighed lightly but remained standing still, watching. A crazed look appeared in Ho Wu's eyes. He roared like a wild beast, escaping its cage and then charged madly towards him. Yunmu calmly landed a heavy punch right on his face. Hu Wu only had time to cry out once as fresh blood gushed from his nose. Yunmu finished it with another powerful punch, sending Ho Wu flying once again. The students broke into an uproar again. "Hey, that was a complete beatdown." "Yeah, I never expected Li Yumu to be this strong." Everyone was surprised to see him flattened on the ground. "I thought Hu Wu was really good. He's even the main force of his team." He heard all the chatter but couldn't move a muscle. Qing Bao stepped forward. "All right, this childish fight has been decided. You can go to the warehouse now to receive your reward." "Is that so?" Yumu immediately agreed. "That's right. I've wasted too much time on boring things like this." At the same time, Qing Bao was startled and looked in his direction, shocked by what he saw. Yumu was saying, "Zhang Daxiang, let's go to the treasury." But behind him, unable to win, Ho Wu had pulled out a knife for a sneak attack. After regaining his composure, Qing Bao immediately shouted a warning. "Watch out." Yumu remained perfectly calm as he glanced over his shoulder. Realizing he'd been spotted, Ho Yu screamed, "Li Yunmu, I will never lose to you. Now die." The dagger in his hand lunged forward, just about to strike its mark. Ho Yu was so filled with hatred, he wanted to tear Yumu to shreds to wash away this humiliation. Yumu quickly dodged aside, and the assassination attempt failed once again. Yumu immediately grabbed the arm holding the dagger. He applied a bit of pressure, just a light squeeze. A sickening crack echoed out. Ho Yu screamed in agony like a wounded animal. The arm that was perfectly fine a moment ago was now bent at an unnatural angle. The onlookers watched in horror. "Oh my god, did he just cripple Hu Yu's arm? That was absolutely ruthless. I'm never provoking this Li Yumu." Ho Yu writhed on the ground, screaming, "My arm. Li Yumu, you bastard. I'll kill you." He then turned to complain to Tang An. "He deliberately crippled my right arm. I want to report this to the guild. I'm pressing charges." Tang An spoke in a cold voice. "You just tried to kill him. He was being lenient by only crippling one of your arms." He continued, "As for your own attempted murder, I will be the one reporting it to the guild." Ho Yu was terrified. "What?" Yunmu asked coolly, "Senior, may I go inside and claim my treasure now?" He waved his hand dismissively. "Go on. You've wasted enough time." Ling An cheered excitedly. "Okay, let's head in first." Li Si felt a bit of pity. Even though Hu Yu is really annoying, wasn't crippling his arm a bit too much? Yunmu replied nonchalantly, "If I didn't teach him a serious lesson, he would just keep causing trouble." Li Si watched him intently as Yumu continued. "I can't just let him be. Once an enemy shows their intent to kill, remember this, never, ever leave them a chance to strike back." As he spoke, a dark look crossed Yumu's face. Meanwhile, Ling An was rushing ahead impatiently. "Da Xiong, hurry up. I can't wait any longer." Everyone was on edge. This must be the A-grade warehouse. Should we open it? 1, 2, 3. Yunmu pushed the door open. It felt like the items inside were practically glowing. Ling An's eyes lit up as he shouted, "Isn't this place amazing?" He was going wild. It was an A-grade treasure vault. These are all priceless treasures that money can't buy. "Hey, Ling and Chiang, how do you think this awesome piece of gear suits me?" But Yunmu remained nonchalant about it all. Just then, Ling Shui called out, "Hey, Li Yumu, I found something really good over here." Curious, he walked over. "Shui, what did you find?" Ling Su added, "Hey, this is way more interesting than those swords and sabers." Yumu looked at the item. He immediately recognized it as a skill-imparting orb. Ling Sui casually tossed it to him. "Here, check it out." Startled, Yumu hurriedly caught it. "Hey, don't throw it." The moment his hand touched it, he froze. Aurora Blade Aura, Ling Shui explained. "It's an extremely powerful sword technique. It's a perfect fit for your fighting style." Yunmu thought to himself. "This technique, it's like it was tailor-made for me. Should I choose it?" Just then, the system's voice rang out with a notification, scanning host's vicinity. A valuable item has been detected. The host should not miss this opportunity. Yumu quickly looked over and saw an exquisitely crafted golden bow. The moment Yumu saw it, he couldn't take his eyes off the bow. He quickly put down the orb in his hand and said to Ling Shui, "I'm just going to take a look." Ling Shui called after him, "Hey, trust me, you won't find anything more suitable for you than this." Meanwhile, Yumu quickly took the weapon down from its display. When Ling Shui saw what he was holding, she was surprised. It was an old, dusty crossbow with a black, bird-shaped character inscribed on its body. It looked incredibly mysterious. Yunmu examined its design for a long time before saying, "I've decided. I want this." Ling Shui was shocked. "Seriously, you're going to give up the Aurora Blade Aura for this old crossbow?" Yumu affirmed thoughtfully. "Yeah, I don't know why, but the moment I saw it, I felt like it was meant for me." He then quickly took the item and left. Ling Shui called after him, "Hey, are you really not going to reconsider? What a waste." She felt helpless. That kid really didn't listen to advice. Ling fidgeted around her. "Sis, haven't you picked anything yet?" "Huh. This Aurora Blade Aura is pretty suitable for Li Yunmu." Ling Shui didn't turn around. "I'll choose the Aurora Blade Aura. I'm giving it to you. Do whatever you want with it." Lingen took the orb, looking completely baffled. "It's useless to me anyway." After getting what he wanted, Yunmu walked straight out in silence. Daxiang and the group chased after him. "Hey, Yunmu," Daxiang called out loudly. "What's the hurry? Just gonna grab your reward and run off on your own." Yunmu smiled brightly. "Sorry, I was just eager to get back and study this crossbow, so I completely forgot about you guys." Just then, Lingen handed him the blue orb. "Here, take it." Yunmu was surprised. "Is this the Aurora Blade Aura?" Ling Am replied cheerfully. "Yeah, my sister gave it to me since she doesn't need it, but it's not a good fit for me either, so I'm giving it to you." Lingen paused, then added hesitantly in a low voice, "Besides, I think my sister actually chose it for you. She's just too proud to say it." Li Yumu hesitated. "But this is really valuable. And if I take it, Shui won't have anything." Lu Qiang quickly chimed in. "I think you should just accept it." Lu Qiang explained, "The Hu family is not to be trifled with. They'll most likely come after you for revenge. You need to arm yourself. And I think that's what Shu was thinking, too." Da Xiong added, "That's right. Just take it. Don't forget, we're friends." Lingen chimed in, "My sister and I will help you out too." Yumu looked at everyone, an indescribable emotion welling up in his eyes. Finally, he stared intently at the blue orb in his hand. "Okay, I'll accept it." A warm, fuzzy feeling spread through him. Yumu smiled brightly. "Thank you, everyone." He felt an incredible warmth in his heart. It had been so long since he felt the warmth of friendship like this. When he finally got home, Yumu collapsed onto his bed, exhausted. "What a busy day. I can finally take a breath." System: Learn Aurora Blade Aura. The system then announced that he needed 4,000 experience points to learn it. Yunmu was helpless. "Fine, this isn't the first time I've been ripped off by my own shady shop." Just as he finished speaking, the orb in his hand suddenly flew high into the air. Yunmu watched it in silence as the orb quickly unfolded into a mysterious blue scene. Yunmu cheered with excitement. The energy now swirled around him, and he exclaimed, "Whoa!" In a flash, the system announced that he had learned the Aurora killing intent. Yunmu panted. This feeling of being forced was really not his style, no matter how many times he tried. "Hey, is this the valuable item you mentioned?" He gripped the bow tightly. "In the darkness, I always feel like it's waiting for me." The system then announced again, "Congratulations on receiving the 7-dimensional battle bow." Yunmu couldn't help but be startled upon hearing this, and he repeated the words, "7. 7 dimensions." As soon as he heard this, Yunmu immediately thought of the person named Mingya. According to the system, this bow sealed a destructive spirit. Mingya? Yunmu wondered, could it be that the feeling drawing me in is the weapon spirit in this bow summoning me? He couldn't help but be curious. But even if it's a powerful weapon spirit, it's useless if it's sealed, right? The system then continued to announce that he could upgrade the system again. After the upgrade, the seal could be broken. Yunmu felt like someone was waiting for him to step into a trap. He said eagerly, "Then what are we waiting for? Upgrade the system." This upgrade is pretty fast. I thought it would take half a year just to remove half of Mingya's seal. The moment he finished speaking, Yunmu was instantly pulled into another dimension. He felt all his senses twisting. His mind was spinning just like that. In a moment, Yunmu's entire body was sucked inside. His vision became blurry. Yunmu then slowly woke up. He looked around, unable to help but wonder, "Where is this?" As he regained his bearings, Yunmu was shocked to find himself standing before a massive door. His eyes widened in amazement. A prison? Before Yunmu could even process it, the person sitting inside immediately spoke up. "Hey, kid, how did you get in here?" He quickly stepped forward and got straight to the point. "Are you the Ruined King, Mingya? I'm here to break your seal, but I need your power in exchange. You have to lend me your strength." Hearing his words, the man's gaze sharpened. Mingya sneered. "You say you can save me? Are you kidding me?" Without wasting time, he immediately shouted, "System, break the seal." But breaking the seal required a huge amount of internal energy, and his was far from enough. Yunmu said again, "Then use all of my internal energy. Break as much as you can." The system quickly agreed and began absorbing his internal power. The system finished absorbing. Now, his current internal energy value was 0, and the chain had only chipped a tiny bit. Mingya asked contemptuously, "After all that talk, you only managed to open it a little bit?" He couldn't help but taunt him. "Turns out you're just a braggart." Yumu's face darkened. "Huh? Is there really that big of a difference?" Mingya continued. "Do you think an ordinary seal could restrain me? There are 3 ultimate seals on my body. You've only just scratched the surface of the first one. You're still a long way off." Pausing for a moment, he added, "But that's fine. Let me lend you a little bit of power." As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of golden light immediately flew towards Yunmu, catching him by surprise. The light quickly gathered into 3 bird-like figures. He asked, puzzled, "What is this?" Mingya explained, "These 3 Ming swallows will follow your orders for the time being. Don't forget, if you remove my seal, I'll grant you even more power. This is a deal." He excitedly held out his hand for them to perch on. "Don't worry about it. I'll definitely help you. This is also for my own benefit." Mingya never revealed his face from beginning to end. After their business was concluded, he immediately tried to shoo him away. "All right then, that's enough. I'm tired. You can get lost now." As soon as he finished speaking, Yunmu began to slowly leave the place. His face was like jelly, constantly twisting back and forth into all sorts of shapes. Not until his whole body felt like a limp noodle did Yunmu jolt and scream. Very quickly, he opened his eyes again, his head throbbing with a dull pain. Yunmu couldn't help but let out a few groans. He lay on the bed with a bow. "I'm back." At the same time, he turned to the side. Looking at the bow in his hand, his mood was somewhat complicated. Yunmu rested a hand on his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. That was terrifying. The scene changes to a large building, which Yunmu found by following a piece of paper in his hand. This place was the Wangwen Pavilion. He stood in front of the door in awe. "I can't believe a building like this exists in this day and age. But is this really a pawn shop?" While he was lost in thought, a voice from behind startled him. The newcomer was a kind-faced old man. He smiled and asked, "How can I help you at our shop today?" He smiled gently at him. "We have everything in our store. And we can also appraise items, guaranteed to leave you satisfied." Yumu looked at him and said, "I'm not here to buy anything. How should I put this? I heard you accept illegal goods here." Hearing this, the old man was startled. He quickly understood the situation. "Ah, so that's how it is. You're here to do business. Well then, let's go inside and talk." Soon after, the old man invited him in. Hot tea was served in a moment, and he took a sip. The old man sat down, casually picking up his teacup. "I wonder what treasure our young friend from afar wishes to sell." Yunmu quickly placed the item on the table. "It's nothing too fancy. Here, make me an offer." The old man was stunned. "Is this the crown of the Eye King?" He then looked at the young man with silent astonishment. This young man seemed so ordinary. It was unbelievable that he possessed an item of this caliber. He only needed a quick glance before holding up 6 fingers to state the price. Yunmu was immediately displeased. 150,000? That's too low. This thing is definitely worth more than that." The shop owner replied, "My young friend, you've misunderstood. I said 1,500,000. Hearing this price, Li Yunmumuk was startled. The man picked up the crown to examine it. "They say heroes often emerge young, and you certainly have the potential. I'm willing to take a small loss just to befriend you." Li Yunmumuk was now a bit more trusting of him. "All right, it seems you're not trying to scam me. In that case, can you take a look at these items?" The shop owner was astonished. "There's more." Looking at the items Lee Yunmu handed over, he looked like he was about to faint. Is this the battle armor set of a dwarf sorcerer elder? The ring, the scepter. This is a complete set. Say no more, I want it. I'll give you 1,200,000 for it. Then, Liu Mu handed over something else. So, how much is this rune fragment worth? The moment the owner saw it, he was inwardly shocked. This was a genuine Southern Dynasty rune fragment. The shopkeeper then gave him some honest advice. Young friend, put this away. I really can't accept this item. Then he added sincerely, let me give you another piece of advice. The old man's expression was incredibly serious as he spoke. From now on, don't just show this to any stranger, seeing his tense demeanor. Lee Yunmu couldn't help but gulp nervously. The scene changes to another character, a girl who is starting to take off a heavy bear costume that she was wearing. It was Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan. She exhaustedly flopped onto the ground, gasping for air. So tiring. I didn't expect this thing to be so hot. Liu Ruyan started to calculate. The money Li Yumu had given her was almost gone, and she couldn't rely on him alone for her father's medical expenses. I have to work harder. Please, just give me a few more days. Just then, her phone buzzed with a message notification. You have a new money transfer. Please check. Liu Ruyan took out her phone to look and stared at the number on the screen, and was completely shocked. 3 million had just been deposited into Liu Ruyan's account. Needless to say, this was no small sum. Liu Ruyan immediately wondered why she would receive so much money. Could it be Li Yunmu? After receiving the money and finishing her work, she immediately headed back to the hospital. As soon as she opened the door to the room, Liu Ruyan announced loudly, Mom, Dad, I'm back. The hospital room was full of people, and Liu Ruyan was surprised. Who are these people? Her mother replied, We don't know either. They arrived after you left and have been setting all this up until now. One of the men looked at her. Are you Miss Liu Ruyan? Someone has ordered a spatial helmet for you. Please sign here to accept it. She quickly took the pen. Okay, Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan thought to herself, a spatial helmet. I remember these things are pretty expensive. The man then said, We've already finished the calibration. All you have to do is put it on and start it up. We'll be on our way now. Liu Ruyan replied, Okay, thank you. She told her parents, This must be from Li Yumu. Go ahead and put them on. Her mother spoke up, Liu Ruyan, is this thing really safe? It looks unsettling. Liu Ruyan put one on herself as she explained, It's a high-end model that Li Yumu bought, so it should be fine. She began to fiddle with the helmet. The switch should be right here, shouldn't it? The moment she turned it on, Liu Ruyan was startled as her head began to spin. Liu Ruyan's vision grew blurry, and she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Finally, her eyes closed. After just a moment, Liu Ruyan groggily woke up. She was shocked by the scene before her. Where is this? A moment ago, she was in a hospital room, and now she was standing in a vast, open space. Liu Ruyan was all alone. Just then, someone walked up from behind her. He said excitedly, This place is truly magnificent. It was Zhang Min. Liu Ruyan whirled around in shock, shouting, Dad, your legs. Zhang Min joyfully exclaimed, My legs. They've really recovered. I can even jump around. Her mother said worriedly, All right, slow down a bit. The whole family was celebrating the fact that Zhang Min could walk again. A voice came from behind them. Dad, Mom. Li Yunmu walked toward them with a warm smile. It's been a while. His mother rushed forward and threw her arms around her son. My dear son, I miss you so much. Let me hold you. Zhang Min silently sized him up. That little brat seems to have gotten taller. Li Yunmu was taken aback. Mom, I'm a grown-up now. This is so embarrassing. He looked over at Zhang Min with a mischievous grin. And what about you, old man? Feels good to have your legs back, huh? If you get too arrogant, I'll just delete the code for them. Zhang Min laughed along. Who do you think you're threatening, kid? He then looked over at Liu Ruyan. During this time, I had to rely on you to take care of Mom and Dad. It must have been tough, right? She replied, startled. It was nothing. You're the one who earned the money. You worked harder and had it tougher. His mother still looked confused. Son, where are we supposed to go now? Li Yumu casually replied, Go? We don't have to go anywhere. He paused for a moment, then continued cheerfully. This is our new home. After explaining everything, he knew he couldn't stay home for long. Mom, Dad, I'm heading out for a bit. His mother reminded him. Well, remember to be back for dinner. Li Yunmu wandered the streets. I'm so bored. I'd love to go to the spatial arena for some fun, but that place is broadcast live. If my identity gets exposed, it'll cause a lot of trouble. Just then, Lee Yunmu Muk stopped short as he remembered something. That's right, Lee Yunmu Muk immediately said aloud, "Spatial virtual world, log into role-playing account Lee Yun." He quickly transformed into a different appearance. Lee Yunmu Muk was satisfied. With his hood on, even if I perform too well, no one will know it's me, Pedro. Enter the dimensional battlefield. Afterwards, Lee Yunmu Muk used his alternate identity to compete in the arena, winning every single match. One match, two matches, and many more after that. The referee's voice echoed continuously. The winner is Lee Yun. Looking at the system panel, he was extremely satisfied with his performance. This marks your 10th consecutive victory. Pedro appeared. You are amazing. Afterwards, Lee Yumu Mok started to feel it was a bit mundane, but always playing against these newcomers, who I'm randomly matched with, is getting a little boring. Suddenly, Lee Yumu Mok saw something that startled him. Huh? What's this? He looked at the screen in surprise. You've got to be kidding me. The young man on the other side of the screen rested his chin on his hand, looking bored. Not a single decent challenger all day. What a waste of time. This was Tang Ruochen, one of the top 10 candidates in Tianyun City. The people around them started whispering, "Hey, isn't that Tang Ruochen, the one they call the greatest of the younger generation in Tianyun City? I'm so obsessed with him." The blushing girls ran over with pen and paper. "Excuse me, can you sign this for us? We're your fans." Ruochen smiled brightly. "Of course, it would be my honor. Thank you all for the support." Pedro the rabbit also handed over a piece of paper. "While you're at it, sign this for me too." He was still smiling. "All right, thank you for your support." Suddenly, Tang Ruochen's face darkened. "What is this? A letter of challenge." "Ha!" Then he shouted, "Hey, who does this lost Pedro belong to?" The letter's contents read, "No need to call, I'm coming myself." Ruochen's face was grim. "Unbelievable. What year is it? Who still uses a paper letter to make a direct challenge? Couldn't you have just emailed me?" Pedro also took the opportunity. "Miss, 1 order of watermelon, this gentleman is paying," Pedro explained, "because he said you wouldn't read an email if he sent one, so I delivered it directly. He even told me to find a way to get you to sign it." Pedro praised him while eating. "But I didn't expect you to be so easy to talk to." Tang Ruochen was annoyed. "You clearly tricked me into signing it." Scene change. At this moment, in the dimensional arena, Yunmu was already there waiting. He looked up at the sky, bored. So slow. Is Pedro's work unreliable after all? Just as he finished speaking, a shadow appeared in the sky. Yumu looked over, delighted. "He's here." Ruochen slowly materialized, his face exuding an indescribable coldness. The moment he arrived, he looked at Yunmu. "Is that Pedro of yours?" He slowly stood up. "That's right." "Cute, isn't he?" Ruochen was furious. "Cute my ass. It ate my cream puff that cost $36.5. Remember to pay me back." Images of the two appeared on the big screen, causing a stir throughout the city. "Look, someone's challenging Tang Ruochen." The girls screamed wildly with excitement. "That's our Tang Ruochen." People began to discuss. "Is the challenger a newbie? Isn't the power gap too big? Maybe he's just a fan of Ruochen's." Looking at Yunmu, someone couldn't help but praise him. "But this little brother is so handsome, I want to be his fan too." Another girl snapped, "You fickle woman. Didn't you say you'd only be a fan of Ruochen's?" Ruochen looked at Yunmu. "You seem to be an ordinary mystic. Do you know that I'm already a silver star?" Yunmu replied nonchalantly, "I know." Ruochen found it amusing. "Well, you're certainly brave." Immediately after, he channeled his inner energy to strike. "If you think I'm going to be merciful, then you're dead wrong." As soon as he finished speaking, Ruochen was fully equipped in his combat armor. Yumu pulled his hood down low, his sword already drawn. "That's perfect, of course. I was afraid you wouldn't want to fight." He had just finished his sentence when he himself quickly dashed towards Ruochen. He hadn't expected him to be so fast and was stunned for a moment, but Yunmu was also extremely vigilant, because it seemed like the two were evenly matched. Although Ruochen was surprised, he quickly composed himself, then dodged and aimed a kick right at him. Yunmu couldn't help but be startled, and he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "So strong." He looked at Ruochen with satisfaction, truly worthy of being the number one of the younger generation in Tianyun City. Right after they exchanged a few blows, Yunmu quickly leaped back to create some distance. Yunmu couldn't help but praise him openly. "No flattery, you're really strong." Meanwhile, Ruochen stared at his own hands in a daze. This Li Yun is definitely not simple. He said to himself, "An ordinary mystic can't keep up with my fighting pace." Then Ruochen couldn't hold back either. "Hey kid, let me ask you, are you really just a stone rank?" Yunmu feigned ignorance and channeled his energy to reply, "Huh, what are you talking about? Isn't it all written on the battle data?" A sly smile spread across his face. "I'm stone rank, seed step." He then quickly leaped up and vanished. Yunmu's footwork became swifter than Tang Ruochen's, so much so that he couldn't even see his moves clearly. He was a bit startled. In just an instant, Yunmu was in front of him, slashing down fiercely. Ruochen then shouted, 18 heavenly demon steps. The two figures zipped through the air, their forms still a blur. He looked at him with a cold smile. "You're actually making me use the 18 heavenly demon steps." Yunmu zipped past him as well, quickly retorting, "Although your phantom arts are also very strong." Tang Ruochen cut him off. "But the gap between you and me is absolute. If you were just one rank higher than me, perhaps you'd actually have a chance to win." Immediately after, Yunmu flew back a bit and shouted, "Try this move." Frenzied Blade. And instantly, the two sources of power clashed violently, causing rocks and dirt to fly everywhere. Tang Ruochen was thrown back. He struggled to stay on his feet to keep from falling. On the other side, Yunmu was also thrown back just as far, but of course, he wasn't so weak that a single blow like that could knock him down. Ruochen panted, "Hey, I'm grateful to Pedro. You don't have to pay back that $36.5 anymore." Yunmu was also panting, but he smiled happily. "I told you, he's very cute." They fought from afternoon until night, and the spectators still crowded the streets, discussing, "Hey, did you guys see that clearly? It's just too fast." You can only see two beams of light clashing back and forth. The other girl couldn't help but be startled. "This Li Yun is really strong." Someone else asked curiously, "Huh? Why?" She explained, "I'm a die-hard fan of Ruochen's. The 18 Heavenly Demon Steps is the Tang family's unique and extremely powerful skill, and this Li Yun can actually go head-to-head with it." She dazedly wondered to herself, "Who on earth is this unknown Li Yun?" Over here, Yunmu took a heavy blow to the face, causing his cheek to swell up. Yunmu immediately leaped back. He tried to keep his distance from Ruochen. He looked at Yunmu smugly. "Like I said, talent is useless when faced with absolute power." Over here, Yunmu began to switch to a serious combat stance. "Hey, not necessarily." He then stomped his foot hard on the ground, causing the foundation to crack. Rocks that couldn't withstand the force flew up, as Yunmu calculated. As expected of a top contender, to think he can still fight back against my layered raging blade. Since 3 layers aren't enough, I'll stack 6. The moment he finished his thought, Yunmu immediately slashed down at the ground. Tang Ruochen was startled. "Wait, the power of this kid's attack is clearly stronger than before." He then leaped away in an instant. The moment Yunmu saw where he went, he immediately gave chase, lunging with his sword and a grim expression. This time, Yunmu used 5 layers. Ruochen also swung his weapon, gritting his teeth in silent horror. Although he managed to dodge the attack, Ruochen was terrified. This is tough to deal with. Finally, Yumu's feet touched the ground, and the force of his stance grew stronger. A flicker of shock appeared in Ruochen's eyes. It had to be said, no opponent had ever pushed him this hard before. At this moment, Yunmu was now using the 6th sword layer. He slashed down hard, causing a huge shockwave to erupt. Ruochen jumped back in surprise as he landed. What did he just say? 6 layers? At that moment, he was so startled that his eyes widened in a daze. "What is this?" Ruochen looked over and saw Yumu pulling his hat down low. He was terrified. This kind of pressure, it's horrifying. Ruochen screamed internally. "Impossible. This much flux energy pressure. That's impossible. Something he can't possess at his level." He watched the sources of power flash past him. And what's more, the 6th level. How could he have grown this much in such a short time? Ruochen was just vaguely realizing it when he thought, wait a minute, could it be? He's stacking his attack power, and all my attacks just now were only setting him up? A cold glint flashed in Yumu's eyes. He shouted again, "Ju Dian." Tang Ruochen couldn't help but be startled. Then, just as he suspected, Yunmu unleashed a massive attack, Gui Yuanjian. That powerful attack was Ju Di. Seeing Yumu now radiating a brilliant aura, Ruochen praised him internally, truly astonishing. It seemed victory or defeat would be decided by this one blow. Before he could even catch his breath, Yunmu spoke again. "This is my final attack. With 100% of my power." Seeing him like this, Ruochen also tensed up and shouted, "Tian Mo Longba." The force of Yunmu's attack was too strong. Ruochen struggled to block it. He braced himself and let out a resounding roar. In the end, Ruochen couldn't withstand the blow. His power was completely drained. Ruochen's eyes widened as he snorted coldly. "So I really couldn't block it, huh?" Finally, Yunmu's stream of internal energy consumed the entire space. Ruochen was pushed back, and on the screen, he had completely vanished. Only a thick cloud of smoke remained. After the battle, everyone watching the screen was stunned. Is this for real? Who won? Finally, the crowd erupted in cheers. Lee Yun. His name appeared on the screen. Lee Yun wins. The audience roared with excitement. Wow. I can't believe Tang Ruochen lost to a complete newbie. This Lee Yun is my type. I'm gonna be his fan. Meanwhile, Dax Xiang was watching the match from a dark room, smiling with interest. Li Yun, Kuang Dao, Zhu Dai, Gui Yuan. Dax Xiang had recognized them instantly. This is getting more and more interesting. On the stage, the fierce wind still raged as Yunmu stood tall in his spot. He finally processed what had happened. Yunmu pulled his hood down low. I won. Although he had won, Yunmu couldn't help but praise his opponent. As expected of an expert, that took a lot out of me. Pedro, continue the challenge. On the sidelines, people were amazed. Whoa, for real. Li Yun is challenging Ba Xiong now. He immediately entered another fight. He instantly unleashed his Kuang Dao attack, and his opponent screamed, unable to withstand it. This turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. Holy crap, he won again. The crowd buzzed with excitement. First he beat Tang Ruochen, and now he's beaten Ba Xiong, one of Heavenly Cloud City's top 10 candidates. This can't be a coincidence. This one night shook the entire city. Just who in the world is this Li Yun? After the match, dawn had broken and Yunmu slumped to the ground. I'm dead tired. Fighting 2 experts in a row is a bit much. Suddenly, he froze in surprise. Why are there 30,000 dimension coins in my account? Pedro appeared and explained. That's from the paid spectator mode. Yunmu was surprised. What's that? Pedro explained again. To put it simply, when your fan value reaches 10,000, the system automatically initiates it. It starts pay-to-view for matches. Once activated, viewers must pay dimension coins to watch your battles live. Yunmu grinned with delight. Looks like I've accidentally become a celebrity. That's enough for today, Pedro. Log me out. He immediately exited the game. It's late, I have to go home. Mom's still waiting for me for dinner. Just then, his phone rang. Yunmu was surprised. An online call from Liu Naiji. The moment he answered, she yelled from the other end. Li Yunmu, did you see the match just now with a guy named Li Yun? He was startled but couldn't help but ask. I saw it. Why are you so excited? She replied. How could I not be excited? That guy is incredible. Everyone in Heavenly Cloud City is talking about this Li Yun now. Naiji grew suspicious. This Li Yun. It's not you, is it? You both use Kuang Dao, and your names are so similar. Yunmu flinched. How could I possibly be that good? But her suspicion was extinguished as soon as it appeared. That's what I thought, but that's what everyone is saying. He gave a wry smile. Rumors are just rumors. Yunmu was surprised. Everyone is saying that. Looks like we have to come up with something. The two of them discussed back and forth for a while, then Naiji suddenly had a thought. Hey, you're a disciple of some ancient hidden sect, right? And Li Yun is actually your older brother. And Kuang Dao is your family's unique ultimate technique, isn't it? Naiji continued. If that's the case, it makes sense that you're both so powerful. After all, the sects that don't care for worldly affairs are the most terrifying ones. Hearing this, Yunmu thought to himself, that's right, I don't have any backing, but I can make others think I'm a disciple of a hidden sect. That would save me a lot of trouble. Seeing his silence, Naiji spoke up. Hey, say something. Did you lose connection? He quickly admitted, you're right, he's my brother. I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table. Liu Naiji said excitedly. I knew it. Yunmu added cheerfully. I'm only telling you this secret. You can't tell anyone else. Liu Naiji quickly understood. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. Then she quickly added, gotta go, bye. Yunmu replied, bye. On her end, Liu Naiji sat on her bed, thinking. He only told me. Her face suddenly flushed red, and the air around her seemed to fill with sweetness. Liu Naiji didn't know why she felt so happy. That conversation sparked an idea for Li Yumu. He decided to fabricate a powerful sect. He needed a plausible explanation for his extraordinary strength and a powerful backer for himself. To build momentum, Li Yumu even used a second virtual character to bolster his presence, naming him Li Feng, and had both his main avatar, Li Yun, and the second one, Li Feng, enter the virtual world. Ever since the three of them appeared in the space arena at the same time, the rumor that Li Yun was actually Li Yumu was instantly debunked. Meanwhile, everyone was going crazy. Lord Li Yun, I love you. My last name is also Li. I'm begging the Li sect to accept me as a disciple. At the same time, news about the reemergence of a hidden sect spread through the arena like wildfire. Liu Naiji called him again. Yunmu answered casually. Hello, Liu Naiji. What's up? She yelled, what's up? Everyone is talking about your brothers everywhere. Aren't you worried? Yunmu gave a wry smile. Let them talk. The more, the better. Let the whole world know. As he spoke, he added, Besides, there's nothing I can do about it now that it's out in the open. Worrying won't help. Liu Naiji then said, Oh, right. Tang Ruochin hasn't challenged anyone since being defeated by Li Yun, but this morning he's been online constantly. He hasn't logged off at all. He's probably looking for your brother. You should tell him to be careful. Hearing this, he thought to himself, he's been challenging Li Yun for days, but I've rejected all of them. Has he finally gotten the message? He then said aloud, All right, I'll tell him. Right then, he arrived in front of Li Ziwei's stone gambling shop. Yumu was surprised. Huh, what's this situation? Liu Naijie. I gotta go. I'll call you back. Immediately, Yunmu hurried through the crowd. Excuse me, let me through. Inside, a young man was holding a large bouquet of flowers. Miss Liu, I have some black crystals to sell to your family. Ruyan was startled. I don't need them. The man pressed on. Miss Ruyan, it's getting late. May I invite you to dinner? Yunmu quickly walked over and announced loudly, Sorry, everyone. The shop is closing early today. If you want to do business, please come back tomorrow morning. But one of them persisted. Why? Miss Ruyan was just about to agree to a date with me. Another man shouted, In your dreams, the one Miss Ruyan agreed to go out with is me. Yunmu turned to her and said, I left the shop in your hands because I trusted you could handle things properly. But instead, it's turned into this huge mess. Ruyan, embarrassed, immediately apologized. Yunmu replied, What are you sorry for? I'm not blaming you. He gloomily picked up a stone. I just didn't expect you to be so popular in the virtual world. Wow, and they're offering black crystals, too. They must all be rich young masters. Who knows, maybe you'll actually marry into a wealthy family and live the life of a princess. Ruyan looked sad. I don't want to live the life of a princess, she said with utmost sincerity. I just want to live with our parents and you, little Moo. He silently looked at his sister, an indescribable pain in his eyes. A moment later, he remembered. Oh, right. Are the crystals I needed ready? Ruyan quickly pushed out a large suitcase. They're all prepared. But what do you need such a large amount of crystals for? Yunmu's face darkened. Yeah, this is obviously a huge sum of money, but in the astral world, it's only enough for a few square meters. It's even more expensive than real estate. Just then, his phone suddenly rang again, startling him. It was Ling An. Yumu answered immediately. Ling An, what's wrong? Ling An sounded frantic on the other end. Li Yumu, please, get over here and help. We're getting destroyed. He was being so vague all of a sudden, which confused Yunmu. Ling An continued, Hurry to the space arena. Yumu urged, Wait, explain what's going on first. But in the next moment, he grabbed the suitcase. I'm heading out now. He told his sister, Tell Mom I won't be back for dinner tonight. Over at the arena, Li Si was arguing fiercely. What the hell are you saying? Say that again if you have the guts. See if I don't smash you to bits next time. Lingen chimed in, Yeah, smash you to bits. Their representative said smugly. So what if you say it again? Don't think you're hot stuff just because you learned a few combat skills. With your level of combat talent, you couldn't even use a whole set of A-rank combat skills properly. He continued his taunts. Without Ling Shui here, Team Da Xiang is just a bunch of scrubs. Li Si was furious. This is infuriating. Hey, Lu Qiang looked at Da Xiang. You should go curse them out a bit too. Go to hell, you dog-farting losers. Da Xiang just gave a bitter smile. But what they're saying is true. Li Si shouted, Don't get too arrogant. Our ace is on his way. At that exact moment, Yunmu finally arrived. Hey now, what kind of trouble did you guys get into while I was gone? He asked, frowning with concern. Sister Xue is only gone for a few days, and you're already causing a ruckus. The moment Li Si saw him, he started bawling like a child tattling to their parents. Little Moo Moo, you're finally here. They're bullying us so badly. Lu Qiang pointed excitedly at their opponents and laughed. Team Dashang's strongest ace is here. Get ready to lose. Yunmu's face darkened. Hey, I never said I was going to fight. Ling An dropped to his knees. Huh? You're not going to fight? You're really not going to fight? You're not going to help us get our revenge? Yunmu replied, I was just observing for a bit. The opponent's skill level isn't that high. Logically, Da Xiang should be able to handle them easily. There's no way you should have lost this badly. He looked at his teammate. Ling An replied, To be honest, Da Xiang has been acting a little strange today. It feels like he has no will to fight, almost like he's losing on purpose. Hearing this, the other team, Yunmu suddenly froze, thinking to himself, Are they throwing the match on purpose? The other guy spoke up, Hey, are you guys still coming or not? If not, we're out of here. We don't have time to waste on trash like you. Lu Qiang gritted his teeth. You just wait and die. The other guy spoke again. All right, I'll bet 100,000 crystals that we'll win. If you guys add one more person, we can add another one too. Lu Qiang was full of confidence. Add whoever you want. As long as we have Yunmu here with us, we have nothing to fear. Their representative gave a provocative smile. All right, my friend, you can come out now. As soon as he finished speaking, another person walked out from inside, his voice dripping with triumph. They took the bait. It turned out to be Ruochin. He said loudly, You all have worked very hard, playing the bad guys and putting in the effort. Not at all. We're all on the same team, aren't we? As soon as they saw him, the group was startled. Wait, isn't that? Yumu couldn't help but be stunned as well. The representative couldn't help but say smugly, That's right, it's him. Da Xiang now had a triumphant grin on his face as he thought to himself. As expected, Ruochen has finally decided to roll up his sleeves. It's so boring to only bet 100,000 crystals. Want to raise the stakes? Yumu glanced over, a wary sweat breaking out on his brow. He scowled at him and thought to himself, Tang Ruochen, this guy. Ruochen said sincerely, I apologize to all of you. My friend was a bit rude to you just now. They did it all just to. He paused, glanced at Yunmu, and then continued, Lure Li Yumu here. Yunmu feigned disinterest. So what if you lured me here? I still have no intention of fighting you. Ruochen spoke up. Don't be so quick to say that. You're still missing a good saber, aren't you? Ruochen took out a sword and presented it as the prize for the bet, telling Yumu, It will be yours. Li Si recognized it immediately as the snow-embracing cold saber. Ling An was surprised. Snow-embracing cold saber. What's that? Li Si explained. The snow-embracing cold saber was forged from 1,000-year-old black-blooded bird ore from the Tian Shan Mountains. Although it's a B-rank sword, its potential is limitless. You just need to engrave the corresponding rune onto it, and it will become an A-rank rune war saber. If you can add a weapon soul to it, reinforcing its quality by another layer, it will be upgraded into a true azure-tide weapon. Da Xiang suddenly broke into a wide smile. The snow-embracing cold saber is indeed very tempting, but we can't produce an item of equal value for the bet. My apologies, young Master Tang. Ruochen continued. Whether you win or lose, you can take this saber. But if we win... Yunmu cut in. You get to meet Li Yun, right? Ruochen couldn't help but praise him. Talking to smart people is such a breeze. Yunmu thought to himself, this Tang Ruochen is really clever. He's presented a condition I can't refuse. I never expected him to have such a deep obsession with Li Yun. Right after that, he scratched his head. All right, I agree to your terms. Tang Ruochen was ecstatic. It's a deal. The images of the two opponents appeared on the screen. Everyone, get ready to watch the successor of the Hidden Sect versus the Heavenly Dragon of the Corrupt Blood Hall. The crowd grew excited. Wow, the Tang family is really loaded. They actually put up the snow-embracing cold saber. Isn't that snow-embracing cold saber valued at 10 million? Everyone was chattering. This Tang Ruochen was clearly defeated by Li Yun. Why is he looking for Li Yumu? I'm sure Li Yun doesn't have time to deal with him. A loser trying to feel relevant? The system's voice began to chime. Battle countdown initiated. 10, 9, 8. Yunmu spoke up. This team arena is huge. It's the size of an entire island rainforest. The voice continued. 6, 5, 4. Dashong spoke up. How about it? Are you nervous, this being your first time in a team battle? Yunmu smiled with satisfaction. I'm very excited. And don't you dare fight me for Tang Ruochen. The time was still counting down. 3, 2. Dashong smiled brightly. I won't fight you for him. It's not like we could beat him anyway. Finally, the countdown ended. 1. The battle has begun. He gripped the bow in his hand tightly and thought, Come forth, Nether Crow. Show me your power. Da Xiang was surprised and reminded him, Little Mumu, when did you learn how to use a bow? Only then did Yunmu remember. That's right. I don't know how to use a bow yet. I don't even know any bow and arrow techniques. System, what bow techniques can I learn right now? Hurry, there's no time. The system started rattling on, but he didn't have time to listen. Whatever, just learn it. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. Everyone just saw him standing there like a statue. Da Xiang was bewildered. Did he disconnect? He's not moving. At that same moment, a black shadow quickly zipped past. Da Xiang warned vigilantly. Someone's coming. Everyone, get ready to fight. Yunmu was still just standing there, dazed. Da Xiang commanded, Li Si, you protect little Mumu. It seems like he's lost connection. Don't let him. Before he could finish his sentence, Yunmu snapped out of it. Immediately, he leaned back and gracefully leaped into a tree. Much to Da Xiang's surprise, The bow in Yunmu's hand was quickly summoned once more. He stood in the sunlight, drawing the weapon in his hand taut. Yunmu now looked like a mighty warrior. The people watching the match couldn't stop buzzing. Hey, isn't his skill, Berserker Blade? He can use a bow too. Wait a minute, that guy is attacking an enemy thousands of meters away, and he's already fired. Whoa, what a fast-firing speed. He shot 7 arrows in the blink of an eye. Truly worthy of being a descendant of the Li family. The attack had just been launched. His opponent couldn't help but let out a shout, his eyes wide as he watched the arrows speeding relentlessly toward him. Xuanzi was terrified. He dodged continuously, completely unable to counter the attack. Seeing that his body was still intact, the cowardly Xuanzi clutched his chest. No, I'm fine. Not a scratch on me. The crowd was outraged. What's going on? Turns out he's a master of dodging. Hurry up and use your Berserker Blade. That's what everyone's waiting for. You're so much worse than Li Yun. Meanwhile, on his side, Yumu raised his bow again and said, Heavenly Dog devours the moon. From behind Xuanzi, a burst of blue lightning appeared on a tree trunk. It seemed to be some kind of ancient-looking seal, and Xuanzi must have sensed it as he immediately gathered his power. It formed into a giant wolf, which was slowly pouncing towards him. Xuanzi finally turned his head to look back, and his heart skipped a beat. Xuanzi immediately let out a loud scream, the sound echoing through the mountains. Over here, the audience was startled. Good heavens, what kind of cruel move is this? He's literally tearing people to pieces. Dai panicked. Hey, Ruo Chen is finished. Ruo Chen was also stunned. His bow had such a long range. Meanwhile, A Liang was hit by an arrow, and fresh blood immediately started to flow. Seeing his teammate struggling like this, Ruo Chen grew anxious. Are you okay? A Liang leaned against a tree. I'm fine. It's just a flesh wound. Everyone, be careful. But right after that, he was snatched away by a Mingya. Ruo Chen could only scream helplessly. A Liang. Suddenly being suspended in midair like that, a Liang naturally screamed in terror. What is this thing? Put me down. Finally, with a finishing blow, he was taken out by Yunmu's fatal strike in midair. Seeing that the target had been eliminated, Yunmu couldn't help but feel pleased. Excellent, then. His eyes suddenly turned cold. 3 people left. Everyone held their breath, watching that bird. Its jet black feathers and red eyes made it look incredibly mysterious. Everyone was stunned and bewildered. Is that a Mingyan? I've only ever seen this creature from the demonic tide in books. They looked at him and couldn't help but wonder. But doesn't it say in the books that the Destroyer King, Mingya, has already been sealed away? Another person from Ruo Chen's team was running for his life. Damn it, the opponent's attack range is too wide. I have to get closer to him, fast. He hadn't run far before an arrow pierced his leg. It hurts so much. Li Chang began to feel terrified. This is bad. I can't get close to him at all. The area within his range is simply a killing field. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chang's head was severed from his neck. Fresh blood immediately splattered everywhere. Tang Ruo Chen said while running, Li Chang is taken out too. It's just the 2 of us left. Don't let him hit you. The blood will attract the Mingya. Da Yi gritted his teeth. Of course I know that, but you think it's that easy to not get hit? Just as they finished speaking, Yunmu's rain of arrows came rushing at them again. Da Yi was startled, and he clenched his jaw tightly. He angrily drew his weapon. This little punk. Cornered, Da Yi charged forward frantically, yelling, Stop looking down on me. He made up his mind. Ruo Chen, I'm not running anymore. It's not like I can escape anyway. It's better to just face them. Ruo Chen replied, All right. In that case, you get in front and cover for me. We'll approach him slowly, as long as he didn't even get to finish his sentence before an arrow pierced through Da Yi's head. He immediately fell, knocked out of the match. Ruo Chen screamed, Da Yi. At this point, Ruo Chen was absolutely furious. He looked over at Yumu's side and shouted a curse, You bastard. Meanwhile, Yumu was standing on a slender tree branch, very pleased with himself. That's another one down. Yumu smiled as he calculated. Only Tang Ruo Chen is left. He glanced over at the scarecrow-like figures, who were all sharing the same thought. Isn't this supposed to be a team battle? Why does it feel like we didn't even get to participate? At that moment, a powerful surge of light suddenly erupted like a volcano, startling Yunmu. He immediately turned his head to look back. Is this the pressure of the earth element? Only after all his teammates had been defeated did Ruo Chen begin to unleash his power. He quickly advanced towards Yunmu's position, looked up, and said, I've found you. Yumu smirked. Hey, relying on that pair of guardians, did you manage to break through your cultivation limit? Tang Ruo Chen replied, That's right. This was originally meant to deal with Li Yun's mad blade. It seems I have no choice but to use it now. As he spoke, he channeled his internal energy, and the ground where Yunmu was standing immediately collapsed as if in a landslide. Yunmu quickly leaped up to dodge the attack. Immediately after, he drew his bowstring, and his internal energy began to accumulate. Yunmu was now like a flying squirrel, leaping from one branch to another. He continuously changed his attack position to distract his opponent, but Ruo Chen wasn't one to give up easily. He immediately drew a 5-pointed star sigil in the air. Then he shouted, "Guardian!" Yunmu began to calculate. He blocked it directly. "In that case, I'll have to depend on you all. Go, Ming Yan." Ruo Chen started to get annoyed. These crows are so damn annoying. He looked at Yunmu with resentment. "Just you wait. I'll smash your little crows to a pulp." Instantly, Ruo Chen let out a roar. "Come forth, frenzied beastmaster." His body seemed to explode with power as a blinding light radiated outwards. It startled Yunmu. Li Si couldn't help but shield her eyes with her hand. What is that?" Da Xing spoke up. "If I'm not mistaken, that must be." After a brief pause, a powerful light seemed to shine from Ruo Chen's eyes. The giant boar he had summoned appeared. "It's called a war soul, and it looks pretty cool." Yumu sneered mockingly. "Now that's what I call a handsome war soul." Instantly, Yunmu appeared behind Ruo Chen. His eyes lit up as Tang Ruo Chen channeled internal energy from his hands. "You still dare to come closer?" "I told you I would," he said as he clenched his fists. At the same time, that fat boar war soul also seemed to go berserk. It opened its mouth wide and let out a piercing squeal. Ruo Chen then launched a powerful attack at a Ming Yan, continuing, "Smash you to a pulp." That war soul ferociously reached out and grabbed the Ming Yan tightly. The crow let out a startled cry, but before it could even react, the war soul had already crushed the Ming Yan in its hand. Tang Ruo Chen couldn't help but be pleased with this. He said smugly, "That's 2 of them." Yunmu shouted, "I can't get close at all, and there's only 1 left. This is getting tough." With no other choice, Yunmu called for help. "Hey, Destroyer King, can you hear me?" Mingye replied quickly. "Why are you calling me?" He sent another telepathic message. "Take a look at that guy down there. Can you win against him?" Mingya answered cockily. "Huh? A frenzied beastmaster? That thing can't even compare to one of my toes." Yunmu said, "But the Mingyan you gave me, they've been almost completely wiped out." Mingya was disdainful. "Ridiculous. How much of its power do you think you've actually managed to unlock?" "If that's the case," Yunmu replied, "give me more power." Mingya replied, "That is impossible. If you want more power from me, you need to make a deal." "This is what you said." He said inwardly, "Fine. System, use all internal energy value. Release the seal of the King of Destruction." While waiting for the system to absorb the internal energy value, Mingya spoke. "During this time, you've earned quite a lot of this so-called internal energy." Yunmu was startled. "Is the seal broken?" Mingya replied, "It's still a long way off, but I can indeed grant you more power. Now, receive my grace." As soon as he finished speaking, Yunmu let out a loud cry. Seeing Yunmu erupt with power, Ruochen couldn't help but be stunned. But the Mingyan had all been killed, their feathers scattering everywhere. He said smugly, "So all 3 of them have been dealt with." After absorbing Mingya's power, Yunmu was extremely pleased. "Did I ever say there were only 3 of them?" The moment he finished speaking, a whole flock of Mingyan immediately charged forward. Yunmu's voice was cold as he glared. Then he commanded them, "Tear him to shreds for me." The flock of Mingyan viciously swooped towards him, their screeches sounding like they would rip the sky apart. Ruochen cried out in alarm. His battle spirit was still working at full capacity. Another wave of dark crows was taken down by its hand. Ruochen's inner energy was truly not to be underestimated. But to him, Yunmu was a truly formidable opponent, so he didn't let his guard down. The fresh blood of the dark crows splattered continuously, instantly staining the ground. Yunmu remained calm. "All of my crows have been smashed to bits. Well, now, what should I do next?" Mingye spoke up. "Leave the rest to me." As soon as he finished speaking, the corpses of the dark crows on the ground suddenly began to glow. Tang Ruochen was startled. "What's happening?" A dazzling light of unknown origin suddenly appeared in the sky. Tang Ruochen watched, bewildered, as the crow corpses began to reassemble. "This golden light is..." He stared intently at the light source in the sky. "Golden rock mystic power?" The bodies of the dark crows fused together into a new form, its sharp, cold eyes seeming to carry sparks of fire. Along with it came a pair of wings that made it look like a descending angel. Very quickly, a perfect human body coalesced from those streams of light. The people watching from the sidelines couldn't help but gasp in amazement. "What is that thing now?" "It's huge." The whole crowd was stunned. What level of battle are we even watching? Could it be that the Li family's strongest disciple is actually this Li Yunmu? Yunmu couldn't help but praise, "Truly massive." Though, compared to this, My king of destruction is a little more handsome. Manhwa pointed a finger at the battle spirit and said in a cold voice, a mere berserker beast dares to stand before me. This fat pig stood before the king of destruction, unable to stop itself from trembling. Manhwa spread his wings wide. Then, he smugly said to the boy, little devil, watch closely. He channeled his inner energy and continued, watch how I lead you to victory. Over here, everyone grew tense as well, each holding their breath in anticipation. Is the winner about to be decided? Within Manhwa's aura of power, there seemed to be the image of a bird. It seemed this was his symbol. At that moment, Ruochen could only stand there stunned, watching Manhwa unleash his attack. The pig battle spirit only had time to let out a single cry. Its entire body was instantly and effortlessly blown away. Ruochen stood completely still, staring at the terrifying power before him and thinking to himself, it seems I've completely lost this time. But a wry smile still lingered on Ruochen's lips. In the end, the outcome was clear. Yunmu's team had defeated Ruochen's team. The crowd couldn't help but murmur. They won? Wasn't this supposed to be a team battle? The result was one person taking down 5. Are all these people from the Leaf family monsters? Immediately, the system awarded him 169 dimensional coins. Yunmu let out a sigh of relief. Looks like we won. Thanks, brother, king of destruction. The king replied, annoyed. Call me the great king. Immediately after, Li Si, disregarding her image, rushed over. She threw her arms around Yumu's neck, praising him. Little Moo, you're so amazing. Da Xiang also said in amazement, is that the battle bow you got from the treasury? It seems you really picked up a treasure. Yunmu smiled brightly. Just lucky. He casually advised, try to master that power. It'll take you to the next level. Da Xiang's words made him uneasy, wondering if he had noticed something strange. After this match, Yumu finally returned home. He let out a breath. It's been a while since I've been back to the real world. At the same time, the system reported, from this battle, you have obtained a quantity of void essence. Affirmative. Void essence can be used to expand the astral realm. He grumbled, cut it out, trying to scam me with this again. With this tiny amount of void essence I have, throwing it in there won't even make a dent. Suddenly, at that moment, a loud banging echoed from outside the door. Little Moo, open up, he wondered. Little Chiang, what's up? Didn't we just see each other? Lu Chiang relayed the message. I just passed by the message room. The manager told me to tell you someone's looking for you. I think it's Tang Ruochen. This guy is like a lingering ghost. Yunmu couldn't help but be surprised. Why him again? Ruochen was standing in a corner of the hallway, deep in thought. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, hey, you over there? Yunmu slowly walked down. Waiting for me? You miss me that much? Can't even go an hour without seeing me, huh? Ruochen immediately handed something over. Take it. The snowy joy cold blade, as I promised. Looking at the dark circles under his eyes, Yunmu was inwardly shocked. He looks awful. Yunmu was very satisfied. You're a man of your word. Ruochen explained. This jade box is forged from 1,000-year-old heavenly mountain cold jade. When you're not using the weapon, it's best to keep it inside the box. Yunmu found it strange. You said you went through all that just to meet Li Yun once, plotting against my friend, betting your blade. Was it worth it? Ruochen replied, I'm sorry for going too far with your friend, but ever since I fought Li Yun, I haven't been able to find any peace. No matter what, I want to experience his berserker blade one more time. Looking at his pale, lifeless complexion, Yunmu thought to himself, it seems losing to the berserker blade has given him a complex. Ruochen started to leave sadly. But I can accept my loss. I won't bother you anymore. Yunmu couldn't help but feel a bit of pity for him. That back of his looks so lonely. If he doesn't overcome his inner demons, he'll just stay stuck like this, won't he? His eyes looked at Ruochen with a bit more favor. Actually, he's a pretty good guy. After some thought, Yunmu made his decision. Tang Ruochen. He turned his head to look, and Yunmu grinned, shouting, I'll fight you. Then, with a determined expression, Yunmu added, what about using a berserker blade? Hearing this, Ruochen got incredibly excited. You're serious? You're willing to use a berserker blade? A crowd immediately gathered around them. Look, it's Li Yunmu and Tang Ruochen. Are they getting ready to fight in real life? Who's going to win this time? Will it be Li Yunmu again? Ruochen was bewildered. There were so many people. Did he really want to fight for real? Why not? Yunmu said casually. Don't worry. He quickly took out a black sphere. I've got this. The moment Ruochen saw it, he knew it was a barrier cage. Immediately after, Yunmu forcefully threw the sphere to the ground. He walked ahead, glanced at Ruochen, and said, let's go. This way. It'll just be the two of us. Seeing them disappear, the crowd was extremely disappointed. Hey, a barrier cage. Why'd they have to use that? Everyone was indignant. Doesn't that mean we won't be able to see anything? Time passed quickly, and an hour later, it was still completely silent inside. Suddenly, a foot stepped out from inside. Everyone held their breath, waiting. Unable to hold back any longer, people started murmuring, "Someone's coming out." "Who is it? Who came out?" Suddenly, one of the young men looked down at himself, startled in surprise. The two walked out at the same time after their match. They seemed to be on better terms, even though both their faces were bloody and scratched up. Yumu was satisfied. As expected, a real fight in person is much more satisfying. Ruochin also seemed to have gotten over his mental block, and he replied cheerfully, "You can say that again." The curious crowd buzzed, "Hey, so who actually won?" "Who won?" Yunmu looked at them, smiled brightly, and answered nonchalantly, "Who knows?" Afterwards, the two of them sat together on a school bench. Yumu was panting, his mouth open. He spoke up, "Hey, I fought with you for so long. Shouldn't you give me some kind of rune or something? As payment?" Tang Ruochin replied happily, "Get out of here. What do you mean with me? You were clearly having a blast yourself." Yumu greedily kept pushing. "Don't be so stingy. You know, enhancing the Snowy Joy Cold Saber costs a lot of money, and besides, the Tang family already owes you so much." Ruochin didn't back down either. "You damn brat, don't try to pull a fast one on me. Just because my family has money, why should we have to give it to you?" Ruochin then suggested something. "I think you could try taking on the Tower of Honor." Yunmu was surprised. "The Tower of Honor," Ruochin explained. "The Tower of Honor gathers the strength of the Flux Disciple Guild Alliance. It was built 9 years ago and has a total of 108 floors. Challengers have to defeat the Guardian Beasts on each floor to advance. With every floor you climb, the Guardian Beasts get stronger." Yumu excitedly slapped his hand. "It's just like playing a game." Tang Ruochin continued, "Successful challengers get tower medals, which can be exchanged for all sorts of rewards." He stood up. "I've told you how to get rich. The rest is up to you." Yumu then thought seriously, "I should really give the Tower of Honor a try when I have the time." At that moment, Tangan walked past Li Yumu. "Why are you sitting here all alone? Did you get into a fight?" He was startled. "Senior." The senior looked at him and said, "In a few days, Heavenly Cloud Castle will be opening the Mangnu Valley battlefield. It'll be open for a month. During that time, you can go explore, train, or gather resources. You're a promising talent. It would be a waste to miss this opportunity." Yunmu was a bit dazed. "Okay, thank you, senior." 3 days later, the atmosphere in the library was completely silent. Yunmu was hunched over a pile of books, looking very busy. After a while, he let out a tired sigh. "Damn it, this stuff is too hard to understand. I don't get it at all." In the end, he steeled his resolve. "If I don't understand it, I just have to work harder." After all, he remembered that time with Tang Ruochin. Ruochin had handed him something. "Take it." Yunmu was surprised. "Huh? What is this?" Ruochin said, "This is a map to the entrance of a secret domain." Curious, he opened it up to look. He explained, "The entrance is roughly in the Devil Witch Mountain's dark domain, within the Mangnu Valley battlefield. I heard you'll be going there soon, so this is for you." Yumu frowned. "What the hell is this map? Why can't I understand a single word?" Ruoshan added, "The words on it are in an ancient language. You'll have to translate it yourself. Whether you can or not is up to you." Back in the present, he was trying his best to translate the words. Devil Witch Mountain is 138,640 kilometers from the Mangnu battlefield. At the same time, Naiji's voice rang out, "Devil Witch Mountain, that's a danger zone. And a dark domain, no less," she said tartly. "May I ask why you're not looking up information on the Mangnu battlefield, but are looking up this dangerous place instead?" Yumu stood up and said hastily, "It's nothing. I just heard about this place before and got a little curious." She pouted. "Yeah, right. I don't believe you." Naiji yelled, "Do you have any idea how dangerous that place is? Keep your voice down. This is a library. Even if you have powerful defensive measures." She was so worried she was about to cry. "So what if you're a disciple of a hidden sect? That's not a place you can just go to whenever you feel like it." Yumu looked painfully at the girl in front of him. Then, he affectionately patted her head and said in a warm voice, "All right, I know." Seeing Naiji with tears welling up in her eyes, he didn't feel good either. "Making you worry about an idiot like me who loves taking risks. I'm so sorry." Hearing this, Naiji's little heart felt like it was about to melt. He continued, "That place must be really dangerous, right? That's why you're so worked up. But that's just how things are in this world." Seeing Naiji was still sad, Yumu said, "No matter how dangerous it is, what needs to be done must be done. How about this? I promise you, no matter what, even if it's just for you, I will come back alive. Pinky promise." Her eyes, once again welling with tears, gazed at him. Naiji felt somewhat more at ease. She quickly composed herself and wiped her tears, but she still linked pinkies with Yunmu. Whether you come back or not has nothing to do with me. What's this for me nonsense? Yunmu was happy. You're finally smiling. You look much better when you smile. Immediately after, Naiji left, not paying him any more attention. You blockhead who doesn't understand anything. If something happens, you have to tell me. Yunmu cheerfully replied, All right, big brother. Hiding behind them, Lu Qiang smirked slyly. Our little Yunmu is quite popular. Lu Qiang added, This kid, Li Yunmu, really knows what he's doing. Ling replied, Li Yunmu made Liu Naiji cry. Meanwhile, Li Si shouted in frustration, This is pissing me off. After everyone had left, Yunmu glanced at the books on the table and began flipping through them to study the Mara Sutra palm. Despite saying that, he was still very much on his guard. Looks like this trip is going to be really dangerous. Right after that, he immediately went to register his name. Yunmu handed over the paper. This should be it, right? The staff member checked it and then said, All right, leave the registration form here. Just go pay the special route fee. He felt a bit of regret. The fee to go to the Tower of Glory is 500,000. That's so expensive. Yumu mumbled as he walked, If I didn't need the Ice Ancient Dimensional Rune for my blade practice, I wouldn't even come here. From behind him, a voice called out, Little Yu. There are so many Silver Crystal Flux disciples here. Qingyu immediately replied, Of course. Everyone who dares to come here is an elite. Lin Li looked at him. Little Yu, look, that person seems to be just an ordinary Crystal Flux disciple. Over here, Yunmu was shamelessly haggling. Hey miss, I'm here to pay the fee. Can you make it a little cheaper? What's your hurry? No one said you can't bargain. Qingyu replied, What's so strange? The people here, even if they only have the cultivation of an ordinary Crystal Flux disciple, their combat power is much stronger than others. Suddenly, what Qingyu saw in front of her startled her so much she broke into a cold sweat. She stared at Yumu's back, thinking to herself, Why does this person feel so familiar? Yumu was busy arguing, This is my hard-earned money. I'm complaining that it's expensive, so I can't even bargain? What kind of attitude is that? Miss, who are you calling cheap? Qingyu thought to herself. Just looking at his back makes me want to punch him. Right after that, she immediately walked up to Yunmu's side. Hello, sir. He turned around blankly. Huh? Yunmu was so startled he had to cover his mouth to keep from screaming. He immediately turned his face away. He couldn't help but scream internally. Why is this woman here? And she's with Lin Li, too. He even squatted down. This is a disaster. The two women in this world who hate me the most are both here right now. Qingyu spoke up. Sir. Finally out of options, he stood up. His mind was still racing. This is the only way. Then, Yunmu said loudly, I was wondering who was calling me. Turns out it's two beautiful ladies. They thought he'd have some brilliant plan, but who knew he'd just act like a clown. Lin Li couldn't help but be startled when she looked at him. This person looks special. Qingyu's face darkened as she bowed her head. My apologies. I've mistaken you for someone else. Yumu, sweating, continued. Hey, beautiful lady, didn't your mother tell you that hitting on men like this can get you kidnapped easily? He tried to act like a total scoundrel. Qingyu shouted in frustration. How dare this guy talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? Yunmu glared. I don't give a damn who you are. Stay away from me. You want me to rip your clothes to shreds and then sell you off to some fool on a mountain to be his wife? Lin Li couldn't listen anymore and pulled her hand. All right, little you. Why bother with a lunatic like him? Let's go. Qingyu thought angrily. That bastard. That ugly guy is just like that monkey. He has a foul mouth and no shame, treating me like an idiot. He remembered what he'd said. I'm here to win, not to save face. As soon as the two of them left, Yumu immediately relaxed his face back to normal. He glanced over. They're finally gone. My face went completely stiff. I almost couldn't change it back. Staring wide-eyed for so long almost made me puke. I can't keep doing this. Just then, he heard a girl's voice. Hello. Would you like to check out some guild souvenirs? Yunmu immediately walked over. The girl's voice was still bright and clear. Thank you for purchasing our commemorative mask. Please come again. Suddenly, his shout was so loud it echoed. You could say the entire city heard it. Yunmu's vision was a little different. My god, just how many flux crystals did this thing cost? It turned out he'd noticed that girl because he wanted to buy this strange item. Only something like this could have such a large flux energy world. Qingyu walked over again. Hey, ugly, what are you spacing out for? Were you scared by the Flux Ancestors' Flux Energy World? Yunmu yelled. Where? Yumu was surprised. The Flux Ancestor? Qingyu was bewildered. Why did you turn into a fish? She explained. The Flux Ancestor is the founder of the guild. and also the first person to awaken flux energy. How do you not even know this? During the Dark Ages, you could say he gave humanity a glimmer of hope. Yunmu is shocked. That old senior from 200 years ago. He's still alive? Qingyu cut him off. Don't talk nonsense, he's doing just fine. She looked at Yunmu and guessed. This is your first time at the tower, isn't it? Don't underestimate the Tower of Glory built by the guild. It gathers the power of Flux disciples. If you're not careful, you won't even know how you died. He was extremely surprised. People die here? Qingyu continued her story. The Tower of Glory doesn't just have the 108 floors you see on the outside. There are another 108 floors that go underground. People call it the Fallen Tower. Only those who have been to the Dark Domain and have a passage to the Fallen are qualified to enter. Yumu was silently shocked. The Dark Domain. The place I want to go is also a Dark Domain. After that, Qingyu led him to a place full of machinery. This is it. Yunmu looked around and then asked her, "This is the Tower of Glory. The architecture is so strange." Qingyu couldn't help but mock him. "There's nothing in this world stranger than your face. I'm going in first. You better pray for yourself." He teased her again. "Leaving already? Beautiful. Add me." Qingyu was annoyed. "Don't call me beautiful, you pervert." When Qingyu left, Yumu silently looked around. The Tower of Glory. He secretly made a resolution. Let me see what this place is really all about. Yunmu then quickly headed inside. The door opened automatically. He was immediately startled. The reason for his strange expression was because there were 3 doors in front of him. Yunmu couldn't help but wonder. Flux Disciples door. Pass through the Flux Disciples door. Flux Master's door. What is all this? The system explained for a while, but he was still confused. So you're saying I can only enter the Flux Disciples door right now? And this next thing surprised him so much he scratched his head. There were even rankings on each door. Yumu took off his fish hat to get a better look. Then another shocking thing happened, and he exclaimed with excitement, "Holy cow, that madman Wu is on the board again. I can't lose to him." At the same time, the system warned, "You are in a space of evil." And now Yumu had to wait, but he was a bit puzzled. An evil space? Bored, Yumu plopped down on the ground. What am I supposed to do? Isn't this the astral world founded by Xuanzhu? Before I could even finish that thought, the system sent another notification, leaving me completely stunned. Is that all there is to it? Suddenly, the system issued a warning. If you die inside the tower, it will absorb all of your aether. The system explained that any player who dies in the tower will be absorbed by the master of this space. He was shocked. It was supposed to be a simple trial tower, but I never thought it could actually kill someone. This isn't normal. Could someone be using the reward system to lure the continent's elites here, just to absorb their ether and expand the astral world? Yunmu gritted his teeth. Isn't Xuanzhu, the founder of this tower, supposed to be humanity's first awakened hero? How can this be? Right after, he ordered the system to deep scan the entire Tower of Fame and find Xuanzhu's location. The system found him quickly. Yunmu shouted urgently, "Where is he now?" A thick curtain of darkness quickly enveloped him. According to the system's analysis, this tower is the incarnation of the Mother Tide Stone and the World Lord. Yunmu deduced, incarnated as the tower. So he's watching my every move right now. According to the system, Xuanzhu had become a true god, and this made Yunmu uneasy. Of the 12 true god cores, he has already condensed 7. He only needs 5 more to fully become a true god. To think that someone humanity regarded as a hero would willingly sacrifice the lives of others just to become a god. At that thought, he couldn't help but spit on the ground. How disgusting. Finally, he made up his mind. If you're going to use other people like this, then I'll use you right back. Open the door. The place he stepped into was another dimension, pitch black inside. In front of him was something that looked like an old, rusted iron cage. Yunmu couldn't help but be surprised. Huh? He looked around. Everything seemed empty, but the danger was actually lurking above. The moment those mutated beasts saw him, they let out a frenzied roar and charged. Hearing the noise, he immediately whipped his head around, on high alert. But he was a moment too late. One of them swiped at Yunmu, and he quickly brought up his arms to block. But he was still sent flying back, the ground cracking from the impact. Yumu dug his heels in, trying to stay upright. His arm had been gashed by its claw. Fresh blood gushed from the wound. Yunmu looked over at them, genuinely startled. That was too close. These were the claws of a hell-nether rat. I heard their strength is comparable to that of a peak universal star awakened. He clicked his tongue in disbelief. I can't believe they released 9 of them at once. Yunmu gave a cold laugh. And this is just the first floor? That bastard Xuanzhu really wants to kill people, doesn't he? Seeing the entire pack of mutated rats charge at him together, Yunmu was surprised. Oh, all at once, are we? He began to channel his internal energy. Fine by me. I don't have much time to waste anyway. As soon as the words left his mouth, a cunning glint flashed in Yunmu's eyes. Shadow system, activate. A figure, cloaked in blue, instantly appeared. A powerful sword strike slashing straight towards one of the rats. As it died, golden coins burst from its body. Li Yun stood there, as imposing as a general preparing for battle. Seeing the coins burst out, Yunmu couldn't help but feel incredibly pleased. More tower coins popped out. From behind, 3 ferocious rats let out a unified shriek and lunged at Li Yun. He didn't even turn around, but a powerful wave of internal energy erupted from his body. The rats were instantly blown to pieces, only managing a single squeal before they exploded. Then, they vanished completely. On the other side, Li Feng had also quickly finished off the remaining rats. Yunmu watched from the sidelines, satisfied. After training for so long on the dimensional battlefield, they finally learned how to coordinate. Huh? He scanned the area. Looks like the first floor is cleared. Return. Number 1, number 2. The moment he finished speaking, a large hole opened up in the floor, and a door slowly emerged from within. Huh? What's this? He leaned in for a closer look. It was an exchange list. Ancient Ice Dimension Rune. 100 Tower Coins. Ancient Lightning Dimension Rune. 100 Tower Coins. That's actually not expensive. After all, one of these would cost at least 1 million if you bought it with cash. Yunmu scrolled through the list. There was even a max-level Red Star Sacred Nether Force skill and the blood of a 6th Dimension Wind Dragon. You can even exchange for items this high level. No wonder so many Awaken are willing to risk their lives to challenge this tower. Suddenly, his eyes froze on something. Wait a minute. This is the thing from the system screen. Blood of the Shadow Saintess. 2,500 tower coins. He recalled how he had complained before. You've got to be kidding me. All I got from the box was this seed. Back then, he had looked at the tiny seed in his hand with suspicion. Is this seed really a secret treasure? According to the system, it needed to be watered with the blood of a saintess to bloom and bear fruit. At the time, he hadn't even given it a second thought. Forget it, he'd thought. The Shadow Saintess is a humanoid race from the 7th dimension. They live deep within the shadows and are almost impossible to find. There's no way I can find her blood on my own. Back in the present, Yumu was stunned. He couldn't believe something so difficult to obtain could be exchanged for here. Looks like I have to find a way to get this, but I only have 10 tower coins right now. The system, sensing his greed, immediately reminded him, please be aware of your own limitations. Yumu shot at a glare. All right, I get it. You're so noisy. I'll be careful. He took a step forward, and a tile rose up from the floor. Yunmu began to calculate. This is only the first floor. Clearing a few more should be no problem, right? On the second floor, Li Yun and Li Feng once again had the upper hand. He quickly and easily cleared it. Then it was on to the third floor, his momentum still going strong. Another floor cleared. He continued to the 4th floor, and it seemed nothing could pose a challenge to him yet. Yumu cleared it again, and before long, he had reached the 5th floor. This time, there should be a real obstacle. Yunmu was panting but also incredibly excited. Hey, I cleared my way to the 5th floor without even realizing it. He said to himself, I need to get a little more serious now. Before him were 49 Hell Nether Rats, and leading them was a single Nether Rat warlord. Li Feng and Li Yun quickly moved to flank Yunmu. He charged forward, shouting, let's go. Looking at the giant monster, Yunmu started giving commands. Number 1, attack its left flank. Li Yun immediately obeyed. His feet moved swiftly through the air. A moment later, Li Yun gripped his sword tightly and unleashed a cold slash straight at the target. The monster was quick to notice. It shot him a glare, its eyes unable to hide their menace. Immediately, it mercilessly swung its arm, smashing it straight down toward Li Yun. The sheer pressure sent rocks and debris flying everywhere. Yunmu, startled, bolted away. Damn, I can't even get close. He immediately issued another command. Number 2, feign an attack on the big one and draw its fire. He looked at Li Yun, who was flattened on the ground. Hey, Number 1, how long are you going to lay there? Get up and get to work. I'm counting on you for these cannon fodder. Yunmu was like a sparrow, his feet moving nimbly back and forth. If a close-range attack wouldn't work, then he took a running leap and launched himself into the air. The wind whistled past his ears as he gripped something tightly in his hand. Yunmu shouted, then I'm leaving it to you, big brother, king of destruction. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful surge of inner energy appeared in Yunmu's hands. A black hole materialized in the sky. This was the heavenly dog eats the moon. The bow in his hand was quickly summoned. Yunmu used the heavenly dog eats the moon technique to take it down. A powerful light emanated from the bow, half obscuring Yunmu's face. The sight was incredibly mystical. The monster quickly sensed the immense pressure behind it and immediately whipped its head around. At the same time, the arrow had already been fired. He shouted, "Go." Instantly, an aura in the shape of a wolf lunged forward aggressively, biting down hard on the monster's arm. He was so fast the monster could only stand there and take the hits. Seeing the time was right, Yunmu formed a hand seal and shouted, "Explode." The moment he spoke, a huge tremor occurred, and gold coins rained down relentlessly. He landed gently on the ground, surrounded by a thick cloud of dust. Yunmu let out a sigh. It's over. He looked at the endless rain of coins and couldn't help but wonder, why did it drop so many tower coins? Was this big guy really that loaded? Glancing over at Li Yun, who was working hard, Yunmu couldn't help but exclaim, "Looks like the minions are done for." 2. He started to focus and calculate. So, 10 coins for floor 1, 20 coins for floor 2. How many tower coins should I have now? After a moment, his head was spinning, and he groaned in frustration. I'm not going to bother counting. What a pain. In short, he paused, a cunning glint in his eyes. I just have to keep fighting like this. Meanwhile, a girl stared at a screen, worried. Our Yunyun hasn't been online for days. Did something happen to him? Her male friend scoffed. He must have lost to Tang Ruochin inside the barrier and is too scared to come out. Look, even Li Yun and Li Feng don't dare to show their faces on the dimensional battlefield anymore. As a fan of Yunmu, the girl shouted in frustration, "You ape. Our boy can win even in reality." At the same time, suddenly, a sound echoed, making the two of them freeze. Special broadcast, the system announced. Congratulations to Yunmu of the Central Continent for successfully clearing the 10th floor of the Tower of Honor as a common rank sage. Congratulations to Yunmu of the Central Continent for successfully clearing the 10th floor of the Tower of Honor as a common rank sage. The young man was startled by the announcement. The 10th floor of the Tower of Honor? How is that possible for a common rank? Elsewhere, in the Central Continent's royal city, someone handed over a stack of papers. Here are the documents you requested. The man looked over, surprised. This is the kid? He reached the 10th floor of the Tower of Honor as a mere common rank. That's right. The War God Temple has already announced that they're making Yunmu a trial candidate for the temple. A cunning smile appeared on his face. Those old geezers sure move fast. Send out a notice for me. Bestow upon Yunmu the title of Junior Star General of the Central Continent. He and his family are now officially qualified to reside in the Central Continent's royal city. Grant him a Junior Star General's estate. Hearing his master's command, the young man had no objections and simply replied obediently, "Yes, sir." The entire city was in an uproar that night with a series of announcements. The War God Temple has issued a notice making Yunmu a trial candidate, granting him trial qualifications. The Central Continent's Royal City branch of the War God Temple announces the bestowal of the title of Junior Star General of the Central Continent upon Yunmu. He is granted a Junior Star General's estate and is permitted to form his own personal Star Guard unit. Everyone was completely stunned. Holy crap, the War God Temple and the Sages Guild are already fighting over him. Their reaction time is insane. The elders were also buzzing. Bestowing a title on a common rank sage just like that. I've lived for so many years and this is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. It seems this young man is incredibly talented. At the same time, on the 11th floor of the Tower of Honor, a plump rat was growling nonstop. It charged frantically. This was the Emperor Beast. Yunmu struggled for a moment, then couldn't help but feel satisfied. Excellent, I've caught it. He looked at it and sighed in admiration. Worthy of being a gold star dimensional beast, to withstand the full brunt of all my sage power. Immediately after gathering all his strength, Yunmu shouted, "Heavenly dog devours the moon. Explode." As he commanded, a massive explosion erupted, and gold coins once again rained down. But because of the shockwave, he lost his balance and was thrown into the distance, his face getting a little scraped up. After reaching the 11th floor, Yunmu panted heavily. I won, but I'm reaching my limit. He sat there for a moment. It's been a while since I've had an all-out fight like that. Now I have a rough idea of my own strength. It seems that if my number 1 and number 2 team up, they can take on a gold star sage. He then quickly approached the notice board. Let's see how many tower coins I have now. Looking at it, Yunmu was startled to find out. The Emperor Beast was worth that much. It dropped 300 coins just like that. So now I should have about 2,730 coins. Tisk. He then remembered the Saintess's blood. Doesn't that mean I can now? Yunmu was bewildered. I've already saved up this much just by the 11th floor. These tower coins aren't that hard to get, are they? The system spoke. It's likely because you are now a common rank sage, so the coin rewards are higher. Yunmu was surprised. Is that so? He then clicked on the system. In that case, I was right not to upgrade my black star all this time. Teesk. A strong beam of light shot straight at him. Startled, Yunmu shielded his face with his hand and yelled. Under this pressure, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in discomfort, wondering, what the? The moment he thought that, something very strange fell from the sky. Yumu wondered, what is this? It turned out to be a large scale, looking just like the scales of justice from the Libra zodiac. A voice suddenly rang out. Please offer up your tower coins. Yunmu found this a bit interesting. There's even a guide voice. He walked around for a bit, examining the area, then looked up at the scales. Is this it? Right after that, he followed the instructions and put all his coins in. The crisp sound of coins rang pleasantly in his ears. Immediately, the other side of the scale began to reveal something. He watched intently, filled with anticipation. There it is! A large vial of blood was now in Yunmu's possession. He was thrilled. With this, he could finally water the shadow seed. Yunmu then closed his eyes. A voice in his head quickly commanded him to enter the star realm. As soon as he stepped inside, Yunmu gasped, "Whoa, when did it get so messy in here? Guess I can't just carelessly toss things into the star realm anymore." He started digging through the chaotic mess. I'm pretty sure I threw it somewhere around here. Finally, he found the tiny little seed. Yes, I found it. He sat down and started to dig a hole to plant it. My spot. In just a moment, he was done digging and planting. Yunmu was satisfied. All right. He finally brought out the vial of blood he had just acquired. Now, all I need to do is water it with this. Yunmu slowly and carefully poured the blood, as if he were feeding a child. Very quickly, a tiny sprout immediately broke through the soil and emerged. On top of the small stem was a single leaf, which was emitting a gentle purple light. The plant immediately sprouted further, and a tiny bud began to form, a small flower. This rapid growth startled Yunmu. It's already blooming so fast. At that same moment, the flower buds suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Cracks began to appear on the blossom, and in an instant, that light erupted. Like an erupting volcano, it sent Yunmu falling backward in surprise. Damn it! He glared at the flower and cursed. It's only been a moment and it's already blinded me twice. Sooner or later, you things are gonna blind me for good. The space then returned to its normal state. He slowly crawled back over. What on earth did I just grow? When he looked closer, Yunmu was even more astonished. Well, what is this? Inside the flower petals, a tiny little girl was sleeping soundly. This was the Shadow Queen. He had finally hatched her successfully. She looked like a tiny little pixie, even murmuring in her sleep, her mouth constantly letting out small, kitten-like sounds. Yunmu felt his heart melt just looking at her. He couldn't help but exclaim, so tiny, so adorable, my super daughter. The queen turned over, revealing an even cuter face. Yunmu's heart fluttered. God damn it, I really want to poke her cheek. Because he kept making so much noise, she couldn't stay in a deep sleep. Her tiny eyes slowly fluttered open. Yunmu smiled brightly. She's awake. The Shadow Queen sat up, stretching languidly after her long nap. Yunmu raised his finger to her nose and whispered, "Hi, hello there." The little girl looked at him, seeming just as captivated. Yunmu quickly introduced himself. "My name is Lee Yunmu. It's a pleasure to meet you." The queen blinked once. Yunmu looked at her gently, as if he were afraid that speaking any louder would startle her. The little girl immediately raised her arms, babbling and asking to be held. Right after that, the Shadow Queen immediately lunged forward and threw her arms around him. But Yunmu's heart skipped a beat, and he was so startled he couldn't even process what was happening. His body was sent flying, tumbling several times through the air. Seeing this, the Shadow Queen was also momentarily stunned. Yumu lay sprawled on the ground. A sharp pain shot through him, making it impossible to sit up right away. His mouth could still mumble, "My life." After a moment, Yunmu's eyes widened in a daze. So strong. Totally worth it. He gently lifted the little girl into his hand. I can't believe it, that a seed could actually grow into a child. Little one, from this day on, you'll be with me. Suddenly, the Shadow Queen's brow furrowed. Even her pouting face was incredibly adorable. He immediately guessed, "Are you hungry? But I don't have anything for you to eat right now." Yunmu quickly tried to soothe her. "Just hang in there for a little bit. Wait until we get outside." But before he could even finish his sentence, the little girl burst into tears. Seeing the little one cry, he felt his own heart breaking. Yunmu was flustered. Don't cry, Daddy will figure something out." According to the system, the queen subsists on blood, so Yunmu could give the little girl his own. He was surprised. Just drinking a little blood is enough? Right after that, Yunmu didn't hesitate to offer his hand. "All right, take it and drink. You can have as much as you want." The queen greedily latched on, her face lit up with joy. She hugged his finger and began to bite and suck on it relentlessly. Yunmu was secretly satisfied. For such an adorable daughter, What's losing a little blood? Besides, she's so tiny. How much could she possibly drink? The moment that thought crossed his mind, his face immediately turned pale, and he couldn't stop himself from crying out in pain. In the end, he just couldn't take it. He yelled at the system, "Hey, you've got to be kidding me. Why is she still drinking? She's not stopping. Even an elephant couldn't handle this. Damn it, how is a person supposed to survive this?" But the system said it was probably because his blood quality was poor, so she had to drink more to compensate. Half an hour later, the queen was finally done drinking. The little girl was satisfied now that her belly was full. As for Yunmu, he looked like a dried-up husk, but he still asked, "Are you full now? You don't need a little more, I think. I'm seeing angels." Due to the massive blood loss, Yunmu had to drink a soft drink to replenish his energy. He couldn't help but be taken aback. "I never thought the day would come when I'd almost die because of a little kid." At that same moment, the queen suddenly materialized. Yunmu was a little surprised. She happily threw her arms around Yunmu. It seemed the queen was extremely satisfied with her new father. Just like a kid, as soon as her belly is full, her mood instantly brightens. The system announced again, the Shadow Queen travels through the void interlayer. As long as she chooses not to reveal herself, other people will be unable to detect her. Yunmu was pleased. "Huh? Well, that's really convenient," the system continued. "The Shadow Queen's strongest ability is Cultivation Replication." Yunmu was surprised. "Cultivation Replication?" The system replied. "The Queen can replicate the level and cultivation of a saint, of any practitioner below the saint level." Yunmu was astonished. "Wait, doesn't that make her even stronger than me?" According to the system, the queen could replicate cultivation, and the strength of that replication would depend on how much power he gave her. Yumu watched the Shadow Queen happily running and jumping around and quickly understood. "So that's how it works. All right, little one, let's go." He happily pointed to himself and then said to her, "Daddy's going to teach you how to fight." Right after that, the two of them quickly returned to the original tower. The queen was dangling from his shoulder. As soon as he arrived, Yunmu was surprised. "Oh, it's not rats anymore? Now, they've changed to dart people. This is the 12th floor of the Tower of Glory, and those girls flying in the air are flying dart demon women." The Shadow Queen shrieked the moment she saw those harpies. Li Yunmu Mook found it amusing. A battle of wits, huh? But as soon as she ran over, the Shadow Queen came running back in tears after getting beaten. Li Yunmu Mook didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What in the world did you go over there for?" That harpy opened its mouth wide, and ice began to form inside. Immediately after, she blew a powerful blast towards the Shadow Queen. The terrified little girl cried and ran for her life. Seeing his daughter being bullied, Li Yunmu grew anxious. "Get out of the way." The area struck by the ice blast was instantly frozen solid. Li Yunmu quickly flew up and snatched the Shadow Queen out of the way. He looked at her trembling in his arms and let out a sigh of relief. "That was too close. I'm so glad you're okay." Then, he turned his gaze to the flock of harpies. "You damn bastards. How dare you do that to my little girl?" His face turned as dark as a demon crawling out of hell. "Now, die." Immediately, Li Yunmu set the little girl down. "You wait here for a moment. Daddy will be right back." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yunmu shot towards the harpy that had just attacked his daughter. The harpy was startled to see him. Li Yunmu sneered, "Hey, bird brain." He then viciously grabbed the harpy's wings and ripped them off with his bare hands. "My daughter just received some of your special." Before he could finish, the harpy cried out in agony. Li Yunmu stomped her head straight into the ground. Her two wings ripped from her back. He spat out the final word, "Hospitality." Then, another one flew towards him, only to be intercepted. "Listen up, harpy. Never underestimate the power of a father's love." As soon as he spoke, feathers scattered in every direction as another harpy fell. Because her comrades had targeted his precious daughter, Li Yunmu was absolutely ruthless, splitting the harpies in two with a single strike. Fresh blood and gold coins rained down everywhere. Seeing how awesome Li Yunmu was, the Shadow Queen couldn't contain her excitement and cheered wildly. The remaining harpies saw his brutality and grew more cautious. But when facing an enemy, it's kill or be killed. So, one of the harpies braced itself and let out a tremendous shriek. The ground where he stood began to crack from the sheer force of her piercing scream. The ground shook like an earthquake, and his ears began to bleed from the pressure. Li Yunmu thought anxiously, "It's a sonic attack. Damn it. I can't move." Meanwhile, another harpy seized the opportunity, letting out a cry from afar before flying straight towards him. The moment she charged, a massive explosion erupted. Smoke and flames billowed everywhere. Watching this, the Shadow Queen cried out in worry. Li Yunmu coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was sent tumbling through the air. Blood streamed down from a gash on his head. Lee Yumu Mook cursed in frustration. This sonic attack is a real pain. If I can't counter this, I'm a dead man. The harpy, of course, didn't stop, pressing her advantage with another powerful scream. Lee Yumu Mook's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes again. Blood poured from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth due to the sonic wave. Lee Yumu Mook roared in agony, and the Shadow Queen started to become terrified. She felt tears welling up and couldn't stop herself from making frantic noises. Finally, her small, bird-like chirps suddenly transformed into the ferocious roar of a wild beast. The Shadow Queen was awakening. Hearing her roar, the harpies were momentarily stunned. Immediately after, the little girl took a deep breath and swallowed everything into her belly. Lee Yumu Mook knew instantly what was happening. She's swallowing the sonic waves and the air all at once. It seemed to be just as he suspected. She was trying to swallow it all. Lee Yumu quickly got to his feet, wiping the blood from his face. What in the world is this bizarre power? Seeing the little tyke plop onto the ground with a fully bloated belly, Lee Yumu couldn't help but marvel. That's a pretty handy trick, isn't it? Seeing the queen sitting on the ground, Lee Yumu walked over and offered his hand. Come on, kiddo. With that, he placed her on his shoulders, his eyes turning cold and sharp. Then let's face this battle together. And half an hour later, in the Void Realm, an announcement echoed. Special broadcast. Special broadcast. Congratulations to Lee Yumu of the Central Continent. 4. As a common Flux disciple, successfully clearing the 15th floor of the Tower of Glory, the announcement spread to every corner of the city. People buzzed with chatter. No way. That commoner is still climbing? What a monster. In the low-ranked Wind Pavilion City. Man, that's my bro. So awesome. I told you he could do it. In the new student classroom at the Wind Pavilion Academy, Baiwen was lost in thought. He's already made waves across all 6 continents. He smiled warmly, as if talking about his own son, to become so famous so quickly. Isn't it a bit too soon? In a remote secret realm, Ling Shui cried out in surprise, the 15th floor already? She was sitting atop a pile of monster carcasses. How incredible. I can't wait to go back and have another match with you. At the Heavenly Dragon Tang Fortress, Rao Zhen was also watching the news. What? That brat already cleared 15 floors so fast? I'm definitely going to get an earful from my father this time. He muttered to himself, filled with excitement. Just you wait. I won't accept defeat that easily. Cutting to a courtyard in the Sky Cloud Fortress, Esmeralda spoke sorrowfully. I apologize, Chairman. I should not have failed last time. A voice from inside responded. I never imagined that brat had so much potential. It seems he's destined to become the ace of Wind Pavilion Academy and become a major threat to us in the future. Esmeralda then asked, what should we do now? He's already been promoted to Junior Flux General. With Lee Yumu current authority, he might even be able to trace the assassination attempt back to us. The chairman mused. For a common Flux disciple to continuously clear 15 floors of the Tower of Glory. Isn't that a bit too surprising? However, if he possessed the Battle Sage bloodline, then everything would make sense. Esmeralda was shocked. The Battle Sage bloodline? The chairman continued, go. Spread the news that Lee Yumu possesses the Battle Sage bloodline. The more people who know, the better. He gave a cunning smile. I understand. You are truly sinister, sir. You want him too. She paused, her expression turning vicious, as she uttered the final words. Die without a burial ground. Back with Lee Yumu, he was now stepping over the corpses littering the ground. He wasn't a machine, so naturally, he was exhausted. He let out a deep sigh. So this must be the 20th floor. Suddenly, Yunmu remembered. Oh, right, after clearing the 20th floor, I think I'll be placed on the ranking board. Isn't that showing off a bit too much? The system then said, there is a function to hide the number of floors you've cleared. That way, your name won't appear on the ranking board. Yunmu was surprised. There's a function for that? You should have said so earlier. He immediately clicked it, then turned it off. I don't want others to pay too much attention to me anyway. But what Yumu didn't know was that he had already shaken the world. He remained clueless and was even quite pleased with himself. Even if I keep fighting, it won't attract too much attention. Outside, people continued to gossip. Hey, everyone. Look, that Yunmu guy cleared the 20th floor and made it onto the Sage ranking board. Everyone was discussing it. Since the tower was built, this is the first time someone has made it onto the ranking board as a common rank Sage. Huh, where? Suddenly, his name quickly vanished. Where'd it go? It was right there a second ago. A young man spoke up. Don't tell me he died. How could he die? He definitely just hit his ranking. Powerful people love to be mysterious. A passerby couldn't help but chime in. But I just heard some news. They say this Yumu seems to have the War Saint bloodline. The crowd started murmuring again. A war saint bloodline, no wonder. For Yunmu Li's power to increase this quickly. The curly-haired guy's face darkened. Yunmu Li has the war saint bloodline. I have to report this to the sect immediately. Meanwhile, the tower's doors quickly opened, showing that he had completed the challenge. Yunmu let out a tired sigh. I was in that tower for way too long. He greedily took a breath, feeling very satisfied. The air outside is so much fresher. He turned to look at the large backpack on his back and thought smugly, this time, I really made a huge haul. I exchanged for so many good things. As soon as he left the street, he heard whispers. Is that Yunmu Li? That's him. And he hit his achievements. No one knows how many floors he actually cleared. Look at that huge bag on his back. He might have even cleared floor 30 or 40. I heard he has the War Saint bloodline. That's unbelievable. He felt a little uncomfortable, wondering to himself, why does it feel like everyone is staring at me? Am I just imagining things? Scene change. At this moment, in the Profound User Guild of Sky Cloud City, a voice suddenly rang out. I'm telling you, sis, we should just go home. Xingyang complained. I'm 80% sure that Yunmu Li is already dead. See, he's not even on the rankings anymore. He kept rambling on. Even if he's not dead, having me, the young city lord, personally wait for him. He's getting way too much face. Qingyu said coldly. Stop your whining. This is an important task Father gave us. We absolutely cannot mess it up. Xingyang reluctantly replied, yes, yes, yes. Just as he finished speaking, the door began to move violently. Xingyang was startled. Someone else is coming out. Yunmu had a scowl on his face. All that rambling is taking me off. A teleportation fee of 500,000. No matter how I think about it, it's too expensive. Seeing the person from a distance, Qingyu shouted, startling him, Yunmu Li. He got scared and immediately put on his fish hat. Why are you still here? I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to stalk me like this, do you? Qingyu shouted. Cut the crap, you scoundrel. She got closer and lowered her voice. You don't have to pretend anymore. I know you're Yunmu Li. Rest assured, I'm not here to cause you trouble. I'm under orders from the city lord to escort you to the city lord's mansion. Xingyang sneered. No way. This idiot-looking guy is Yunmu Li? Yunmu took off his hat and shot back sassily. You're the idiot. Your whole family is full of idiots. Xingyang rushed forward to argue. You rotten brat. Do you know who I am? Say that again if you dare, and I'll beat you to death. He didn't back down either. You're just a douchebag. Come on, beat me to death. Xingyang yelled. Oh my god. He called me a douchebag. I'm going to kill him. Sis, don't stop me. Meanwhile, Qingyu shoved him hard. Yunmu Li, time is short. Hurry and come with us. He was on guard. I'm not going. Who knows what you people want to do? While they were still arguing, he suddenly received a message from someone. It was Liu Naiji. Yunmu was surprised. Why is this girl suddenly messaging me? On the other side, Xingyang was getting an earful from his sister. Behave yourself. Liu Naiji was crying worriedly on the other end. He finally answered, I thought you died in the tower. Yunmu scratched his head. There's no need to cry. Besides, how did you know I was just in the tower? Liu Naiji replied, It's not just me. It seems like the whole world is about to know. He was shocked. What? The whole world knows? Just then, Qingyu walked over and happily greeted Liu Naiji. She exclaimed, Ling Enyu, long time no see. Why are you with Yunmu Li? He grumbled, Hey, I'm still talking here. Qingyu explained, My father told me to come pick him up, but it seems he's a little wary of us. Liu Naiji said loudly, Yunmu Li, you should go. Ling Enyu is my best friend. She won't hurt you. Yunmu really didn't want to go. Liu Naiji started whining again. Please, just go. Please. He couldn't stand it anymore. All right, stop crying. I'll go. Then he spoke up. Let's go, beautiful girl. Lead the way. Qingyu yelled, I told you. Don't call me beautiful girl. If it weren't for my father wanting to see you, I'd punch you to death right now. She didn't stop fuming the whole way. Yunmu Li, you better drop that hooligan attitude of yours for me. Xingyang watched. From a distance, he grumbled to himself. That brat. Seeing his smile, he couldn't help but think, Yumu is so annoying. Very soon after, he was brought to a large mansion. Qingyu said, This is the place. Yunmu was in awe. So magnificent. As expected of the city Lord of Sky Cloud City's residence, she said, If you like it, you can renovate your Azure Dragon mansion in this style. Suddenly, she was startled when she saw Yunmu just staring blankly. Could it be that you have no idea what happened outside while you were in the tower? Qingyu then explained, The Central Continent's royal city has bestowed a title upon you. They have listed you in the War God Hall. Xingyang thought to himself, Is this Yunmu Li an idiot? Hearing this, Yunmu started to panic. If that's the case, doesn't that mean I'm famous now? I clearly tried to hide my rankings on purpose. Qingyu continued, this is just the beginning. There's more bad news. Her face darkened. Right now, there are rumors spreading outside that you possess the War Saint bloodline. A huge question mark appeared in Yunmu's mind. Qingyu was shocked again. Don't tell me. You don't even know what the War Saint bloodline is? Qingyu had to explain again. A War Saint is the highest level of a flux sage is the sovereign. In this era, the most powerful direct descendants of a War Saint are very likely to possess a strong War Saint bloodline. She pulled her hat down low, her expression serious. Refining this War Saint bloodline could allow one to advance to a flux sage. She paused for a moment, then concluded. That's why flux experts all over the world are after the bloodline you possess. Yunmu's hackles rose. My father is just a squad leader. What the hell kind of War Saint bloodline would I have? Qingyu placed her hand on the door and continued. Whether you have the bloodline or not is for us to decide. As soon as they stepped inside, Qingyu glanced around before speaking again. Our Sky Cloud sect wants to make a deal with you. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became incredibly tense. The people sitting here were all sent as representatives of their sects. They included the representative from Flying Jade City, the representative from Demon Dance City, Duo Chen, the representative from Heavenly Dragon City, and also the representative from Dust Fallen City. The elder from the Blue Cloud sect stood up to greet him as soon as he saw him. You must be Li Yunmu of the Li sect, correct? Yunmu walked in and casually dropped the backpack from his shoulder. If you have something to say, just say it. Yunmu then found a nice spot to lean against his backpack. Let's not waste each other's time. After all, I have a lot to do. The representative from Dustfallen City laughed heartily. You're an arrogant little brat, but I like it. The Blue Cloud sect elder also smiled brightly. Excellent. Just as expected from someone of the Li sect straight to the point. He got straight to the point. Are you aware that in Sky Cloud City, the Guild Master and the City Lord represent two opposing factions? Both sides are equal in power. Because of this, there's some friction between us, and Sky Cloud City maintains a delicate balance. Yunmu sneered. No matter the era, humans still fight against other humans. How ridiculous. The elder continued. However, this balance is about to be broken. That is why we've invited you here this time. The Blue Cloud sect elder added, we hope that the Li sect backing you can join the Sky Cloud City Lord's faction. As long as the Li sect agrees to join, we will be your protectors. Yunmu thought to himself. So after all that talk, they just want me to join their side? At that, Yunmu casually spoke up. Sorry, I refuse. His words startled the elder. Refuse? Do you have any idea what kind of situation you're in right now? Without us? My apologies. He gave a sly grin. I'm afraid you've all forgotten. I'm a member of the Li clan. The Li clan can naturally protect me. Yunmu thought, if I join you just like that, wouldn't that be the same as admitting the Li sect is incompetent? The representative from Dustfallen City offered a reward. Fine, then I'll add 10 secret cultivation manuals for the Li sect. Yunmu stood up straight. The one thing my Li clan doesn't lack is secret manuals. Xingyang spoke up. We can gift a city guard garrison to the Li sect. A gasp of surprise was heard. What? They have to concede that much? Qingyu continued, furthermore, all tax revenue will belong to the Li sect, with no need to submit it to Sky Cloud City. She said to Yunmu, this is the best offer that we can possibly make. You're a smart person. You should know exactly what this offer means. Qingyang stared at his older sister, completely stunned. Yunmu thought to himself, she's not wrong. This means I'd have an autonomous city and an infinite amount of money, but my entire family, plus Shadow, is only 6 people. How are we supposed to manage a whole city? Wouldn't that expose the Li sect as a fake? After weighing the pros and cons, Yunmu spoke again. I'm sorry, although the terms you've offered are very attractive. But suddenly, a hand slammed on the table. Enough, Xingyang said coldly. I've had it with you. Do you know just who you're talking to right now? We show you a little respect and you get this arrogant. He glared daggers at Yunmu. Who do you think you are? Don't be so ungrateful. As soon as he finished speaking, he roared, guards. His bodyguards immediately rushed in from outside. Yunmu looked at the guards, becoming more vigilant. Qingyu also stood up anxiously. Chu Qingyang, what do you think you're doing? He sneered arrogantly. If this brat doesn't know what's good for him, and refuses to cooperate with our Sky Cloud City, then we'll just have to be decisive. A vicious glint appeared in his eyes. After we refine him, we can gift him to a neutral sect in exchange for their loyalty. Before he could even finish, Yumu's fist shot out. The guy couldn't help but spit blood as the punch sent him flying. His body soared through the air like a ball. The others looked on, completely shocked. He's so strong. They stared at him in amazement. Weren't we told he was just some kid at the ordinary crystal level? This isn't the strength of an ordinary crystal fluxer at all. Duo Chen spoke with disdain. A bunch of idiots. It's completely meaningless to judge his strength based on his cultivation realm. That kid, he glanced over, is intentionally not leveling up. For all we know, his combat power has already surpassed the sage level. Qing Yang screamed, "You idiots! There are so many of you, and you can't even take him down. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Get him." Immediately, his guards followed the order, charging forward recklessly. Yunmu's eyes turned cold. With a swift move, he caught the arm of an attacking guard. In a single motion, he quickly slammed the man to the floor. Another one lunged, trying to sneak attack Yunmu from behind, but there was no way he could escape his notice. Yunmu instantly spun around and struck. The man only had time to let out a single cry as his face swelled up like a dumpling. Yunmu's expression hardened. The two remaining guards, who were charging aggressively, were startled to see what happened to their comrade. Yunmu cracked his knuckles, standing his ground, ready for more. Qing Yu shouted in alarm, "Chu Qing Yang, tell your men to stand down, now. Who gave you permission to do this?" She yelled anxiously. "What are you all still sitting there for? Hurry up and stop them." The elder remained calm. "What's the rush? If he's so dismissive of the offer we made, so dismissive." At this point, his face showed great interest. "I'd like to see just how capable he really is." Hearing this, Qing Yu was also taken aback, but it seemed she thought he had a point, so she fell silent. Qing Yang screamed in a rage, "A bunch of trash! The weakest among you is at the black crystal level, and yet you can't even handle one ordinary flux disciple. It looks like none of you want your jobs anymore." Before he could finish his tirade, his lackeys charged forward again. Afterward, the result left Qing Yang completely stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief, the words caught in his throat. This just made Yunmu's expression darken, a hint of annoyance on his face. Looking straight at Qing Yang, he said, "It's your turn." The boy stumbled back in fear. "Stop. I said stop. Do you hear me?" Qing Yang was so panicked that he fell to the ground. "Don't come any closer. Do you know who I am? I'm the City Lord's son." Seeing the internal energy radiating from the boy's hands, Qing Yu was secretly alarmed. Is that the lightning attribute Ming Xuan force? He has it. Back in the fighting arena, he only had the Pu Xuan force. With that, the boy stopped holding back. He dashed forward. Qing Yang scrambled back against the door in fear, but Yumu had no intention of stopping. By now, Qing Yang was so scared that tears were streaming down his face. Qing Yang cried out helplessly, "Stay away." Seeing that the boy was about to finish Qing Yang off, the representatives on the other side grew anxious. "Kid, stop right there." But of course, he didn't listen. A loud explosion suddenly rang out, but in the next moment, Yumu was abruptly thrown back, tumbling several times in mid-air. Yumu seemed to have sensed something, and he frowned, looking over to the side. The representative from Yawu City couldn't help but be startled. Did this kid really do that to Chu Qing Yang? She looked over, puzzled. No, that's not right. There seems to be something inside. Qing Yang wasn't dead. He was protected by a blue shield in front of him. Everyone was surprised. A defensive shield? Just then, a voice echoed, "Young friend, show some mercy. This kid is far too arrogant. Don't stoop to his level. I will punish him myself." Yunmu immediately recognized the sound transmission technique. A Saint Suen practitioner was nearby. The people on the other side also stood up anxiously. That voice. "It's the City Lord. The City Lord has made his move." Yunmu called out, "The City Lord, I presume? Fine. Since you've personally spoken, I will show you some respect." "Actually, you're overthinking it. I never intended to kill him in the first place," he said coldly. "A good-for-nothing who only knows how to rely on his father isn't worthy of being killed by me." Qing Yang was furious, but he didn't dare to argue back. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't bring himself to say them. "That guy," the voice spoke again, "Qing Yu." She immediately answered, "I'm here, father." On the other side, Yunmu casually dusted off his hands. The City Lord spoke again, "Bring this kid to the rear garden. I wish to meet him personally." After walking for a while, Yunmu grew tired. "Are we there yet? Your house is huge." Qing Yu replied, "It's just up ahead." Just then, his body began to glow, and a voice spoke in his mind, "Kid, are you there?" It seemed to be Ming Ya, who continued, "You're about to meet an old man. The moment you see him, copy his cultivation level." Yunmu was startled and cried out, causing the voice to quickly remind him, "Keep it down." Qing Yu soon led him to a room. All the architecture here used fingerprint-activated doors. As they entered, a thin, frail-looking man was already sitting there waiting. Qing Yu spoke up, "Father, I brought him." As soon as the man saw the boy, he marveled. Indeed, what an extraordinary aura. The moment the boy saw him, Yunmu's eyes couldn't help but widen in shock. This is Qingyu's father? Then the man smiled brightly at him. Li Yunmu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Yunmu looked at him, secretly stunned. What's with this body? How can someone even live in a body like that? Seeing his reaction, the man immediately realized Yumu was astonished. Meanwhile, the boy was so busy staring that he didn't realize Qingyu's father was also studying him. The man couldn't help but ask, "You're very surprised, aren't you? Did you not expect the legendary Saint Xuan practitioner?" He then took off his outer robe, paused for a moment, and continued. To be in such a pathetic state, it was true, his entire chest was nothing but a ribcage. If it weren't for the skin, one might mistake him for a walking skeleton. Qingyu was a little embarrassed. Father, it's all because I used a secret technique to forcefully upgrade to a saint practitioner. The backlash turned me into this. Seeing his daughter's bashfulness, he began to tease her. Looking closely, this kid is not bad. You're not a little girl anymore. She blushed and shouted, Father. Qingyu cut in again. Father, don't talk nonsense. He laughed happily. Seeing you without a partner makes me anxious too. Yunmu interrupted. Hey, old man, did you call me here just to watch your little family drama? Qingyu's father smiled brightly. Just kidding. I called you here because I need the strength of the Li sect and Tianyun City, he continued. To join with the Qingyun sect and counter the power of the Xuan Practitioners Guild, I think you can see. There isn't much time left. In the current situation, once I die, Tianyun City will surely fall into great turmoil. As the city lord, I must protect this land. I am not willing to see Tianyun City plunged into misery and suffering. The boy cut in again. Sorry, the Li sect is just a small sect. I don't think we can be of any help to you. Yunmu thought to himself, there's no way I'm getting involved in your affairs. Besides, the Li sect is really just me. How can I possibly help you? Despite his refusal, the man remained amicable and gestured for him to come closer. Young man, come over here for a moment. Give me your hand. I have something I want to tell you. Yunmu complied and knelt down. The man then whispered, I'm telling you, that so-called Li sect of yours doesn't exist. Am I right? Upon hearing this, Yunmu couldn't help but freeze. The moment the words were spoken, he was so shocked his whole body trembled. Qingyu was confused. What's wrong with you? He began to feel defensive. How does he know? What other secrets of mine does he know? Looking at that smiling face, Yunmu became even more vigilant. What is he planning? Is he trying to threaten me into working for him? He turned to his daughter, Yuer. Please give us a moment. I have something I want to discuss with him in private. Seeing him cough violently, Qingyu was worried. Father, you should rest. He waved her off. It's all right, this won't take long. As soon as she turned away, he patted the seat next to him. Young man, don't be so tense. I'm not going to hurt you. Come, sit over here. Even though he said that, how could the boy trust him? Yumu pouted at him. In the end, he still decided to sit down. Whatever, do what you want. Kill me or torture me, I don't care. Qingyu's father said amiably, what's with that look? It's as if I'm going to eat you. Yunmu's face was as gloomy as if he'd been punched. He glanced over. How did you know the Li sect was fake? The man let out a hearty laugh. I was just bluffing a moment ago. Yumu nearly fainted on the spot. Ah, the man explained. My subordinates couldn't find a single clue related to the Li sect. That's why I started to suspect whether the Li sect truly existed. Yunmu couldn't help but curse inwardly. This old fox. The man continued. And I know you don't have a bloodline, so using you to form alliances with other sects is obviously out of the question. The boy leaned his head back against his backpack nonchalantly. Sorry to disappoint you. Then, Qingyu's father smiled cheerfully again. So, you should still join me with your Li sect. Yumu was puzzled. I say, are you pretending to be senile or something? Didn't you already know the Li clan sect was a sham? Me joining you doesn't increase your combat power one bit. So tell me, is the Li clan sect real or fake? That's not important. The truth isn't really important. What's important is that you make people feel an unfathomable fear of you. That's what I need. Hearing him say this, Yumu was still a bit guarded. He thought in silence for a moment. Then the old man handed him an item. Right, you should take this. Yunmu looked at the jade pendant. What is it? The man continued, Yuer is a good child. He began his story. She's an orphan. When I found her on the side of the road, she was just as sick as I am now. After I adopted her, she always wanted to do something to repay me. Qingyu's father coughed a few times, then said with difficulty, I could die at any moment. Yanger only knows how to cause more trouble, so it's really difficult for Yuer to be on her own. She needs an assistant, young man. I've been watching you for a long time. I started paying attention to you back during the Central Province trials. You're very capable. I want to entrust Yuer to you. With someone like you by her side, I can finally close my eyes without any worries. Yunmu was blunt. What? You want to recruit me as your son-in-law? Yunmu didn't answer directly, but he had tacitly agreed. I'm telling you, old man, you'd better prepare some very generous betrothal gifts. Yunmu looked at him, his smile growing more mischievous. Having me marry into your family is very expensive. Seeing the old man remain silent, the smile vanished from his lips in surprise. Yunmu quickly realized something was wrong. He stood up and let out a long sigh. Then, Yunmu put his arm around Qingyu's shoulder and said cheerfully, "Let's go." She was surprised. "Are you done talking already?" He smiled brightly and replied, "That's right." Qingyu then turned her head back to look at her father with a radiant smile. "Dad, goodbye." A little curious, she turned to ask Yunmu, "What did my dad say to you?" He replied nonchalantly, "Why should I tell you?" Qingyu pouted and said, "Come on, tell me." But he kept it a secret from her. This was a conversation between men. Under the blazing sun, the old man passed away peacefully. Qingyu asked again, "So, did you agree to join us?" Yunmu replied, "Can't say for sure yet. I haven't decided." Suddenly, she was startled when she saw the object he was twirling in his hand. "How did you get this jade pendant?" Yunmu held it up for a closer look. "Your old man gave this to me." He looked at the intricately carved jade pendant and asked again, "What's so special about this thing? Does it do anything?" Qingyu took out an identical one. "Take a look." Yunmu was surprised. "You mean you have one too?" She brought the two pieces close together. He took his piece, feeling excited. "They combine into one," Qingyu explained. "This is the key to the seventh dimension talisman. When the two people holding it reach the transcendent realm, it will guide them to open the secret realm." She warned him worriedly. "You absolutely cannot let anyone else know you have it, or it will bring a fatal disaster upon you." At this point, Qingyu suddenly hesitated. Yumu listened silently for her to continue. Suddenly, Qingyu's face turned bright red, and her cheeks puffed out as she looked at him. Then, Qingyu abruptly turned away. She was trying to hide the shyness in her eyes. "Never mind, it's nothing." At the same time, the system made an announcement. The Shadow Queen has successfully copied another person's cultivation level, but to use this power, you must give her a large amount of void essence. Yunmu transmitted his thoughts. "Fine, give her all the void essence I currently have." Just as Qingyu opened the door to the guest hall, a sharp voice rang out. "What took so long?" "I've been waiting here for half a day." Tienba raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp, then continued his taunts. "I'm telling you, little you, how could the meeting have started before I even arrived?" Yunmu felt an instant dislike for this man. "Who's this guy? I haven't seen him before." Qingyu gave a brief introduction. "He's just an agent from a second-rate sect that supports Chu Qingyang. You don't need to pay him any mind." Then she spoke up. "Wang Tianba, you were the one who was late. Did you expect all of us to wait for you?" He glanced over at Yunmu. "So this is the representative from the Li clan sect, is he? Just some common star punk. I see the city lord must be getting senile in his old age, letting just anyone in here." An elder spoke up. "Wang Tianba, I advise you to watch your mouth. The city lord is still alive, and you already dare to speak so insolently to him. Are you trying to cause a rift? Besides, Brother Li hasn't even agreed to join Heavenly Cloud City yet. He's still a guest. Have you forgotten all etiquette for treating a guest?" Tianba retorted, "What? He hasn't joined yet. I tell you, little you, your work ethic is truly awful. You can't even handle a small matter like this. I think you should just hand over your position as leader to little Yang. As a woman, isn't it easy to just entice a man to join your side?" Yunmu glanced at her expression. The madman continued to ramble on. "You have to learn how to use your body. Don't you agree?" Qingyu's face flushed red with anger. After he spoke, he burst into loud laughter. Yunmu saw her predicament and felt a bit displeased himself. He then propped his leg up on the table and said smugly, "Wang Tianba, is it? I'm telling you, your breath really stinks. What? Did you forget to brush your teeth when you woke up?" Yunmu casually leaned his head back. "You're this old, and you're still saying such garbage to a girl. You're a real piece of trash." Tianba didn't back down. "You Li family brat, even if you are a guest, you're still a low-ranking nobody. When the people of my Heavenly Cloud City are talking, it's not the place for an outsider like you to butt in." Yunmu glared at him. "Outsider? What outsider? Who's an outsider? There are no outsiders here," he announced loudly. "I, Li Yunmu, starting from today, as the representative of the Li clan sect, will join Heavenly Cloud City." As these words left his mouth, his expression grew even colder. When Qingyu heard this, she couldn't help but be taken aback in astonishment. Tianba appeared excited and said, "So you've agreed to join?" Yumu said nonchalantly, "That's right. I just had a talk with the old city lord. I feel that he and I got along very well." Tianba pressed, Well then, if you're one of us now, shouldn't you let us see the Li family's imperial fortune? Yunmu was a bit annoyed. So troublesome. So what do you want? Tiamba continued, it's simple. How about you allow us to pay our respects to the senior of the Li clan sect? He pressed his advantage. After all, joining Heavenly Cloud City is a matter for the entire sect. He transmitted his thoughts, Kid, are you there? The queen immediately responded, and Yunmu continued. You'll do that later. The little girl quickly understood. Tiamba continued, this matter still requires a sect elder to step forward for it to be appropriate, don't you think? Yumu then agreed, fine, then I'll grant your request. The elder said nervously, then, will we have a chance to meet the esteemed expert of the Li sect? Someone, prepare a carriage to invite him. Yunmu stood up and looked at him condescendingly. Prepare what carriage? What era is this? He then gave a wicked smile and raised his hand. Please prepare 3 incense sticks for me. Thank you. The elder was surprised to hear this. Incense sticks? Everyone found it strange, but they still did as he said, mainly to satisfy their own curiosity. 3 incense sticks were lit, and Yunmu acted as if he were performing a ritual. He chanted loudly, I summon the Master Nun. Then, Yunmu began to dance and spin around. The elder couldn't help but wonder, what is this? Some kind of spirit dance? It didn't stop there. Yunmu even recited a whole incantation. The sun sets in the west and night falls. Every household closes its doors. 9 out of 10 doors are locked, but one house has yet to close. Tiamba burst out laughing. Are you serious? Who even falls for this shaman act anymore? Where is this Master Nun? Tell her to come out and spar a few rounds with me. I'd be honored to learn from her. Immediately, Yumu gave a cunning smile. All right, your wish is my command. Just as he finished speaking, right next to Tianba, an arm suddenly reached out. Caught completely off guard, his eyes reflexively glanced back in horror. Immediately, a massive explosion shook the entire area. Yunmu, feigning delight, cheered, Antmaster, you've arrived. Then he announced loudly, everyone, let me introduce you. This is the young Antmaster of our Li family, Li Linglong. Who would have thought that tiny Shadow Queen could look so exceptionally beautiful? Witnessing her powerful aura, everyone couldn't help but marvel. Just what level of cultivation is this? Tang Ruochen was inwardly shocked. Is this the true power of the Li clan sect? For a young Antmaster to possess such combat strength is unbelievable. Meanwhile, Tianba had been beaten so badly he was vomiting blood. He still couldn't get up. Yunmu stood before him and sneered. My young Antmaster doesn't attack without reason, but she saw you were insistent on exchanging a few moves, so she only used a tiny fraction of her power. What do you think? Satisfied, Tianba looked up, wiping the blood from his mouth. Thank you, senior, for the mercy of not killing me. Immediately after, Yunmu feigned a respectful bow. We send off the young Antmaster. Sorry to have troubled you. He silently lamented. All the origin energy I just managed to accumulate was just spent by that little Shadow Queen brat. Pretending to be cool really comes at a price. On the side, everyone else also respectfully bid farewell to the Saintess. The elder was overjoyed. This is great. With the Li family joining us, let's see how that illusionist guild plans to compete with us now. Yunmu said greedily. Everyone, since I've already agreed to join, then that stuff we talked about before, about the city's defense, is that. The representative, Mo Zhencheng, spoke up. Rest easy, Brother Li. We won't go back on our word. Yunmu looked at him. You also promised me 10 secret manuals. Not a single one can be missing. I remember it all. Mo Zhencheng laughed heartily. Don't worry, not a single one will be missing. Xing Yu's gaze towards him also held a bit more favor. As night fell, the elder spoke up. It's gotten late. Why don't you all stay at the city lord's mansion for the night? Go. Someone, lead our guests to their rooms to rest. A young man spoke respectfully to Yunmu. Sir, the young miss has arranged for you to stay in this room. He couldn't help but be surprised, Hong Yu Ge, to give such a Chinese-style name to a room in a Western-style villa. That old city lord sure is strange. Then the young man continued. Well, I'll be leaving first. Please get some rest. The moment Yunmu opened the door, 2 smiling faces looked over. Greetings, young master-in-law. Yunmu jumped. You scared me. Who are you two? The 2 girls cheerfully introduced themselves. We are the Songer twins, the most outstanding maids in the city lord's mansion. Yunmu's face darkened. Do you think you're filming The Deer and the Cauldron or something? The 2 quickly introduced themselves. I am Da Songer. I am Ling and Songer. We were specially sent by the young miss to serve the young master-in-law. Yunmu was startled. Wait, what did you just call me? The 2 replied in unison, young master-in-law. He frantically shouted, Don't just call me that. I'm not your family's son-in-law. Who told you to call me that? One of the Songer twins covered her mouth with a sly smile. Don't pretend anymore. Young master-in-law. The young miss has already put you in her own private chambers. If it's not you, who could it be? He hurriedly tried to explain, there's no such thing. But before he could finish, the two quickly got to work. Yunmu yelped. What are you doing, taking my clothes off? Both replied in unison. To help the young master-in-law bathe, of course. This left him completely stunned. Huh? And just after that, Yunmu's face looked as if his whole world had ended. He sat motionless, letting the two girls cheerfully scrub him down. He couldn't help but cry out in misery internally. This is way too damn much. Ling and Saunders' twin peaks were constantly pressing against his back. Yunmu felt a jolt of heat, like electricity coursing through his body. Heavens, his mind was screaming in agony. Who the hell could endure this? Yunmu blurted out, you two. It's not like I can't handle things myself. I can bathe on my own. Ling and Songer cut him off. How could we allow that? Young master-in-law. This was a special instruction from the young miss. Her ruby-red lips moved close to his ear as she whispered, She wants us to serve you. Well. Hearing this, Yunmu was startled and whipped his head around. Huh? But the sight before him made his eyes widen in utter shock. Ling and Songer had suddenly dropped her towel, her smooth, fair body now completely bare and exposed right in front of him. Instantly, all hell broke loose. Yunmu shouted, Hey, what are you doing? The Songer twins replied in unison, following the young miss's orders. He became even more alarmed. Stop right now. You must have misunderstood. But the twins continued. Don't worry, our technique is very good. Left with no choice, Yunmu had to resort to his last ditch. In the next moment, the Songer twins were zapped, their minds dazed and their speech muddled. So tingly. Yunmu quickly got dressed, then made the two girls kneel before him for questioning. Speak. Where is your young miss? When he mentioned her name, his face couldn't help but show a hint of irritation. Just then, Qingyu stepped out. Ling and Songer, you two may leave. The two girls looked aggrieved. Young miss. Qingyu's face was also bright red. Yunmu glanced at her. I knew it. You were definitely hiding in this room. Spit it out. What kind of trick are you trying to pull? Qingyu said she wasn't playing any tricks. She just wanted to test him a bit. He replied, There's nothing wrong, so why are you testing me? She explained, I've already told you. The jade pendant I gave you is the key to a true god-level secret realm. This secret realm can allow you to open the 7th dimension and obtain the method to become a true god. Hearing this, Yunmu was a little stunned. She continued, You already know, even someone like Xuanzu was only able to condense 7 planets. He's still a long way from becoming a true god, so you can imagine just how powerful this thing is. He frowned and pressed. So what does that have to do with testing me? Besides, if this thing is so amazing, why use it to pull in a nobody like me? Qingyu suddenly became nervous. Her face grew redder and redder. That's because, she stammered, turning her face away, the method to open the secret realm requires 2 people who have the jade pendants to dual cultivate at the same time to become Saint Flux disciples. Hearing this, his face turned even redder than Qingyu's. Yunmu stared blankly and asked, Is that the same dual cultivation I'm thinking of? Qingyu lowered her head. Mayhem. Yunmu then immediately gave her a sly look. Well then, what are we waiting for? Don't pity me just because I'm a delicate little flower. Qingyu became flustered. No, we can't. Not now. We don't know each other well enough yet. We can't do it. She squeezed her eyes shut. After a moment, she felt nothing happening. She slowly peeked her eyes open, only to see Yunmu holding the jade pendant out in front of her. Qingyu couldn't help but be stunned. When he saw that Qingyu wasn't reacting, he moved the item closer. Hey, I'm returning this to you. Qingyu never expected him to do this, so she didn't know how to react. She just sat there, dazed. Qingyu stammered. Returning it to me? Yumu replied, That's right. The old city lord left this for you, so it should be returned to you. Qingyu couldn't help but wonder. Don't you know what this jade pendant signifies? He answered casually. I know. A true god's secret realm is very enticing, but I can't accept an arranged marriage. I think you feel the same way. His words took her completely by surprise. He smiled brightly and continued. You surely hope that your ideal husband will be someone you choose for yourself, right? Suddenly, Qingyu blushed and asked in a shaky but loud voice, Do you hate me? Seeing her serious expression, Yumu let out a sigh. Then he spoke honestly. To be honest, at the beginning, I really did think you were very annoying, but I don't hate you. It's just, I'm not thinking about marriage at the moment. And what's more, I hope the person I marry and I start by dating first, slowly experiencing the joys of being a couple, and of course, we'd face hardships together. He continued to paint this vision, until one day, out of love, we decide that we found the one in each other. Only then will I get down on one knee and ask her to entrust the rest of her life to me. From then on, we'll grow old and gray together, never to be parted. Yunmu said this with a genuinely happy smile on his face. Qingyu seemed to have been moved by these words. She just stood there frozen, staring at him in a daze. Yunmu then gave a sly grin. All right, you'd better look after that piece of jade. I'll help you keep this a secret. Make sure you find yourself a good husband, all right. When that time comes, I'll be there to drink at your wedding celebration. He slung his backpack on, walked past her, and then added a reminder. If you need anything, you can send me a message. I'll be going now. All of a sudden, Qingyu forcefully grabbed his sleeve, a little reluctant to let him go. But she couldn't be too forward about making him stay. Where? Are you going? Yunmu answered honestly. I'm heading to the wilderness outpost at Zhenluo-ri. Qingyu blushed and said, my family has a teleportation array. I can take you. Yunmu didn't refuse. That would really save me a lot of trouble. Thanks a lot. After Yunmu had left, a loud shout suddenly echoed from within Qingyu's room. He had been gone for a long time. Now, she was all alone. Suddenly, the typically strong Qingyu collapsed to her knees on the floor. You idiot. For some reason, tears streamed down her face like rain. Qingyu hated herself. Such an idiot. The scene changes. At this moment, at the Zhenluo-ri wilderness outpost, a man's voice rang out. Captain Wu, he reported. There's activity at the teleportation array. The captain paused what he was doing. Someone's teleporting this late at night. Hurry, go check it out. Over on this side, two men were already standing guard, ready for anything. They were extremely tense because they knew someone was about to arrive. It turned out to be Yunmu. Because Qingyu had sent him using this method, his journey was much faster. Who would have thought he'd have guns pointed at him the moment he arrived? They shouted nervously, don't move. One of them spoke up, put your hands up. You're surrounded. Yunmu found it amusing. You call two people surrounded? At that same moment, Captain Wu walked over. This is a military-grade teleportation array. We didn't receive any notice of a transfer. Young man, he said to him cautiously, please give me a reason not to open fire. Yunmu glanced at the man's name tag. A captain, the same rank his father once held. He snapped his fingers. I am Li Yunmu, young star general of Tianyun City. Fluxer ID Xuanjia 930664. This is my Flux Disciple badge. Please prepare a supply pack for me. Something that can last for at least a month. Captain Wu grew anxious. Quickly, go prepare the supplies for the young star general immediately. His subordinate scrambled away. Yes, sir. He said cautiously, young star general, it's late. I think it would be safer for you to set out in the morning. The young man replied with a bright smile. No need. This is a very urgent mission. You can just call me Li Yunmu. I'm younger than you, so there's no need for formal titles. Yunmu then asked, how have things been at the outpost lately? Captain Wu replied, same as always. He recounted, we're on armed patrol 24/7, always ready for a fight. If we let our guard down for even a second, we could very well lose our lives. Yunmu felt a pang of sadness. So this is what life was like for my dad. A moment later, the subordinate reported back, Captain, the supplies are ready. He said to Yunmu, everything's been gathered. This is my dimensional medicine, you take it. Just in case you need it. Yunmu was polite. Thank you. Uncle Wu, you all at the border camp must be careful. He then handed over a flux crystal. Uncle Wu, you take this. Consider it payment for the supplies. The brothers here work so hard every day. Use it to take the brothers out for some good food. Well, I'm off. Captain Wu exclaimed in alarm. Hey, this is worth 10,000. Take it back. Yumu just waved. See you later. I'll come back and visit you guys. Captain Wu scratched his head in confusion. Huh. What kind of young star general acts like that? The moment he arrived, he ran into a monster. It let out a ferocious roar, staring intently at Yunmu. His face darkened. He should have listened to Uncle Wu and waited until morning to set out. Yunmu couldn't help but be surprised. Why are all you dimensional beasts out and about tonight? Suddenly, he remembered something. Interesting. That's right. I remember exchanging for this at the Tower of Glory. Yunmu took out the item, pleased. This is going to be so much more convenient. These are the wings of the wind from a six-tailed creature. Wings of the wind. He then fumbled around his back, wondering with some difficulty, does it attach here? As soon as he put it on, he felt a slight sting on his back. A stream of blue light immediately burst forth, and a pair of long wings quickly materialized. Yumu couldn't help but let out a shout of surprise as he looked behind him. He couldn't help but stare in amazement. He really grew wings. The pair of wings was incredibly beautiful, a pure, ethereal blue. They were long and slender, like an angel's wings. Yunmu couldn't stop marveling at them. He felt they were larger than he had imagined as he stomped his feet a little. But, how do you use these things? Is there a magic word I need to say? Fly. Wings of the wind, or something like that. He just said it casually. To his surprise, the wings actually moved. In the next moment, Yunmu felt like he was about to pass out as his terrified scream echoed through the air. Yunmu's perspective shifted, and he could see a bird's-eye view of where he had just been standing. Still not used to the new wings, Yunmu felt like he couldn't believe his eyes. After a few minutes of getting the hang of it, Yunmu eagerly took flight. This feeling is amazing. And just like that, he started getting used to this new way of moving. He commented to himself as he soared through the air that although he hadn't fully mastered it, he could already fly with ease. The wind whipped against his face. Yunmu was thrilled. To have flown so far in just a moment, these wings are incredibly convenient. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. Yunmu gritted his teeth in shock. He clutched his face in pain. My God. I've heard of car crashes, but are mid-air collisions a thing too? After getting a good look at what was in front of him, it wasn't a plane. What he had just collided with were these flying creatures. Recalling Uncle Wen's lecture, he realized these were sub-dragon beasts. Silver-ranked dimensional beasts. Their sharp attacks and high flight speed make them more difficult to hunt, which means their internal organs are extremely valuable. Extremely valuable. Thinking of those two words, a greedy glint appeared in his eyes. Yunmu immediately started cheering. Only an idiot passes up on easy money. Let's go, boys. But these beasts were obviously not easy to deal with. Feeling threatened, they prepared to breathe fire. This was a problem Yunmu hadn't seemed to anticipate. His face went pale when he saw the sub-dragon's power. Just as Yunmu screamed, the dragon unleashed a powerful stream of fire right at him. Li Yun and Li Feng quickly dodged out of the way. With the help of his wings, Yunmu had no trouble avoiding the attack. Despite its sheer power, he weaved through the air, looking for a way to get closer. As soon as he broke through, Yunmu gripped the sword in his hand and unleashed a frenzied slash. In an instant, the blade pierced through the massive monster's neck. It never expected to face such a powerful opponent and was completely taken by surprise. It glared at him with bloodshot eyes, growling non-stop. Realizing how dangerous he was, the entire pack of monsters decided to surround Yunmu, their blood splattering through the air. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. For reasons unknown, he suddenly stood perfectly still, momentarily confusing the beasts. A few seconds later, he suddenly turned and let out a loud shout. The monsters roared in confusion, and right after, a massacre at the hands of Yunmu began. He charged forward, relentlessly slashing and killing until blood flowed like a river. Meanwhile, Li Yun was also enthusiastically carrying out his own mission. This was likely a night of terror for them. Of course, Li Feng wasn't about to be outdone. Every punch he threw was a fatal blow. Elsewhere, someone was bored, drawing pictures of monsters on the ground. What's with today? He wondered. How come I haven't seen a single sub-dragon all night? This was a sub-dragon hunter. Just as he finished his thought, the corpse of a monster crashed down right in front of him. The hunter yelped in shock. Good heavens! He moved closer to inspect it. What in the world just fell from the sky? A sub-dragon? He was so surprised he had to put on his glasses. I've only heard of it raining bread, but raining sub-dragons? What the hell is this? In the sky, Yumu was screaming as he chased them. Stay still. Don't run. The monsters flew in a panic, crying and screaming. They had never encountered anything so terrifying. Yumu chased after them, shouting manically, My little moneybags, don't run. Why do you run the moment you see me? I'm not a monster or anything. The hunter on the ground looked up, thinking to himself. After being a sub-dragon hunter for so many years, this is the first time I've ever felt sorry for a sub-dragon. Scene changed to the Void Dimension, Wangwen Pavilion. Yunmu eagerly pushed open the door and stepped inside with an excited look on his face, shouting loudly, Hey, old man, hold on a sec. He scanned the room with a cunning look on his face. I'm back. The man nonchalantly picked up his teacup. Seeing your expression, young friend, you must have brought some good stuff again. Yumu replied, The stuff I have this time is top-notch. I wonder if you can even handle it. The owner chuckled. You're quite the joker, young friend. If I didn't be in this business, then of course I have the capital for it. Yunmu took out a sample and showed it to him. A sub-dragon. Name your price. The man glanced at it casually. A complete sub-dragon corpse is indeed rare. 1,200,000. I was wondering what it was. Yunmu smiled. Deal. I've got 23 more. Same rules as last time. I only want mystic crystals. The owner couldn't believe it and asked again, How many? He nonchalantly continued, I also have 12 more that were accidentally split open. Yunmu then asked, What's the price for the damaged ones? The owner stammered, 1,050,000. Yunmu was pleased. Deal. Then he cheerfully placed another item on the table. Now this. This is the final, most important item. The owner was stunned. There's more? Yunmu grinned. A live one. It was a real pain getting it into this plastic box while it was still alive. The owner picked up the container and examined it. 50 million. No, 65 million. This is a top-grade sub-dragon. Yunmu was very satisfied with this price and didn't linger. All right, that's all the goods I have for you. I won't disturb your appreciation any longer. Remember to send me the money. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind the old man. You better get that money ready quickly, because I'll be back soon. This guy really has a knack for making money. He quickly grabbed his things and continued his search for more good loot. Right then, in the astral world, Yumu appeared, his face immediately darkening as he cursed, "Damn it. All the money I just scraped together has to be thrown in here. The more I think about it, the more pissed I get. I feel like a wage slave for this astral world." He set down the suitcase. "This time, I'm buying 1 billion latitude crystals directly. I refuse to believe you still won't change." The moment Yumu threw them on the ground, he was so startled he let out a scream. He frantically started throwing them down one after another. "There's more. Let's see if you grow or not." A while later, Yumu collapsed onto the ground, panting, "I'm exhausted." "Are you kidding me? 1 billion only grew it by this little." His face darkened as he glanced around. No wonder the Xuan ancestor wanted to set up the Tower of Glory to scam people. Trying to become a true god on your own is basically impossible. Then, Yunmu lay flat on his back. "System, how much of the astral world's energy can I use now?" According to the system's report, he could use a certain amount of power. He could probably absorb one full-powered blow from a silver-ranked Xuan practitioner. Hearing this startled him for a moment, and right after, Yunmu let out a long sigh and quickly sat up. He resolved to expand his power. Well then, let's continue. The next day, at the Tianyun City Lord's mansion, a loud shout echoed. "Ah!" A servant jumped in fright. "Young master, you can't enter the young lady's private chambers." Qing Yang just kept shouting, "Get out of my way." "So it's the young city lord. Yunmu can go in, but I can't?" Songer blocked the doorway. "No, it's not convenient for the young lady to see anyone right now." At that moment, Qing Yu's voice rang out. "Da Song, Ling and Song, let him in." Qing Yang stormed in, frustrated. "Sister, did you let that country bumpkin stay here overnight?" He continued to cause a scene. "You don't actually believe that kid, do you? Our father has gone senile in his old age. And so have you." Qing Yu sadly took a sip of tea. "Father." She paused for a moment, finally struggling to say the words. "Is gone." Only then was Qing Yang stunned. He asked in disbelief, "Dad is gone. Then where's the jade pendant?" This question momentarily stunned Qing Yu. She froze in place. Qing Yu then stood up coldly. "I truly didn't expect the first thing you'd ask is where the jade pendant is. You can forget about the jade pendant." She looked at her spoiled brother and said decisively, "Father already gave it to me and Yunmu." She continued, "Besides, it's useless even if you get it. Your awakening is the Dark Knight resource, and with your cultivation talent, ultimately, you have no hope of reaching the Super Xuan practitioner realm." Although Qing Yu was displeased with her brother, he was still her family, so she chose to advise him gently. "Qing Yang, listen to me. Just live your comfortable life as a young master." But he couldn't accept that. Qing Yang was indignant, clenching his fists in resentment. He screamed, "No!" His face contorted as he yelled, "I am the young lord of the city lord's mansion." "The next city lord?" Qing Yang's eyes became crazed. "I am that old man's only son." He remembered the gossip he heard as a child. "Have you heard? The city lord's son can't awaken." Those people wouldn't stop chattering and mocking him. Doesn't that make him a complete waste? Remembering this, he shoved Qing Yu in frustration. She fell to the ground, a sharp pain running through her. Qing Yang screamed, refusing to accept it. "The jade pendant is mine. Only I can have that jade pendant." Seeing her brother acting like he'd lost his mind, Qing Yu couldn't help but feel heartbroken. She remembered when she was first brought home. "From today on, this is your home." That small voice had called her sister. The image of that tiny little boy kept replaying in her mind. But now, all Qing Yu could hear were his crazed words. "Forget Yunmu. I can dual cultivate with you too, sister." He pinned Qing Yu to the ground. "I want you. You are mine." Qing Yu was shocked. "Qing Yang, stop it. Are you insane?" He twisted her hands behind her back. "Stop struggling. You drank a lot of wine just now, didn't you? Right now, you don't have the strength to resist me at all." Qing Yang laughed until tears streamed down his face. "You're mine now." Luckily for her, just then, someone broke down the door, having heard Qing Yang's insane shouting. Ling and Songer rushed forward and kicked Qing Yang right in the face. He didn't have time to block and took the full force of the blow. The power of Ling and Song was enough to send a weakling like him flying. Qing Yang cried out in pain. She looked at this scumbag with nothing but contempt. "Young master, please have some self-respect. Qing Yang roared, "You damn servant dog, you dare hit me? I am the young city lord, you're dead." Da Songer carefully draped a cloth over Qing Yu. "Young lady, you must have been frightened." Then Qing Yu stood up and gave a cold command. "Da, Ling and Songer, take the young master down and lock him in the secret room." Her words left Qing Yang dumbfounded. Only now did he become fearful, kneeling on the ground. "Don't, sister. You can't do this to me. I'm begging you." The scene then shifts elsewhere. In Li Yumu's astral world, he was dejected. There's only one left. The immortal devouring beast and the pseudo-dragon I got. I've thrown them all in. I should probably keep one for self-defense. Just as he said that, his hand suddenly slipped, and the last one fell. The moment the object hit the ground, it was swallowed up, leaving him stunned. Yumu bristled. It absorbed it. This time, I'm really completely broke. Suddenly, a loud tremor echoed. It startled him a bit. An earthquake? Yumu's whole body shook uncontrollably. He was scared. What's going on? Just as he finished speaking, a massive burst of golden light instantly appeared, blinding the entire area. Yumu couldn't see, squinting his eyes open and shut. What was that thing that appeared in the sky? That thing was a planet. It was now a golden color, almost like Earth. Beneath his feet, grass and plants began to sprout from the ground. Yunmu watched, a little startled but also intrigued. Grass is growing. This place finally has a bit of life to it. At the same time, the system announced, "Congratulations. Host, your astral world has given birth to a star, becoming a star-level astral world." He wondered, how much world power can I command now? According to the system, he could now likely absorb a full-powered blow from a gold star. Xuan practitioner. He calculated. In that case, adding my own combat power, I can probably withstand a full-powered blow from a red star. As he was excitedly scrolling, Li Yunmu was a bit surprised. Why is there a red dot here? He had just tapped on it. The image of a familiar person popped up, startling him. "Daxiang." Li Yunmu grinned slyly. "What's up? Long time no see. Did you miss me?" Model Liu Naiji sounded frantic. "Li Yunmu, where are you?" "Something terrible has happened." Yunmu was surprised. "Liu Naiji, why are you two together?" Da Xiang's voice suddenly turned dead serious. "Ling and Mumu, no matter where you are right now, listen carefully to what I'm about to say." His tone hardened. "Hide. Right now. And don't go outside. Don't trust anyone." His words startled Yunmu, who frowned and fell silent for a moment. Elsewhere, Chu Qingyang was smirking with a sinister, cunning smile. "You didn't think your little brother would make a move from inside the secret chamber, did you?" He was practically raving mad. "Chu Qingyu, that rotten bitch. She dared to look down on me. Fine then." He stared at a picture of Yunmu, his heart filled with seething hatred. "All of you can just go and die." An infuriated Qingyu stormed into the secret chamber and didn't hesitate. She slapped her disobedient little brother hard across the face, her voice rising to a furious shout. "Chu Qingyang, have you gone insane?" Qingyang's face was already swelling from the blow. A crazed smile spread across his face. "I am insane." Then, he threw his head back and laughed like a man possessed, as if his ambition had finally driven him completely mad. Chu Qingyang then put on a dramatic expression, looking at Qingyu with defiance. "Oh, I'm insane, all right." His heart was overflowing with resentment. It was Li Yunmu and that old geezer who drove me to this. And now, it's too late for you to stop me. Chu Qingyang began to recount the despicable things he'd done. "I've already spread the news about the old man's death, and announced to the entire world about the twin fish jade pendant. I also told them that you and Li Yunmu are the ones who have it." He paused, then with extreme smugness, uttered 3 words, "You're all dead." As soon as the words left his lips, an even more manic look entered Chu Qingyang's eyes, and he just kept laughing, hysterically. Seeing her brother in this state, Qingyu couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. The scene shifts to Ruo Chen, who was scrolling through a news feed and sighing. "Third brother, I'm so bored." The other person replied, "Then let's go have some fun at the dimensional battlefield. Let me see." As he spoke, Ruo Chen suddenly froze and looked back at the screen. "Wait a minute, that news just now." That's the announcement Chu Qingyang made. At the same time, news of the jade pendant was spreading like wildfire across the globe. The key to the ancient secret realm. Just those few words were enough to set every expert on the central continent on edge. Compared to this, the death of Sky Cloud City's lord was no longer important. Factions everywhere began to make their move. All the clans sent people to track down Li Yunmu, hoping to seize the twin fish jade pendant, but for the longest time, there was no trace of him. Everyone, everywhere was on the hunt for him. Before long, a video clip of Li Yunmu and Jen Lori surfaced online, posted by a beast hunter. "Hey guys, I saw this super cool dude today. And just like that, Lee Yunmu's location was exposed to all the sects. The various powers immediately mobilized. Get Lee Yunmu. Meanwhile, at the city lord's manor, major trouble had arrived right at Qingyu's doorstep. She gritted her teeth and declared loudly, I told you, it's all lies made up by Chu Qingyang. One of the men sneered aggressively. Who are you trying to fool? It looks to me like you want to keep the ancient secret realm all to yourself. He lunged forward, grabbing Qingyu. A treasure like the twin fish jade pendant should be managed by all the sects together. Hand it over, now. Just then, Songer's voice cut through the air. You pieces of trash, get away from our young miss. Before she even finished speaking, the two of them leaped into the air, using the men's heads as stepping stones to fly over. Little Songer landed a hard kick on the head of the man grabbing Qingyu. Get your filthy hands off her. The three women stood surrounded by the pack of vultures, and Big Songer asked worriedly, Are you all right, Milady? But the crowd didn't back down. They began to attack. It's just three women. Subdue them and take the pendant. Get them. But in truth, with their current strength, there was no way they could fight off the entire crowd at once. Just when the situation was at its most critical, the main doors suddenly swung open. A sarcastic voice drifted in. A whole group of grown men bullying three young ladies. My. Startled, the men turned to look. A man with a slurred, drunken voice staggered in. I'm talking to you. Hick. Have you no shame? Before he even finished, he tipped his head back and took another swig. As soon as the crowd saw who it was, they were all terrified. It's not. Even Qingyu was completely baffled. Why was he here? Suddenly, some idiot charged forward. Hey, I'm talking to you, old man. The person next to him jumped. You fool, get back here. The man pointed a finger in the drunkard's face. The great sects are conducting business here. This is no place for you to talk. He then grabbed the old man by the collar and screamed, Damn it, who the hell do you think you are? Do you have a death wish? The old man remained perfectly calm. If that's what you think, then go ahead. The attacker was taken aback by his composure. With a flick of his wrist, the drunken man swatted the hand away. No one saw how he did it, but the hand that had been gripping his collar was suddenly severed, blood gushing everywhere. A searing pain shot through the arrogant man, feeling as if it would paralyze his every nerve. He finally snapped out of his stupor and let out a blood-curdling scream. The crowd could only watch in stunned silence. How could that idiot have dared to provoke that man? It turns out, this man was none other than the Grand Elder of the Azure Cloud sect. A murmur went through the crowd. A mighty battle saint had personally come here. The elder then gently approached Qingyu and began to whine playfully. Little you, when are you going to clean my ears for me again? I want to lie on your lap. Qingyu was completely dumbfounded. Grand Elder, do you really think now is the time for that? He pouted a little. Oh, right. Then, the Grand Elder's voice boomed. Listen up, you brats. Today, I, your elder, will make one thing clear. If any of you dare to lay a single finger on Chu Qingyu, I will wipe out your entire clan. His face was still beaming with a cheerful smile, and everyone knew that a man like him would absolutely keep his word. The faces of everyone present darkened. His threat had truly terrified them. The smarter ones immediately began to back away. Our apologies for the disturbance. We'll be leaving now. One of them wondered, Are we really just going to retreat like this? Another one replied, Chu Qingyu is definitely off limits now. Staying here is just a waste of time. They began to scheme amongst themselves. We need to hurry and capture Lee Yunmu to get his half of the jade pendant. Qingyu overheard their whispers. She couldn't help but worry for Lee Yunmu. Meanwhile, after Naiji had finished giving him a quick summary, she said, So, that's the gist of it. Basically, you're in extreme danger right now. Da Xiong added, But don't worry. I've already made arrangements for your family. My Zhang family has moved them to a safe place. He urged him anxiously, Lay low for now, and don't wander around. Liu Naiji and I will come find you. But in complete contrast to their frantic attitude, Yumu just said calmly, You two should head back. Hearing this, Liu Naiji was a bit startled. But Yumu continued, In my current situation, being alone is the safest. Hearing him say that, Da Xiong also felt a pang of hurt. He was silent for a moment before speaking up, Ling and Mumu. Suddenly, being called by his nickname, Yumu was a little surprised. Da Xiong was completely serious. You can completely trust us. His mood was complicated at that moment. Yumu stared at his friend in silence for a long while, but in the end, he was convinced. Yumu quickly gave his location. I'm outside Sunset Town. Da Xiong, I'll be troubling you. Da Xiong slammed on the gas pedal. Wait for me. As soon as he hung up, Yumu quickly moved into a forest. He then scanned his surroundings for a hiding spot. Necessity, as they say, is the mother of invention. Yumu gave a sly smile and took out a yellow beetle. thinking it was the perfect time to test this little thing he'd gotten from the Tower of Glory. Then he quickly tossed it into the air. Go. A giant dung beetle began to dig a hole. At the same time, something suddenly shot up from the ground, covered in sharp spikes. His beetle was still circling around. Yunmu was surprised. What is this thing? The moment he finished speaking, a loud rumble echoed from beneath his feet. The earth and rock cracked open, and from that fissure, a massive boulder inexplicably shot straight into the sky. But luckily, Yunmu managed to dodge in time. He spread his wings, letting out a silent sigh of relief. That was dangerous. I almost died. The other group quickly revealed themselves. See, I told you, your trap definitely wouldn't work. They whispered to each other, it doesn't matter. If the trap failed, then let's just capture him directly. No problem. The moment Lee Yumu saw them, he realized the assassins had arrived quickly. He silently assessed his opponent's strength. 1 gold star, 3 silver stars. The one in the lead looked at Lee Yunmu with disdain. Wind wings, then, they all sprouted their own wings. A mere common star using wind wings. What a waste. Besides the jade pendant, I want your wings too. Everyone, get him. The moment the words were spoken, Lee Yunmu quickly shot straight up into the air. But just as he moved, he was startled, his face paling at the speed of this group. The leader viciously slashed towards him. Luckily, Lee Yunmu managed to dodge in time, but before he could even react, 2 of them immediately flew into attack. 2 against 1, Lee Yunmu was struggling. He fought to avoid their blows, but he knew just defending wasn't a good strategy. Lee Yunmu's eyes narrowed as he summoned his berserker blade. Before he could even use his skill, he had to dodge upwards to avoid 2 powerful forces slashing straight at his head. The 2 of them quickly and simultaneously joined forces to continue the attack. He hadn't even had a chance to counterattack yet. Just then, another hunter launched a sneak attack from behind him. Go to hell! Lee Yunmu's gaze instantly sharpened. He turned his head and glared fiercely at the man. A massive explosion erupted, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. They looked at the aftermath, feeling happy, thinking they had successfully taken him down. Is it over? Suddenly, one of them gritted his teeth, startled. That's not right. That's not Lee Yunmu at all. It's one of our own. He had been beaten to a bloody pulp, dying on the spot. The leader was so angry he gritted his teeth, but a shadow suddenly flashed past him. Startled, he yelled, "Damn it, who's there?" As soon as they saw Lee Yunmu, they were terrified. This guy's speed is insane. We have to find a way to lock down his movements. He casually held his weapon in front of him and said coldly, "Berserker blade." The moment he finished speaking, fresh blood sprayed out as the other 2 were quickly killed. Both of them screamed in agony. They didn't even have time to react before the pain hit them. He stood calmly, watching them fall from the sky. The furious leader screamed, "You bastard." These hunters were strange. They came to kill people, but got angry when they were the ones being killed. You killed my comrades again? Go to hell. A massive wave of internal energy rushed violently towards Lee Yunmu. This was the golden origin wave technique. He didn't react, just stood there motionlessly, watching the powerful attack fly towards him. The hunter leader couldn't help but laugh smugly. This is my full power attack, you little brat, you're dead for sure. That jade pendant is mine. But contrary to his expectations, he immediately raised a hand and gently caught it, using a defensive shield. The hunter probably never would have imagined in his entire life that the power he was so proud of would be so easily nullified by him. Lee Yunmu himself couldn't believe it, looking at his own hand. It seems I can really block an attack, from a gold profound level expert now. Just as he finished that thought, he looked over at the hunter, who was already scrambling to get away. He was so scared by Lee Yunmu that he started crying. Is this guy a demon? My full power attack didn't even scratch him. How can I even fight this? Lee Yunmu stood still and unleashed another powerful berserker blade attack at the fleeing hunter. But it was as if the blades had eyes, surrounding him with waves of energy. He screamed in terror, tears streaming down his face like rain. He was being attacked from the left, right, front, and back. He could see it, but he couldn't escape. In just a moment, the hunter leader could only accept his fate. His body was cut into many pieces, looking like a butchered pig. Just then, the system reported that because he had killed a gold star profound realm expert, the reward would be a latitude box. Lee Yunmu was surprised. Another latitude box. Immediately, Lee Yunmu quickly found a place to hide and check it. Let's see what's inside. A dung beetle started digging a hole. After just a moment, the beetle finished its task, having dug a hole big enough for Lee Yunmu to crawl into. Good work, dung beetle. He sat down, relieved. No one should be able to find me here, right? With that, Lee Yunmu immediately said aloud, "Latitude box, open." The box immediately began to shake violently, and a powerful beam of light shot straight into his face. Yunmu couldn't help but squint, startled and bewildered. When he saw the item inside the latitude box, he wondered, what is this? At the bottom was something that looked like a frozen bat, lying perfectly still. The system quickly displayed a message. It turned out to be an A-rank treasure, the dragon demon spine. Its function was to act as defensive armor to protect one's internal organs when placed on the spine. Yunmu didn't seem very pleased. Another defensive item. I'm really going all in on the tanker path. The scene changes to the Zhenluo border camp. A voice rings out, "Hey, old man, a question for you." A picture of Yunmu appears on the system. "Have you seen this person?" The shopkeeper recognized him instantly, but said nothing. "Never seen him. I suggest you guys try somewhere else." He watched the group leave. Another bunch of bounty hunters, he thought. What kind of big trouble did he get into? Just as that group left, two others arrived. "Excuse me, uncle, have you seen a man with red hair?" The moment the old man saw this person's face, he was startled. Meanwhile, Yunmu was preparing to implant the dragon demon's spine into his body. His face darkened, his body tensed up, and his expression grew more and more unsightly. As the object was halfway embedded in his back, Yunmu was going mad with pain. He screamed nonstop, and only then did the system issue a warning. "Implanting the spine is extremely painful. Please be patient." He roared, "Damn you. Why didn't you say so sooner?" After that, the bone was fully implanted. Yunmu was left crawling on the ground, panting heavily. He sat up and let out a sharp breath. "I never want to experience that kind of pain again in my life." Just as he finished speaking, two mines suddenly dropped right in front of him. Yumu calmly looked over, remaining silent for a moment. Immediately after, a massive explosion rocked the small cave where Yunmu was staying. The men outside were overjoyed when they saw this. "We've hit the jackpot." Arriving at the scene, they were extremely pleased with their prize. He really made us work for it. But to their disappointment, Yunmu was still alive. He clearly heard their voices. "Two Mystic Star mines and he's still not dead? I used enough explosive power to kill a Red Star Mystic." Yunmu clenched his teeth as he listened to them ramble on. "Sorry, but you have something we want. So, you have to die here." As soon as he finished speaking, he viciously leaped down into the cave. Blood was streaming down Yunmu's face, and he looked at the man with some surprise. The moment the man saw him, he swung his sword wildly, but Yunmu quickly dodged, struggling to keep his balance so he wouldn't fall. His expression as he looked at the man was anything but friendly. Just then, another man, seeing Yunmu as easy prey, immediately jumped in to assist. Yunmu's eyes lit up, a fierce glint flashing through them. This made Yunmu look somewhat terrifying. They both decided to engage in close combat, each using their full strength against the other, and the other man took the opportunity to grab Yunmu's arm. Then, men from both sides stabbed straight at him. Just like that, Yunmu was thrown back, tumbling through the air. He only had time to let out a single cry. Seeing Yunmu lying flattened on the ground, they were incredibly smug. "Stop struggling. You're as good as dead." He cursed inwardly. "Damn it. 3 gold stars and 1 red star. This isn't going to be easy." His body was difficult to move, but Yunmu still tried to strategize. Besides, these 4 coordinate perfectly. "I keep getting swept up in the rhythm of their attacks. It's hard to find an opening to counterattack." The leader immediately ordered his subordinate, Da Bao, finish him. In this situation, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Yunmu's body ached so much he couldn't even stand up, but at that same moment, a familiar face took aim at the enemy. Da Bao was targeted directly. Before he could react, a large hole was blown through his body. The overwhelming pain made Da Bao scream. At this moment, Yunmu was completely astonished by the scene before him. The other man was also stunned to see his comrade fall like that. What's going on? From a distance, Da Xiong stood perched on a tall tree, holding a large rifle. "I say, what do you people think you're doing to my good brother? Especially you big gorilla." At this, Yunmu rubbed his head and slowly got up. Da Xiong. The one-eyed man shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. He's just a little brat. Reform the formation." Before he could even finish his sentence, Naiji stomped down hard on the one-eyed man's head from above. His comrades yelled out. From the side, another person ran out. "Quick, take care of her." Immediately, 2 of them charged towards her with their weapons raised. "Die." But how could Yumu just stand by and watch? He roared, "Dark Fang." Instantly, the 2 men were torn to shreds, their fresh blood dyeing the ground red. Yumu slowly stood up. "I tell you, I was just careless for a moment, and you all really thought you could be so arrogant with me? Huh?" Naiji couldn't help but smile. "You're okay." "That's great." Yumu was full of confidence. "As long as I don't get caught in their rhythm, it'll be fine." The sword in his hand was quickly summoned. Yunmu had regained his composure. His eyes coldly scanned the group, then widened in contempt as he continued. "They're basically just ants. Yunmu slowly approached. You really took good care of me earlier. Then, his eyes filled with a thick killing intent. Let me return the favor. The one-eyed man was now terrified, not understanding why he suddenly felt so scared. As he ran, he trembled in fear. Those eyes, they don't belong to a human. I'm going to be killed. Of course, how could Yunmu let him escape so easily? A beam of red light shot out, striking the one-eyed man's ankle. He fell in pain, unable to stop himself from screaming shrilly. Up in the tree, Da Xiang laughed smugly, not letting you run away. Blood poured nonstop from the wound on his leg. The one-eyed man trembled as he dragged his injured leg, crawling along the ground. He looked utterly pathetic now. Yumu walked over, grabbed his hair, and yanked his head back. A red star mystic, running away so wretchedly. What a disgrace! Immediately after, his eyes lit up again, and Yunmu coldly used the lightning law. The one-eyed man's entire body was racked with so much pain from the electric current that he screamed his lungs out. In an instant, he looked like a roasted pig. He lay motionless on the ground. Da Xiang teased. It's over. Little Mumu, you're pretty vicious. Yunmu smiled at Da Xiang. I was lucky to have you this time. Otherwise, I would have been in big trouble. Thanks. He raised his fist to bump with him. What are you talking about? We're brothers, aren't we? Naiji said cautiously. We should leave first. Who knows? Other people might be drawn by the sound of the fighting. Yunmu agreed. Good point. Just as he finished speaking, a bright firework suddenly shot into the sky, drawing everyone's attention. Yunmu glanced over and guessed, is that a signal flare? Just then, the one-eyed man regained consciousness. He laughed smugly. You're all dead. Even in death, he wanted to take them down with him. Now everyone looking for you knows you're here. The one-eyed man uncapped some kind of vial. He even laughed arrogantly. You will all be torn to shreds. Li Yunmu, annoyed, gripped the sword in his hand and snorted coldly. Annoying. You talk too much. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in his hand plunged forcefully into the man's head, piercing through a large tree trunk behind him. Meanwhile, Da Xiang acted quickly, snatching the blue bottle before it could hit the ground. Catching it, Li Yunmu asked, What is this? As Da Xiang capped the bottle, he explained, This is good stuff. It's holy water of life. As long as you're not truly dead, it can save you even if you're crippled. He tossed the bottle to Li Yunmu. You might need it, so take it for now. Startled, Li Yunmu couldn't help but say, Hey, if it's so good, maybe don't throw it. At that same moment, an arrow flew aggressively out of nowhere. His eyes lit up. It seemed Li Yunmu had also sensed the killing intent. He immediately shouted a warning, Watch out. But the arrow grazed Naijia's arm. She cried out in pain. At the same time, a loud voice boomed, Li Yunmu, surrender. Hand over the key to the ancient god's secret realm. Peeking out from behind the clouds, a group of people, enough to be considered a small army, was surrounding him. The voice rang out again. You can't escape. Naiji looked at the number of people and stood there, stunned. That's so many people. Da Xiang spoke up. It would be easier if it were just a lot of people. Hearing him say that, Nai Tai was a bit surprised. A cunning smile then spread across Da Xiang's face. Even they're here? Standing at the front, the one dressed like a chameleon is Gu Jiangfeng of Earth Dragon Valley. That girl with the purple hair and cold expression is Ling Shu of the Illusory Sound Snow Palace, and there's also Lu Jing from the Lu clan of Old Lion City. Nai Tai was startled. This is no joke. Yunmu was terrified inside. The profound pressure released by so many people at once was horrifying. Even the sky itself seemed to start screaming. Yunmu raised his hand and shouted, If I hand over the key, will you really spare my life? Thinking of surrendering, the other side replied, But of course. He suddenly seemed hesitant. But there are 3 groups of you right now, so who should I give it to? Lu Jing spoke up. If you surrender to my Lu clan, Ling Shui quickly cut in. You rotten brat, don't even think you can drive a wedge between us with just a few words. He pretended to be disappointed. Damn it, this woman saw right through me. If that's the case, I can only. As soon as he finished speaking, the clothes on Yunmu's body flew off as he began to use his trump card. Ninjutsu. Li Clan's secret art. On the other side, the group watched with dark faces. This was a 3-person cloning technique. The 3 Yunmus all looked identical. He looked at the group with a sly grin and shouted, So, come and find the real me. Zhang Feng looked on, a little tense. He's turned into 3 people. The moment she saw the 3 Yunmus scatter, Ling Sui yelled, They're running in different directions. It seemed she was the calmest one among the 3. Ling Sui didn't give chase right away. Even though she saw a target run past her, she remained silent, waiting to assess the situation. In the end, she couldn't resist the temptation of the treasure. Ling Shui immediately turned and left. The one heading north is mine. Lu Jing also began to pick his target. Then I'll choose the one running east. It seemed this person wasn't Yunmu, but probably Da Xiang. He saw the group running after him. He rejoiced inwardly. They took the bait. At that moment, in the eastern part of the forest, Zhang Feng couldn't help but complain. This little rascal is so fast. The man was panting from the chase. Wasn't he just leading me in circles through the forest? How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Just as he finished his sentence, Zhang Feng's companion was immediately shot down, leaving him completely bewildered. What? Another one's been hit. But Zhang Feng couldn't pinpoint the shooter's location. Just like that, his underlings were taken down one by one, while Zhang Feng frantically scanned his surroundings. At that moment, when only a few men were left, Da Xiang finally revealed himself. What a shame, you guessed wrong. As he finished speaking, Da Xiang looked down at the group below with a contemptuous smile. Zhang Feng put on a brave face. So what if I guessed wrong? I can still capture you and use you to force Li Yunmu out. Or do you really think you alone can defeat the dozens of men from my Earth Dragon Valley? He was probably incredibly smug about this. Da Xiang replied with disdain. No way, no way. Don't tell me you really thought I was just leading you on a wild goose chase. As he finished speaking, they realized they had fallen into a trap. His hand was ready to touch a switch. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Zhang Daxian of Sky Cloud City's Zhang family. It's a pleasure to meet you all. And now, farewell forever. As he finished speaking, he coldly pressed the switch. And very quickly, Zhang Feng's group was wiped out. The scene changes to the northern forest, where Ling Xue was presumably chasing Nai Tai. She shouted, "Stop. You can't escape." The group over here was also exhausted from the long run. Liu Nai Tai asked in a cold voice, "You finally caught up?" She stepped forward. "Stop resisting. Hand over the jade pendant, and I won't make things difficult for you." Liu Nai Tai scoffed, "Big sister, you're just a little kid." She became furious out of shame. She blew into the pipe in her hand. "Rotten brat, what did you say?" "I've changed my mind. Go die." Immediately after, a projectile from the pipe shot straight into Liu Nai Tai's back. She was left dangling in the air. Not liking the feeling of being suspended, Liu Nai Tai quickly took off her cloak. She landed forcefully on the ground. Ling Xue was incredibly surprised. She looked at Nai Tai. "It's another girl." Nai Tai's voice dripped with mockery. "Sorry, you guessed right." As she said this, Nai Tai's gaze became incredibly sharp. At that moment, in the southern part of the forest, Lu Jing had just caught up. "I finally caught you. I won't let you escape again." Yunmu was standing there waiting calmly. He said smugly, "Who said I wanted to run?" He opened his cloak and praised him. "It seems you're the one who won the grand prize after all. In that case, let's make this quick." Yunmu was also in a hurry. It seemed he was even more impatient than Lu Jing's group. He looked at them without a trace of patience in his eyes. "I'm in a hurry. All of you, come at me at once." He recalled Da Xiang's words. 3 factions, and each one is formidable. If they team up, we're definitely dead. If it's just one small faction, with little Muumu's strength, you might be able to fight them. So we'll split up into 3 groups to reduce the pressure on you, little Muumu. Back then, he couldn't help but worry. How can we do that? Your combat power is far below theirs. If you get caught, you'll be killed. Da Xiang reassured him. Don't worry, it'll be fine. He analyzed. Their only target is you. Besides, with my brains, shaking them off and making a clean getaway won't be hard. As long as we don't actively provoke them, nothing will happen. Da Xiang continued. As for little Nai Tai, did you forget who her grandfather is? As long as she reveals her family name, basically no one will dare to touch her. Seeing him hesitate, Da Xiang made the decision. All right, it's settled. Everything will proceed according to plan. In truth, he was just worried that if they split up, they would get into trouble. But what Da Xiang said really did make sense. Back in the present, Lu Jing was astonished. All at once? Are you insane? There are 20 or 30 of us here. You're just one person. And you want to? Yunmu quickly retorted. Who said I'm alone? He licked his lips slyly. Number 1. Number 2, Ming Yan, Li Linglung. Come on out. It seems that because he had been fighting solo for so long, everyone had forgotten. He had an elite army of his own. Meanwhile, Liu Nai Tai was still fighting fiercely. She swung her arm and shouted, sweeping fist. Liu Nai Tai's strength wasn't enough to take down this whole group at once, but she had more than enough to handle a few of them. She unleashed an elbow strike, slamming it into the chest of one of the underlings. It looked like it was about to cave in. After that uppercut, the girl really went flying like a ball that wouldn't come down. Ling Xu spoke calmly. What a surprise, such a cute girl. She knew how to weigh a situation. So she asked Naiji, "So you practice the 8 extremities fist, miss? You must be from Yun City too, right? Tell me your faction. I don't want any trouble." Liu Naiji was still trying to hide her identity. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop asking who I am. She thought to herself, if I reveal my background, my opponent will definitely stop pestering me and go find Li Yunmu instead. Then Li Yunmu would have to face two opponents. Liu Naiji steeled her resolve. I have to hold her back and buy time for Li Yunmu, even if it's just for one more second. I have to hold her back even if I die. Just as she finished her thought, a shocking explosion suddenly erupted from a distance. Liu Naiji, who was in a defensive stance, was startled by the sound. What? Ling Shui looked in the direction of the explosion. It's to the east. It seems Gu Changfeng has also engaged his opponent. Liu Naiji looked up at the sky. At this moment, she couldn't help but worry. Da Xiong, you too. Meanwhile, on Yunmu's side, after he heard that shocking sound, he was also startled. An explosion? Yumu looked around to determine the direction, feeling a surge of anxiety. It's to the east. Yunmu's mind was screaming. What on earth is that idiot doing? As long as we don't provoke them, we won't die. I'm not stupid enough to face them head-on. Lu Jing surmised. The east is where Gu Changfeng is. With an explosion that loud, I think your teammate has already been killed by him. Before he could even finish his sentence, a shadow had already darted behind him. Lu Jing was actually surprised by Yunmu's speed. He only had time to hear a scream from behind him. In a flash, the area behind Lu Jing was in complete chaos. He stammered in disbelief. What the hell is this? Yumu spoke up. I already told you, I'm in a hurry. In just a moment, quite a few people had already fallen. Lu Jing was completely shaken. Worried about Da Xiong, Yumu's expression turned even colder. All of you, come at me at once. Meanwhile, it seemed Da Xiong was still fine. He coughed a few times, waving away the surrounding dust and smoke, and looked at the bodies in front of him. He was a bit pleased. I never thought 50 ice thunder tubes would be this powerful. They cost me a fortune, but to be able to kill you all in an instant, it was worth it. Da Xiong quickly took a coat from one of the men and put it on. All right, now that this is settled, time to find the others. At that very moment, Chang Feng suddenly appeared behind him. Where do you think you're going? The man slammed his hand violently onto the ground. Another small tremor rang out, but Da Xiong had already leaped into the air. He gripped the gun in his hand tightly and aimed. Profound energy pulse cannon. The fired projectile had considerable destructive power, but it seemed Chang Feng was completely unfazed. On the contrary, he was extremely calm. Not only that, he even let out a cold, contemptuous snort. Child's play. Immediately after, Chang Feng easily blocked Da Xiong's cannon blast with his hand. Da Xiong looked at him, utterly astonished. He blocked a profound energy pulse cannon with his bare hands. He then gripped his gun tightly and yelled, "Let's see how many of these you can take." Chang Feng quickly leaped to dodge. He sneered, "A heavy cannon like that will never hit me." Right after, he swiftly changed direction and moved behind Da Xiong. But of course, Da Xiong wasn't just going to let him do as he pleased. Da Xiong immediately did a somersault to dodge, flying backward. At the same time, he held the gun in his hand and yelled, "Die." And just like that, multiple shots were fired directly at Chang Feng. Against Da Xiong's overwhelming firepower, a normal person would have been defeated long ago, but this Chang Feng guy was truly formidable. Using just his bare hands and the army breaker technique, he effortlessly blocked every single one of Da Xiong's shots. Da Xiong was genuinely terrified. His fists are so fast. He used his impervious hands to block all the bullets, leveraging the extreme speed of his punches to create an impenetrable wall. This was basically an absolute defense. From within the cloud of dust and smoke, Chang Feng remained as composed as ever. Immediately after, Chang Feng leaped forward. He moved nimbly toward Da Xiong. Faced with his speed, Da Xiong couldn't help but be amazed. Once again, the army breaker technique was instantly unleashed. Da Xiong hastily jumped back to dodge, startled. That was close. I can't let that fist hit me. He felt his resolve beginning to waver. He calmed himself down. Calm down, Zhang Da Xiong. Every technique in this world has a weakness. There's no such thing as an absolute defense. Da Xiong closed his eyes tightly. As long as I can find the opening, this is nothing. It seems I have no choice but to use that move. After focusing his internal energy, Da Xiong's eyes snapped open. The Eye of Alicia. Full-scale counterattack. Da Xiong shouted. The Eye of Alicia is a secret art of my Zhang family. It allows us to maintain a calm mind and analyze the enemy's attacks. From there, we find the opening to break through and kill them in one blow. Right after, he gave Chang Feng a cold stare. Da Xiong's eyes had indeed changed, and the man immediately struck out at him. He shouted incessantly, "Stop talking nonsense." Chang Feng said smugly, "An opening? Kid, do you have any idea what absolute defense is?" He laughed scornfully and explained, It means your attacks are completely useless against me. I have no openings. Da Xiong dodged as he continued to reassure himself, calming his breathing. He told himself, this is just a concentrated attack. It's just an attack. No matter how focused it is, there has to be a gap. Da Xiong's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, I have to watch his every move carefully. But at that moment, because he was so focused on Chang Feng's movements, Da Xiong carelessly tripped on a rock. And just like that, he fell flat on the ground. Chang Feng was momentarily stunned, but the most surprised person was Da Xiong himself. He had no time to react to the fall. Chang Feng laughed triumphantly. Even the heavens won't help you. You're dead for sure. As he spoke, he channeled his internal energy, preparing to finish Da Xiong off. A flash of panic appeared in his eyes. He felt like he was done for. Da Xiong couldn't help but swallow hard. It's that damn army breaker technique again. Chang Feng struck straight towards Da Xiong. He screamed in pain, trying so hard to hold on that tears streamed down his face. Chang Feng laughed with immense pleasure. Come on, weren't you acting all tough? Go ahead, break my defense. He looked at Da Xiong's blood and tears. He couldn't help but burst out laughing and roared, die. But there was a silver lining. At that exact moment, Da Xiong's eyes suddenly lit up. He directly fired his gun, landing a shot right into Chang Feng's body. Of course, the man couldn't block it, and just like that, fresh blood sprayed from his body like rain. Da Xiong said coldly to him, I saw it. Your opening. Chang Feng lay flattened on the ground. He retorted, refusing to accept it. You're lying, you bastard. Da Xiong spoke again. Unleashing so many consecutive strikes is tiring, isn't it? A moment ago, your 132nd strike was 0.37 seconds too slow. Hearing this, Chang Feng was utterly shocked. He never expected him to figure that out. Scene change. At this time, in the northern part of the forest, Liu Neiji once again delivered an elbow strike behind the ear. When she used a horizontal blow, Ling Shu's subordinate was left completely dazed. Next was the Iron Mountain Lean. As soon as this move was unleashed, the other guy was sent flying. Ling Sui stood casually to the side, analyzing. In the civil arts, Tai Chi brings peace to the world. In the martial arts, Baji Quan establishes the universe. What a powerful and fierce fighting style. Neiji looked at her warily, already feeling tired herself. Ling Sui easily guessed. After the Dark Era, these kinds of ancient martial arts are rare. She looked at Neiji with contempt. But I've seen enough of your martial arts performance. Let's play a real game now. As soon as she finished speaking, her body melted like water. Then, she submerged into the ground. The moment she finished speaking, she vanished. Liu Neiji looked around, startled. She's gone. In a flash, Ling Sui struck Liu Neiji hard in the back, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Another blow sent her crashing to the ground. Liu Neiji couldn't react in time, only letting out a dazed cry. Ling Shu appeared, laughing smugly, and asked, How is it, little girl? Feeling a bit regretful now. Ling Shui stared at Neiji. I was originally going to let you go. After all, fighting you was pointless. But you charged at me like a mad woman and even killed my people. She looked down at Neiji on the ground and disdainfully pointed her sword. I really don't know what you were thinking. Seeing Liu Neiji get back up, Ling Shui was a little surprised. Your left hand must be numb from the cold air, unable to move, right? And you still want to fight, even like this? Liu Neiji, however, was not afraid and was instead confident. Cut the crap. Even if I only have my left hand, I still have to stop you, you big-chested woman. As she spoke, Liu Neiji took a fighting stance. Ling Shui really did not like that nickname. She gritted her teeth and asked, Big-chested woman? Having hit a sore spot, Ling Shui's mood soured. Immediately after, Ling Shui activated her internal energy and leaped into the air. You damned brat. Needless to say, her face looked absolutely terrifying at this moment. Ling Shui looked at Neiji and screamed, Are you trying to die? Scene change. Over on Yumu's side, Lu Jing's men had fallen to the ground one after another, their groans echoing through the forest. His army now had the upper hand, with Lu Jing's men lying scattered on the ground like dead fish. He was terrified, thinking, What is this situation? Where did all these people come from? No. He looked at his opponent's army for a moment. Rather, are these things even human? Before he could figure it out, Yunmu leaped into the air. In an instant, he was behind Lu Jing. The man was startled by this speed. Yunmu showed no mercy, delivering a long slash. But luckily for him, he managed to dodge it. Lu Jing, terrified out of his wits, stared at Yunmu. So fast. Meanwhile, Yunmu was going crazy with impatience. Yunmu worried to himself. There's no time left. I have to finish him quickly. Da Shang. Liu Neiji. 1. They have to wait for me. Just as Yumu feared, Naiji was struggling. Ling Shu unleashed another attack, the frost spine blade. A loud explosion erupted where she stood. Naiji was sent flying, but she refused to give up easily. She twisted left and right, tumbling through the air to dodge. Naiji glanced at Ling Sui. She was getting frustrated. This is tough. Naiji then began to calculate. This woman can attack from a distance. If I create too much distance between us, I'll be at a huge disadvantage. Right. As soon as she finished her thought, Naiji immediately turned around, channeling her internal energy. Seeing her reaction, Ling Sui was momentarily confused. A moment later, Naiji dashed forward quickly, shouting, "Arrow speed, step." She was determined to close the distance. But Ling Shui had probably already realized the issue. She dodged away, maintaining the distance. Looking at Liu Naiji, she couldn't help but praise her internally. This footwork is really fast. Seeing her panic reaction, Liu Naiji smirked to herself. Good. It seems this move is working. Immediately after, Liu Naiji used arrow speed step again, quickly leaping forward to close the distance with her. As soon as she got near, Naiji threw a punch, the toad fist strike. Ling Shui had lost her patience. She frowned and yelled, "All this shouting is so damn annoying." Naiji continued, knocking her hand away with a tiger form stance. Ling Shu was now on the defensive. Not stopping there, Naiji channeled her internal energy again and continued her assault. Try this one. This is the Mountain Crusher. Just like that, Naiji viciously slammed her fist into her opponent's chest. Just as Naiji had calculated, Ling Sui couldn't fight at this range, and she was sent flying. But of course, she wouldn't admit defeat. The weapon in her hand was quickly launched forward. Ling Shui gritted her teeth in anger. This annoying thing. Instantly, the sharp ice spike pierced deep into Naiji's leg. A wave of agony shot through her, making her grimace in pain. Ling Shui watched her fall, feeling a sense of triumph. "I've sealed your left leg. Let's see you try to hop around now." Watching Naiji's reaction, she fell silent for a moment, observing in surprise. Seeing Naiji still trying to react, she yelled, "This one's using the same old trick again. Do you still want to fight?" Ling Shui couldn't help but wonder, "Why are you trying so hard? What is that kid to you anyway? Still not giving up?" Naiji struggled to speak. "I have to stop you here. No matter what, I have to buy time for Yumu to escape." She bit down hard, forcing herself to struggle back to her feet. Because, after a slight pause, Liu Naiji screamed with all her might, "I love Yumu." Hearing Liu Naiji say this, Ling Shui couldn't help but be taken aback. Liu Naiji let out a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, "I said it? It's good that I said it." Ling Shui let out a cold, contemptuous snort. What a childish reason. She channeled her energy and flew up. "If you like Yumu so much, then you can die for him." Naiji felt hopeless. "If I don't say it now, I might never get another chance." Ling Shui pointed her sword at Naiji's head. Seeing the defenseless girl, she screamed, "Die." Suddenly, a surge of spirit erupted from Naiji. No, how can I say such discouraging things? She had clearly resolved to be a pillar of support for Yumu, and she thought of him again. "I don't want to just watch his back anymore, right? What I want is to stand by his side." She began to force herself to sit up. "If that's the case, then I have to be just as strong as he is. This isn't a fight for someone else. This is my own battle." Ling Shui thought she'd never get up again, but she was startled to see Naiji in this state. And finally, Naiji managed to stand, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick straight into Ling Shui's stomach. The blow made Ling Shui vomit blood, putting her at a disadvantage. Naiji glared at Ling Shui, raised her hand in frustration, and yelled, "Stay down." At last, Ling Shui collapsed before Liu Naiji's love-fueled determination. She lay exhausted on the ground, panting. "I won. That was the strongest attack I had." Liu Naiji couldn't help but feel a little happy. "I managed to stop her. I helped Yunmu." Before she could finish the thought, Ling Shui viciously crawled back up. Her face twisted with ferocity. "Who did you say you stopped?" With that, she plunged 2 sharp daggers straight into Naiji. She let out a piercing scream. After stabbing both of Liu Naiji's arms, Ling Shui spat, "You bitch. Did you really get arrogant the second I let my guard down?" Tears of pain streamed down Liu Naiji's face. Ling Shui continued, "Prepare yourself. I'm not going to let you die so easily." She screamed like a madwoman. "I'm going to slowly nail you down right here. I'm going to torture you to death." It was clear that Liu Naiji's earlier attack had severely wounded Ling Shui's pride. All she wanted now was to mince the person in front of her. Just as she finished speaking, a terrifying wave of power shot towards Ling Shui from a distance. The sword in her hand shattered from the force of the impact. Ling Shui was suddenly on the defensive again, shocked. "What?" Blood dripped from her hand as Ling Shui looked up in horror. "Who is it?" Luckily, The one who had arrived was Da Xiang. He called out sarcastically, "Well now, pretty lady, you weren't planning on doing anything to our little girl, were you?" Da Xiang's eyes turned grim. Naijie forced her eyes open, looking ahead weakly. Her face showed surprise. Da Xiang. Meanwhile, Yumu was still fighting Lu Jing. Their two swords clashed violently. Compared to Yunmu, Lu Jing was clearly at a disadvantage. He chose to leap back to dodge, his breathing becoming labored. Lu Jing looked at Yumu warily. Just what is this kid's background? He wondered, then glanced behind Li Yunmu. Even the monster he summoned is absurdly strong. Lu Jing cursed internally. Why haven't Gu Changfeng and that Ling Shui woman dealt with the others yet? Hurry up and help me. Yumu said nothing, silently focusing on finishing the job. He needed to deal with these annoyances so he could go rescue his comrades. Immediately after, he used his insect step again. In a flash, Yunmu had vanished without a trace. Before Lu Jing could even register his surprise, Yunmu was already behind him. With a single jolt from his lightning arts, Lu Jing couldn't take it anymore and screamed in agony. Lu Jing's mind was reeling. Lightning. My whole body is numb. I can't move. Pressing his advantage, Yumu followed up with a mad blade slash. He stabbed him straight through the stomach. Only then did Lu Jing begin to feel true fear. No. I can't kill this man. I have to get out of here now. With that thought, he yelled out to his accomplice, Jiu Shicheng, retreat. Shicheng was confused as he ran. Boss, we're just leaving like this? They killed so many of our men. Lu Jing said urgently, we can't win. A smart man knows when to cut his losses. Lu Jing reassured his men. Don't worry. Just wait until I get back and gather a group of high-level cultivators. Then we'll come back and clean him up. At that moment, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky as dense clouds gathered. Shicheng shouted in alarm, Boss, look at the sky. What are these black clouds? He stared intently, stammering in disbelief. Could this be? Yumu's face was cold. He flicked his hand and whispered, Heavenly lightning. As soon as he spoke, a ferocious bolt of lightning struck down, causing the ground to explode. Agonized screams rose from below, but his expression remained indifferent. And yet, Lu Jing still managed to struggle to his feet. He couldn't help but cough a few times. Yunmu hadn't expected him to be able to stand up. He said mockingly, Well, now. That's a surprise. Looking at the panting Lu Jing before him, Yunmu asked curiously, Still alive? He spun the sword in his hand. Normally, I'd let you go. But you've seen my shadow spirit. And so, pausing for a moment, Yumu looked at Lu Jing and continued, I have to kill you. But before he could make a move, another voice rang out. Single soldier particle cannon, fire. Instantly, Lu Jing was shot through the head, his entire upper body exploding. Fresh blood splattered in front of Yunmu, startling him slightly. The other person slowly revealed his face. You worthless trash from Jushi City dare to compete for the Jade Pendant. He introduced himself, Zhaoqin Sect, Lin Jian. Your Jade Pendant. We of the Zhaoqin Sect are taking it for sure. Seeing Yunmu's dazed look, Lin Jian repeated himself. Your Jade Pendant. We of the Zhaoqin Sect have already claimed it. Hearing the name of this sect, Yunmu thought to himself, the Zhaoqin Sect. He looked over at the group. Even a top-tier sect like that has come. What a pain. Yunmu gripped his sword and stepped closer. Sorry, but I'm in a hurry right now. I don't have time to mess around with you here. Lin Jian smirked deviously and clapped his hands together. Trying to run? I won't let you leave. Form the array. As soon as he finished speaking, several of Lin Jian's lackeys leaped into the air. Yumu looked at them, letting out a gasp of surprise. The others quickly reported, Young Master, we're ready. Yumu wondered, what are they doing? An aerial ballet? Lin Jian, holding a cup covered in inscriptions, continued, You'll find out soon enough. The sacred artifact of the Zhaoqian sect. Immediately after, he threw the cup into the air and shouted, Void Mirror. Then he clasped his hands together. He shouted again, his hands forming seals, then skillfully moving through a series of different gestures. Seeing the sinister Lin Jian, Yunmu couldn't help but be startled. What is this? Instantly, a golden light appeared in the sky. A sphere of light enveloped the sky. Lin Jian smirked slyly. You can't run this time. Now, hand over the jade pendant obediently. Of course, Yunmu wasn't one to give up so easily. He scoffed and channeled his internal energy. You think a mere barrier can hold me? Frenzied blade. As he spoke, powerful slashes from Yunmu's sword struck directly at the sphere. Outside, Lin Jian stood calmly, watching the inside of the cage he had created. The one who was surprised was Yunmu. His eyes widened. How can this be? It didn't even leave a scratch. Lin Jian looked at Yunmu with contempt. I suggest you give up. This is no ordinary barrier, he explained. This is the sacred artifact of the Zhaoqian sect. This sealed space was created by the Void Mirror. You can't break it on your own. Annoyed, He glanced at the two men behind him. Damn it, I'm out of time. Meanwhile, Da Xiong, carrying Naiji on his back, shouted in a panic. Running for his life, he yelled, I'm telling you, how on earth did you provoke her? She's gone crazy and wants to kill you. Naiji said miserably, I don't even know what I did to set her off. Ling Sui, as if hypnotized, repeatedly screamed, Die, die, die. She's a bitter monster who's lived to be 49 without ever experiencing love, Da Xiong silently judged. This woman has completely lost it. Her attacks have no form, she's basically just flailing wildly. He started to panic a little. Her whole body is full of openings, but because her attacks are so formless, I don't know how to counter. This means Alicia's eye is useless. All I can do is run. As he thought this, he tried his best to get as far away as possible, but Ling Shui quickly caught up. She screamed and pounced like a mad woman. All of you, die for me. Da Xiong gritted his teeth in despair. Is this the end? Just then, a voice rang out, Hey, don't block the way. As soon as the words were spoken, a long slash appeared in front of Ling Shui. Da Xiong stared blankly at the scene before him. What just happened? The person pulled their hat down low. Hello, sir. Peak Express Delivery. May I ask if you know a Mr. Li Yunmu? The cold-faced person continued looking at Da Xiong. I have a package for him. Please sign for it. Da Xiong was stunned. So strong. He took care of that woman in an instant. And using such a ruthless method, too. The man held the box out to Da Xiong again. You're Mr. Li Yunmu's friend, right? Please sign for him. As Da Xiong signed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It seems he's on our side. If someone like this were an enemy. The man then turned to leave. Package signed for. Well, I'm off. Remember to leave a 5-star review. Da Xiong was surprised. Aren't you here to help? The person replied coldly. Help? I'm just a delivery guy. Besides, I don't do overtime. Da Xiong was bewildered. What kind of delivery guy is like that? And where did this package even come from? Then he stared blankly at the information on it. Sender's name, wouldn't you like to know? Sender's address, War God's Temple. Sender's phone, not in service area. Da Xiong just stared at the package info. The War God's Temple. Meanwhile, back with Yunmu, the gun in the other man's hand was about to fire at him. But Yunmu was like a crazed beast in a net. He immediately swung his leg and kicked the man straight in the face. Another man with a gun came up behind Yunmu, who quickly noticed and glanced over at them. Yunmu channeled his internal energy and shouted, Summon my shadows. Go, number 1, number 2. Instantly, Li Yun appeared behind the man. The man turned his head and stared in bewilderment. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream rang out as fresh blood splattered everywhere inside the sphere. Lin Jian watched his two shadows, wondering in surprise, what are these two things? Looking at Li Yun and Li Feng, Lin Jian was utterly shocked. Where did Li Yunmu summon these monsters from? He then looked over at Ling Long. And where did this woman come from? I'm sure the barrier only trapped Li Yunmu. This kid has too many secrets we don't know about. Looking at his aura, Lin Jian felt a slight sense of relief. It's a good thing I brought the sacred artifact this time. He assessed the situation. This kid definitely can't escape the void mirror. I have to take this chance to kill him. What a pity. He's got a pretty spirited look, just my type. At the same time, he suddenly shouted to his men. Hey, hold on a second. Lin Jian said, this kid can pull off so many strange things. Who knows what will happen if we finish him off? If you ask me, let's not waste any more time. He then smirked deviously and gave an order. Use that. Let them see the true power of the Zhaoqian sect. Our power. As he finished speaking, a green cord descended from above. Yunmu stood back to back with Ling Long, remaining vigilant. What kind of trick are these guys pulling now? At the same time, the other man spoke up, Chang Mao. The atmosphere immediately fell silent. That guy immediately pointed at Li Yunmu Mook and yelled, Fire. It turned out the attack was aimed at Ling Long. She just stared, stunned, as it rushed toward her. Li Yunmu Mook instantly lunged forward, grabbing Ling Long and pulling her aside. Ling Long, be careful. For some reason, tears suddenly streamed down the little girl's face. Her small lips mumbled incoherently. Li Yunmu Mook looked at his little girl and flashed a bright smile. Really? What's there to cry about? He smiled warmly, patting Ling Lung's head and comforting her gently. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Outside, Lam Qian was enjoying the show. He smirked. It worked. This thing can kill him. Li Yunmu Mook's blood dripped onto Ling Lung's face. She frowned in annoyance. Ah. In the next moment, Ling Lung's eyes blazed with killing intent. She screamed in fury. Seeing Ling Lung fly into a rage, Lam Qian's expression suddenly turned serious. Perhaps they didn't know that this beautiful girl was the Shadow Queen. She gently laid Yumu aside, her eyes burning with hatred as she stared at Lam Qian's men. Finally, Linglong dashed toward her opponents. In her fury, she treated them like punching bags, knocking them out with a single blow. Seeing the murderous look in her eyes, the men couldn't help but feel terrified. What's with this woman? Yumu lay motionless on the ground. Seeing Linglong like this, he couldn't help but worry about the kid. His eyelids grew heavy. A sense of dread washed over Yumu. No, my vision is blurring. Am I going to die? Lam Qian looked at Yumu and laughed heartily. You've been hit by the blood-cursed talisman. You're as good as dead. He sneered with a cold, cunning smile. The blood curse on that talisman will follow the wound, draining your strength and pulling out your very soul. Eventually, you'll die of exhaustion. How pathetic. Inside, the men were screaming in panic. Stop that woman. She's coming. They yelled to each other. Hurry, use the cursed talismans to kill her. Yumu was struggling to breathe, his worry for Linglong growing. Kid, run. You'll die. The speed of those things is no joke. Meanwhile, his men had readied their weapons, aiming straight for Linglong. Then they shouted, Fire! For a moment, Linglong was bewildered. Without turning to look, she saw countless crimson arrows filling the sky, hurtling aggressively toward her. They were all blood-red arrows, like a relentless downpour sweeping through. In that critical moment, Yumu yelled and forcefully pulled her close. Over here. Despite being severely injured, he still managed to shield her with his body. Yumu's breathing became more labored. Shrink down and hide in the astral realm. That's an order. Tears streamed down Linglong's face. Seeing her fear, Yumu comforted her. Don't worry, I won't die. Your dad is invincible. He glared fiercely at the incoming red lights. In the next instant, a massive explosion rocked the area. Smoke and fire filled the air, like a war zone. Outside, Lam Qian was gloating. He can still move? What a surprise. But it doesn't matter. It'd be a miracle to survive that many cursed talismans. However, contrary to his expectations, Yumu was still alive. He was gasping for air. Seeing this, Lam Qian was secretly shocked, screaming internally, What? It turned out he had survived thanks to Li Yun. Li Feng had used his body as a shield. A system notification appeared. All of Yumu's shadow spirits have perished. At that moment, pure rage welled up in Yumu's eyes. He roared with determination. I will kill every last one of you. By now, Yumu was exhausted from the long fight and immense blood loss. His breathing was ragged. Li Yun seemed to be in great pain, letting out several cries. Yumu felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry. Number 1, number 2. I will bring you back. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he opened the vial. He remembered asking Dai Hung what this was. Back then, he had explained. This is the holy water of life. As long as you're not completely dead, it can save you, even if you're crippled. Yumu closed his eyes and took the risk. I don't know if this will really work. At this point, I have to bet everything on it. After chugging the entire vial, Yumu stuck out his tongue in disgust. This tastes awful. Immediately, in less than a heartbeat, his severed arm began to react. Like a lizard regrowing its tail, his arm actually grew back. Yumu couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Above, Lam Qian was also stunned. What? His severed arm grew back? Lam Qian immediately began to speculate. Could that have been the holy water of life? Down below, Yumu was ecstatic. I can't believe this stuff actually works. He moved his body a little. My wounds are healed too. Perfect. In the next moment, his gaze became incredibly sharp. Time for a counterattack. Yumu's legs felt more agile now. He leaped into the air, simultaneously shouting, Frenzy Blade. He shot past them like a gust of wind. Wherever Yumu passed, men collapsed. The thick stench of blood filled the air. Yumu inspected his new hand. Is it my imagination, or is this new arm even more flexible than my old one? One of the men charged at him with a sword, shouting in frustration. Go to hell, you bastard. Yumu quickly sidestepped the attack. It had to be said, now that his wounds were healed, these guys were completely outmatched. His hands moved swiftly, catching the man's sword and holding it firm. The shrill sound of weapons cutting through the air was deafening. In less than 5 seconds, he sent the sword flying back at its owner. The man didn't even have time for last words. He let out a single scream and then fell silent. Lam Qian couldn't hide his surprise. Did that kid just catch a cursed talisman? How is that possible? Yumu thought to himself with resolve. Being back at peak condition really makes a difference. As long as I concentrate, I can keep up. He began calculating in his head. Now I have to figure out how to break through this barrier. He recalled back Yunmu's instructions. Listen closely. regardless of the outcome, as long as it's a technique that uses profound energy as its power source. That's what the old man had told him, that it must have a single, weakest point of energy. If you can break through that weakest point, you can get out. At that moment, Lee Yumumuk began to channel his internal energy. You rotten brat, don't you run. His eyes quickly turned cold, radiating killing intent. He said to himself, let's bet on it. In the next instant, he leaped forward, slashing relentlessly at the enemy, thinking as he moved. Even though he had a method, Yunmu was getting frustrated as he slashed relentlessly at the massive cage. Damn it, this thing is way too big. Watching him dart back and forth, Lin Jian was completely puzzled. He scratched his head and sneered. What's this kid running around for? Just dashing about and slashing like a maniac. Yumu was getting tired, panting heavily. He glanced around. Damn it, just searching like this isn't going to work. I'll be exhausted before I can find the barrier's weak point. Just as he had that thought, several projectiles suddenly flew from outside and struck the cage he was in. Yunmu watched in surprise, silently observing the spot where the bullets had hit. Unexpectedly, it was actually effective. A small crack quickly appeared in that spot. Yumu frowned, on guard, wondering who had just pointed the way for him. Outside, the familiar gun was still hot, smoke billowing from it. It was none other than Dash Shang. He had used his skill to find the opening for him. Dash Shang was satisfied. Yes, right there. This is all I can do to help you. The rest is up to you now. Yunmu let out a sigh of relief and smiled happily. Looks like they're okay over there. That little brat had me worried. With that burden lifted, Yunmu now had their support from the outside. You're like a tiger that's grown wings. Let's do this. Your sword slashed wildly inside that cage, the wind whistling from the force of your blade. The cage now showed many new cracks, looking just like an eggshell. All it takes is one crack for the entire structure to be compromised. Your eyes were now bloodshot as Yunmu used all his strength and roared, frenzied blade. Outside, Lin Jian was startled and hastily formed a hand seal. This is not good. This kid has found the barrier's weakest point. He watched his cage cracking wider and wider and couldn't help but feel nervous. Quick, reinforce the mystic power. Yunmu immediately gripped his sword tighter and yelled, just a little more. Thunderclap frenzied blade. Seeing how insane you were, Lin Jian couldn't help but be stunned. This is bad. The kid has entered a trance. At this moment, Yunmu just kept attacking manically, his entire body emitting a brilliant light. Lin Jian's subordinate trembled. It's no use, Mr. Lin. This person's power has suddenly erupted. The barrier is about to break. Just as he finished speaking, Yunmu succeeded. Breakthrough. His whole body was covered in scratches, but Yunmu showed no signs of fatigue. The two subordinates standing next to Lin Jian were sent flying by Yunmu's oppressive aura. Lin Jian stood frozen in shock, staring at Yunmu as he shouted, Hey, all of you from the Zhaoxian sect, you are all going to die. Over on the other side, once De Xiong was sure that Yunmu had secured his victory, he happily landed on the ground. He looked over at his teammate, all right, we can go gather now. Little Naki, hey, little Naijie. But it was then he realized Naiji wasn't responding to him. Da Xiong was a bit puzzled. Did she pass out? He slyly leaned in and whispered in Naiji's ear, Hey, I heard what you said earlier about liking little Mew Mew. The moment he finished, she shot up from her slumped position. Naiji grabbed Da Xiong by the collar. What did you say? You damn pervert, how dare you eavesdrop on a lady's little secret. She was so embarrassed, she wanted to dig a hole and stick her head in it. I want to die, I should just go bury myself. Da Xiong spoke up. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Let's go. Naiji's face darkened. She pulled out a dagger with a sinister thought. Maybe I should just go all the way and silence him for good. Da Xiong shivered a little. Why do I feel a chill down my spine? Very quickly, they found the place where Yunmu was fighting. Da Xiong shouted, It's just ahead. Just as they ran over, Yunmu leaped into the air, and the sound of shattering echoed out. Da Xiong couldn't help but share in the joy. Awesome, you really broke out. Suddenly, Da Xiong noticed something was a little off about Yunmu. Little Moo Moo, he's. Yunmu's mouth kept repeating, all must die. Da Xiong made a bold guess. He's entered a trance. Naiji was confused. A trance? This looks more like he's turned into a demon. Da Xiong explained, he can't control this power properly yet. Meanwhile, Yumu, with his blue wings and long sword in hand, ferociously charged in to slaughter his enemies. His momentum was unstoppable. Da Xiong looked at Yunmu's eyes and said to himself, becoming a demon or a god. It all happens in a single moment. Lu Jing's group was utterly shocked. What's with this kid? He instantly killed a Crimson Star-level Xuan practitioner. One of them boldly charged forward. Daring to turn your back on an enemy? Die. But in an instant, it was as if Yunmu had an engine strapped to his back. He gave a demonic smile. Whirling around, the man had just enough time to think. So fast, before Yunmu's blade slashed across his body. The area around Yunmu was now dyed red with blood. The bodies he cut up were in countless pieces. Tonight seemed to be an unforgettable night for the people of the Zhaoqian sect. Horrible screams echoed throughout the mountain forest. Liu Naiji was horrified by the scene before her, screaming internally, "This is too cruel." Looking into those blood-red eyes, Liu Naiji wondered, is this still the Yunmu I know? He's completely lost his mind. Lin Jian stood frozen, watching his men one by one. Guts and gore splattered onto the ground. He was stunned, terrified in his heart. Damn it, the dozens of Zhaoqian sect members I brought were all killed by him alone. Right after killing all the minions, Yunmu immediately turned his attention to Lin Jian. The moment he met the boy's eyes, he felt an involuntary surge of fear. But how could Lin Jian back down now? He was the one who brought his men here for the slaughter. He instantly regained his composure. Don't you dare look down on the Zhaoqian sect, you bastard. I am the top captain in the sect. Yunmu stood motionless, saying nothing, his expression completely devoid of any warmth. Lin Jian tried to sound tough. Killing a brat like you is as easy as flipping my hand for me. I am about to surpass the Crimson Star level and become one of the 5 Super Xuan practitioners. But before he could finish his sentence, Yumu's hand was already on Lin Jian's face. Blood immediately spewed uncontrollably from his mouth. Yunmu gave a cheerful smile. All must die. He was now like a dog that had been caught. He couldn't struggle at all, and could only curse inwardly. Damn it. Just like that, Yunmu dragged him from one place to another. Lin Jian's body slammed into countless ancient trees, knocking them all down. A brilliant light also appeared in the sky, carrying an incredibly terrifying aura. He unceremoniously threw Lin Jian to the ground after dragging him a long distance. A huge explosion erupted where he landed. As for Lin Jian, he had no strength left to fight back, and he was constantly vomiting blood. Yunmu let out a demonic laugh and raised his sword. He prepared to unleash the thunderclap strike, a sword slash with absolutely terrifying power. As Yunmu used his berserker blade technique, Lin Jian could only grit his teeth and wait for death. The ground here rumbled and shook. The devastation everywhere was the aftermath of the recent attack. Over here, Naiji was panting heavily. Wait for me, I can't run anymore. Daxiang was dumbfounded. Just how much stronger did he get after the Central Continent tournament? Looking at Yunmu, he couldn't help but feel terrified. Is this a growth rate a human can even achieve? After dealing with everyone from the Zhaoqian sect, including Lin Jian, Yunmu's gaze shifted in another direction. The moment he saw Daxiang, he locked onto his target. Startled, Daxiang screamed, "He's coming this way." Yunmu shot towards them like a bullet. He kept repeating his slogan, "Everyone must die." Naijia screamed in fear. He wants to kill us, too, she yelled urgently. Yunmu, stop. Look closely, it's us. Don't you remember us anymore? Yunmu charged forward like a mad dog, and Liu Naiji could only scream. Look, we're your friends, please. Seeing him getting closer and closer, Liu Naiji squeezed her eyes shut and screamed, snap out of it. In contrast to her, Da Xiang surprisingly slapped him right across the face. This was what you call a friendship awakening slap. He looked at Yunmu and scolded him irritably. You're so noisy, laughing like that in the middle of the night. Seeing that Yunmu had truly fallen fast asleep, Naiji was stunned. So, it really ended with just one slap? Da Xiang replied nonchalantly, that's right. What else? Awaken his inner self? Have you been reading too many novels? Don't worry, this isn't the first time. I'm experienced in this line of work. At that moment, in the Mystic Guild's archives, the names of the defeated players were being erased. Dude watched the screen. He found it interesting. Another name gone. He let out a sigh and chuckled lightly, Li Yumu. He really caused quite a stir. From behind, someone immediately reported, Chairman, the major sects are sending a joint signal, patching them through to the person on the screen. The moment he picked up, an enraged voice shouted, Hello, Dude. The young prodigy you chose killed my entire team. I want an explanation, he retorted forcefully. An explanation? What is there to explain? Weren't you trying to rob him, only to get killed because you weren't skilled enough? Am I wrong? On the contrary, I'd like to ask what you plan to do to my young prodigy. Dude's words left him completely speechless. The others burst into laughter. Old Yi is at a loss for words. Dude asked again, so, is there anything else? If you want to continue hunting, Li Yunmu, I won't stop you. Another old man clicked his tongue and left. Even the Zhaodian sect suffered a 70% loss. It's not worth it for a single secret realm. Dude, you found quite a talent. Hearing this, Dude couldn't help but feel incredibly proud. Of course, he is. Meanwhile, after receiving a massive slap from Da Xiang, Yunmu finally woke up. Dazed, Yunmu looked around. Where did all the people from the Zhaoshan sect go? Naiji recounted sharply, you killed them all. You almost killed me and Dashang, too. Yunmu, still not fully back to his senses, scratched his head blankly. So they're all dead. That's right. Before he could even finish his sentence, Yunmu was already up and running for his life. Naiji was surprised and yelled, Hey, where are you running? Yunmu was busy rummaging through the pile of corpses. I think it should be around here. A moment later, he finally saw it and said cheerfully, Ah, found it. Yunmu held the small cauldron in his hand. I found it. The sacred artifact of the Zhaoqin sect that kid was talking about. This time, it belongs to me. 3 seconds later, this greedy fellow was continuously searching through all the bodies. I'll take this, too. And this one. I'll take it all. Dashang was dumbfounded. No way. Have you really stooped so low as to profit off the dead? I'm seriously impressed. Yunmu paid him no mind. I'll take this spear, too. Dashiang's attitude changed in an instant. Give me that spear. I want that one. Yunmu said sassily. No way. Didn't you just look down on it? Liu Naiji was speechless. These two are really something else. As luck would have it, just then, a notification suddenly rang on Da Shang's device. You have a new message. Please check. He opened it out of habit and was immediately startled. What is this? Right after, Da Xiang let out a loud scream. Yumu jumped. Geez, you scared me. He trembled, his face flushing red. I think I struck it rich. Yunmu was confused. Your family is the richest. Of course you struck it rich. Da Xiang hurriedly explained. There was a place online that opened a bet on whether or not you would survive. I bet 1 billion that you would. A moment ago, the major sects sent a message saying they would no longer try to steal your jade pendant, so the bet was settled in favor of those who bet on you. The payout ratio was 1 to 300, which means, as he spoke, Yunmu's expression turned a bit sour. Right after, Da Xiang excitedly showed him the betting board. He screamed, I won 300 billion. Yunmu forced the brightest smile his God-given talents could muster. That's amazing, 300 billion. This was immediately followed by a beating for Da Xiang. You son of a bitch. When I was fighting for my life, the first thing you thought of was to bet on my life to make money, wasn't it? Da Xiang screamed, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Yumu was ruthless. I don't care. That money was earned with my life on the line, so that 300 billion is mine. Liu Naiji quickly tried to stop him. Go easy on him. You're going to break his back. Da Xiang wasn't having it. Then what about my winnings? Yunmu got annoyed again. Huh? What about it? 300 billion isn't a lot of money for you anyway. Afterwards, Yunmu looked at the betting board and felt a bit annoyed himself. Basically, no one believed I would survive. Hardly anyone bet on me to win. It feels like the entire world was hoping I would die. He curiously clicked to see who had bet on him to live. The names all surprised him. There were 6 people who bet 1 billion that Yunmu would survive. They were none other than familiar faces. Yunmu cursed in his head. I really don't know what to do with these guys. But a warm smile had clearly spread across his face. The scene changes to the Zhaoqian sect on the Shengshan continent, where a loud roar echoed, Li Yunmu, there isn't enough room in this world for both of us. Zhumin, who was just passing by, couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong with the young sect master? Locking himself up and getting so angry. Hearing this, Qingnan chimed in, You don't know? I heard that the young sect master's boy toy that he was raising got killed by someone else. Hearing this, Zhumin was surprised. Huh? The young sect master has a hobby like that, Nan added. That's right. Even the sect master has a huge headache over his preference for men. From what Nan has observed, the young sect master was truly interested in Lin Jian, planning to make him his dual cultivation partner. Otherwise, he never would have given him the void wheel. And now, the void wheel is gone. It'd be a miracle if he wasn't furious. Inside a dark room, Yi Qing sat with his head down for a long time, muttering to himself, Pu Qing, you're suppressing your power too, aren't you? Yi Qing gradually calmed down, a deadly glint appearing in his eyes. I want to see which one of us is suppressing more. The scene shifts to Yunmu. As he walked out, Da Xiang immediately asked, So, how'd my clothes fit? Yunmu stretched a bit and replied, A little tight. Turns out you're pretty skinny. But you two really came prepared, even bringing a change of clothes. Da Xiang handed him a box. Here, this is for you. A delivery guy dropped it off earlier. Yunmu was surprised. Huh? A delivery guy, all the way out here in the middle of nowhere? Da Xiang explained he was from the War God Hall. There's no place on Earth they can't deliver to. Yunmu was baffled. The War God Hall? Da Xiang recounted. Thank God for that delivery guy. If it weren't for him, Ling, a Naiji, and I don't know what would have happened. But to think, A mere delivery guy could kill Ling Shui so easily. The war god Hall is truly beyond belief. Yunmu let out a sigh of relief. I'm just glad you guys are okay. I seriously don't know what goes on in you two's heads. As he spoke, Yunmu picked up the paper inside. What's this? A letter. Da Xiong spoke up. I think it might be a trial invitation from the war god Hall. Naiji cheered happily. It really is an invitation. This is exactly what you need right now. Yunmu was still confused. What I need right now? What do you mean? Happy for her friend, she quickly explained. Getting this invitation means you have the most powerful backer in the entire world. Hearing this, Yunmu himself was shocked. A backer? The scene changes to a bustling street where Yunmu was negotiating with a young boy. Name your price. I'll buy it. The boy aggressively smacked Yunmu's hand away. This action took him by surprise. Wu Fan clutched the item tightly in his arms. 3 million. Not a single cent less. Yunmu felt the kid was like a startled cat. A passerby saw Wu Fan's price gouging and couldn't help but feel indignant. On Yunmu's behalf, he was about to speak up. Hey! But Yunmu, on the other hand, didn't haggle and accepted immediately. Fine. But you have to tell me where this came from. The kid, seeing his chance, pushed his luck. That'll cost extra. I want 5 million. The kind-hearted man warned him. Hey, kid, don't listen to him raising the price. He just quoted me 1 million a minute ago. But Yunmu just looked blank. What did you say? As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Fan's account buzzed. You have received a transfer of 5 million. Please accept. The other guy couldn't help but jump. He just gave it to him? He was shocked, thinking to himself, what rich family did this guy crawl out from? Does he not even think of money as money? The person next to him whispered, hey, look at this. The two of them started discussing. He looks like Yumu, the guy who's been really famous lately. And I heard he's also a junior star general. Wu Fan flinched. A junior star general? Seeing the boy still clutching the item, Yumu called out, hey, I've already paid you. Can you give me the item now? And one more thing, you have to tell me. Wu Fan stammered, oh, that. The kid handed the item over first. But, I don't know where this thing came from. Yunmu was surprised. Oh? Wu Fan lowered his head and said quietly, I actually stole this. I just wanted to scam some money. Hot tears began to stream down his young face. Wu Fan admitted, my brother is dying. I really need money for his treatment. I'm sorry, I can pay you back. Please, Junior Star General, don't arrest me. The crowd of onlookers couldn't help but feel sorry for him hearing his story. What a poor kid. Even I'm moved. If I'd known, I wouldn't have treated him like that. But then, Yunmu roughly grabbed the boy's head. You little brat. You dare to trick me. Go to hell. I'll kill you. A passerby shouted indignantly, are you some kind of monster? Yunmu then lowered his voice. Forget it. If you really need this money. He paused, then looked at Wu Fan and continued. Consider it a loan. He turned his back to leave, offering a few words of advice. Life can be hard, but scamming people is wrong. Don't do it again. Besides, the next person you meet might not be me. Goodbye. The boy stared blankly at his retreating figure. Yumu's voice could still be heard. Shopkeeper, do you have any holy water of life? That's something our small shop doesn't carry. A short while later, Yumu reappeared. Da Xiong cheered excitedly. Little Mu Miu is back. He asked urgently, so, did you find it? Ling and Naiji and I couldn't find it. Yumu said dejectedly, me, neither. I couldn't find it anywhere. Looks like our luck isn't great today. He quickly showed everyone what he got. I only managed to buy 3-dimensional eyes and 1 remnant page. Naiji was puzzled. A remnant page? A single one is useless. Just then, a sly grin spread across Yunmu's face. He pulled another page from his system. Who said I only have 1? Yunmu said happily, now I have 2. Da Xiong chimed in, so, does this thing actually do anything? Suddenly, Yunmu turned his face away. Da Xiong was startled. Why'd you go quiet? Yunmu muttered resentfully to himself, I think I just wasted my money. I bought it without thinking at all. Liu Naiji said loudly, hey, don't be sad. Didn't you want to go to the Mara field in the dark domain? Maybe you'll find something new there. Yunmu then asked, do you two want to come along? Da Xiong happily replied, of course. We're already here, so let's go. Hop in. Liu Naiji couldn't help but scold him. Are you an idiot? Your car is a 2-seater. Da Xiong looked at Yunmu again. Well then, you can fly. To briefly explain the Dark Domain, it's a border region that is closer to the upper world. Many dimensional beasts from the upper world find their way here. In this remote and desolate place, people come to train their abilities, despite knowing the immense danger, but they still make the arduous journey. Yunmu's group of 3 quickly arrived. Right now, he was gasping for air like he'd run a marathon. Our protagonist couldn't stop complaining. The oxygen concentration here is so low. How much longer do we have to walk? Daxiang scanned the area, then said, we've still got a long way to go. We've only just entered the dark domain. See that mountain over there? That's the central area of this part of the dark domain. Hearing this, Yunmu just plopped down on the ground and started whining. I don't want to go anymore. I'm tired. Daxiang, carry me. He couldn't help but feel helpless. Are you a child? You were the one who wanted to come, and now you're the one throwing a tantrum. You came by car. I flew the whole way. Just as he finished speaking, Daxiang quickly noticed a stranger nearby and immediately shouted cautiously, Who's there? It turned out to be a familiar face. He let out a sly laugh and said, Hey, relax. Upon hearing his voice, Yunmu immediately recognized Tang Ruochen. What? The four of them then walked on together. And Yunmu couldn't help but wonder, what are you doing all the way out here? Ruochen said nonchalantly, Don't forget, I was the one who gave you the map. With your strength, you were bound to break through the encirclement, so I just came here directly to wait for you. He continued, Oh right, the Zhaoqin sect sent out a message giving you 3 days to return the void ring. Yunmu was unfazed. Like hell, I'm giving it back to him. Ruochen added, I heard the Zhaoqian sect wants to gather all the holy artifacts to assemble a peerless killing formation. Their young sect master, Yi Qing, can suppress your level because his supreme holy artifact from the Tower of Honor is similar to yours. Yumu said smugly, Don't worry, I'll get my hands on that thing before he does. At this point, Tang Ruochen cleared his throat. He paused, then blushed and asked quietly, Your junior martial aunt, is she doing well? He stammered, If you have time, could you help me ask her out? Hearing this, Yunmu froze as if turned to stone. His mind went numb, and then he started getting irritable for no reason. Daxiang couldn't help but ask, Hey, what are you doing? Yumu, feeling annoyed, retorted, Leave me alone. I'm suddenly in a bad mood and feel like slashing something. One after another, wherever Yumu went, giant ancient trees came crashing down. He looked no different than an illegal logger. Tang Ruochen couldn't help but ask, Why are you just walking around randomly chopping things down? You're like a kid, throwing a tantrum. Yumu replied sulkily, Just leave me alone. First lesson in life, never tell a guy who's basically a slave to a girl that you like her. It turns out this was why Yumu was so upset. At that same moment, a rustling sound came from the bushes. A golden snake lunged out of the thicket towards them. Li Ji jumped and screamed, Whoa, that snake is huge. Seeing Yunmu just standing there dazed, Ruochen quickly stepped forward and took down the snake with his heavenly demon dragon tyrant fist. He tensely warned everyone to raise their guard. This place is full of tailed beasts, you have to be careful. Yunmu couldn't help but praise him. We haven't seen each other in a few days, and you've really improved a lot. Yunmu thought to himself, this place, with its high-level tailed beasts that travel in packs, is actually perfect for the shadow spirits away from keyboard grinding. No sooner said than done, he silently ordered the system to resurrect number 1 and number 2. Activate away from keyboard mode. After walking for a while, everyone sat down to rest for a bit. Yunmu opened the map to check it, but quickly fell into deep thought. Only a ghost could understand this pile of scribbles. Did I really just waste 5 million on this? Ruochen then shouted, Hey, stop staring blankly at that thing. The barbecue's ready, come and eat. Yumu quickly folded the map. All right, I'm coming. He didn't notice a strange hand reaching out from beside him. Just as he said the last word, Yunmu realized something was off. He immediately spun around and saw the monkey holding his map scroll. Just as it was about to leave, it realized that he had seen it. Yunmu gave a wicked smile. Nice monkey, give me back what's in your hand. It frowned, its attitude seeming to say, What? Immediately after, Yunmu took a full-force punch from the small monkey, which caved his face in. He angrily chased after it. You stinking monkey, go to hell. Do you think you're one of the monkeys from Mount May? Stealing things and then hitting people. Just see how I deal with you. Seeing him running back and forth, Ruochen started to lose his patience. Hey, if you don't come now, we're not waiting for you. He yelled helplessly. How old are you? Still playing with a monkey. Da Xiang had seen things like this many times, so he wasn't surprised. Forget it, just let him be. The two continued their chase for a while, and Yunmu now found himself at a large stream. The monkey, in the end, was still stubborn. It just clung tightly to the map, screeching and running without letting go. Yunmu chased it across the rocky ledges, shouting, Stop, you stinking monkey. Yumu reached out to grab it, his mouth still roaring. Give it back to me. His sword lunged aggressively toward it, and the startled monkey's hand slipped from the map. He quickly ran over to pick it up, muttering, Seriously, what's the use of being fast? I still got it back, didn't I? The frightened monkey ran straight into the water. It let out an annoyed screech. Over here, Yunmu watched it, but the scene before him was astonishing. Huh, it went right through? Unable to hide his curiosity, he immediately got up and followed. It turned out that behind the waterfall was a mountain cave, and it was dead silent inside. Yunmu glanced around and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so dark." He channeled his internal energy, making his hand glow to act as a torch. This mountain cave is so deep, it doesn't look like it was formed naturally. Yumu walked around, observing. A monkey couldn't have created a cave like this, could it? After a moment, he saw a figure lurking in the darkness. Yunmu wondered in surprise, is that a person? Noticing the figure had no killing intent, Yunmu immediately walked over and asked loudly, "Hey, are you okay?" Seeing that the person didn't answer, Yunmu moved closer. "Excuse me, where is this place? Why are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. You could say he was frozen on the spot. It wasn't a person, but a human skeleton, which looked like it had been dead here for a very long time. This gave Yunmu quite a shock. His body shot back as if zapped by electricity as he yelled, "Whoa!" He panted, backing away cautiously from the skeleton. "What is this?" Looking a bit closer, he couldn't help but wonder, is this a person? It looks like they've been dead for a very long time. Yunmu's gaze then shifted to the gem near the skeleton. He grew curious. "What's that?" His greedy nature surfaced again, and he carefully crawled closer, saying, "It might be something good." "Senior, if you're going to blame me, don't. It's not like you can use it anymore." At that exact moment, a small foot quickly rushed out, launching itself towards Yunmu. The screeching of a monkey filled the air. Yunmu looked up, startled. It was so fast he couldn't even see it clearly. Seeing it fly towards him like an arrow, Yunmu exclaimed, "Something's heading this way." Instantly, that foot mercilessly stomped right on his face. A small explosion rang out. The surrounding rocks and dirt were sent flying, and his nose actually started bleeding. Yunmu frowned in annoyance. Damn it, that hurts like hell. When he got a better look, he saw it was an ape. It was quite a bit larger than a monkey, and it was wearing a mask. It slowly raised its hand as if to take off the mask, surprising him. This was an ape with a scowling face, giving Yumu an unfriendly look. It let out a strange cry, "Fofo." Yunmu gritted his teeth. He couldn't help but praise it. Fofo is really agile. He looked at the ape before him. Why did this guy suddenly attack me? Never mind, you can't talk anyway, so asking you is useless. Immediately after, Fofo leaped into the air, preparing to attack. Yunmu yelped in surprise. Again, it unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Yunmu kept dodging back and forth, but his speed was still no match for this monkey. He didn't even have a chance to counterattack Fofo. It continuously punched at the vulnerable spots on Yunmu's face. Finally, Fofo delivered a finishing blow, sending Yunmu flying. He crashed to the ground, struggling to steady himself. Yunmu looked at the monkey in front of him, feeling incredibly frustrated. "Damn you, Fofo." Observing its attacks, he recognized it was using Tong Baekwon and, on top of that, knew how to use mystic energy. Before Yunmu even had a chance to counterattack, Fofo leaped up again. Yunmu was startled. "There's more?" He hurriedly summoned his sword, feeling that he could no longer fight it barehanded. He quickly slashed towards it, shouting, "You bastard, don't look down on humans." He glared at it, gripping his sword tightly and yelling, "Raging Thunder Blade." Just as Yunmu swung his sword, it seemed his luck had run out. The sword got stuck in the rock behind him. Yunmu became flustered and frantic. "Wait, time out." But how could that crazy monkey possibly listen to him? It immediately launched a powerful kick at Yunmu. He tumbled to the ground, shouting in frustration, "You bastard, you have no honor." Yunmu started calculating. My wide, sweeping blade techniques are useless in this cave. In that case, number 1, number 2, come out. The system immediately prompted, "Your spirit shadows are currently on a mission. It will take 2 hours to recall them." At this moment, Yunmu felt like crying, So what am I supposed to do now? Doesn't this mean I'm dead for sure? Just as he finished speaking, another loud explosion echoed through the cave. Fofo spun a few times in mid-air before landing steadily on the ground. Yunmu slowly emerged from the cloud of dust. That was close. I almost forgot about this one myself. He couldn't help but feel smug. I still have this move. This is the void step kick. Yunmu gave Fofo a cunning smile, which startled the creature. Now it's my turn. As soon as he spoke, Yunmu sent Fofo tumbling with a single kick. It was slammed violently against the large rock behind it, creating a huge crater. Yunmu dove straight down from the sky towards Fofo, and without waiting for it to recover, he continued his assault. Before the attack could land, Fofo quickly blocked with its hands. This monkey was indeed incredibly nimble. Yunmu went on the defensive again, unable to help but praise it. This damned Fo's physical skill is no joke. If it were in the mountains, it would surely be the leader of the pack. Fo's agility and way of thinking were no different from a human's. His kicks were continuously caught by it. Yunmu was astonished. Where on earth did it learn that? Finally, he stopped wasting energy, retracted his leg, and jumped to the side to defend. Great, I can't break through its defense at all. Immediately after, Yunmu quickly somersaulted towards Fo. Let's try this move. As soon as he spoke, Yunmu did a flip, and his foot slammed right into Fo's face, startling it with the considerable force of the attack. Fo's mask couldn't withstand the impact and shattered. Yunmu taunted. The mask is broken. But then he saw Fo getting back up. He was shocked. It can still move? I put a ton of power into that kick. Just as he said that, Fo knelt on the ground as a powerful inner force erupted from its body. While he was still stunned, it unleashed a terrifying aura. Yunmu was startled to release such high-intensity mystic energy. You idiot, stop. Seeing rocks and debris falling, he yelled in a panic. The cave can't take it. It's going to collapse. Just as Yumu finished his sentence, a massive boulder fell right in front of him. He looked up, feeling a sense of urgency. Not good. This place is about to come down. Yunmu was also a bit worried about the monkey. Stupid Fo, if we keep fighting, we'll both be buried here. Stop. But it paid no attention to Yunmu's words and immediately darted behind him, running towards the skeleton, which surprised him. What? Only then did Yunmu understand. So this Fo was trying to protect this skeleton all along. I can't just leave it in danger like this. Moreover, its body was struggling to move the skeleton. He cursed under his breath as he lunged forward. This idiot. Yunmu forcefully pulled Fo back by the shoulder, shouting, "You're too slow." He threw it towards the cave entrance. "You're injured, so stop trying to act tough." Yunmu then grabbed the skeleton himself. Although he didn't know why Fo wanted to protect this thing, he shouted instructions. "You go out first." Fearing it would recklessly rush back in, he used his internal energy to forcefully push Fo outside. It was safe, but the cave entrance was rapidly being blocked by large boulders. Fo was bewildered, not understanding why he had helped it. It was also worried about the skeleton, chittering nonstop. The sound of a spring stream trickled through the crevices of the rocks. The cave entrance was now completely blocked. Fo moved closer. It couldn't accept just waiting outside like this. Even though its small body was nothing compared to the massive rocks, Fo still tried its best to dig. At that moment, a hand violently punched through the pile of rocks. Fo, who was digging, froze and stared in bewilderment at the arm. Just then, Yunmu emerged from the cave, carrying the dry skeleton on his back. The skeleton was still intact on his shoulder. Yunmu looked at the still stunned Fo. I brought him back. Immediately after, its incomprehensible cries began to ring out continuously. Ming Yao listened and said in surprise, "Be your translator? Who do you think I am? I'll kill you." Yunmu got straight to the point. "I'll help you break your seal." In the end, Ming Ya had no choice but to agree and translate. According to Ming Ya's interpretation, she began, "This white skeleton belongs to my master." No, instead of master, it's more appropriate to say we were friends. He never treated me like a pet. He taught me kung fu and even showed me how to use mystic power. We were inseparable every day. A few years ago, my master wanted to cultivate a certain technique, so he came to this sparsely populated area. Everything was going smoothly, but just as my master was about to succeed, he suffered a backlash from the technique. My master had a regret before he passed. He believed that someone could definitely master this technique and hoped I could help him fulfill his wish. So, I stayed here, waiting for someone with a fateful connection and the ability. Just when I was about to give up, you appeared. Yunmu listened silently and seriously to the monkey's words. At this point in the story, it bowed its head. "Please, accept this." Fo said sincerely, "If you accept it, my master will surely be very happy." Yunmu looked at the object on the ground in complete surprise. "Me? It's me again." Fo continued, "Because you are strong enough. I can sense that you are not just an ordinary person. You are suppressing your own level, and besides, you were willing to risk your life to help me save my master's remains. I saw your righteousness." Therefore, as it spoke, it held out its hand, its expression incredibly earnest. "Please, Yunmu, please." In the end, Yunmu couldn't bear to see this monkey so sad. He let out a sigh. "All right, I promise you." Fo was surprised. "Really?" Then, Yunmu picked up the orb again. "Let's see. The Chaoyang Great Flame Art." Fo was stunned. "You're going to practice it now." Yunmu answered casually. "That's right. Why not? I think you definitely want to see this technique with your own eyes, to see what it's really like, right? I'll practice it right in front of you." The monkey stared at him, bewildered. My master spent months trying and failed every time. It's impossible to master it in such a short time. Looking at Yunmu's expression, Fo was a little startled. No. Him. His eyes. He's serious. As soon as he finished that thought, Yunmu spoke to the system. System, scan the technique. But according to the system, this technique had a flaw. Yunmu couldn't help but be surprised. What do you mean? The system continued. This technique had an error when it was created. So, theoretically, it's a technique that's impossible to fully master. If you force yourself to cultivate it, when you're on the verge of success, you'll inevitably suffer from cultivation, deviation, and the backlash will kill you. Yunmu was surprised. So, do you have anything to supplement it? The system then guided him. Yunmu couldn't help but feel satisfied. Excellent. Then let's exchange for those 3 techniques first, and begin cultivating them. Then in just a moment, he simultaneously learned 3 techniques. The Great Oneness Golden Staff Art, the Blood Lord's Hegemonic Body Art, and the Tendon Altering Marrow Cleansing Art. After learning them, he was extremely weak and needed to rest. Yunmu then looked at Fo, Monkey, and Senior. I will now let you see with your own eyes. The Chaoyang Great Flame Art. He was panting as he spoke, seemingly a bit tired. As soon as he finished his sentence, the orb immediately flew into the air, and it continuously emitted light. Yumu then leaped up into the air. To Fofo's astonishment, it seemed like he was having a breakthrough. A colossal stream of power was coursing through Yunmu's body, making him unable to resist letting out a loud shout. At the same time, that strange light shot straight into the middle of Yunmu's forehead. An extremely powerful force appeared in the sky, resembling a phoenix entering nirvana. At this moment, Fofo was just standing there, frozen to the spot. Yunmu called out excitedly, "Hey, monkey, did you see that? This is the Chaoyang Great Flame Art." His entire body now seemed to be formed from the wind. Fofo could no longer hold back, and tears streamed down its face. Yunmu couldn't contain his excitement either. Your and the senior's regret. I've fulfilled it for you. After Yunmu had successfully cultivated that secret art, the regret in Fofo's heart was also resolved, and it believed its master's was as well. Standing before the flames, it looked at its master one last time from the bottom of its heart. Fofu was incredibly grateful. Thank you. Not only did you let me see the Chaoyang Great Flame Art, but you also sent off my master with me. Yunmu was full of sincerity. It was nothing. I also greatly respect the senior. I think the technique he cultivated at the risk of his own life was definitely meant to leave something behind for future generations. Then, Fofo poured its master's ashes into a small glass vial. Yunmu looked at it and continued. This way, he can also pass on without regrets, and you no longer need to be bound by the senior's regret. Fofo couldn't help but praise him. From today on, we're friends. Right after, it took out a pile of good things and gave them to him. This is for you, too. Yunmu picked them up to inspect them. What are these? Fofo explained. I don't know what's in that small vial, but my master treasured it. And that card is a token that can prove my master's identity. You should take it too. After that, it didn't stay any longer. All right, I have to leave now. You take care. See you again. Yunmu didn't try to keep it. You too. He held up the red vial and gave it a little shake. What on earth is in here? Blood? Just as he said that, suddenly, the vial suddenly flashed with a red light. Yumu couldn't help but look down at his feet in surprise. Then he shouted, "What's going on? Why did it suddenly catch fire?" It didn't stop there. The flame shot up into the sky, taking the shape of a phoenix. Yunmu stared at this flame. He found himself stunned. This is... After just a moment, the image of the phoenix became distinct, appearing right before Yunmu's eyes. He stared blankly at the majestic bird in front of him, a phoenix. Seeing it, he felt incredibly joyful. Although he was still overwhelmed, this is really... Yunmu reached his hand out towards the phoenix in front of him. Truly unbelievable. At the same time, Da Xiang appeared out of nowhere and slapped him hard on the back. What are you doing standing here all days by yourself? I've been looking for you for ages. Yunmu immediately turned around, dazed, to look at his friend, Da Xiang. He wanted to tell Da Xiang about the fire phoenix, so he looked over in its direction. But there was absolutely nothing there. It was gone. Yunmu was bewildered. Could it be? I was hallucinating. Da Xiang spoke up. What are you mumbling about? Let's go. It's not safe to be out here alone. For the past month, under Li Yunmu's guidance, everyone had been constantly fighting dimensional beasts, and their flux energy grew stronger and stronger. Liu Naiji and Zhang Daishiang both broke through to the Golden Crystal Flux Disciple rank, and even Zhang Kai in the lower-tier city was constantly being sent items by Li Yunmu. He was practically hammered from someone with no flux energy into a flux disciple and was also arranged by Li Yunmu to go to his Azure Dragon Star General's mansion to be his butler. Only Li Yunmu chose not to level up, remaining at the ordinary crystal flux disciple level, but he successfully condensed his third shadow spirit and named it number 3. Looking at the person in front of him, he couldn't help but be surprised. A woman. Why is the air so cold over here? It made him let out a sudden sneeze. Daisheng looked at him happily. Are you all ready to go? Yunmu smiled brightly. Yep, all set. He warned worriedly. Be safe on the road. Yunmu replied casually. Don't worry. I'm just going into the tower to get a sage weapon, and then I'll be back. You guys keep training. Wait for my good news. Let's go. Arriving at the Sunset Garrison border, he was immediately startled. What? The teleportation formation is under maintenance? Captain Wu replied. That's right. An order came from above, banning long-distance and cross-level teleportation. Yumu was annoyed. What's this about? Why now of all times? The man leaned in and whispered. Actually, there's a problem with the equipment. The maintenance is just an excuse. A few days ago, I saw it with my own eyes. Someone using the teleportation was just swallowed whole. The scene was terrifying. Captain Wu continued. And I was forbidden from speaking about this. I'm afraid something big is about to happen in this world of flux disciples. For a small fry like me, it's best to just resign and retire to my hometown. Uncle Wu, this is for you. He handed something to the man. If you're willing, you can take this token and go to the Azure Dragon Star General's mansion to find a butler named Zhang Kai. He'll give you a high-paying and relatively safe job. You can bring your family along, too. Yunmu looked at him with a bright smile. Don't be a stranger. Captain Wu was overjoyed. That's wonderful. Thank you, young Star General. He then added, oh, right, you can go to Weaver City first. They have an independent teleportation formation there. You can try your luck. Yunmu was surprised. Weaver City? Soon after, Li Yumu traveled to Weaver City. The first thing that caught his eye was a massive statue. Yumu couldn't help but sigh in awe. This city lord is really over the top, putting a statue of herself right at her front door. And it's not just some small statue either. Just then, a young woman stepped forward. Are you Mr. Li Yumu? As soon as he turned around, the woman spoke again in a cold voice. Someone wishes to invite you over for a visit. He didn't know who was inviting him, but he was already on his guard. Li Yunmu was driven over in a private car, and he couldn't help but wonder. Why would the city lord of Weaver City want to see me? He recalled what old Wu had said. The city lord of Weaver City was a legendary figure. She was originally just an ordinary woman. She earned a living by weaving cloth, but through a chance encounter, her flux energy awakened, and she eventually grew to become a powerful warrior. Even after becoming a battle sage, she never forgot her humble beginnings, naming herself the Weaver Battle Sage, and the city was renamed Weaver City in her honor. Weaver City is the most friendly of the 7 major cities of Central Continent to ordinary people. Naturally, its city lord is deeply loved. Sitting in the back of the car, Li Yunmu couldn't help but speak up. Why would the esteemed city lord of Weaver City want to see a minor star general like me? The city lord naturally has her reasons. You'll find out when we get there. In the end, he decided to stop thinking about it. He let out a tired sigh. Fine, since I'm already in the car, I'm at your disposal. The woman led him inside. City lord, I have brought Mr. Li Yumu. The woman who was bathing slowly stood up. You've worked hard. You may go attend to your business. Seeing the scene before him, Li Yunmu was a bit stunned. Looking at the woman in front of him, Li Yunmu thought to himself, so this is the city lord of Weaver City, a true battle sage level flux expert. This is the strongest person I've ever seen with my own eyes. Just then, the woman spoke. From your flux energy, I can sense that you do not possess a battle sage bloodline. Hearing this, he was instantly shocked. Li Yunmu silently sized her up. She could tell my battle sage bloodline was fake just by sensing my flux energy. This city lord is the real deal. She continued. Young Star General, you are truly a hero of our generation. You've really surprised me. Li Yunmu was blunt. Let's skip the pleasantries. Why did you summon me here, city lord? The holy maiden said, all right, I won't beat around the bush. Do you know about the All Heavens Great War? Li Yunmu replied, of course, I do. It's a competition between the talented young geniuses of the 6 great continents, held once every 3 years. Each continent sends 2 or 3 people to fight, and the higher-ranking continents get a larger share of resources. The participants are nominated by the guilds, and they're usually disciples from the great clans. The holy maiden got straight to the point. This time, I hope to see your name on the list of participants for the All Heavens Great War. Hearing this, Li Yunmu was extremely surprised. He asked in shock, me? Why would something like this fall to me? The holy maiden explained, the situation this year is a bit special. The Earth's energy has become abnormal. I fear there will be great turmoil in the near future. Li Yunmu finally understood. Abnormal energy. No wonder the teleportation formation had problems. The holy maiden continued. Therefore, this year, to better prepare for the future, the World Flux Disciple Guild wants to select the strongest elites. This year's All Heaven's Great War will have no limit on the number of participants. You and I both come from humble backgrounds. I have high hopes for you, and I believe you can bring great results for Central Continent. Yunmu thought to himself, this sounds like a huge pain. This isn't part of my plan at all. With that said, the Holy Maiden stood up. I will give you time to think it over. That's all for today. Qing'er, take the young Star General to the teleportation formation. Hearing this, Yunmu lazily furrowed his brow. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. The scene changes to the Tower of Glory, where a crowd was buzzing with excitement. Why are there so many people at the entrance? Yunmu cautiously pulled up his hood. It's better to keep a low profile when you don't know what's going on. He then pushed his way through the crowd. Excuse me, let me through. A few people on the side were talking. Who are you betting on? Is that even a question? Ling Shui. The curly-haired guy explained her title. The Sword Saint's only disciple, a human weapon, must be incredibly strong. The person next to him said, all right, who isn't a disciple of a saint this time? He followed the loud shout and looked over. Yi Qing of the Chaosian sect, Leng Tianshu of the Ice Palace, and even Ghost Demon, ranked third on the individual leaderboard, had arrived. The other guy said, I'm betting on the Moon Saintess, Qing Yue. At this moment, Yunmu went up to greet the two of them. What on earth happened here? Why are there so many people? The other person was puzzled. How can you not know about something this huge? Not long ago, Yi Qing from the Chaosian sect issued a challenge to Yunmu, declaring he would conquer the 70th floor to claim the reward inside. When the other Flux disciples heard this news, they couldn't sit still either. They all entered the tower, wanting to clear the 70th floor faster than Yi Qing. He was startled and thought to himself, a challenge for me? I didn't know about it. Only after hearing this did he go online. So the rumor was true. Yi Qing had left a challenge. Yunmu, if you're a man, come up to the 70th floor. Come if you dare. Yunmu was someone who was almost never online. The crowd started chattering again. Those guys entered the tower yesterday, but that Yunmu still hasn't shown up. Suddenly, the blonde guy looked over at him. You look really familiar. I feel like I've seen you somewhere. Yunmu pulled his collar up and hurried away. You must be mistaken. I just have a common face. He calculated to himself. Those guys entered the tower a day ago. I have to hurry. When the crowd wasn't looking, Yunmu quickly slipped inside. As soon as he stepped in, Yunmu let out a sigh. I'm back again. He quickly went to check the leaderboard. They're already on floor 20-something. I need to hurry up, or I'll never be able to catch up. Immediately after, Yunmu frantically circulated his inner energy, directly rushing forward with all his might. And this was the Yunmu corpse, full-scale deployment. Outside, a man impatiently lit a cigarette, while the crowd on this side buzzed restlessly. They've been inside for 2 days. Why isn't there any news? Well, the higher the floor, the greater the difficulty. Taking a few hours per floor is normal. At that moment, the name of someone who cleared a floor appeared on the leaderboard. The man looked up, startled. Yi Qing has reached the 45th floor. The crowd rushed over to look. I think Yi Qing is a shoo-in to clear the 70th floor first, right? Not necessarily. Ghost Demon is already on the 43rd floor. Don't underestimate him. Someone else said, just wait. My Leng Sui will show her power soon. 3 more days passed, and everyone was cheering non-stop. My saint has stopped at the 66th floor. My 20,000 dimensional coins are gone. Go, Ba Jiang. Surpass that, Yi Qing. The young man next to him leaned in and whispered to the one shouting, keep it down. Look over there. The Chaosian sect has hundreds of people there. Even if your Ba Jiang clears the 70th floor first, the Chaosian sect won't let him go. Looks like the Chaosian sect is determined to get the Sage Tool from the 70th floor this time. Someone else said, but Yi Qing, Ba Jiang, and Leng Shui have all been inside for several hours now. A winner should have been decided by now, right? Who will be the first to clear the 70th floor? Meanwhile, Yi Qing was struggling to fight the monster on the 70th floor. It fiercely slammed its pincer down towards him. Yi Qing leaped up to dodge, but he still hadn't managed to even touch the monster. Because of this, Yi Qing was grinding his teeth in anger, and he himself was getting a little anxious. This 70th floor was truly tough. The monster before him was like an octopus, but it was a strange, mutated version. He circulated his inner energy and declared with certainty, but if I can't pass it, no one else can either. A naturally refined Flux disciple like me is different from people like Leng Shui and Ba Jiang who forcibly lowered their cultivation level to become Flux disciples again. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck the monster's eye, causing it a great deal of pain. The monster was now enraged. It let out a loud roar, and the immense inner energy forced Yi Qing to leap back to dodge. Yi Qing leaped up arrogantly. Tired already? Starting to attack randomly, he glared at the monster and roared fiercely. It seems the winner will be me, Yi Qing. At that moment, an urgent notification appeared from the system. Congratulations to the Central Continent. Yunmu has successfully cleared the 70th floor of the Tower of Glory. The monster was defeated by him and his army. Hearing this, Yi Qing couldn't help but panic. What? Caught off guard, he was sent flying by the monster, unable to stop himself from spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His entire body slammed hard against a rock. Yi Qing was a complete mess now, and he was filled with resentment. Damn it, how is this possible? The strongest Flux disciple should be me. Meanwhile, on Lang Xue's side, the notification that he had cleared the 70th floor also reached her. Lang Xue smiled in satisfaction. You really came. We haven't seen each other in a few months, and you've grown this much already. What a monster. Outside, everyone was stunned. Yumu. When did he even enter the tower? And he was the first one to clear it. As soon as they saw him, the crowd immediately swarmed forward. The sounds echoed as they pushed and shoved each other. He's out. Someone even shouted, that's Yumu. The announcement just now said he was the one who cleared the 70th floor and got the sage tool first. He felt a little proud of himself, but his face darkened. What? They announced my name. Didn't I hide my ranking? What's going on? This is so annoying. Gotta get out of here. At that moment, a powerful voice rang out. Yumu, don't even think about leaving. Great flame formation, assemble. He looked up at the sky helplessly. Here we go again. What am I? A bug? It was none other than dozens of elders from the Kaochian sect who had stepped forward. Yunmu, hand over the 2 sage tools in your possession, and we won't make things difficult for you. His hands were still forming a seal as he couldn't help but threaten him. Of course, this is a transaction. We will also give you the corresponding crystal stones. The crowd burst into an uproar. Isn't that Elder Bei of the Kaochian sect? He came in person. Moreover, he's also Yi Qing's master. His disciple lost this time, so he must have lost a lot of face. Yumu stuck out his tongue mockingly. Nah. I'm not giving them to you. This is clearly a forced sale, yet you dare to call it a transaction. Trying to be a saint after acting like a bitch. Shameless. He frowned. It seems the deal is off. In that case, we can only rob you. Great flame formation. Attack. Yunmu looked at the cage, trapping him, a bit bewildered. Huh. So this is a fire sphere. He couldn't help but shout, it's so hot. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, is this the great flame formation of the Kaochian sect? In this small, confined space, it's only a matter of time before that brat gets hit. Elder Bei spoke again. You're quite agile, little brat, but do you plan on dodging forever? Hand over the sacred artifact to me. Yunmu reached up and pulled back his hood. Do all of you from the Kaochian sect have a thing for trapping people? It's so annoying. I'm telling you, seeing him like this, Elder Bei began to observe him in silence. A murderous glint appeared on his face. Didn't your mother ever tell you, if you play with fire, you'll get burned? Yunmu stared at the old man before him. You like playing with fire, don't you? Fine, then I'll play with you. Immediately after, he channeled his internal energy, and the flames of the Chaoyang Great Flame Art quickly enveloped Yunmu. The people outside were startled by this pressure. Inside the formation, Elder Bei cried out, it's over. The spiritual pressure suddenly became so strong. Not to be outdone, he shouted, you rotten ape, watch me shatter this barrier of yours. And right after that, Yunmu immediately channeled his internal energy and unleashed his ultimate move, Karma Flame. Seeing his aura, everyone couldn't help but scream in alarm. His spiritual power is too strong. Get back. But for some reason, as soon as the attack was launched, it was completely sucked into that cage. This left Yunmu stunned, and the surrounding crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was all thunder and no rain. And here I thought it was some powerful technique. How embarrassing. Yunmu clutched his head in panic, thinking, oh god, what the hell is this? This is so embarrassing. It's a total social death scene. Damn it. I was trying so hard to look cool. I seriously want to die right now. Our protagonist immediately started complaining, hey, system, didn't you say this cultivation method was complete? It's not working. The system quickly replied, do you think you can drown water with water? This response surprised him. What do you mean? The system elaborated. How can two things of the same origin attack each other? He was inwardly surprised. The same origin? Meanwhile, the North Elder spoke up. Stop wasting time. Great Flame Array, attack. Before he could even react, the flames rushed at him from behind. A wave of pain immediately shot through him, and Yumu gritted his teeth, trying to endure it. But just then, he quickly realized the wound no longer hurt. No, this wasn't even a wound, it was the fireball itself. Startled, Yunmu struggled to stand up straight. It's being absorbed by my body. The North Elder was also stunned. How is this possible? Is this kid absorbing the Great Flame Array's attack into his body? Could it be? His body has become elementalized. He started to have his doubts. Why? Could the technique he's using be? No, that's impossible. Meanwhile, after a moment of thought, Yumu finally couldn't help but grin triumphantly. His expression turned cold as he began to turn towards the Elder. I get it now. Yunmu decided to test his theory directly. If I'm not mistaken, then, as the thought crossed his mind, he raised his hand and shouted, "Come to me, Great Flame Array." Immediately after, the flames on his hand, as if given new life, began to erupt violently. The people from the Shaoqin sect were horrified. This kid absorbed the Great Flame Array. What's going on? The North Elder felt a tinge of fear. Kid, what cultivation technique is that? How is it from the same origin as my Xiaoxin sect? Who in the world are you? If you don't explain yourself, don't even think about leaving here today. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. You still have that same old knack for attracting trouble. Surprised, he turned around. Sister Sue, she said cheerfully. Long time no see. How has everyone been lately? Just then, an enraged Yi Qing lunged at Li Yunmu. You bastard! Caught off guard, he was grabbed tightly by the collar. Yi Qing roared in fury. Just how many of my plans are you going to ruin? For Lin Jian's death, I want your blood. A life for a life? As he shouted, the hem of Yunmu's robe flew up, revealing the jade pendant from the senior who owned Fu Fu. The North Elder couldn't help but be astonished. The moment he saw the jade pendant, he recognized it and immediately rushed forward to grab Yi Qing's hand. Do not be insolent. Then he bowed deeply and said respectfully, Greetings, Grandmaster. This action left Yunmu utterly bewildered. Ha! The crowd, seeing this, couldn't help but start whispering. Hey, the Elder is bowing to that Li Yunmu kid. What in the world is going on? Yi Qing didn't understand the situation. He stared blankly. Master, what on earth are you doing? To him, the North Elder didn't dare raise his head. Yi Qing, kneel down and greet the Grandmaster immediately. Yi Qing looked like he was about to go crazy. What? I'm not kneeling to this bastard. He killed Lin Jian and ruined my plans. The Elder immediately cut him off. I said, kneel and greet the Grandmaster. Yi Qing was the North Elder's favorite disciple. It was a rare occasion to see such a cold expression on his face. The North Elder hastily knelt down, forcing Yi Qing's head down with him. My deepest apologies. The North Elder said nervously, I never imagined you were the Grandmaster. We have been rude. Meanwhile, Yunmu was still completely baffled. What in the world are you talking about? The North Elder explained, the jade pendant on your waist is proof of your identity. Yunmu was startled. Oh, and then the Elder began to recount the story to Yunmu, and so he finally understood. So that's how it is. That explains everything. The North Elder continued, back then, the Grandmaster left to cultivate the Rising Sun Great Flame Art. He traveled the world and then never returned. So that's what happened. I can't believe it. The one to complete our sect's secret art was you. Yumu was flustered. I never knew that Senior and Fu Fu were from the Jiaqian sect. This is so complicated. The Elder knelt down once more. Now that you hold the Grandmaster's jade pendant, you are the Grandmaster. Please, Grandmaster, return to our Zhaoqian sect and teach us how to complete the Rising Sun Great Flame Art. Annoyed, Yunmu flipped him off. I don't want to. Anyone else, maybe. But you guys treated me like that, and now you want my help. In your dreams, Yi Qing was furious. You stinking brat, you really think you're the Grandmaster now. Don't get so arrogant. He couldn't hold it in anymore and yelled, Who do you think you are? Then come and fight me at the Omni-Martial War. You were just a few minutes faster than me, and now you're acting all high and mighty. Yunmu replied nonchalantly, Sorry, not interested. His reaction left Yi Qing stunned. Yunmu spoke again, Why should I participate in the Omni-Martial War? Besides, Yunmu turned back to mock Yi Qing. You said I was only a few minutes faster than you? The thing is, I entered the tower a full day after you did. Humiliated, Yi Qing flew into a rage. You bastard! The North Elder shouted. Yi Qing, do not provoke your elder. Yi Qing glared at him with fiery eyes. To hell with this stupid Grandmaster. One day, I swear I'll kill him. After finishing the conversation with that group, he left with Ling Sue. She bought a can of beer and tossed it to Yunmu. Hey, catch. Ling Sue found the situation rather amusing. You were pretty arrogant back there. You showed absolutely no respect to one of the top sects in the central continent. Are you really that confident? Yunmu frowned. Who told them to bother me first? I'm the type who always repays my grudges. After a short pause, he asked, By the way, Sister Sue, Do you know why my rank was still announced even though I clearly hid it? Why it was still announced? Ling Sui explained, it's because once you pass the 70th floor, you automatically qualify for the Omni-Martial War. You only hid your name, so the rank you achieved would still be announced. Yunmu was dumbfounded. Damn, so I hid it for nothing? Ling Shui couldn't help but wonder. The Omni-Martial War. Are you really not going? Yunmu replied lazily, nah, it's too much trouble. Ling Sui said, it's probably for the best that you don't go. This year's Omni-Martial War is too extravagant. I feel like there's definitely some kind of scheme going on. Then, Yunmu said, I have to go back to the Gefeng Academy to find Da Xiang and Liu Naiji. Want to come? It's been so long, everyone really misses you. Ling Shui declined. Maybe in a little while. I still have to prepare for the all-martial tournament. At that moment, inside the Grand Academies, Bo Wen's voice rang out. All right, that's it for today's lesson. Class dismissed. After all the students had left, he was wiping the blackboard all by himself. Yumu was back. Seeing this, he couldn't help but tease. Why are you wiping the board yourself? Back in the day, you always forced me to do it for you. Yumu walked over and snatched the eraser. In the end, I'm the only one who spoils you. Give it here. Bowen quickly tossed it over. You stinky brat. After wandering around for so long, you finally decided to come back, huh? What do you need me for? Yumu asked nonchalantly. What do you mean? What do you need me for? After being gone for so long, of course you have to come back and check in. Besides, when his son comes home, isn't he supposed to see his old man first? Hearing his words, Bo Wen broke into a warm smile. He looked Yunmu up and down. You stinky brat, you seem to have gotten a little taller. He said nonchalantly, is being taller a bad thing? It makes it easier to wipe the board for you. Then he casually tossed the eraser on the table. Oh, right. It seems like there's been some kind of problem with Earth lately. Even the teleportation arrays aren't easy to use anymore. It's so annoying. Bo Wen added, a rift has appeared recently. A great deal of power is emanating from the space within that rift, and the teleportation arrays have been affected by it, making them unstable. Yunmu asked, what's inside the rift? Bo Wen said, I don't know either. Yunmu continued, forget it. Is abandoned house number 7 still open? Bo Wen replied, it is. Are the new students still using that place for training? In that case, Yunmu was about to leave, figuring that if he had time, he might as well go train. Bowen said, please, do you really think you're not strong enough? You're already one of the most talented people of this generation. Seeing that Yumu was still intent on leaving, he called after him, hey, I'm talking to you. Aren't you pushing yourself too hard? Hearing this, Yumu suddenly froze. Night fell quickly. Yunmu was now back in his home, lying in his dark room. Bowen's words echoed in his head. Aren't you pushing yourself too hard? I know what happened with your father makes you unwilling to trust other people. It makes you feel like the only person who won't abandon you is yourself, so you desperately try to get stronger. He lit a cigarette, his face full of contemplation. Whenever something happens, you refuse to rely on others, always shouldering the burden alone in silence. But that was before. The you of today has a group of friends who would go through life and death with you. Isn't that right? No matter how strong one person is, there are still things they can't do. Let yourself rest for a bit. His face was exceptionally kind. He looked at Yunmu with a bright smile. Try trusting your comrades, rely on other people. An unconscious sigh escaped his lips. Those words kept turning over and over in his mind. Meanwhile, Bo Wen was sitting alone in his dark room, lost in thought. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie on his desk crackled to life, startling him. He stood up and walked to the desk, to the other end of the line. A voice came through, codename Night Hound, listen up. You have a new mission. Depart immediately. Bo Wen quickly took out his mask and responded at the same time. Night Hound, copy. The scene changes to the Zhaoqin building. This was an ancient and wealthy sect, and its architecture was incredibly lavish. Outside, Bo Wen was scaling the upper floors. His movements were so nimble, a master thief would have to call him their ancestor. Bo Wen stood outside, eavesdropping. Yi Qing's voice rang out, are you going to help me or not? A strange voice replied, what's the rush? I never said I wouldn't help you. Yi Qing said urgently, Li Yunmu, that brat killed my lover and stole my sacred weapon. I absolutely cannot let him get away with it. The masked man spoke up. Rest assured, since you've agreed to ally with me, your business is my business. Bo Wen was surprised. Yi Qing, the organization's suspicions were correct after all. What is he plotting? And who is the other person? The stranger said smugly, just be a little more patient. I guarantee you, as soon as the all-martial tournament starts, that brat Li Yunmu is a dead man. Hearing this, Bo Wen couldn't help but feel a little tense. He finally understood that their targets were the all-martial tournament and Yunmu. He quickly took out his walkie-talkie. I have to report this to the organization immediately. But before he could act, the part of the building where he was standing exploded. Bo Wen was instantly alarmed. He tensed up. I've been discovered. Yixing flew out from the rubble. Another rat has snuck in. Yixing was furious after realizing he'd been spied on. He roared, "Hand over your life." A fatal attack shot towards him, the Prometheus flame. But on the other side, Bo Wen remained completely confident. Kid, if you're Prometheus, then I'm Zeus. Let's see me lock you up in the great prison once again. As soon as he finished speaking, his hands quickly formed a seal, unleashing the Thunder Core Arc technique. Just as Bo Wen had said, his strength was still a cut above Ye Qing's. A massive explosion erupted just like that. The masked man stepped out nonchalantly. It seems we've attracted the attention of the Shuan Practitioner Guild. How troublesome. They've even dispatched one of the night dwellers. Then, a cunning smile appeared on his face. We absolutely cannot let him leave here alive, or we're finished. Meanwhile, Yixing and Bo Wen were still fighting relentlessly. Faced with Bo Wen's aura, Yixing was secretly terrified. This guy's UN power is too strong. I can't handle him. Immediately after, Bo Wen channeled his internal energy, summoning rolling thunder in front of Yixing, his hand reaching out aggressively as if to crush him. Bo Wen threw a powerful punch, so fast that Yixing couldn't even react in time, and the necklace around his neck snapped. Yixing was fundamentally no match for him, but as the Vice Sect Master, Yixing wouldn't allow himself to be outdone. He channeled his internal energy and unleashed a Crimson Lotus strike. Just as Bo Wen dodged the attack, he immediately launched his lightning lock at Yixing. Chains of lightning pierced straight through his body, and Yixing couldn't help but scream out in pain. But it didn't stop there. Bo Wen followed up with lightning punishment, an attack with even more devastating power. Yixing was like a fish caught in a net. He couldn't run, only stand there and take the punishment. Piercing screams echoed continuously. At that very moment, the mysterious figure saw Yixing was at a disadvantage and appeared behind Bo Wen, truly worthy of being one of the strongest in the Night Guard. Lei Ming's Night Hound lives up to his reputation. It seems this is a formidable opponent. He got this close, and I didn't even notice. The voice startled Bo Wen. When did he? Before he could even compose himself, the man landed a fatal blow on him. His mask fell right off. It seemed he couldn't block it this time. Blood poured from his head, and Bo Wen's ragged gasps came in rapid succession. He was terrified. This guy. He's too strong. The man slowly landed on the roof. Sorry about this, but for the sake of my grand ambition, today you. He paused, looking at Bo Wen as if he were already a corpse, then coldly continued, must die here. Bo Wen weakly spoke up. Who are you? The man slowly took off his hood. Fine, I'll let you die knowing. The figure became clear in his eyes. It seemed his appearance shocked Bo Wen. You. Seeing that cunning smile and that face, Bo Wen finally recognized him. It's you. The scene changes to Yunmu's house. He lazily opened the glass cabinet. Yunmu, still half asleep, brushed his teeth. It's been a while since I slept until I woke up naturally. These peaceful days are really nice. The moment he finished that thought, Ling An was outside, pounding on the door and yelling, Li Yunmu, open up. Something's happened. With his toothbrush still in his mouth, he quickly opened the door. What's with all the racket so early in the morning? As soon as he saw Yunmu, Ling An blurted out the whole story. After hearing the news, Yunmu's ears started ringing. He froze, his eyes vacant. Unable to process anything else Ling An was saying, the toothbrush in his mouth fell to the floor. Only then could Yunmu regain a little composure. He then asked him again, his voice trembling. Yunmu's reaction had startled Ling An. He paused, his breathing becoming frantic. What did you say? Bo Wen's body had already been brought back. He was now just a cold corpse. Yunmu rushed over. Staring at the body, he felt like he had died inside. They had just seen each other yesterday, and now, he was lying here, motionless. Yunmu couldn't believe it. At that moment, the medical examiner's voice cut through the silence. The victim was tortured while he was still alive. His eyes were gouged out. His ribs were almost all broken. The tendons in his arms and legs were severed, and even his left leg is missing. Everyone listened to the forensic report. It felt like everyone had stopped breathing. A horrified Naiji couldn't help but exclaim, how cruel. Who could have done this? The doctor presented an item. While examining the body, we found this piece of chain clutched tightly in his left hand. The moment Yumu heard that, he lunged forward like a madman and snatched the item from the doctor's hand. Give it to me, the startled doctor shouted. Don't touch that. It has to go to the evidence room. One look at the object, and a familiar face flashed in Yunmu's mind. A deadly aura erupted from his entire body. Yi Qing. The moment he said the name, he charged out, screaming, I'll kill you. Everyone tensed up. Li Yunmu, Lingan and Liu Naiji stared in shock. He's lost his mind. Da Xiang was the one who understood Yunmu best. He rushed forward, grabbing Yunmu's shoulders and holding him down. Stop right there. Da Xiang roared. What do you think you're doing? Where's the calm and collected person I know? Right now, Yunmu was like a wild beast. Zhang Da Xiang, let go of me. I have to go kill that bastard Yi Qing. Da Xiang reasoned with him. All we have is a piece of a necklace. That proves absolutely nothing. Do you really think the Zhao Xin sect will just hand over Yi Qing because of this? Yunmu didn't care. He retorted, then I'll slaughter the entire Zhao Xin sect. Da Xiang replied, fine. You want to slaughter the Zhao Xin sect? I'll go with you. But do you really think the two of us can do it? And even if we could, what then? How would you explain slaughtering an entire sect without cause to the Mystic Guild? Tell me. Da Xiang's words were undeniably right. Although Yunmu was furious, he still had a grip on his reason. Li Yunmu had never felt so powerless. He let out a loud scream and started punching the ground relentlessly. Yunmu's heart-wrenching screams, Liu Naiji and Ling An's sorrowful tears, Da Xiang's silent fury, it all merged into a single, burning hatred for Yi Qing. Eventually, Yumu went to find Ji Nu. She was surprised. I never expected you to seek me out. What's the matter? Yunmu frowned, his tone dead serious. I want to participate in the all-martial tournament. She lifted her veil. Oh? A change of heart? May I know the reason for this change? His face was murderous. In this kind of tournament, it's considered reasonable if you accidentally kill your opponent, right? Ji Nu covered her mouth and chuckled. What an interesting child. He pressed, can I do it or not? I want to go kill him. Ji Nu replied, I don't care about your reasons. I only want to know if you truly have the motivation to fight. This motivation is certainly enough, but most participants in the all-martial tournament compete in teams of 2. Do you want to go alone? Yunmu thought for a moment, then replied robotically, I'll be fine on my own. Time quickly passed, and it was now late afternoon. The surrounding atmosphere seemed steeped in sorrow. He walked alone down a long hallway, his lonely figure cast in the light of the setting sun. He instinctively turned his head. Looking around Bo Wen's familiar office, Yunmu couldn't hide the grief on his face. He just stared, silent and speechless. Just then, Chang'an walked by and called out, Li Yunmu, you're back. He walked closer to him. Long time no see. Want to go grab a drink? How could Yunmu be in the mood for that? He turned his face away and walked off. Some other time. Chang'an seemed confused by his behavior, but seeing Yunmu's expression, he didn't press the matter. Yunmu went up to the school's rooftop alone. The surrounding silence was deafening. Bo Wen's voice echoed in his ear. You really don't know anything, do you? Not even the power system of mystics. Yunmu's casual reply at the time was, is that any of your business? He remembered a memory of Yunmu getting smacked on the head by him. As he scolded, you idiot. How many times have I told you to relax? Yunmu yelped, ow, that hurts, you bastard. During the times they went for beers together, he would always grumble. This kid really knows how to eat, always picking the most expensive things on the menu. Yunmu would respond nonchalantly. You're paying anyway, so it's a waste not to eat. Those beautiful memories. And yet now, he sat here all alone, tears unconsciously streaming down his face. He hadn't cried like this in a long time, like a homesick child. Chen Da-seong appeared out of nowhere. If you want to cry, just cry. Why pretend to be cool? Yunmu blushed with embarrassment. He quickly raised a hand to wipe away his tears. You're so annoying. Yunmu explained. I asked the city lord of Jinu City to nominate me for the martial tournament. Yunmu stated firmly, I have to kill Ye Qing, even if I have to do it alone. Da Xiang gazed into the distance and replied, you can do it. He hesitated, I have to. Suddenly, he remembered Bo Wen's words before he died. Kid, try relying on other people. Immediately after, Yunmu finally spoke up. Da Xiang, wait a second. A look of determination reappeared in Yunmu's eyes. Help me. Da Xiang fell silent, looking at Yunmu. It had to be said, this was the first time he had ever asked him for help. Da Xiang said nothing and simply turned to leave. Yunmu was surprised. Where are you going? He glanced back over his shoulder and replied nonchalantly, where else would I be going? Seeing Yunmu looking so bewildered, Da Xiang simply replied, tower climbing. The scene changes, and now Yunmu is lying dejectedly on his bed. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. You have connected with a new star. Yunmu groggily sat up, lazily glancing at the screen. As soon as Wu Fan saw Yunmu, he beamed. Great, we're finally connected. Big bro, do you still remember me? Wu Fan continued, it's me. We met at the underground black market. I was wondering if you could make another trip to the night market. Yunmu was still half asleep. Shortly after, Yumu quickly made his way to that market. Wu Fan handed him a vial of medicine. Yunmu was surprised. This is the sacred water of life. Where did you get this? The boy began to explain. I got it from an old man not too long ago. I remember you said you were looking for this last time. Yunmu was ecstatic. This is a huge help. How much? Wu Fan grinned, revealing a gap-toothed smile. Forget the money. You saved my brother's lives. I've lived here since I was a kid. I know everything around here. If you ever need to hear any news, just let me know. No charge. Then the boy turned to leave. Well then, goodbye. Yunmu was taken aback. Hey, wait a sec. He watched the little kid, Wu Fan, and a warm smile unconsciously spread across his face. Lived here since he was a kid, huh? Watching that small figure retreat, Yunmu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. What a tough life. The scene shifts to the war god temple, where Yunmu was shouting and calling out. Hey, Sima, open up. Anybody home? A voice boomed from above. Who goes there? This is the sacred ground of the war god temple. No entry. He held up a piece of paper and shouted, I am Li Yunmu. Flux disciple number 930,664. I'm here to find my parents, and this is my invitation letter. The voice boomed again. The gate opened at the same time. Permission to enter granted. As soon as the gate opened, Yunmu was instantly stunned by the sight inside. Yunmu looked around. So this is the war god temple. It's surprisingly simple. Interesting. Just then, a stranger approached him. Mr. Li, please follow me. This place is quite close to the main hall. Yunmu was very confused, frowning to himself. The main hall? At this point, Yunmu's screams startled everyone. Wait a minute. Yunmu was being dragged away by two people. Let go of me. I already said I'm here to find someone, not to take your damn test. The person next to him spoke up. Since you came here with an invitation letter, you are a member of the War God Temple. The test is mandatory. Yunmu channeled his inner energy to the heavens. You guys are being so unreasonable. He immediately launched an attack, then shouted, Don't push it, Thunder Arts. A massive explosion immediately rang out. Yumu was getting annoyed. You asked for this. You wouldn't even listen to what I was saying. Another voice chimed in, the Thunder attribute, a truly rare one. But the man who had just been escorting him spoke casually. Your attack still lacks a bit of punch. Yumu's eyes widened. Is this really the War God Temple? Even a gatekeeper can casually block my Thunder Arts. How terrifying. At the same time, another voice rang out. Who's causing a ruckus here? War General Qin Feng is really something else. This man was War General of the War God Temple, Qin Feng. Then another voice spoke up. Old Qin, our chess game isn't over yet. Why'd you run off? Seeing the person in the wheelchair, Yumu was startled, even shocked. Huh. He immediately yelled, You stinky old man. What are you doing lazing around here? And he was acting all chummy with the guy, too. Qin Feng said irritably, You're too loud. Can't you quiet down a bit? Yunmu then pointed at him. Isn't this guy a war general, and you, a mere civilian? How could you possibly know him? Zhongmin casually introduced, Old Qin and I have been old friends for many years. Where else do you think that battle soldier armor came from? He then went on a ramble. Why? I don't get it. You're a war general, so why are you friends with this old geezer? He hasn't even awakened his powers. He's lazy, gluttonous, has a foul mouth, and is even a bit of a pervert. What do you see in him? Zhang Min was exasperated. You damn brat. What did you come here for? Just to piss off your old man? Yumu didn't waste any more words, tossing the vial onto his father's lap. Here, take it. Zhang Min picked it up and immediately recognized the sacred water of life. This isn't easy to come by. Yunmu replied, It is. I told you I'd make it so you could walk in the real world. Hurry up and drink it. He didn't hesitate, immediately obeying his son and downing the vial in one go. Right after he drank it, Zhang Min exclaimed in surprise, It's working. He couldn't contain his excitement. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. Immediately after, Zhang Min's legs grew back. He happily kicked his legs back and forth in the air. My own legs really are the most comfortable. Yunmu was extremely satisfied. Good. Your legs have grown back. I'm heading out now. Just say hi to mom and third sister for me. Qin Feng looked at him. Are you really not going to take the test for our War God Temple? Yunmu replied, No, not right now. I'm already participating in the All Heavens tournament on behalf of Weaver City. Right? It would be too troublesome to join the War God Temple now. Zhang Min asked him, So, what are your plans next? Yumu said with determination, The All Heavens tournament is still a month away. I'm going to find a special training dark domain. I have to win the All-Universe tournament this time. Zhang Min replied, That dark domain can only improve your combat skills against exotic beasts. It's useless for fighting against people. Pausing for a moment, his face turned sinister. How about I, your father, train you myself? At the same time, in the City Lord's mansion of Weaver City, her subordinate rushed in to report, City Lord, there's a young man outside who says he wants to see you. Weaver was surprised. Bring him in. As soon as Dashan entered, he immediately kowtowed. Please recommend me for the All-Universe tournament. And please, teach me how to become stronger. Please. Weaver was astonished. The great young master of the wealthy Jiang family of Ji Feng City is actually kneeling, begging in front of a stranger. Where has the pride of your Zhang family gone? Da Xiang pleaded. There's someone I absolutely must help. In front of him, my pride is worthless. Right now, I can't even become a reliable support for him, so I have to get stronger. You can do whatever you want to me, please. She saw his sincerity and was incredibly surprised herself. Weaver didn't answer, but she implicitly agreed. My training is going to be hell. You better keep up. She turned and walked away. Special training starts at 3 o'clock every morning. Be on time, I don't wait. Daxian bowed his head even lower in gratitude. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, at the Hall of War Gods, everyone was shouting nonstop, come on, don't lose. You're embarrassing the Hall of War Gods. Just then, a guy who had just returned from the supermarket was passing by. This was Zhan Wuyai, the Hall of War Gods representative for the tournament. He walked over and asked, what's going on? The other guy answered with an annoyed tone. Some kid from outside came and is sparring with our guys. He's already beaten 4 people, and he's just a common star. Hearing this, Wuyai couldn't help but be completely shocked. He glanced through the crowd, wondering to himself, a common star? Over on the side, Yunmu was still fighting with all his might. The ground cracked from the powerful impact. He furrowed his brow, silently observing his opponent. Ice attribute Nether Profound Energy. Yunmu thought to himself with a bit of awe. This Hall of War Gods is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Nether Profound Energy is practically standard issue here. Then, he became incredibly smug. But if it's just ice, then there's nothing to be afraid of. Great Sun Flame Art. Instantly, a massive flame quickly enveloped Yunmu's body. Karma Fire. After gathering enough power, Yunmu shouted again and unleashed a flowing origin strike. His opponent screamed in terror at the sheer force. Jiang Min watched his son and couldn't help but wonder. Both lightning and fire. What a mix. Where did he learn all this? Meanwhile, his opponent looked at his own hands, then jumped back in shock. My ice. It's melting. Pressing his advantage, Yunmu smugly used Purgatory to attack again. This was the Ghost Scorch technique, and just as its name suggested, the fire on his hand erupted like a hurricane. Wuyai pushed through the crowd to get a better look. Everyone was buzzing. Damn, another one lost. Where the hell did this guy come from? Qin Fang looked extremely pleased. Old Li, this son of yours is no simple character. He has super high-grade aptitude. Zhang Min replied humbly, come on. His aptitude was originally the lowest level, but in truth, he was still very satisfied. Could there really be a way to defy the heavens and change one's fate in this world? Up on the stage, Yunmu let out a sigh of relief after finishing the fight. Another one down. He smugly dusted off his clothes. Uncle Qin, I'm telling you, is this all the strength your Hall of War Gods has? Who's next? Yumu said condescendingly, shouting, anyone else want a turn? Wuyai rolled up his sleeves and stood up. Just as he was about to step forward, a voice cut in, let me spar with you. That familiar voice made Yunmu jump. I just found a few newbies to train with you, and you're already acting this arrogant. He turned his head and was completely startled when he saw his next opponent. Yunmu groaned. Old man, come on. What are you getting up here for? Zhang Min grinned slyly. It's been a while since I've stretched my legs. I'll play with you a bit, son. Yunmu was stunned. Don't joke around. I'm not even awakened. How can I fight you? Zhang Min pointed right at his son. So what if you're not awakened? You little brat. He cracked his knuckles, looking contemptuously at his smug son. You rely too much on your profound energy. Yunmu snorted coldly. Don't blame me if I beat these old bones of yours into a hospital bed, Dad. Zhang Min immediately got into a stance, looking at him with a sly grin. I've been waiting for this. But before he could even react, Yumu had already used Insect Step and vanished. Zhang Min looked around but couldn't keep up with him. He gave a little praise, pretty fast, huh? In a flash, Yunmu was behind him, and Zhang Min hadn't even reacted yet. Yunmu didn't hold back because of their father-son bond, directly throwing a punch. It's not just about speed. Qin Feng watched from the side with a knowing smile. Old Li, for you, a little devil of this level is still way too easy. Qin Feng looked at his old friend. This guy of yours is known as the strongest unawakened man. Just as Qin Feng finished speaking, Zhang Min's fist shot out. Yunmu was actually slower than his father. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. A moment later, his terrified screams echoed through the hall. Too strong. I give up. Yunmu glared. Damn it. I'm your biological son. How could you hit me like that? I'm telling Mom. Down below, the crowd was buzzing in astonishment. Who on earth is that uncle? I can't sense any profound energy from him at all, but he can beat that kid to the point where he can't even fight back. Zhang Min looked at his battered son with a smug expression. How about it, kid? How does it feel to be defeated by a mere censor? You're not taking it well, are you? Qin Feng cheerfully walked over and interjected. Don't take it to heart. Even I can't guarantee a win against this old fox. He looked at Yunmu and happily recounted. Don't judge your father by how he looks now. When he was young, he became the head instructor of the Hall of War Gods, relying solely on his physical techniques. Zhang Min quickly cut in. That was a long time ago. Why bring all that up? Then, he smugly asked his son again. So, kid, do you want me to give you my special death training or not? Yunmu still looked at his father with apprehension. Zhang Min warned. It's going to be grueling. You might even die. The scene changes to the border of Weaver City, the dark ghost king of the dark domain. The demon cried out in fear. A thin thread was relentlessly tightening around its neck. Weaver was looking incredibly fierce. The demon shrieked again, I surrender. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. She frowned and turned to say loudly, Ghost King, hand over your ghost shadow body technique. I need it now. After a moment of confrontation, he was completely terrified by her overwhelming presence. I give up. I give up. Please, spare me. Zhang Daxiong thought in terror. To be able to subdue a king-level demon lord so easily. Is this the power of a war saint? Then, Jinu handed the large orb to Zhang Daxiong. Take it. He took it, but couldn't help but wonder. Ghost Shadow World Art. What is this? She replied nonchalantly. If you want to get stronger, do as I say. Don't ask about anything else. Seeing her powerful aura, he didn't dare say anything more. He just stammered in reply, Got it. I got it. Time flew by quickly. 1 month later, on Black Dragon Island, a buzz of conversation filled the air. Hey, isn't it starting yet? What's the rush? The big shots haven't even arrived. The players chattered endlessly. Seems like there are a lot of participants this year. As they walked and talked, they suddenly stopped in their tracks. Looking up, their jaws dropped in awe. These were the representatives of the 6 major powers. The representative from the Breaking Heaven Fortress said excitedly, I wonder if anyone impressive will show up this year. Qin Feng, the representative of the War God Temple, replied, Don't worry, there's definitely a good seed this year, I guarantee it. The representative of the Divine Heavenly Sect added, That's right, it's definitely going to be a good show. The representative from Blade Forest glanced at old brother Qin. You seem so certain, like you know something. The representative of the Sea God Temple replied cheerfully, Of course, he's certain. After all, the War God Temple sent someone this year. The representative of the Full God Temple also chimed in. The War God Temple sent someone? Well, this year is going to be pretty boring then. Just then, Qin Feng suddenly spoke up, shattering their assumptions. Hey. Everyone turned to look at him as he continued, I never said this good seed was from our War God Temple. Just as he finished speaking, a loud announcement rang out. The Central Continent Sword Saint has arrived. Everyone was shocked. The Sword Saint himself has come. He's a War Saint level expert. The man appeared to have arrived with Ling Xue. Just then, a large man boomed, Hey, get out of the way. The announcement rang out again. The Jumon Heavenly King, Hong Manju, has arrived. The surprises weren't over. Everyone continued to stare up at the sky in awe. They were all dumbfounded as the figure of a giant bird circled above, blocking out even the light. The crowd buzzed. Look, up in the sky. Seeing the bird radiating an icy aura, everyone shuddered. That's... After a moment, they recognized it. Then they shouted, An ice bird. Look who's on it. The representative from Breaking Heaven Fortress exclaimed excitedly. The Ice Palace's Ice Snow Holy Maiden, Yi Tianshui, has arrived. Even the Ice Palace sent someone. This is getting lively. Suddenly, he heard the sound of bubbling water nearby, and the representative from Breaking Heaven Fortress quickly strained his ears to listen. He looked down at the water, a little curious himself. There was a disturbance. Just then, a giant fish appeared, stunning the crowd. That's a huge fish. What kind of monster is that? Before they could wonder for long, the announcement came again. The Sea Tribe's Holy Maiden, Ha Yue, has arrived. A familiar, disdainful voice spoke up. If you're a fish, then scram back to the sea. What's all this commotion about? As the newcomer arrived, the announcements continued. Xiaoqin Sect's Yi Qing has arrived. The Jumon Heavenly King laughed with delight. Looks like everyone who should be here is here now. We can start soon. Qin Feng, however, remained incredibly calm. Let's wait a little longer. He looked at the water. If we don't wait, that little rascal will miss out on a lot of the fun. Yumu sat calmly on a small raft, annoyed. Seriously, where did that giant fish come from? It scared the life out of me. The announcement rang out again. Yumu and Jinu have arrived. As he arrived, he frowned and looked around. Shang Zhang Daxiang, he's not here yet. Then, the roll call began. First up, from the Julin sect, Zhang Yuan, Gold Star. Yunmu grew impatient. The pre-tournament registration is starting. Zhang Daxiang, why isn't that guy here yet? Can he be this unreliable? The roll call continued, leaving Yumu stunned. Shaoqian sect, Yi Qing, Red Star. He couldn't believe his ears. Is that for real? Wasn't Yi Qing just an ordinary star a month ago? Unbelievable. Just how many levels was he suppressing before? Looking at him, Yunmu's expression darkened. Yi Qing, I'll make you pay for what you've done in blood. The roll call continued. Ice Palace, Yi Tiang Shui, Gold Star. Next. Then it was Yunmu's turn. He quickly placed his hand on the orb, but surprisingly, the orb just kept making a buzzing sound and didn't react at all. He looked at his hand in surprise. It seemed Yunmu didn't understand what was happening either. The supervisor announced, City of Jinu, Yumu, Ordinary Star. Ineligible to compete, the crowd immediately started mocking him. You've got to be kidding me. Ordinary Star? Do you know where you are? Go on, get out of here and go home. I heard there was some famous new guy on the scene recently, and I thought he'd be some big shot. The loud laughter didn't stop. Turns out he's just an ordinary star. Stop embarrassing yourself. At that moment, Jinu quickly stepped forward to defend him. So what if he's an ordinary star? She said with a frown. Yumu's past achievements have already proven he's capable of participating in this tournament. Are you really going to turn him away just because he isn't a gold star? Flux expert, Yi Qing replied contemptuously, rules are rules. It clearly states that you must pass the 70th floor of the Tower of Glory and reach a level of gold star or higher to participate. Just because he's the War Saint's person, he gets to break the rules. Everyone else has to follow them, right? She glared at him in frustration. You. But Yunmu quickly raised a hand to stop her. Then, Yunmu replied loudly, who said we wanted to break the rules? All I have to do is reach gold star, right? Hold on, let me think. What was your level just now? Red star, wasn't it? As he spoke, Yunmu looked at Yi Qing with contempt. Yi Qing was surprised, still not understanding what he meant. Huh? So what? Yunmu immediately and confidently channeled his inner energy. So what? Watch me closely. The moment he finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet instantly shattered from the force. Seeing this, Yi Qing gritted his teeth, thinking, don't tell me he's going to. Yunmu's eyes were now filled with killing intent. He then shouted, Silver Star. Seeing him like this, the crowd started buzzing again. Whoa, did Yumu just level up? How is that possible? Even if he was suppressing his level, to break through, you need to find a secluded place to unblock your acupoints one by one. Wait, he's not done yet. Then he powered up again, his eyes now blazing with fire. Golden Flucate Overlord. Yi Qing stared blankly, lost in the crowd's murmurs. I'll reach the golden crystal level and then break through 2 more levels. Not stopping there, Yunmu clenched his teeth, strained, and roared. Rainbow crystal. Open. The crowd fell dead silent. Everyone present held their breath and watched. Qin Feng looked at him, seemingly very pleased, as whispers rippled through the crowd. He reached Rainbow Crystal in one go. This feat could be written into a legendary textbook. The representative from the sky-breaking fortress watched Yunmu with immense curiosity. This kid is really interesting. Right after, Yunmu looked at his enemy and spoke with disdain. What's wrong, Yi Qing? Yunmu gave him a sinister smile and asked directly, anything else you want to say? Yunmu took off his hood and added, or do you want to watch me break through again? But it wouldn't be any fun to kill you like that. Yunmu walked past him and whispered, I know what you did. I will make you pay with your life. For some reason, these words struck fear into Yi Qing's heart, and his face suddenly turned pale. A loud shout rang out again. Is that everyone for registration? Then let's prepare to start. Yunmu stood to the side, annoyed. Damn it, Zhang Daxiang, what the hell is that guy doing? He's about to run out of time. If he doesn't make it, I'm definitely going to smash his head in. Just then, a loud noise suddenly erupted, and Yunmu curiously looked up to see what was happening. I don't know what he saw, but his eyes suddenly widened in alarm. Someone was arriving by helicopter, of all things, and it was landing right near him. Everyone looked at the figure with utter amazement, whispering to each other, Hey, look up at the sky. That's a helicopter. The familiar cloaked figure quickly jumped to the ground. Da Xiong calmly pulled back his hood and said, "Hello, I'm here to register." He casually glanced at everyone and introduced himself, Weaver City, Zhang Da Xiong. Yunmu smiled in satisfaction but couldn't help but curse at him. "You bastard, you're so late." Da Xiong grinned happily. "Sorry, I was clearing a tower earlier and lost track of time. I accidentally went over." According to the rules, Da Xiong also had to test his abilities. Zhang Da Xiong, Weaver City, Red Star. Yunmu was impressed. "Haven't seen you in a month, and you've changed quite a bit. Huh. Not only did you reach Red Star, but you also cut your hair." He took off his cloak. As he spoke, he added, "Long hair is inconvenient for training in the Dark Realm." Just then, a cheerful voice rang out, and a familiar figure rushed over to hug him tightly. "Mumu." Yunmu was surprised. "Li Si, what are you doing here?" She answered cheerfully. "I came because Ling and Nuo encouraged me. She told me to team up and represent Tianyuan Fortress in the battle." Yunmu was completely stunned. "You two teamed up? I never would have guessed." Li Si replied, "Well, it's not like there was anyone else to choose." Another cold voice rang out, leaving Yunmu bewildered. "You really know how to make a scene." He turned in surprise to look at the person who had just spoken. He was taken aback himself. "Chu Qingyu." Yunmu then walked up to greet her. "Hey, long time no see. How have you been?" She replied nonchalantly, "Fine. Because everyone recommended me, I'm temporarily taking over my father's position as city lord." She couldn't help but sound annoyed. "But those rotten old geezers don't need your help anymore. They've already helped you with the satellite city." Yunmu said calmly, "That's to be expected. The income from a satellite city is nothing to scoff at." Ling Sui looked over at Yunmu, her eyes filled with a hint of pride. Meanwhile, Duda couldn't help but let out a small laugh, quickly covering his mouth with his hand. Then he couldn't resist, exclaiming, "Ah, to be young and full of life." The bustling crowd momentarily froze at the sound. Looking at the man standing in the sun, everyone murmured in awe, "Is that the head of the Mystic Guild, Lord Dude?" The Jew-man Heavenly King saw him perched up high and couldn't help but shout teasingly, "At your age, still climbing so high, you really love to show off." Dude then announced loudly, "Welcome, contestants, to the 54th All-Martial War Banner. As the organizer of this competition, I wish every contestant ideal results. You are all the chosen ones. You are all." He'd been constantly looking at his hand. It turned out he had written notes on it and was reading from them. Everyone stared blankly, while Duda grew impatient. "What is this? I can't find the rest. Forget it. Anyway, it's rare for us all to meet. Go all out and cause some trouble." Duda delivered his final line. "The 54th All-Martial War Banner begins now." The crowd roared with excitement. "Yeah, I can't wait. It's finally starting." He stood up, but it seemed the sun was too bright, and Dude couldn't help but sneeze. He continued, "Well then, let's begin the first test." Dude immediately stretched out his hand, and a wave of light instantly spread everywhere. World of ignorance. Instantly, everyone felt as if they were swaying, their minds in a state of chaos. Naji was bewildered. "My mystic power. It's gone. What's happening?" Yunmu explained, "That old man just activated some kind of ability that suppressed all of our mystic power." Dude turned away. "All right, the first round is a test of physical combat. Begin." As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted again, "Gate of the Manhwa, open." Seeing this, he was startled. A spatial technique. So this is the power of the Mystic Guild's president. Unbelievable. He began to explain the rules for this round. Inside this gate is a sharp-clawed mammoth beast. It is the most ferocious magical beast at the Red Star stage, and your first test is to enter the gate and deal with the beast inside. Of course, without any mystic power, your body and skills will be the only things you can rely on. Once you enter that gate, whether you live or die is up to you. Therefore, I'll give you 1 minute to think about whether you want to continue participating in the all-martial war. First contestant, White Sand Sect, Gu Tiancheng. "Do you wish to continue?" Tiancheng said smugly. "Of course." The crowd murmured in admiration. "Look, isn't that one of the 3 great new geniuses from Jujing City?" "That's right. Someone as strong as him will definitely pass the test with ease." As he stepped inside, he saw the beast and became incredibly arrogant. "So this is the iron-clawed mammoth beast." Looking at the massive creature, he boasted and taunted it. "Bring it on." Outside, Duda flipped a switch on a control panel. "All right, then let's see what's happening inside." The crowd started chattering again. "This is hardly even a show." "Yeah, Gu Tiancheng will definitely outpass with no problem." But the words caught in their throats. "What? How could this be?" Hearing the crowd's commotion, Yunmu curiously turned to look as well. On the screen was the body of Tiancheng, skewered by the beast like a roasted sausage. Everyone trembled. Gu Tiancheng. He was killed. People began to murmur. Why? He was one of Red Star's top fighters. Du Day announced, Gu Tiancheng has failed the test. Next up, Gao Weishu. The remaining crowd panicked. You can't be serious. Even Gu Tiancheng was killed. The faint-hearted had already started to flee. I'm not doing this anymore. To hell with this universal tournament. My life is more important. Duda couldn't help but look on with contempt. As expected, just a bunch of fools who only know how to rely on mystic power. While the crowd scrambled away in chaos, Yunmu stood his ground, silently looking up at Dude. His attitude, in contrast, was incredibly calm. The old man quickly spotted him and called out, "Well, if it isn't my little prodigy, I've finally found you." The battle resumed. Hongshan City's Zhang Shui failed the test. The remaining people were stunned. Another one. Another one's dead. That's 6 people now, and not a single one has made it out alive. Maybe we should quit too. Up above, Dude let out a long yawn. So boring. Are this year's participants even any good? Call up someone worth watching. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Yunmu again. Jinu City, Li Yunmu, will you accept the test? Hearing his name, Yunmu replied in a cold, swift tone, I accept. Immediately after, he took off his hood and entered the secret realm. Upon seeing the monster, Yunmu couldn't help but remark, it's quite a bit bigger seeing it in person, and the moment it saw him, it immediately charged forward. Yunmu wondered to himself, I wonder how fast it is. The monster instantly channeled its inner power, then viciously slammed the ground. Outside, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Look, he dodged it. The representative from Heaven-Shattering Fortress cheered. Now, this is more like it. Finally, something worth watching. Inside, Yunmu dodged while thinking to himself, for a body that large to have such speed is truly surprising. But, it's a far cry from that stinking old geezer in some remote region. It seems the person he was referring to was Bo Wen. To this day, Yunmu still couldn't forget that grudge. The monster, not to be outdone, let out a massive roar. It then swiped with its claws, but Yunmu's body nimbly dodged. So far, it hadn't even managed to touch him. Seeing him land a blow on its face, everyone was utterly astonished. This Li Yunmu sent that giant beast reeling using only his own strength. The giant beast roared again, partly from pain and partly from rage. It glared at Yunmu with cold, steel-like eyes. Just then, a massive explosion erupted, and everyone gasped. He was hit. But they were all wrong. On the contrary, he shot forward like a blur with the eyes of a reaper, and the place he decided to focus his counterattack was its horn. Yunmu leaped into the air with incredible speed before the monster could even register what he was doing. Yunmu decisively grabbed its long horn with a powerful grip. Our boy fiercely ripped it clean off. Immediately after, Yunmu let out a great shout and aimed straight for the giant beast's head, plunging it down. Fresh blood shot out like a fountain, and its thunderous roar shook the very space outside. Everyone watched, completely dumbfounded. He killed the sharp-clawed demonic beast. The monster collapsed. Dude shouted with excitement. Excellent. Li Yumu of Jinu City, challenge successful. His face remained cold, still stained with the fresh blood of the giant beast. The crowd erupted in cheers again. So cool. He cleared it with ease. That's right, he's the first person to pass the test. Li Si couldn't help but smile happily. He really did it. Naiji also felt a surge of motivation. We have to do our best too. Over here, seeing Yunmu's victory, Yi Qing was naturally resentful and let out a disdainful, cold snort. The next person was him. Xiaoqian Sexy Yi Qing, challenge successful. After that, Daxiang also defeated the monster with ease. Junu City's Zhang Daxiang, challenge successful. Following him was Li Si. Tianyun Fortress's Li Si, challenge successful. The next person in his group was Tianyun Fortress's Lu Naijie, challenge successful. The last one in his group was Sword Saint Sex Ling Xue, challenge successful. Next up, War God Hall's Zhan Wu Yai, challenge successful, and Yunmu's ex-fiancé, Qingyun Sex Chu Qingyu, challenge successful. Naiji said happily, little you passed too. We all cleared the first stage this time. Yumu quickly turned away. Then there's nothing left to see. Let's go over there and wait for the results. Suddenly, a name was called that stunned Yunmu, Zhao Qian Sex Zhao Zifan, challenge successful. Seeing Yunmu suddenly freeze, Naiji asked with some concern, what's wrong? Yunmu stared at the person sitting on the giant beast's back. From the time Chu Qingyu passed the trial until now, it clearly hasn't even been a minute. Since when did the Zhaoshan sect have such a freak? Yunmu silently watched that person, a hint of suspicion growing within him. With all the contestants having completed it, the first round was now over. Duda sat up high, looking excited. Well, that directly cut down half the participants. Ha! You've all proven that you have the ability to fight even under harsh conditions. You are qualified to enter the second round. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone gate in front of everyone swung open. Duda spoke again. This Spirit Exchange Pavilion is the testing hall for the second round. Of course, if you're not careful in the second round, you can die too. You still have 1 minute to think it over. Those who don't wish to participate have a chance to leave. He then added, but if you've resolved to bet your life, then step through that gate. Of course, Yunmu's entire group went in. The others followed behind them one by one. Naiji commented casually, this hallway is really deep. From the outside, it just looked like a small room. Yunmu added, that hall seems to be a spatial system. I think we've already entered a space that he created. Then, everyone stopped in front of a door. They all marveled. We finally reached the end. That door is huge. Model. The Jew-man Heavenly King stepped forward. Let's open it up and take a look. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, someone from the Man clan is here. As they stepped inside, everyone couldn't help but gasp. It's so cold in here. The frigid air is so heavy. Yunmu walked up to a statue and was startled as he looked it over. The stone statue was very tall and incredibly mysterious. He stared at it for a long time before marveling. What kind of statue is this? It looks so strange. The girl in the statue had a peculiar feature, a human face and a snake's body. Ling Shui explained, this is the divine statue of the serpent witch goddess. They say it's because. Before she could finish, a terrified scream rang out, startling Yunmu. One of the people nearby grumbled in annoyance. What's with all the panic shouting? The guy who had just fallen down trembled. The statue. Hearing this, Yunmu became curious too. He turned, and his eyes suddenly widened and began to glow. Yunmu turned to look at the statue of the woman and was completely shocked himself. It opened its eyes. Just as he said it, the statue's eyes immediately lit up. Yunmu was startled and covered his eyes with his hand. He was a bit flustered. What's going on? At that moment, Ling Shui suddenly collapsed to the ground. He yelled in panic, Ling Shui. His own eyes started to droop. So sleepy. I can't keep my eyes open. That light from before. What? Is this? Finally, drowsiness overcame him. Just like everyone else, Yunmu collapsed. Duda stepped out from nowhere. Welcome to the second trial. Have a nice, long sleep. But you better be careful. Or else. He paused, then added with a sly grin. You might never come back. A moment later, Yunmu finally jolted awake. He opened his eyes after what felt like a short nap, only to find himself lying on a patch of grass. He groggily asked himself, where am I? Yunmu slowly sat up and looked around. A forest? The stone statue must have teleported me here. Then he called out to his daughter, Li Linglong. You said you could sense a water source earlier. As soon as he spoke, the little girl materialized. Yunmu followed her gaze. Is it in the direction of that strange mountain? Without hesitation, he leaped into the air. All right, hold on tight. Meanwhile, Dude began his inspection. Hasn't anyone woken up yet? It's been so long. Just then, there was some movement on one side. Dude quickly turned to look. He exclaimed in surprise, congratulations. The Saintess of the Sea tribe is the first to pass the trial, taking 10 minutes. Next is the War God Temple's Zhan Wu Yai, passing in 12 minutes. At the same time, Ling Shui of the Sword Saint sect passes, also in 12 minutes. Next up, Weaver Girl Zhang Xiong passes in 14 minutes. 1 minute later, Yi Xing of the Kaoqian sect passes, taking 15 minutes. Ling Shui said happily, looks like almost everyone is waking up. The difficulty of this stage seems manageable. Suddenly, she turned to look at him and whispered, Hey, Li Yunmu. Ling Shui looked more closely. He was still lying motionless on the ground. She tried calling louder, Hey, Li Yunmu. But he wouldn't wake up, no matter how much Ling Shui shouted his name. Li Yunmu. By now, everyone was starting to get worried. What should we do? That guy, Li Yunmu, still hasn't woken up. It's been half an hour. He's not actually stuck in there, is he? Qing Yu was getting extremely anxious. She reached out to shake him awake, shouting, Hey, Li Yunmu, wake up. Just then, Da Xiong, his face grim, shouted, Don't touch him. He explained, if you interfere now, he'll be trapped in a spiritual hell. We can't help him now. He can only rely on himself. Inside the dreamscape, Yunmu was running for his life, panting heavily as he yelled in frustration. What the hell is with this damn forest? Why can't I get out? Yunmu looked ahead. The mountain was right there in front of him, so why couldn't he reach it? Yunmu kept running, with Linglong clinging tightly to him. Suddenly, he stopped short in front of a tree, and our hero couldn't help but shout, Damn it! Why is it this tree again? Don't tell me I've just been running in circles. Despite this, he stubbornly charged forward again. I don't believe this crap. And so he continued to run headfirst into the woods. 5 minutes later, it was the same tree. Yunmu was horrified. Again, 10 minutes later, it was still the same tree. The mark he had carved on it was still there. The young man, his stubbornness boiling over, kept running for another 20 minutes. It's never ending, isn't it? He was starting to get so tired, his face turned pale. Yumu couldn't help but curse out loud, son of a bitch. But somehow, it was still that damn tree. The gash was in the exact same spot. Yumu collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Linglong was running around on the ground nearby, but he was furious. Damn it, I'm completely lost. This cursed forest is seriously haunted. Finally, not knowing what else to do, he picked up a rock and hurled it at the large tree trunk in front of him. You damn tree, you're really pissing me off. Just disappear for me. The moment he struck it, the entire tree trunk actually vanished. Yunmu was stunned and stammered. It's gone? What's going on? He started to look around suspiciously. Could it be that this place? He paused, then reached out to touch his surroundings. Everything his hand came into contact with glowed. Yunmu stood up again. He punched a nearby tree trunk. Finally, our protagonist realized it. Of course. I wasn't teleported to some other dimension. This is my own spiritual world, or maybe my own dream. He then smiled in satisfaction, closing his eyes tightly. Which means, this world was created by me. Yumu now grinned confidently. In that case, there's nothing to be afraid of. He held his hands out in front of him. I'll just grab that mountain over there. Come to me. As he spoke, Yunmu was ecstatic, a wide smile on his face. But the mountain remained stubbornly rooted in place, wrestling back and forth with Yunmu for a long time. This time, he saw through it. How could it fool him so easily now? So, it's resisting my will. There really is something here that doesn't belong. He then channeled his inner energy, a cunning smile spreading across his face, trying to defy me in my own dream. Keep dreaming. I am. As he spoke, Yunmu roared, the god of this world. The moment he finished speaking, he slammed his fist into the ground with thunderous force. Soon after, the mountain began to dissolve. He exclaimed in surprise, it's turning into bubbles. Yunmu was astonished to see something gradually appear from within. There was something hidden inside. He immediately reached out to grab it. Is this a scale? He wondered. Could it be a scale from that serpent woman statue? At the same moment, Linglong seemed to react. The little girl started crying out. Yunmu grew anxious. Hey, what are you doing? Did you go inside it? Yunmu was startled. Wait, why can't I feel her anymore? The link between me and the little one is broken. This is trouble. Back in the real world, he jolted awake after the long sleep, clutching his head and groaning. My head is killing me. Da Xiang was overjoyed. Li Yunmu, you're awake. He sounded extremely anxious. You were asleep for over half an hour. I thought you were never going to wake up. Yunmu then stood up. Sorry, what's the situation now? Da Xiang spoke up. The second trial is over. The others have already moved on to the third. He turned his back and continued, all right, then let's hurry over there. Suddenly, Da Xiang's face darkened and his voice turned ice cold. Hey, Li Yunmu. Before he could even turn around, Da Xiang plunged a sword straight into his friend's back. Do me a favor and die. Yunmu couldn't help but cough up blood. He was horrified, his mind screaming. What? Da Xiang's face now held a terrifying expression. Yunmu questioned himself internally. Da Xiang. Why? The sword pierced through his chest, and blood dripped relentlessly to the ground. Yunmu immediately spun around and shattered the blade. A piercing sound immediately rang out as fresh blood spurted out once again. Weakened from the blood loss, Yunmu looked over at his friend, Da Xiang. Why? What did I do wrong? Da Xiang tossed the broken sword aside. Why? His eyes became lifeless and full of malice. Because you're an eyesore. Da Xiang continued. Ever since you first entered the academy, I couldn't stand the sight of you. It was obvious everyone hated you, but you always acted like nothing was wrong, and it just pissed everyone off. The only reason I got close to you was to find a chance to get rid of you. It was perfect timing when Yi Qing invited me to join his alliance. I help him get rid of you, and he helps the Zhang clan become a high-ranking sect. Oh, right. Let me tell you one more thing. Da Xiang added mockingly. I'm the one who killed teacher Li Bowen. You know, you didn't really think Yi Qing could have killed him all by himself, did you? He pointed the gun at him. Why the long face? You didn't actually think I was your best friend, did you? Please, I'm a millionaire's son. How could I ever be friends with someone like you? Da Xiang then said his farewell. All right, it's time to send you on your way. But just then, Yunmu revealed a smirk. Da Xiang looked a bit surprised. His face darkened as he asked, What are you laughing at? Only then did Yunmu speak. You fake. You're a real idiot. Da Xiang looked confused. What did you say? I'm a fake, our protagonist replied. First of all, Zhang Da Xiang never calls me Li Yunmu. Second, you might have been able to fool me by pretending to be someone else, but not him. Not Zhang Da Xiang. He raised a finger, recalling Da Xiang's words, please, trust me completely. Yunmu stated with conviction, he is someone I can trust unconditionally. He realized it then. So, everything is fake. This must be the second dreamscape. I never actually woke up. Immediately after, the fake Da Xiang quickly vanished, and Yunmu opened his eyes once more. He looked around in a daze, but remained vigilant. What is it this time? A dream or reality? Suddenly, a commotion from the side piqued Yunmu's curiosity. It turned out that while waiting for him to wake up, everyone had started playing cards. You're really good at this. Hurry up. I've been waiting forever. Seeing this scene, he silently confirmed to himself, this is reality. There's no doubt about it. Da Xiang quickly noticed him. Li Yumu, you're awake. The protagonist felt a bit helpless. You guys sure are relaxed. Not a single one of you cared whether I lived or died. Da Xiang replied, what's there to worry about? We knew you'd be fine. Come on. Now that you're awake, let's go wait for the trial to end. The group quickly got up to leave. Da Xiang suddenly patted him on the back several times. Yumu shot him a disgusted glare and snapped, what are you doing? You scared me. Da Xiang didn't say anything, just gave him a thumbs up. Yunmu frowned at him, wondering, what's that for? And at that moment, the stone statue suddenly developed numerous cracks. Hearing a strange sound, Yunmu curiously looked up. Just then, the statue came crashing down, startling him. The statue collapsed. Duday appeared out of nowhere, like a ghost. The serpent witch statue has crumbled, he slowly deduced. It seems someone fell into the second layer of the dreamscape, and even managed to wake up from it. And what's more, this kid even took the spirit scale. Who could it be? Hearing this, Yunmu was slightly startled, thinking to himself, looks like the spirit scale I got was the power source for this statue. Right after that, Duty shouted, all right, everyone, look over here. Look over here. Looking at those still asleep, he continued, now that the statue has crumbled, anyone who hasn't woken up yet will be trapped in their dreams forever. So, congratulations to all of you here. You have successfully passed the second trial. The final round will be held tomorrow. From now on, you are all dismissed to rest. After returning to his room to rest, he kept inspecting the item he'd obtained. The protagonist wondered to himself, what on earth can this scale do? Li Linglong went inside without any hesitation, and after she did, my connection with her was completely severed. Before he could finish his thought, Da Xiang came out of the bathroom. I'm done. You can go now. He didn't forget to add, you should probably eat something before you shower. If you pass out, I'm not dealing with it. Okay, I want some noodles. He quickly sat up, and at the same time, a strange sound made them both look up, confused. Yunmu then started making noodles. Another figure appeared, surprising Da Xiang. City Lord, why are you here so late at night? The visitor was Jinu, she said. Tomorrow is the final trial. I feel it's time to tell you the true purpose of this year's global martial arts tournament. Hearing her say this, Yunmu and Da Xiang were extremely surprised, exclaiming in unison, Ha! Da Xiang asked, what do you mean, true purpose? Jinu replied, you've probably noticed already. This year's global martial arts tournament is different from previous years. Yunmu listened while eating his noodles. Not only are there no restrictions on participants, but it's also not following the usual tournament format. Instead, it's a series of advancement trials. At this point, Jinu couldn't help but frown. That's because a spatial rift has appeared. Da Xiang was stunned. Yunmu carefully examined it. A spatial rift? She answered. That's right. She began to explain, do you know what the highest level for an Esper is? Da Xiang answered, isn't the highest level battle saint? Jinu replied, that's not entirely wrong. For Earth's environment, that is indeed the case. According to historical records, 100 years ago, an Esper accidentally discovered a spatial rift. Inside that rift was a vast and powerful secret realm. It doesn't belong to this world. Everything in there is not of this Earth. Even experts couldn't figure out the purpose of these items. Until one day, an Esper who had entered the rift reached the Battle Saint level. An item he brought out from the rift released an immense amount of energy. He surpassed the level of Battle Saint. The main purpose of this tournament is to select people to enter that spatial rift. This is an extremely rare opportunity. The spatial rift only appears once every 100 years. Many people wait their entire lives and never see it open. After finishing his noodles, Yunmu responded, so you mean you want us to help you bring something back from inside? If the things in the rift are so important, why don't you guys just go get them yourselves? Jinu explained. The spatial rift is very unstable. Once someone inside the rift surpasses the red star level, the intense mystic power would clash with the energy in the rift, and your entire body would be torn apart by it. She warned, "This journey is going to be extremely dangerous. I won't force you to go, but you have to understand, this isn't just to help me, it's also for your own future." Hearing this, Yunmu's expression turned serious. She handed over a box. "This is for you guys. If you decide to enter the rift, you might need it." Yunmu was curious. "What is this?" "A cocoon." The next morning, everyone had already gathered here. Duday quickly walked over, greeting them loudly, "Good morning, little friends. Did you sleep well last night?" Following behind him were representatives from the major sects. Glancing over the crowd, he exclaimed excitedly, "Why does everyone look so eager? All right, then let me announce the final round of the competition, which is to pass through this cave." Behind Dudi was an enormous, dark cavern. He continued explaining the rules. "There are no restrictions on how you get through this cave. As long as you can make it out alive from the other end, you're considered a winner. There are absolutely no rules. Everything that happens inside is permitted, including killing anyone who gets on your nerves." The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. "Killing people? If you're not stronger than others, you'll be eaten alive." Duda said, "I want to select the truly powerful mystic practitioners." Naiji couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. "It's like raising goo worms." The man added, "You still have 3 minutes to think it over. Well then, see you on the other side of the cave." The crowd was in an uproar again. "No way. What's the point of this? After all, the final reward is very important, and everyone wants it. If the winners are all from one sect, won't they just monopolize everything? This is just too inhumane. I'm not playing anymore." Yunmu looked at Yi Qing and then said, "Let's go in." Daxiang quickly replied, "Okay." He asked him, "Little Mu, are we going in now or should we wait a bit?" Yunmu looked inside. "I sense a lot of high-level vicious beasts in there, pretty fierce. Sister Shui, Daxiang, the 3 of us will go in first to scout." Ling Shua replied confidently, "No problem." Yunmu laid out the strategy. "Chu Qingyu, Liu Nueki, and Li Si are relatively weak, so you guys wait outside for a while before coming in. We'll try to kill any vicious beasts we see to reduce the pressure on you." Our main character warned them cautiously, "But you all must be careful. After all, the most dangerous thing isn't the vicious beasts, but the people." At that moment, many pairs of eyes were staring at them fiercely, as if they wanted to eat them alive. The 3 girls looked back at them accordingly. Naiji replied nervously, Okay. Daxiang glanced at him, silently pleased. Little Mu has unknowingly grown into an excellent commander. Yumu then gave one last instruction. "All right, everyone, this is the final stretch. Don't die." Then he charged forward to lead the way. "Let's go." As soon as they entered, they saw corpses scattered everywhere, likely the work of those who went in before them. Yunmu's eyes scanned the area. The vicious beasts here are no joke. They're all above gold star rank. Over here, Ling Shue was on high alert. "Be careful. I sense a very unusual presence up ahead." Just as she finished her sentence, a blood-curdling scream echoed from deep within the cave. Everyone was startled. Someone was screaming. Yunmu peered into the darkness, his face turning pale as a sheet. He looked at the massive beast before them. He couldn't help but feel terrified. What the hell is that? When it growled, its massive mouth gaped open. It was filled with sharp teeth. Daxiang looked on in awe. This dragon is huge. Everyone looked at the corpses strewn across the ground. They all felt a chill run down their spines. "We're in big trouble this time." Daxiang commented, "This thing. Even all 10 of us combined couldn't beat it." Meanwhile, near the cave entrance, Naijie was a bit annoyed. "This place is so dark and gloomy. I hate it." The group began to slowly venture deeper inside. Lisi looked left and right into the pitch-black darkness, unable to see anything clearly. At the same time, a man leaped out from the shadows, a wicked grin on his face. "What luck! The whole team is full of girls." He looked at her with glee. He shouted, "I've hit the jackpot." But was this girl really such an easy target? From her sleeve, Li Si drew a knife. Her 1 starfall slash decisively cut down the opportunist. He didn't even have time to react, letting out a single cry before collapsing to the ground. Naiji looked at her, utterly impressed. "I didn't expect you to be so decisive in killing." Li Si spoke up. "Never leave your enemy any chance to fight back." She frowned, her face serious as she added, "Little Mew taught me that." Li Si couldn't help but scoff. "You can't be serious. You don't even have that much awareness. And you still want to stand by Little Mew's side? Let me tell you, you're not the only one who wants to stand beside him." Liu Naiji couldn't take it anymore. "Huh? Who do you think you are? It's Little Moo this, Little Moo that. You're so annoying." Qingyu was dumbfounded. "These two have some serious guts." Li Si yelled. "What's wrong? You got a problem with that? Want to go at it? Let me tell you." I like little Moo Moo way more than you do. When it comes to how much I care, you can't beat me. Meanwhile, the dragon was still viciously stomping on the people beneath its feet. A lot of people have already died here. Yunmu smirked mischievously. What a massacre. Looks like brute force won't work. He scanned his surroundings. But I don't see Yi Qing's body anywhere. There has to be another way to get through here. Da Xiong channeled his internal energy, using his eyes to observe. Over there, Yunmu looked over in surprise. Our boy Da Xiong, like some kind of prophet, continued. There's an exit behind that dragon. Yunmu pondered this. That means we just need to figure out a way to get past the dragon. We don't actually have to defeat it. He cracked his knuckles triumphantly and glanced over. Well, if that's the case, this should be easy. And with that, our main character stepped up to face the dragon. I might not be able to kill you, but if you want to kill me, you'll have to work for it. As soon as the beast saw him, it opened its massive jaws. Yunmu just yelled out in excitement. You can play with fire too? Bad luck for you. You've picked a fight with the wrong guy. He channeled his own internal energy, his eyes turning a burning, bloodshot red. Great sun flame. What followed was a clash of flames, and Yunmu was holding his own. Da Xiong jumped back, yelling, It's ridiculously hot. He went pale, thinking, Did my friend just get killed? Ling Shui was also stunned. What is he doing? Meanwhile, Yunmu couldn't help but complain. Can't you let a guy finish his sentence? I didn't even get to say the attack part. He stepped out of the massive inferno, a perfectly good opportunity to look cool, completely wasted. The dragon stared in shock at Yunmu's nonchalant expression, and there he was, standing casually in front of it. Excuse me, coming through? But of course, how could the dragon admit defeat so easily? A torrent of fire once again blasted towards him. Yunmu replied disdainfully, Just give it up. It's useless. You're gonna get a sore throat if you keep that up. The dragon couldn't believe this guy was so ridiculously overpowered. Tears welled up in its eyes as it began to question its life as a dragon. Yunmu shouted over to the others, Hey, you two, hurry up and get over here. It's not hard. Ling Shu said helplessly, Easy for you to say. Does he think everyone is like him? Meanwhile, Da Xiong slid forward. Complaining wouldn't do any good. They all had to get across. He immediately channeled his internal energy, and his pupils began to glow. Alicia's eyes, he began to analyze the dragon's attack speed. Roughly 0.675 seconds. The fire breath activation speed is about 0.84 seconds. Combining that with its movement patterns, he immediately broke into a crazed, confident grin. He charged toward the cave entrance. I see it. That's the path we can take. Hearing him muttering to himself, even the dragon was momentarily stunned. He darted nimbly toward the dragon, and most of its attacks were completely ineffective. Da Xiong quickly made it across. Bingo! Looks like my calculations were spot on. But then, the dragon spewed fire down at the ground in front of him. Da Xiong couldn't help but be startled. Wait, that's not right. 0.2 seconds faster than I calculated. This is bad. The dragon kept spewing flames, and the blazing heat made Da Xiong scream out. Watching the scene unfold, Ling Sui couldn't help but scream in shock, Da Xiong. But of course, he wasn't just some forgettable side character. After the flames died down, Da Xiong let out a sigh of relief. That was close. He leaped up. Good thing I only like to fight battles I'm sure I can win, because I factored in a 0.5 second margin of error for myself. Da Xiong then stepped right on the big dragon's head. Pardon me, just need a little boost. He landed gracefully next to Yunmu. Tada! Cleared the stage. Our main character couldn't help but praise him. Those eyes of yours are incredible. Can you see through anything? Da Xiong couldn't help but gloat. Of course. Whether it's what's in your heart or your secret techniques, I can see it all. Hearing this, Yunmu's face twisted a little as he thought to himself. Well, Da Xiong made it across. He immediately shouted, Hey, Sister Shui, hurry up and get over here. It's really not hard. Ling Shui, on the other hand, was silently cursing her fate. I have to keep up with these two guys and their special powers. But what choice did she have? As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she channeled her internal energy and charged forward. As she dodged, Ling Shui thought to herself, who said the big sister always has to take care of her little brothers. In the end, she managed to evade the attacks with ease. It seemed this dragon wasn't much of a challenge for the three of them. Just as she was about to reach the cave entrance, Ling Shui thought with satisfaction. I made it. At that exact moment, Yunmu let out an urgent shout. Sister Shui, watch out behind you. The dragon was preparing to breathe fire again. Ling Shui was startled. Oh no, now our main character got serious. He rushed forward, yelling, Give me your hand, quick. Ling Shui leaped through the air, reaching out to him. But she couldn't help but panic. It's no use. I won't make it. The second their hands clasped, Ling Shui squeezed down with all her might. Yunmu was suddenly yanked forward. so startled he was completely dumbfounded. Who would have thought she'd pull her own teammate in front of her to block the flames? Sorry, just gotta borrow you for a sec. Ling Sue calmly told herself that this was perfectly fine. Selling out her little brother was a special privilege reserved for the big sister. A massive wall of fire erupted. Along with it came Yunmu's blood-curdling scream, "Son of a..." His face was pitifully scorched. The poor guy couldn't contain his anger and just kept muttering under his breath. Ling Shui had to soften her voice to console him. All right, don't be mad. The situation was critical, so He was still fuming. I wasn't even ready to use my powers just now. I almost died. Yunmu was clearly sulking. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed out. Seriously, stop getting in my way. The shouting echoed from the cave entrance. What? You're clearly the one getting in my way. Turns out, it was those two girls. It seems they had been arguing this whole time. Naijie was fuming with rage. How can you be so obnoxious? Lisi glared back. You're the one who's like a ghost that won't go away. Watching this, Qing Yu felt a pang of envy. If only I could let loose like them. Meanwhile, Lisi hadn't stopped. I see you're looking for a fight. Naiji didn't back down an inch. You're the one who wants it. If you want to fight, I'm ready anytime. Yunmu was surprised. What's going on? Aren't they on the same team? Da Xiong had a look of eager anticipation on his face. It's finally starting. I've been waiting for this. And of course, there was no exception. The three girls now had to face the dragon. Li Si was sent flying. Seeing that she was vulnerable, the dragon prepared to swipe its claws at her head. But of course, Naiji quickly rushed in. She used an Iron Mountain lean to block Li Si. For them to be bickering in a situation like this, Naiji shouted in frustration, "What are you spacing out for? If you die, it's on you." Li Si yelled back, "Mind your own business. It's the same old trick." The dragon opened its massive mouth wide, and one look was all it took for Naiji to realize it was about to breathe fire. On the side, Yunmu yelled urgently, "You idiot, run. You're going to die." But it seemed too late. The two girls stood frozen on the spot, watching the flames rush toward them. The massive flames crashed down violently, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Our main character watched this scene and screamed in shock, Liu Naiji, Li Si. But right after, a strike from the 36 forms of heavenly extinction shot past. It was Qing Yu. She held the two of them in her arms and let out a breath. That was dangerous. I almost didn't make it. Yunmu was surprised. Chu Qing Yu. Qing Yu looked at everyone and said, "You guys go on ahead. I'm giving up on the competition. The three of you can't get past this dragon with your current strength. You've already exhausted yourselves just trying to stay alive. There's no need to throw your lives away." Yunmu spoke up loudly. "Don't worry, I'll carry your share for you." She replied happily, "Thanks." Suddenly, a resentful voice rang out, startling Qing Yu. "I can't accept this." Li Si sobbed in frustration. "I obviously tried so hard to get stronger. I was clearly determined to catch up to his footsteps, but is it still not enough? I can't accept this." Qing Yu carried the two girls out. "If you can't accept it, then can't you just become stronger next time? At least you still have the courage to chase after him." Over here, Yunmu didn't linger any longer. "Let's go. The exit should be close." They followed his lead and were out in no time. Seeing the light, our main character exclaimed happily, "We're out." He looked over at the colorful, round hole. This must be the spatial rift. Is it really safe? After a moment, Duday's voice rang out again. "There are still 30 to 40 people left." He adjusted his collar, satisfied. "More than I expected. Congratulations on passing the third round of tests." The giant barbarian Heavenly King was thrilled. "So, does that mean we can now enter this so-called spatial rift?" Duda quickly said, "Not so fast. I was about to say that there are two options for entering the spatial rift. The first option is to wait for another hour. At that time, the energy within the spatial rift will stabilize, and everyone can enter. The second option," as he said this, his face suddenly turned cold, "is to enter the spatial rift now. Perhaps 8 people can get in, and then the rift's energy will be filled up again. If anyone else enters." Yunmu listened in silence, his face expressionless. He paused, then delivered the crucial part. "They will die." Hearing those two words, Yunmu's expression also turned grim. After explaining everything, Duda turned and left. "Ultimately, what you want to do is your own decision. Good luck." The giant barbarian Heavenly King spoke again. "If we wait for another hour, everyone can get in. So why not wait, don't you agree?" Big Sister Hai Yue spoke up. "I'm afraid it's not as simple as you think." At this moment, Yunmu warned everyone, "Be careful. This is not a good start." The crowd began to murmur. "It's only an hour. We'll just wait a bit." "That's right. Let's just wait." But one guy sneered inwardly. "A bunch of idiots. If you want to wait, you can wait by yourselves. This lord isn't waiting with you." As soon as he finished speaking, He leaped into the air. Shuzong. He unleashed a massive bolt of lightning, and the surrounding space lit up brightly. That treacherous guy actually couldn't hold it in. Triumphantly, he thought, success. But before he could celebrate, his head was suddenly chopped off without him even seeing it coming. The people below watched this scene, completely horrified. What's going on? Who set off that flash? Another guy yelled. Well, trying to run in first by yourself. You're asking to die. Damn it, I'm not waiting anymore either. The free-for-all began. Good one, kid. I knew you weren't so honest. I bet you want to get in first too. If anyone's going in, it's me. Go to hell. On the side, Duda couldn't help but smirk as he watched the scene unfold. It's just as I said before. There's no such thing as a great society where all work for the common good. There is only every man for himself, or heaven and earth will destroy him. As he spoke, a dark, sinister expression appeared on his face. Another man charged forward smugly, flying toward the portal. I'll be the first one into the rift. But instantly, before he could even reach the entrance, he was attacked. Over here, the giant barbarian Heavenly King stared blankly at the chaotic scene before him. Oh man, why are they fighting now? Are we really not waiting anymore? Haiyue stepped forward to block a blow for her brother. Wait, it's already turned into the second scenario. Get out of my way. The goat-bearded man thrust his sword at her. Move, don't block my path. If you don't want to die, get out of my way, woman. But who was Ling Shui? Did she seem like someone who was easily bullied? With a single slash, the goat-bearded man's head flew from his neck. The two of them stood back to back. She asked urgently, Li Yunmu, what do we do now? He spoke up. You and Da Xiang find the right moment to enter the rift. Ling Shui couldn't help but be surprised. What about you? Yunmu said, Me? Don't worry about me. I have some unfinished business. A cunning expression appeared on his face. I've been waiting for this moment. The scene shifts back to Yi Qing, who was in the middle of a crazed killing spree. He unleashed a crimson-red lotus. The other person only had time to scream once before exploding. He shouted maniacally, A bunch of trash. None of you will live. At that same moment, Yunmu finally found him. He kicked Yi Qing, sending him flying. He struggled to stay on his feet. He couldn't help but yell, Who is it? Over here, our main character landed slowly, his presence overwhelming. I told you, I would come to take your head. A crazed look had appeared in Yunmu's eyes. It seemed every time he saw Yi Qing, the flames of hatred in his heart would erupt. Yi Qing screamed madly and charged at Li Yunmu. For Lin Jian's murder, I'll make you pay in blood. Yunmu didn't hold back either. You old bastard, I'll return those words right back to you. The two of them immediately shot forward, and their two powerful internal energies quickly collided. It seemed that Yunmu and Yi Qing's strengths were on par with each other. This was because he previously didn't want to break through to a higher level to make killing him more interesting. Yunmu didn't even give him time to breathe, attacking once more. Flame of Prometheus. Before it could stop, Yi Qing also struck with Roaring Flame Dragon, but Yunmu quickly grabbed his hand. Yunmu's eyes widened, and he immediately raised his hand to slam it down hard on his enemy. The two of them were like a pair of raging bulls. They tore into each other wildly, with no clear winner yet. The crowd around them took the opportunity to vulture in, plotting amongst themselves. Now's the perfect time to kill them. These words infuriated Yunmu, and he shot them a probing glare. Of course, over on this side, Yi Qing had no intention of letting these opportunists get away with it either. He channeled his internal energy and unleashed the Crimson Lotus technique. The area exploded, and for that group of onlookers, there was only one possible outcome. An enraged Yunmu punched him hard in the face. You bastard, go to hell. Avenge my master. Yi Qing didn't back down, slamming Yunmu's face into his knee and shouting, Are you even worthy? The two of them were now relentlessly attacking each other. Yunmu yelled, For so long, I've been waiting for a chance to kill you. Yi Qing shot back. I've been itching for this moment myself. Blood was pouring down his face, but Yunmu didn't stop, continuing his assault. Of course, that psycho Yi Qing was no different. He was also getting beaten to a pulp, but showed no sign of giving up. Two powerful flames clashed head-on. If these two weren't enemies, it's doubtful anyone could stand against them. A massive explosion thundered through the area where they stood, as if a bomb had been planted there. Yi Qing fell to the ground immediately after, but he quickly regained his footing, ready to charge again. And on this side, it was the same for Yunmu. His sole purpose for coming here was to kill him. Yi Qing slowly stood up, thinking how ridiculous this all was. You keep saying you want revenge, but what's the reality? We use the same techniques, for the same goals. Therefore, you are me, and I am you. What he said wasn't wrong. The two were like reflections in a mirror. Yi Qing said coldly, The truth is, we're the same kind of person. Elsewhere, Wu Yai was also in a fight, but he easily defeated his opponent. Wu Yai turned to look at the scene behind him and couldn't help but sneer. What a joke. Ling Shui was continuously cutting a path forward. Da Xiang said, "We need to speed things up over here. That kid from the War God's Hall is already inside." He looked around, searching. "Where's little Moo Moo? Why can't I see him?" Ling Shui shouted. He said he had something else to do and told us to go on ahead. Don't worry, with his skills, it won't be a problem. He gritted his teeth, worried about little Moo Moo. A moment later, they decided to follow his instructions. All right, let's go. The people on the other side were in uproar. Hey, 2 more people got in. Now there are only 5 spots left. Meanwhile, Yunmu and Ye Qing were still tearing each other apart. Anyone who dared to get between them was met with a fatal blow. Yunmu flew high into the air, scornfully remarking, "We're the same kind of person? You're really flattering yourself. Stop being ridiculous." Yi Qing cut him off. "You and I use the same techniques. You're avenging your master, and I'm avenging my lover. We're fundamentally doing the same thing." Yunmu still sneered. "So what? I am who I am, different from a cunning snake like you." Yi Qing replied, "Right. I'm no righteous hero from a noble sect. But what about you? Are you? Weren't you just using others to block attacks for you?" Hearing this, Yunmu's expression changed slightly. As soon as the words were spoken, the two lunged at each other again, locked in a stalemate. On the other side, everyone was still fighting frantically. The Heavenly King Ju-man was fighting and shouting, "Get out of my way!" His sister, Ha Yue, was so focused on the fight ahead that she didn't notice someone trying to backstab her. The attacker yelled, "Get out of the way, you gorilla!" The Heavenly King Ju-man was startled. This is bad. Just then, from out of nowhere, the Heavenly Demon's frost technique shot over, freezing the attacker solid in one blow. A girl landed, annoyed. What an eyesore! The Heavenly King Ju-man was surprised. Yi Tiangshui, the gate was still wide open, waiting for the next person. Countless corpses were already strewn along the path leading to it. Hai Yue immediately flew up, loudly reminding her brother, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up!" The Heavenly King Ju-man jolted, and with that, they successfully passed through. The crowd over here was furious. 3 more people got in. Damn it, we're running out of chances. Yunmu was still facing off against Ye Qing. That's right, I'm no selfless saint. Yi Qing replied, "I'm no good guy, and I certainly can't be a hero." Yunmu, neither can you. He continued, "I believe in enlightened self-interest. Every action I take serves myself. But even so, I've still met a group of people I want to protect, and who are willing to protect me. That's why we're not the same. The fortune I have is something you'll never possess." But his words made Yi Qing flinch, pausing for a moment. He channeled his inner energy and declared powerfully, "If anyone carelessly touches what is mine, I don't care who they are, they will die." As soon as he finished speaking, Yunmu quickly attacked with karmic flame. Yi Qing, furious, immediately charged forward as well. "Cut the crap, Yi Qing." Of course, he used the same attack, karmic flame. Another huge explosion echoed into the distance, their power truly overwhelming. Although fresh blood was flowing freely, Yunmu still seized the opportunity to press forward. His flame was now enveloped in lightning, his aura completely overwhelming Yi Qing's. He wasn't stupid and quickly recognized Yunmu's strength. Yi Qing became wary. What is that on top of it? Is that nether force infused with the thunder attribute? Does this kid have 2 attributes? The massive flame was closing in on Yi Qing. He cursed silently, "I'm screwed." He quickly leaped away to dodge. Such a troublesome brat. "I'm not your babysitter." Just then, a figure shot up from behind Yi Qing, helping him block the attack. Yunmu looked at the person. He seemed somewhat familiar, but he was also incredibly surprised. "What?" The man spoke to Ye Qing. "You go into the rift first. Leave this to me." Yi Qing hesitated, but the man affirmed, "I will keep the promise I made to you. You go first." Yunmu spoke up. "Ever since the first round, I sensed something was off about you. You finally couldn't hide your fox tail anymore. Could you? There's no way you're just some nobody from the Skyward sect. I could tell just from your abilities and the way Yi Qing treats you." The man immediately took off his disguise. "What a vigilant little devil. I hate little devils like you the most. But this is good. The real enemy has finally appeared. I'm so done with this transforming outfit." He let out a sigh of relief after reverting to his true self. "This outfit is so damn uncomfortable." Realizing his true identity, Yunmu was stunned. You're not the representative of the divine heavenly sect." He grinned smugly. No, that's my younger brother. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kepvan as Marina." Those 2 colored eyes glared at Li Yunmu Mook, the leader of the Sacred Heaven cult. The moment he finished introducing himself, he immediately unleashed a holy light cross. He couldn't help but wonder, Why would a big shot like you show up here? Internally, Yunmu exclaimed, so fast. He answered, of course, it's to fulfill my plan. That's why I collaborated with the Zhaodian sect, and at the same time, brought my cultivation down from the War Saint level to Red Star, all to achieve the grand design in my heart. As he spoke, he launched a fierce attack at him. Yunmu drew his blade. Berserk blade. Old man, what the hell is your plan? Esmeralda effortlessly caught Yunmu's blade with just 2 fingers. A sparrow cannot comprehend the ambition of a swan. Yunmu was startled internally. What? The man spoke to him with disdain. My grand ambition is not something a brat like you could ever understand. He then drew a talisman in the sky and looked down at Yunmu with an arrogant, contemptuous laugh. Besides, villains usually die from monologuing, so I'm not going to tell you. The moment he finished speaking, fresh blood spurted from Yunmu's mouth. Your life ends here. And just like that, Yunmu collapsed. His vision began to blur. Esmeralda laughed heartily. Oh, you blocked it. Looks like you have a golden bell shield on you. But this next move will definitely run you through. Instantly, the attack pierced right through his body. This powerful aura sent Yunmu reeling, and outside, the surviving players couldn't help but watch in horror. The crowd stood dumbfounded, staring at the light. What is that? His attack was like a tempest, backed by immense internal energy, sweeping in all directions. Yunmu was bleeding more and more profusely as he was sent tumbling away. Seeing him lying on the ground, he let out a gleeful laugh. A direct hit. I'd say your heart will stop beating in another 2 or 3 minutes. Wouldn't you agree? Lying motionless, Yunmu silently deduced he really did just seal his power down to the Red Star rank. But his experience is that of a true war saint. We were never in the same league. Esmeralda moved closer to him. Since you're about to die, let me tell you something. Your master wasn't killed by Yi Qing. I'm the one who killed him. With Yi Qing's strength, how could he possibly have killed Lei Ming's Night Hound? All right, I should get going into the rift. You just lie here and wait for death. Upon hearing this, a fire lit up in Yunmu's eyes. Elsewhere, another guy was laughing. Yes, I got it. The final prize is mine. He was skipping about gleefully when a beam of light shot straight at him. In the next instant, the guy's body exploded, splattering blood everywhere. The onlookers were horrified. Wait, did someone just get inside a moment ago? Doesn't that mean there's no chance for anyone else? Should we give up, or risk it all one more time? Meanwhile, the portal began to transform. The rift's energy was becoming unstable. A girl cried out in panic. Forget it. The survival rate is only 20%. That's too low. I'm not taking that bet. Let's get out of here. He was covered in his own blood. It's probably best not to move carelessly. But right then, Yunmu looked like an asura crawling up from the depths of hell. He dragged his blood-soaked body and looked towards the portal. The crowd was somewhat terrified. That guy can't even stand up straight anymore. What is he planning to do? He isn't actually thinking of charging into the rift, is he? Going in now means a survival rate of less than 20%. Anyone who tries is either insane or a fool. He cracked his knuckles, then circulated a huge surge of internal energy. I figured it out. Then I'll bet my life on it. As he charged forward, a system notification appeared. Your body is critically damaged. It is recommended that you spend 20,000 void essence to regenerate your body. An intense wave of pain shot through him, forcing him to cry out loud. It felt as if his internal organs were about to be shredded. And just like that, Yunmu collapsed. He couldn't stop thinking. The power of this spatial rift is too strong. My defensive arts alone are not enough to withstand it. System, recreate my body. He couldn't take it anymore. The agonizing pain made Yunmu scream, I'm about to be torn to shreds. A surge of power shot down from the heavens. Luckily for him, his body was regenerated just in time. Yunmu was now completely healed. He let out a sigh of relief. That was close. I almost died. He sat up and looked around. So this is the world on the other side of the rift? I'm the only one here. Just then, a woman charged out of nowhere and threw a net over him, shouting, Got him! Yunmu jumped and yelled, Whoa, what are you doing? What the hell? The girl was overjoyed. Success! The history books were right. Men really do fall from the sky. We must deliver him to the queen at once. Our protagonist yelled from inside the sack. Is anyone out there? Let me out of here. He gritted his teeth in frustration and snorted. It's like she can't even hear me. Rising sun, flame art. The moment he spoke, a massive flame erupted, tearing the sack to shreds. He leaped out of the way. Geez, not a shred of common courtesy. Even if you're going to stuff me in a sack and he was still joking in this situation, couldn't you at least have made it pink? In a flash, he appeared behind the mysterious girl. She was slightly taken aback by Yunmu's speed. He didn't pull any punches, directly channeling his internal energy into a strike aimed at her mask. The girl backflipped to dodge. She couldn't help but exclaim, the history books were right after all. Men can use magic. Yunmu was stunned when he heard this. What's this about men, women, magic, no magic? Without warning, she threw a punch that sent his head flying. Yunmu was now like a human soccer ball. This was the first time he'd ever been kicked around like this by a woman. Faced with her sheer power, Yunmu couldn't help but marvel. So strong. And her leg strength wasn't all. The girl flew towards him again, landing another powerful punch straight to Yunmu's face. He hit the ground with no small amount of force. Yunmu scrambled to his feet. Damn it, that hurts like hell. This monster strength woman is above the transcendent level. Pepper looked down on him with contempt. Just as the history books recorded, all men are incredibly weak. He immediately summoned Li Yun. I don't have time to fight with a monster strength woman like you. Go. Number 1. Deal with her. The moment Li Yun struck, Pepper's mask was sent flying from her face. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she wondered, what's attacking me? Yunmu was surprised. The monster strength woman can't see. Number 1. Could it be she doesn't have the right permissions? He immediately turned to flee. Forget it, I'll just ignore her. Better to get away first. I don't have time to get tangled up with people like this. Just then, a massive shadow fell over him. Looking up, he saw an obese woman. He had no idea how much she must have eaten to get a body like that. He couldn't help but panic. Oh my god. Yunmu stumbled and fell to the ground. Looking at that woman, he couldn't help but panic. What the hell kind of demonic place is this? Looking at her, our main character's mind was screaming. What kind of bizarre world is this? A giant Amazonian woman fell from the sky. It must be said that in all his years of life, this was the first time he had ever met such a terrifying woman. Yunmu couldn't help but look up to the sky and scream for help. Number 1. Protect me. As soon as he shouted, Li Yun instantly struck, but it seems she sensed it quickly. With a single spin, the large blade in her hand immediately slashed through Li Yun, cutting him in half. The system immediately announced that Li Yun was dead. Yunmu was shocked. She could see his shadow. The chubby girl looked confused. Did I just hit something? The other girl was scared. Curly-haired queen, are you okay? He was silently amazed. Curly-haired? What kind of ridiculous name is that? She's a queen. And that last slash was based purely on instinct. Yunmu stealthily tried to escape, thinking, they're way too strong, I'd better get out of here. Suddenly, the youngest girl in the group spotted him and squealed, is that a man? The girl next to her reminded her, Onion, don't just talk to men randomly. History books say that men are violent creatures. She bent down and patted his head. It's okay. Sister He Jiaolun, look. He's very well behaved. Yunmu immediately hissed aggressively like a cat afraid of water, and the girl was so startled she burst into tears. Jiaolun warily patted his little sister's head. Look. The curly-haired queen spoke onion, sweet orange, and black Jiaolun. She gave Yunmu a cold look. Block his path for me. No one is allowed to run. The 4 girls immediately obeyed, quickly surrounding Yunmu. The queen swiftly took her sword and slashed powerfully through the earth and rock. Debris scattered in all directions. Yunmu instantly dodged, thinking in horror, my god, is she trying to split the sky in half? A person with no mystical power is capable of this? That's insane. He channeled his internal energy, thinking desperately, I guess I have to rely on you. Right after that, he unleashed a powerful blow toward the queen, yelling, please, Great Master Mingyan, show yourself. The old man grumbled, don't interrupt my afternoon nap, but as soon as he saw the curly-haired queen, he exclaimed in surprise, well now, this little ass is quite sturdy. The queen herself was taken aback. She glanced over, thinking, so this is a man's magic? How cool. Yunmu whined, Great Master, someone's picking on me. Hurry and hit her for me. Mingyan snapped, you disturbed my rest, and now you demand my help? Our shameless protagonist just grinned. Great Master, I'm your little follower. It's your job to protect me. If she beats me up, isn't that a slap in your face? Mingyan considered this for a moment. What you say makes sense. Very well, I shall help you. Like a kid who just called his dad for backup. Yunmu jeered, you're dead meat now. Just watch how my great master takes care of you. Immediately after, Mingyan unleashed a deadly strike at the queen. Yunmu cheered excitedly. That's it, great master. Crush her. But in the next moment, Mingyan was also a little surprised. The curly-haired queen had actually managed to block his attack. He was stunned. What? Who in the world is this woman? In fact, she was now frowning, preparing to launch a deadly attack of her own at both him and Mingyan. A massive explosion erupted, and Mingyan's powerful aura was actually forced back. He stared at the woman in front of him, reeling from the painful blow he'd just taken. All he could do was cry to the heavens. Seeing Ming Yan vanish, Yunmu panicked. Great master, where are you going? Help me beat her. Ming Yan's fearful voice echoed back. That woman is too fierce. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Our main character was stunned. Huh? What happened to your dignity as a supreme expert? Ming Yan replied. The amount of power I can currently unleash is no match for her. You're on your own. Ouch, that hurt. But it wasn't over yet. The queen continued her relentless assault on Yunmu. She ferociously slammed her massive blade into the ground, shouting, Hell's Orchard, realizing there was no one else around. The curly-haired queen looked from side to side. That's odd. Where did he go? Did I really smash him into a pulp? Just as she said that, a pair of hands quickly slipped around her neck from behind. Crimson Lotus. It was Yunmu. Since he couldn't rely on Ming Yan anymore, he had to take matters into his own hands. The moment he spoke, a massive burst of fire exploded. The queen, startled, screamed, It's so hot. She lay sprawled on the ground. Young hero, what incredible skill. I can't move my body at all now. That magic you just used must have caused severe internal injuries. Yunmu remained cautious. Is this a trick? But the curly-haired queen shamelessly continued. I'm about to fall into a deep sleep. Only a prince's kiss can awaken me now. Go on, don't spare me just because I'm a delicate flower. Come on, baby. Yunmu stared, completely exasperated. I'm done fighting. I'm out of here. Bye. He thought to himself, is this woman crazy? Jialun immediately blocked his path. Oh, no you don't. You can't leave yet. He was surprised. Why not? Didn't you say I won? She replied. According to our rules, anyone who defeats the queen must then marry the queen. Hearing this, Yunmu's face contorted. At that exact moment, the curly-haired queen shot up and landed a powerful punch right in his gut. Onion was thrilled. Amazing. That's the first time I've ever seen anyone manage to wound the queen. On the other side, Yunmu coughed up a mouthful of blood. So strong, he thought. The curly-haired queen, however, sighed in admiration. This man, he actually managed to hurt someone as powerful as me. He's so cool. What a strapping man. A look of infatuation was plain to see in her eyes. He coughed violently a few times before getting back into a fighting stance, ready to continue. Suddenly, the curly-haired queen leaped up. I can't do it. I admit defeat. Our protagonist immediately summoned a shadow. Number 3, restrain her from above. He wasn't finished, continuing his orders. Number 2, attack from the flank. The curly-haired queen grew frustrated. Damn it, what are these things? They can attack while invisible. This is so irritating. Her patience worn thin, she forcefully grabbed Li Feng by the neck. Even though she couldn't see it, the queen was able to use her senses to catch her target. She gave a triumphant, cunning smile, certain that she had her opponent in her grasp. The queen cheered, Gotcha. Yunmu stared in shock at Li Feng and screamed. Number 2. At that moment, the system announced that Li Feng had died. The curly-haired queen immediately channeled her power and flew into the air. Next, she could sense the location of the shadow. Number 3. The queen declared with certainty, It's over here. Stunned, Yunmu could only scream out a warning. Number 3. But it was probably too late. Number 3 was dead, too. He angrily gritted his teeth. This giant beast was a real pain to deal with. Its 4 tentacles were guarding all 4 sides. The only option was to risk it all. At that moment, he used the Great Rising Sun Flame art to launch a strike at the queen, and immediately charged forward himself. He proactively unleashed the Flame Dragon's roar. The queen was a little surprised. His magic was so similar to the man who had fallen from the sky earlier. Yunmu was startled. Could it be Yi Qing? Over here. After getting beaten to a pulp, he was stunned. Huh. Who wants to marry that bear? Are you kidding me? The queen's voice rose. If you don't marry me, I'll have you thrown into the dungeon. Yunmu shouted. You just said you couldn't move anymore. Our protagonist was furious about this forced marriage. No matter what, I'm not marrying a bear. Whoever wants her can have her. But in the next second, the curly-haired queen gently picked him up like a kitten. Curly Hair was getting impatient. Enough talk. Take him back and lock him up. We'll talk later. Yunmu screamed non-stop. Let me go. You witch, let me go. The scene shifts back to the castle. Over here, a young girl's loud, hurried voice rang out. Excuse me, coming through. The other girl spoke up. Was Yi Ting summoned by the queen again? Yi Ting replied as she ran. That's right. I heard the queen has something very important to discuss with me this time. The other girl looked at Yi Ting with sympathy. After her mother died, she relied on her own efforts to become a minister. She's such a talented child. Meanwhile, Yunmu had been thrown into prison. Just stay here quietly and wait for the queen to deal with you. Our protagonist roared defiantly, Let me out. I have something really important to do. At the same time, a familiar voice rang out, Give it up. No matter how loud you yell, they won't pay you any mind. It was none other than Wu Ya, who continued lazily. If yelling was enough, we would have been out of here a long time ago. He tossed a key over to him. This is for your shackles. Yunmu was dumbfounded. You two are here, too? Is this old bro still in his own little world? Wu Ya spoke up. Do you even need to ask? Of course. We were defeated by the queen and captured. That woman is too strong. I passed out after just 2 hits. Old man Wang here got knocked out in 1 hit. What about you? Yumu recounted. Me, she said. I defeated her. Wu Ya was shocked. What? You won? Then what happened? Yunmu's face darkened. Then she said that if I beat her, I have to marry her. Wu Ya secretly sighed in relief. Good thing I lost. He began to observe his surroundings. This place was just too weird. He needed to find a way to get some information. Then, he spoke in a tempting voice, shouting out, Hey, little sis, look over here. I got something good. Yunmu held out a 3-tiered Christmas gift box. 50 Tom Ford lipsticks. How about it? You want them? The girl was genuinely curious. What is this? Wu Ya couldn't help but look over in surprise. How do you have that? Yunmu spoke again. Of course, pretty ladies like you all love lipstick, right? All of these can be yours. The female guard eagerly tried one. This is lipstick? It's so much more convenient than what we normally use. So many colors. He then cheered her on. Buy it. Buy it. The protagonist was silently pleased with himself. As expected, no matter what world it is, women can't resist lipstick. He then sidled up to her and asked, Hey little sis, I can give you all of these. Can you tell me where this place is? Why have I only seen women on this road, and not a single man? The girl quickly explained, This is called the Manhwa Nation. There are only women here, no men. Even the babies that are born are all girls. But we don't know since when, every 155 years, men fall from the sky, so we always stand guard there on time, to catch the falling men. He couldn't help but wonder, but if you have no men, how do you have babies? What's your secret? The girl spoke again. Oh right, let me tell you another rule we have here. Yunmu tensed up. She cut him off. It seems this must be their secret, she explained. Here, the stronger a person is, the bigger their chest. Someone like me, who isn't very big, can only guard the prison. I really want to be a royal guard though, he said cheerfully. And you don't think that's big? How about I give you some chest padding? I've got everything. The girl got excited. I'm starting to look forward to it. Meanwhile, the queen was happily choosing fabrics. I'll wear this one on our wedding night. Yi Ting entered from outside. Your Majesty, I'm here. Curly Hair was cheerful. Little Ting, you got here so fast. The young girl smiled brightly. Your Majesty, for what reason did you summon me? The queen looked melancholic. Well, I went to catch a man today, didn't I? I had my eye on one and planned to marry him. Who would have thought he'd refuse? You're smart. Think of a way to convince him. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted outside. The curly-haired queen was startled. What's happening outside the walls? The curly-haired queen quickly went over, annoyed that her fun had been interrupted. She looked toward the source of the explosion. That direction was the Fuxi Divine Tree. Curly Hair immediately turned to the young girl and said, Little Ting, something big has happened outside the walls. I have to go. I'm leaving the inner wall to you. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped towards the explosion. Yi Ting watched the queen's retreating figure. A complex feeling washed over her. Over here, rubble was scattered everywhere in a scene of total devastation. The other girl was beaten so badly she couldn't get up. She couldn't help but cough several times. Standing before her was the man named Esmeralda. The girl struggled, saying, I have to protect the divine tree. He lifted his foot. You all are much stronger than I expected, but I am definitely destroying this tree. Die. He then swung his leg over, viciously trying to stomp down on her for a finishing blow. Instantly, from behind Esmeralda, Ott launched a sneak attack, but his reaction was just too fast and he viciously swung a hand back. The girl trembled as she watched her comrade. Esmeralda cruelly picked up more rocks. He smashed them into her repeatedly. His methods were truly ruthless. Then he spoke in a mocking tone. Impressive. Exactly as described in the sacred texts. But no matter how strong you are, in the end, you're just an unawakened woman. With that, he instantly leaped in front of Ott. It turned out she had managed to dodge the previous blow. Divine Holy Light, he unleashed it at Outi. She immediately dodged but was still startled. That was close. She leaped up, then landed and couldn't help but remark, so fast. But I'm no slouch either. The moment the words were spoken, Pepper launched herself at Esmeralda. Her legs unleashed a flurry of kicks at him, at an incredible speed. Esmeralda was secretly terrified. A mere mortal's body can actually keep up with my speed. She's truly strong. But I'm not alone, you know. Just as he thought this, Yi Ching swiftly appeared. He smugly pointed his hand at Pepper, quickly launching an air blast. This single blow was too much for Pepper. She immediately coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, her clothes tearing apart. This god's judgment technique of Ye Qing's could be said to have taken half of Pepper's life. Esmeralda sneered. As expected of the queen of the Nuwa clan. So strong, it's beyond words. But didn't I still end up killing you? Pepper struggled to get up. She couldn't help but let out a faint smile. Queen, I'm just a squad leader, and the weakest one at that. Just as she finished speaking, the curly-haired queen quickly appeared behind him. Meanwhile, Yunmu took out another treasure. I'll give you this black orchid essential oil. Little Black is also very good, you know. The girl was delighted. You can give this to me, too. The other two were stunned. I'm starting to not understand what he's saying. I already didn't get that little black thing. Yunmu smiled cheerfully. Of course, as long as you tell me more about what goes on here with you people. Just then, a figure happened to enter the prison area. That girl couldn't help but be surprised as that voice spoke again. All right, you can leave now. It turned out to be that little girl. The girl replied respectfully, Lady Ye Ting. Ye Ting then said, leave this place to me. I have something to discuss with this person. Yumu was silently on guard, thinking she was a little devil. The girl then knelt down. Let me introduce myself. I am a high minister of this nation. My name is Ye Ting. Hearing this, he secretly guessed. That's an earthling's name. Yumu quickly sat down too. High minister, so you've come to persuade me. After a pause, Ye Ting slowly asked, do you want to escape from here? I can help you. Yunmu stared suspiciously at the little girl. Ye Ting couldn't help but be surprised. What are you looking at? Yunmu then spoke. Your chest is so small, you must be very weak. How can you help me? Ye Ting was startled and covered her chest with her hands. How rude. You bastard, where are you looking? I'm a civil official. Then, the girl held out a key. I can let you out, but you must agree to my request. Ye Ting then declared loudly, I want you to help me take down the queen and overthrow her government. Hearing this, Yunmu was dumbfounded. He asked in surprise, what did you say? Ye Ting explained, the queen has a cruel temperament and is extremely jealous. She enslaves all females who are more beautiful than she is. In this nation, not submitting to her beauty is like committing a capital crime. The girls who fell from the sky, just like you all, they are also enslaved, being tormented somewhere. That's why only men are locked up here. Hearing this, he couldn't help but worry when he thought of Ling Shui. Yunmu hesitated, thinking, no way, she's too strong. I can't possibly beat her. Ye Ting paused. What if I have a way to make you stronger? The scene changes to the curly-haired queen. Her face darkened as she threw a punch. For me. Get out of my way. Ye Qing was immediately sent flying, coughing up blood. Esmeralda couldn't help but be amazed when he saw her, magnificent up close. Seriously, can a human grow that big? Her destructive power is also terrifying. As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly appeared behind the queen. Immediately after, he gleefully fired a blast at the queen with incredible speed. But of course, she was not one to back down. Her blade immediately swept towards him. Curly Hair calmly blocked the attack, surprising Esmeralda. What? She blocked my sword light? He laughed, but he was on high alert. Such a large body, yet her movements are so agile. Soon after, the queen grew impatient. She directly struck down with a powerful blow. He was truly forced into a disadvantageous position and couldn't help but spit out blood. He cursed in anger. Damn it. Esmeralda couldn't believe her strength. Is the gap between us this huge? He looked at the large tree. The target was clearly right in front of him. Meanwhile, Yunmu asked curiously, what do you mean you can make me stronger? Ye Ting explained, 155 years ago, among the world crossers, one of your people left behind 3 energy stones here. They can temporarily boost a user's power to the level of a war saint. With these, overthrowing the queen isn't entirely impossible. He casually asked back, then why don't you take the energy stones and overthrow her yourself? The queen, Ye Ting replied, because I can't. The energy stones can only be used by people who cultivate profound energy, like you can. If it's not a world crosser, it's impossible to overthrow the queen. Our protagonist then stood up and spoke the truth. The life and death of your nation has nothing to do with me. But my friend seems to be in a life or death situation, too. In that case, the situation is completely different. He continued with a sly grin. All right then, I'll cooperate with you. Let's overthrow that damn queen's government together. Yunmu was furious. I've had enough. We just escaped and we've already been discovered. You bastard, this is all your fault. Ju-man, who was behind him, was suddenly blamed for it all. His eyes widened. Why are you pinning this on me? You have the nerve to talk? Yumu retorted immediately. If you hadn't gotten hungry and stolen someone's food, how would we have been discovered? Is this really the time to be arguing? Just as he stepped on the ground, he slipped. Whoa, I missed my step. Both of them were shocked to see Yunmu fall. Below them, he fell straight into the swimming pool below. As he climbed onto the edge of the pool, Yunmu was still dazed. What the? Where did I fall into? In front of him were beautiful women wrapped in bath towels. He immediately understood what this place was. It was paradise. The fight on Ye King's side was reaching a stalemate. He gritted his teeth and thought, this is bad. Just the two of us. Can't possibly injure her. Esmeralda was growing desperate. Is this the power of the queen of the Nuwa clan? Even though our levels and my combat experience are at the War Saint level, why is the gap so huge? It was recorded on the stone inscriptions. The queen of this world is strong, but she's on another level. The enraged curly-haired queen stomped her foot and charged forward, yelling, what are you dawdling over there talking about? From below, Yi Qing grabbed onto her thigh. Got you again, huh? He thought, I'll use my ultimate crimson attack right now. The queen knew exactly what the rotten man was planning. Trying to use the same magic as before, the curly-haired queen flung a rock at him with a wave of her hand, knocking him flat on his back. It's useless, she said. Then it was Esmeralda's turn. He activated Radiant Holy Light. A beam of light as brilliant as a flare flashed right in the curly-haired queen's face, the blinding glare obstructing her vision. She cursed under her breath. Damn it, I'm blind. When the light faded, all that was left was dust and smoke. There wasn't a single person in sight. Those two got away again. As they made their escape, Esmeralda mumbled, the people in this world are much stronger than we expected. It's a good thing we're working with you. Trying to complete that plan on our own would have been impossible. Yi Qing looked ahead anxiously and asked, how much further to the meeting point? Judging by the map, it should be right up ahead. Seeing two figures appear, Yi Qing asked cautiously, are you two the descendants of the Ye family? You two sure took your time getting here. Yi Qing sized up the girl in front of them. She's just a little kid. The girl tactfully reminded him, have some respect. In terms of seniority, I'm older than him. Esmeralda guessed the little girl's identity. Are you the sleeper agent the Ye family left behind in this world? Yi Qing admitted, that's right, it's me. By the way, there was a red-haired teenager who came with you, wasn't there? He looked quite extraordinary. I think his name was Yunmu or something. Esmeralda was stunned by this news. How is that possible? That guy wasn't killed, and besides, the rift's energy wasn't sufficient. How did he get here? Yi Qing replied nonchalantly, how would I know? But he did indeed survive and make it here, and he's even caused quite a stir, winning the queen's favor. Looking at your injuries, don't tell me you're not even as strong as Yunmu? In that case, how are we supposed to destroy the Fuxi divine tree so the Ye family can monopolize the Fuxi fruits? Yi Qing added, that's why we came to find you to act together. Isn't this the strategy that was set 155 years ago? The little girl refused. Sorry, I'm a civil official, not skilled in combat, but you don't need to be in such a hurry either. My plan has already been set in motion. Yi Qing began to recount. Several hundred years ago, a few world crossers first came to the Nuwa kingdom through a spatial rift. They discovered that the women here, despite not knowing how to use mystic power, possessed immense strength. Despite there being no men, they were able to continue their lineage. The curious world crossers investigated and learned that this world had a divine tree. The people here called it Fuxi. On the Fuxi tree grew a type of miraculous fruit that, after being eaten, could allow a person to break through their limits. The women here possess incredible strength because they eat this fruit. Every spring, when the Fuxi tree blossoms, the girls will pick the pistils. After grinding the pistils down, they mix them with water. Offspring who drink it will have a certain chance of becoming pregnant. The world crossers who learned the truth proposed a trade with the queen. They would trade items from their world for a few Fuxi fruits with the queen. The queen was interested in the trinkets they brought and agreed to the trade. After returning to Earth, one of them discovered that eating the fruit allowed a mystic to break through their highest limits, which, as the world knows it, means surpassing the battle saint level. This made them overjoyed, and they quickly recorded the entire story of their journey in a book. This book was deemed a secret by the Mystics Guild and hidden away in the guild's archives. It was never made public. And so, every 155 years, new world crossers would come to the Nuwa world to trade for Fuxi fruits, until one time, among the world crossers, there was a young man named Yi Jun, a clansman of the Chaotian sect. Yi Jun was warm and open. He used his intelligence and wisdom to bring great development to the Nuwa kingdom. And during this time, Yi Jun fell in love with a girl from the Nuwa kingdom. Yi Jun asked the queen for permission to stay and live with the woman he loved. The queen felt that Yi Jun had contributed a great deal to the nation, so she granted his request. Just like that, Yi Jun stayed and started his own happy family. The nation also had its first child of a different species, But things were not as simple as they seemed. Everything Yuzun did was actually a conspiracy. He worked to gain the queen's trust and leave behind his descendants, all for one reason: so he could act as an inside agent, coordinating with the descendants of the Kaochin sect when they returned to destroy the Fuxi divine tree and take all the Fuxi fruits back to the Kaochin sect for cultivation, so that the Kaochin sect could monopolize the Fuxi fruits. And today, the descendant of Yi Jun is me, Yi Ting. After hearing the story, the two of them asked, "Hey, what are you spacing out for? What did you mean earlier when you said the plan had already begun?" Yi Ting turned and walked away, leaving only a single sentence behind: "I have my own arrangements. Just wait for my signal. Don't worry, I can definitely help you gravely injure the queen. Who knows, I might even be able to help you take care of that Yunmu fellow." Meanwhile, Yunmu was struggling to escape his pursuers. "We should be clear of the pursuers now, right? We've lost them," he panted, asking the two people in front of him. "This should be the eastern part of the forest that little brat mentioned, right?" Ju-man questioned. "You're not serious, are you? Are you really going to listen to that kid? We've already escaped. Why bother with that stuff?" he threatened him. "You damn man, tribesman. I only let you out because you said you'd help me get something. Just try and run." Ju-man glanced around and analyzed. "Look, this forest is huge. You're trying to find a single house? Isn't that just a waste of time?" Wu Yai calmly interjected into their argument, complaining is useless. "Let's split up and search. That'll give us a better chance." The three of them immediately went in different directions. "All right, let's split up," Yunmu reasoned. "But just the three of us searching separately won't be enough. They probably can't see me from here, right?" So he called upon the system, revive shadow spirits. The system displayed, "You have spent 6,000 experience points, reviving 3 shadow spirits." He assigned shadow spirit number 1, number 2, and number 3 the task of finding the stone house. The three of them immediately moved out. Each shadow spirit flew into the air to search for the target he had designated. Their eyes were like scanners, missing nothing. As their search area narrowed in on a large boulder, "The target has been located." Mu Yun exclaimed smugly. "Found it." He heard Ju-man's voice. "Hey kid, you think you can block a steel blade with your pinky finger? That's a human's weakest point." He rushed towards the opponent guarding the stone cellar door. "This kid has really surpassed the limits of a human body, but I'm not going to lose to you." Ju-man stomped his foot hard on the ground, and a large boulder shot into the air. He said, "Kid, here I come." At the same time, Wu Yai used 2 fingers to block the opponent's giant broadsword. Ju-man's hand caught the boulder. Then, he put all his strength into throwing it at the opponent. Ju-man had been annoyed by that guy for a long time. Swinging that tattered sword back and forth was just getting on his nerves. Earlier, the three of them had followed Mu Yun to the entrance of a stone cave. He wondered, is this the storage chamber that little devil was talking about? It looks pretty ordinary. Good on you for finding it. Touching the door, Mu Yun could feel something. It seemed this strange, large door required a special method to be opened. From behind, Ju-man offered a well-intentioned reminder. "I'd advise you not to touch it recklessly. What if there's a mechanism?" A mechanism pushed out from below, startling him. "What's this?" Ju-man said worriedly from the side. "See, you went and broke it. Look at that compartment sticking out." Mu-yun guessed, "No, that's not it. I think it wants us to put something inside. There's writing on it. First, the Guardian's proof. Second, money is power. Third, why are you strong? What kind of joke is this? A riddle? Standing around here is useless. How about the three of us split up and search?" But while Mu Yun was pondering, he had no idea that the cellar's guardian was attacking him from behind. He was sent flying backward by the blow. Mu Yun had no idea what was happening. What the hell? When he got a clear look at his attacker, his eyes filled with astonishment. Thanks to Wu Yai blocking the blade with his fingers, Mu Yun had just escaped death. He asked Wu Yai with concern, "Are you all right?" He replied, "I can still hold on." Ju-man exclaimed in awe. So this is the power of the newcomer. The strongest in the war god hall. Truly terrifying. He swung a powerful fist, immediately unleashing a continuous barrage of punches. Ju-man growled, "Get lost." The guardian was knocked to the ground. Ju-man grabbed its helmet, all for show. "I want to see just who is inside this armor." When the helmet was yanked off, Ju-man was horrified by what he saw. He stammered in shock, What?" While Ju-man was distracted, the guardian took the opportunity to counterattack, landing a punch on him. The blow sent Ju-man flying into the cliff wall behind them. He rubbed his aching head and complained, "My head hurts so much." Mu Yun quickly asked, "Hey, did you see who's inside?" Ju-man replied, "Don't be scared when I tell you." But inside, there's just thick smoke. The opponent's figure gradually reappeared before them. The head on that suit of armor was empty, filled only with a blazing light. Ju-man continued. There's no one inside. Wu Yai charged into attack without hesitation, but its shield blocked him. He couldn't break through its solid defense. Wu Yai immediately used the void kick. At the same time, Mu Yun coordinated by leaping up behind the guardian's head, repeatedly stomping on its back. 1, 2, 3, 4. This pile is scrap metal. Kicking it is making my own feet hurt. Until he grew tired. Mu Yun returned to Wu Yai's side and said, this tin can appear out of nowhere. Could it be the guardian? Wu Yai agreed. It's very likely. Perhaps defeating it will make the guardian's certificate appear. Besides, when we fought earlier, I felt a mystical power reacting from its body. Mu Yun exclaimed in surprise. Mystical power? You mean this thing is being controlled by mystical power? Wu Yai looked at the opponent with annoyance and replied, probably. If not, there's no way to explain how empty armor can move like a real person. What a pain. Trying to take down a guy like this won't be easy. However, he heard Mu Yun say. Is that so? I feel like if all we have to do is knock it down, then things just got a whole lot simpler. The guardian calmly gripped the sword in its hand. Its footsteps began to stomp towards them. It swung its sword, and a single downward slash sent dust flying everywhere. Mu Yun nimbly dodged backward, remarking, pretty fast moves. Its sword was stuck fast in the ground. But just as quickly, it pulled the sword out and thrust it toward Mu Yun. He leaned back to avoid it. That was close. He couldn't let himself be put on the defensive, so he began to counterattack. Tin can, take this. Lightning magic shot out from his palm. It shot straight toward the guardian. Wu Yai, seal its movements and break its shield. He immediately replied, got it. Wu Yai muttered an incantation. From nothingness, seize existence, forged through will and time. Returning winds converge. 100 days of spirit power, once obtained, forever held. Naturally, the body lightens. Great harmony fills the void. Bones refined to chilling jade. That one move cost the guardian its arm. Mu Yun praised, nice one. It's still not down after that. Seeing the guardian's body move, both of them were shocked. Damn, it can still move even with its arm gone. Wu Yai knew where the problem was. After all, it has no life, so it doesn't know fear. As long as it can move, it will keep attacking forever. A blazing fire erupted in Mu Yun's hand. Then I'll just burn you to ashes and see what you have left to move with. Just then, Ju-man appeared behind it, speaking up. You little punk, you're the one who sneak attacked me earlier, huh? He was right behind the guardian, his expression grim as he said, watch me end you. Ju-man used a backbridge throw, slamming the opponent hard onto the ground. The other two watched this and could feel the pain for their opponent. I'm suddenly thinking it's pretty lucky that it doesn't know what fear is. Ju-man's backbridge throw. That move looks painful. And another one. He started ripping off its armor. Yep, I'm taking all of this off you. Let's see if you die now. Your old man is commandeering this body of yours. Once everything was over, he tossed a token to Mu Yun. Kid, take it. Finding it on the creature's body, Mu Yun knew right away. Could this be the guardian's certificate? He approached the cave door to try it out. He placed his hand down, and the door slowly opened, a blinding light shining out from within. Mu Yun let out a sigh of relief. Looks like it worked. He said thoughtfully, we've submitted the guardian's certificate. But what about money as power and? What does growing stronger even represent? Do we have to keep fighting? Ju-man clutched his head in frustration and replied, just hearing about it gives me a headache. I don't want to solve any more riddles in this life. Wu Yai noticed something and called out to him, hey. He took out his Xuan crystal and asked, want to give this a try? Mu Yun knew this was a Xuan crystal, right? That's right. A Xuan crystal is both currency and a cultivation material, serving as both money and a source of power. You look a little goofy, but you're actually quite smart. Wu Yai accepted the compliment and stammered shyly, no, it's nothing. When Mu Yun pressed the Xuan crystal in, the entire door lit up. It worked again. Only the last one is left. My dear brother, hurry up and use that smart head of yours. Wu Yai said, stumped. For the last one, I don't have any clues. He tried to think hard. Come on, think. There must be some detail we're missing. He recalled what Ye Ting had once said, because I can't do it. Unless you're a transcender, you can't overthrow the queen's regime. At that moment, Mu Yun had his answer. I've got it. Yi Ting said only a transcender could obtain it, so the answer must be something that doesn't exist in this world. Something that doesn't exist in this world but can make us stronger. There's only one thing. Then he threw a punch at the door and continued. It's Xuan power. Mu Yun's face was full of confidence that his answer was correct. The mechanism on the door began to activate, and he announced joyfully, the door is opening. Ju-man couldn't believe his eyes. Whoa, you really punched it open. Wu Yai urged from the side. Let's hurry inside and find what we're looking for. Stepping inside, Mu Yun observed, "It's so dark in here." Ju Man immediately ran towards a table in front of them. "This is probably it." Wu Yai glanced down at a chest and noticed something. There's an inscription on it. Mu Yun read the contents aloud for the group. "To my successor, I spent my entire life creating this item. It will surely help you achieve greatness. This companion item can raise my aura to the god realm, but it can also destroy it. The rest is hard to make out." He wondered, "Who exactly is my successor?" Wu Yai impatiently reminded him, "What are you staring at?" All mesmerized. "We got the item. Let's go." Mu Yun said his goodbyes to them. "You guys have fulfilled your promise. What comes next is very dangerous, so I should handle it myself." Ju Man asked, annoyed. "Why are you cutting me out of the fun now? In my Han Man tribe, those who fight together are brothers in life and death. Let me tell you, we of the Han Man tribe value righteousness above all else. What kind of brothers run away from danger?" Wu Yai also wanted to follow him. "I'll go wherever. It's not like there's a way to leave Nua's world right now, anyway. It's the same everywhere." Hearing them, he snorted, "A bunch of reckless fools. Fine, if that's the case, let's head to the capital together. The Nua Kingdom. Just a warning, if you die, it's not on me." In the peaceful Nua Kingdom, citizens could be heard gossiping. "Hey, have you heard? Someone attacked the Fuxi Divine Tree today." "What? How did that happen? Who did it?" "Who else could it be?" "Those transcenders. I told you they couldn't be trusted. They should all be executed immediately." "Yeah, they seem to be getting stronger and stronger. Even Captain Chili was no match for them. Luckily, the Queen arrived in time in the end. Otherwise, the Divine Tree might have really been lost. How dare they attack the Divine Tree we rely on for survival? Her Majesty the Queen will surely punish these transcenders severely." The group, hiding on a rooftop, overheard this. Ju Man was surprised. "The Divine Tree? We didn't do anything but run. So who attacked their Divine Tree?" Mu Yun replied, "No, it was probably Yi Qing." Wu Yai noticed his expression and got curious. "Then why do you look so troubled?" "I just feel like there are a lot of things here that I can't figure out." The battle on the curly-haired queen's side was gradually turning in her favor, especially after even Chili was taken down. Though severely injured, Chili still tried to call out, "Your Majesty." The curly-haired queen immediately cut her off. "You're badly hurt. Don't talk for now. The medical team is already on their way. Is everyone all right?" "Fuxi is fine, so you can rest and recover without worry." Looking at her fallen subjects, she cursed in anger, "Damn it. How could that bastard do something like this to my lovely people? Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the earth, I will find them. I will make you pay in blood." Meanwhile, on Mu Yun's side, Wu Yai asked cautiously, "Hey, I'm just saying, do we really need to go this far? Whose kid is this supposed to be?" Mu Yun replied, "Of course, we do. Look, no one is paying attention to us anymore. Relax, we look super pretty right now." He and Wu Yai had disguised themselves as women, while Ju Man was behind them, completely covered in a black cloak. He complained with dissatisfaction, "You two can get away with it, but what the hell am I supposed to be in this thing?" Mu Yun waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Who told you to be built like that? You should be glad you can even pass for a woman." Mu Yun approached a lady and asked, "Excuse me, miss, do you happen to know where the female transcenders were taken?" "The queen sent us to ask them a few questions." He got a reply, "They seem to be in the reception hall. Just go straight down that path and you'll find it." Mu Yun asked suspiciously, "The reception hall?" The 3 of them snaked their way to the designated building. Looking at the building's strange architecture, Mu Yun grew even more suspicious. "Hey, I'm telling you, that building up ahead looks just like a palace. No matter how you look at it, this doesn't seem like a place to lock up criminals." He felt it was very unfair. "Seriously, we're all prisoners, but the difference in treatment is just too huge. Isn't this a noble's palace?" A scream rang out. Mu Yun immediately recognized it as Sister Sue's voice. He rushed in, yelling, "Sister Sue!" A shout came from inside, "I can't take it anymore. It hurts so much." The 3 of them froze when they saw the scene inside. Ling Sue was enjoying a massage. She begged the masseuse, "No, no, a little gentler, please. I can't take the pressure." Daxiong was surprised to see them. "Why are you with that kid from the War God Hall? And what's that thing wrapped in cloth behind you?" Meanwhile, Mu Yun angrily threw his wig on the ground and started yelling, "Why are you dressed like that? Seriously, you have the nerve to ask me? I'm out there risking my life, so why is this guy in here living it up?" "On what grounds?" Daxiong explained, "I'm not too sure myself. Basically, as soon as I got here, they brought me here. Tian Shui and Hai Yue are also by the pool in the back. They were probably mistaken for girls again. It seems this world is very friendly towards female transcenders." Looking around was an eye-opening experience for him. He never expected such a backward place to have such a high-class resort. Model Shi Lu chimed in. Of course, this place is 100 times better than the queen's bedroom. Even though our world is much more primitive than yours, we're still very respectful to our guests. The girl threw herself into Daxiang's arms and asked, Isn't that right, young master? He was surprised to hear that term. Young master? Daxiang introduced her. Her name is Shi Liu. She's a handmaiden here. She already knows I'm a boy. But don't worry, she agreed to keep my secret. The condition was that I tell her lots of stories about our world, and besides, it seems she quite enjoys my company. Yunmu started to coax the child. Hey, Shi Liu, I'll give you many things that this world doesn't have in exchange for a little something. How about you tell me some information about this world? The girl happily agreed at once. Of course. After gathering enough information, Yunmu confirmed, So you mean to say that the Fuxi Divine Tree is the source of everything here for your people? Shilu replied, yes. He still had one problem he couldn't figure out. It seems the thing we're supposed to bring back is the Fuxi fruit. So, if we put all the intel we have together, there's still one contradiction I can't wrap my head around. The image of one person appeared in Yumu's mind, Yi Ting. As soon as Tianshui heard the name Yi Ting, she realized it was that young brat. Her attitude also became more serious. When we first arrived and met her, she didn't just investigate the identities of every single world crosser. She even asked in great detail about the various factions on Earth. We were really curious back then. Why would someone under Manhwa need to know so much about what's happening on Earth? Hearing this, Yunmu fell into deep thought. As he was pondering, a voice called out from behind, Hey, why are you guys dressed like that? It was Tianshui and Hai Yue. Seeing him and the others in women's clothing, their worldview was shattered. They exclaimed that they looked disgusting, like a bunch of perverts. Running into them there, Yunmu made an offer. Yi Tianshui, Hai Yue, we've decided to figure out a way to get some of those fruits and then leave this place immediately. So, are you in? Tianshu immediately began stretching her limbs, signaling her agreement. Sounds good. This place is nice, but I'm getting a little sick of it. Count me in. Little Shi Liu, who had been eavesdropping from the side, scampered over to Da Xiang and asked, Young master, are you leaving this place already? He gently patted Shi Liu's head and explained, It can't be helped. I have to return to my own world sooner or later. Hearing Da Xiang's words, the little girl knew it was time to say goodbye to them. Afterward, they all set off together. No need to be nervous. We're almost at the city gate. Suddenly, Tianshui tensed up as she saw something. She warned him, Hey, Yunmu. He looked ahead and saw the curly-haired queen, the one person they least wanted to encounter, had returned. Damn it, that beast is back. And at a time like this, Yunmu reminded everyone, Don't make eye contact with her. We just have to keep our heads down and walk past. Dressed like this, she won't pay any attention to us. The others successfully made it past the curly-haired queen, leaving only Yunmu, who felt his tension peak as he walked by her. He was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but unfortunately, after taking just a few more steps, he heard her call out to him. The curly-haired queen turned her murderous gaze towards Yunmu and asked, Where do you think you're going, dressed like that? Seeing him frozen to the spot, she sensed that something was wrong. She commanded, Stop. He decided not to hide anymore, turning to face her directly. We've been discovered. Everyone, run towards the divine tree. I'll hold her off. Seeing him decide to stay behind alone to fight the giantess, the others quickly followed his command. Yumu used Morning Sunday, Great Flame Arts, and the Flame of Prometheus to fight her. Seeing this, the curly-haired queen realized, Your techniques are just like that guy who attacked the divine tree earlier. So you really are all in this together. Then the curly-haired queen swiftly counterattacked and lamented, You disappoint me so much. Yunmu immediately switched, unleashing the Snow Drinker Cold Saber and the Thunderous Frenzy Saber. The two attacks converged on her position, and the ground beneath her feet exploded in an instant. Smoke and dust filled the air, but what he didn't expect was for the curly-haired queen to still be standing tall amidst the thick cloud, her eyes filled with rage. Her resilience stunned Yunmu, who thought to himself, She took a direct hit from Thunderous Frenzy's saber and wasn't injured at all. Is this the power of Fuxi? Just then, the curly-haired queen landed a devastating punch on him. The powerful blow sent Yunmu flying straight through an entire building. Yunmu's body sailed through the air, mixed with the hazy smoke and dust. Seeing this, a very worried Da Xiang shouted, Little Moo. He was about to turn back to save him, but then he saw an agile figure dash past from out of nowhere. It was Ju Man, who had rushed in to help Yunmu. Don't be afraid, little brother. Big Bro is here to save you. The most important thing to us, Hongman people, is loyalty. With that, Ju Man unleashed a punch called the Hongman Iron Fist. The curly-haired queen became a punching bag for him to vent his anger on as he unleashed a countless barrage of fists. Then came one final, decisive blow. Called the fallen fate iron hammer, it kicked up a cloud of dust. After that fatal blow, Ju-Man exclaimed, "She's still not dead." When it comes to strength, the Hallman people have never feared anyone. Before he could finish speaking, the curly-haired queen drove a fist into his stomach, sending him flying before he could even defend himself. Ju-Man suffered internal injuries and coughed up blood. Seeing this, she launched another attack that sent him flying into the sky and roared, "Fly to the ends of the earth for me." Her tone shifted to one of contempt. "I hate single-celled organisms who only know how to fight with brute force." Suddenly, from behind her, Wu Yai's voice rang out. "From the void, take hold of being, through will, it is shaped. Returning winds coalesce, the 100 spirits become one. What is gained forever, the body naturally lightens, filled by the great harmony." Bone-shattering, cold jade. As he spoke, he lunged toward her with a finger pointed, his expression completely serene. The two of them clashed. The impact created a violent shockwave, and Wu Yai's knuckles felt like they were about to shatter from the curly-haired queen's tyrannical power. But he gritted his teeth and endured. Before he could even react, the curly-haired queen kicked him away to join Ju-Man, mocking him as she did. Doesn't he know his own limits? She surveyed the battlefield, then walked over to the unconscious Yumu and said, "The first iron rule of the Manhwa clan. Destroy the divine tree, and I must kill every last one of your clan. If you want to blame someone, go blame the two who came with you." Suddenly, a blinding light flashed past her face, along with a loud shout, "Mystic Power Impact Cannon." She turned her head, her gaze sharp and scornful. "You damn variant. Does everyone here have a death wish?" A man appeared out of nowhere, adjusted his tie, and replied to her. Strangely enough, this guy was clearly a shadow, yet he transforms into light, constantly attracting those who wish to follow it. Even this kind of person has started to unconsciously trust him. It's a blind faith, believing that as long as this man is here, we will definitely win. And so, Ling Sue and Da Xiang came to join the fight. He continued, "How could we let her bully you like this? Even though you treated us that way, we still have to apologize. We have to defeat you right here." As he was speaking, Wu Ya, who was nearby, struggled to get up, coughing violently. Da Xiang felt an itch in his foot and kicked Wu Ya straight into the chicken coop. The injured should step aside. After letting him tumble a few times, Da Xiang finally said, "You little brat from the War God Hall. I don't know how good your relationship got while I was away, but when Ling and Moo Moo was in danger, you got here faster than I did. How is a friend like me supposed to save face?" Ling Shui saw him acting like a childish brute and felt something was off. "So you kicked him just for that?" The curly-haired queen, seeing Da Xiang rambling on, threw a knife to silence him. "Your endless chatter is getting on my last nerve." But he just stomped on it, then casually lifted his gun to silence her first. Just as she tilted her head back to dodge the gun, Ling Shui was already waiting. A massive explosion erupted in midair. Da Xiang quickly assessed the situation. The battle was too intense. This queen was truly vicious. While casually enjoying the show, Da Xiang witnessed something unbelievable. Ling Shui was actually defeated. She fell from the sky, creating a huge crater in the ground. Her mouth was covered in splattered blood. Da Xiang screamed in terror. "Sister Sue." The curly-haired queen swooped down from above to warn him. "Hey, you don't have time to worry about others." She lunged closer and closer, and Da Xiang had no time at all to prepare any kind of counterattack. When her cry of "die" rang out, the ground where Da Xiang stood shattered, kicking up a cloud of fine dust. The curly-haired queen was confused, having lost her target. It was Yunmu. He had blocked the devastating blow for Da Xiang while he was still frozen in shock. Yumu held a vial in his hand and said, "Follow the body, increase the gentle qi, directly connect to the divine realm." Then, he used his teeth to open the vial. At that moment, Tian Shui and Hai Yue were still running frantically. "The divine tree is right ahead. Wait a second." Yi Tian Shui realized there didn't seem to be any enemies chasing them. And so, Hai Yue looked back and wondered, "Did we run too fast? Where is everyone else?" Tian Shui didn't know either, so she said nothing. Back with Yunmu, after biting open the vial, he unleashed a wondrous aura. Follow the body, increase the gentle qi, directly connect to the divine realm. A golden light enveloped him. The curly-haired queen saw this and couldn't help but exclaim, "What?" Yunmu stomped his foot on the ground in a show of force. A massive source of energy radiated outwards, making him feel as if his fighting spirit was overflowing, sensing the power that was endlessly bursting from every part of his body. He ordered Da Xiang, "Take Sister, Shui, and the others to the divine tree." Da Xiang looked worried about leaving him alone, but Yunmu just smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, this time, she's a dead woman." Da Xiang saw that look in his eyes again and immediately agreed. As he turned to leave, He didn't forget to add, "All right, you better hurry, then." Yunmu looked at the curly-haired queen and provoked her. "You want to get to the divine tree? Sorry, this road is closed." She looked at the tiny creature before her and warned, "Don't blame me if hitting you hurts my own heart. I'm also doing this for my country." With that, she activated Berserk Heavy Blade. She charged forward and slammed a fist into the ground. Yumu was also using his hands to form a dog-shaped seal called the Lightning Law Hound. He teleported behind her and shouted, "Rampaging Lightning Hound." Lightning shot from Yunmu's hand and chomped down on her arm, making her wonder, how did your magic suddenly get so strong? Then, he continued by creating a goat-shaped fire seal called the Rising Sun Great Flame Art. A current of fire in the shape of a sturdy mountain goat shot out and ran forcefully into the curly-haired queen. She was knocked to the ground, shrieking, "It's so hot!" Her eyes widened again, seemingly in terror. From above, Yumu dove down again with a warning. "Hey, we're not done yet." He launched dozens of berserk blades down at her, smashing the boulders to pieces. After it was over, he casually assessed, "This power is truly as strong as a war saint. It's intoxicating." The curly-haired queen's footsteps gradually emerged, and she praised him. "We haven't seen each other for a few days, and you've gotten this strong. In any case, no one has ever been able to injure me like this before." As Yumu charged forward, he noticed something wasn't quite right. The fat woman from before had vanished, leaving only the curly-haired girl. Although her clothes were in tatters, she was still incredibly hot. She continued, "You've really gotten strong. I hope you can play with me for a while." Yunmu pointed at her suspiciously. "Wait a minute. Who are you?" The curly-haired queen answered proudly, "Who am I? Your lover, of course." He immediately accused her of trying to deceive everyone, but the curly-haired queen waved her hand. "Deceive you? I just burned off a little fat and slimmed down a bit, that's all. This way, I can finally use my full power." In a flash, she was already moving toward Yunmu, sword in hand, and gifted him a berserk heavy blade. Fortunately, he managed to block it in time, but the sword in his hand was knocked far away by the force. The curly-haired queen saw her opponent was off guard, and prepared to land a kick on Yunmu. He snorted coldly. "I didn't expect her speed to increase so much after slimming down. It really makes you unable to let your guard down for even a moment." The curly-haired queen's blade plunged straight into the ground. She rotated her arm to relieve the soreness and said, "There, now we're even." Yunmu scoffed, "Why are you even putting your weapon down? Are you looking down on me?" She replied coolly, "The people of the Manhwa kingdom never take an unfair advantage in a one-on-one fight." Yunmu complimented her. "Even the way a beautiful woman talks sounds better." Then he suddenly asked, "Hey, do you still stand by what you said earlier? Or how about I just marry you and we stop fighting?" The curly-haired queen lunged at Yunmu, attacking while mocking him. "You smooth talker. Did you really think your psychological tactics would work on me? How despicable." With that, she landed a blow on Yunmu, sending him crashing into the cliffside with enough force to leave a large crater. He himself was badly shaken by the impact, suffering internal injuries and coughing up a mouthful of blood. But that didn't seem to be enough for her. She moved in for another punch, but he used his incredible agility to dodge the terrifying blow. Yunmu even took the chance to tease her. "Well now, are you trying to murder your husband?" Suddenly, Zhang Dan's voice echoed. "Only an idiot would try to match brute strength with an opponent like that." Yunmu replied, "Then I'll try the move you taught me, Dad." But Zhang Dan said, "You brat. The martial tournament is only a month away. Trying to increase your raw power in that time won't make a huge difference." Yunmu was confused. "Huh? Then what should I do?" "Dad, think of something." The old man instructed, "Don't be hasty. Listen to me. Have you heard of Tai Chi?" As Yumu struck a strange pose, the curly-haired queen rushed forward, confused. "Don't even think about running. What is that bizarre stance?" he told her. "Movement begets yang, extreme movement begets stillness. Stillness begets yen, extreme stillness begets movement." Then he grabbed his opponent's leg, locking her in a Tai Chi hold. She was stunned and confused as Yunmu used her own momentum to send a punch into her gut, knocking her back and making her cry out in pain. He shook his hand and taunted, "Getting hit by your own force doesn't feel very good, does it?" Hearing this, the curly-haired queen wanted to curse his entire family. "Damn you." She quickly regained her fighting stance, throwing a punch and yelling, "Are you kidding me?" He dodged with his agile body, managing to grab her knee. With a twist of his hand, he used a reverse hammer push, then quickly gathered momentum and sent her spinning through the air with a high pat to the horse move. The curly-haired queen stumbled and fell. Yumu waved his hands, performing a few qigong exercises up and down, left and right. Then, he flashed a winner's smile and praised, "I can't believe this rotten old man's martial arts are actually pretty useful." Seeing the curly-haired queen get back on her feet, he lamented, "Damn it, why is it suddenly so hard to even land a hit?" She leaped up, ready to continue the fight. He couldn't help but run his mouth again. "Still haven't learned your lesson? You're a slow learner." But as Yunmu prepared to use Tai Chi, a strange sensation came over him. He looked at his hands and wondered, "What's going on? Is my power disappearing?" Yunmu was shocked to find that his strength was indeed fading. "Even my profound energy is vanishing. Why is this happening?" He thought. Depending on the body, it rises like a chi that forces one into a divine state, but it can also be destroyed. Could the unreadable characters after that phrase be referring to this? The queen seized the opportunity and charged forward. "You're distracted." His body was weakening. Yunmu only had time to raise his hands to block. The queen flew past him, mocking. "Hey, where'd all that confidence from earlier go?" She then unleashed a continuous barrage of kicks and punches on Yunmu, and our boy didn't even have a chance to counterattack. One of her leaps sent him flying far away. He had to admire the woman's power. Seeing him, she couldn't help but wonder. "Strange. Both your strength and your reaction speed have weakened considerably." Yumu breathed heavily, complaining internally, "My body is starting to stiffen up. If this keeps up, I'm afraid I won't even be able to move. This side effect is going to be the death of me." Just then, the queen charged again. He frowned, looking over. No other choice. "Shadow Legion, move out." Instantly, the curly-haired queen was struck by a blow that sent her flying. Yunmu gave a faint smile. "It's a bit shameless, but who told you I wasn't thick-skinned? Sorry, this isn't a one-on-one fight. It's a group beatdown." By now, his shadow army had fully assembled. The queen snorted coldly. "It's that invisible attack method again." She rushed towards Yunmu in frustration, muttering under her breath, "So annoying." As soon as the attack ended, Yunmu quickly parried. It seemed his agility had returned a bit. The curly-haired queen was thrown aside, and the upper hand was no longer hers. A cunning glint appeared in his eyes. His strength was probably recovering. The queen aimed a powerful kick at our male lead, but Li Yun quickly blocked the blow. The curly-haired queen was startled and confused. "Why can't I push my kick through?" At the same time, Li Feng appeared and sent her flying. She finally realized this Tai Chi, combined with his little tricks, is really hard to deal with. Continuing like this isn't the answer. Both of them now had the same thought. The longer this drags on, the worse it is for me. This has to end quickly. The curly-haired queen immediately launched herself into the air. This is the final move. She zipped past the shadows, dodging them all despite not being able to see them, aiming for a direct strike to his core. But it seemed he was just as excited. One move to decide it all. Just what I wanted. Our male lead also began to circulate his internal energy, moving slightly. Spirit God compressed into the mode Jiao. First severance. Qi ignited, left leaning, right resting, illusion and reality, intent above, guarding below, post-heaven complete. Just then, the curly-haired woman let out a loud cry and charged forward. They both struck each other at the same time. Yunmu took a blow to the head and couldn't help but spit out blood. Meanwhile, the queen also took a fist to the stomach. She, too, coughed up blood through the pain, and just like that, from the profound internal energy of the two, a massive explosion erupted. Yunmu crashed to the ground. It seemed he was severely injured from the battle, and the queen on the other side wasn't much better off. It had been a long time since she had faced such a strong opponent. Seeing this desolate scene, a familiar voice rang out. What a great show. The queen, Yunmu, two birds with one stone. Both sides injured. I really enjoyed watching. I can't believe you actually pulled it off. Hearing this voice, he forced his eyes open through the pain. The newcomer was none other than Ye Ting. She calmly surveyed the situation before her. Then, she whistled. Looks like everything went smoothly according to plan. Come on out. As soon as she finished speaking, two figures shot forward. Yunmu couldn't help but be surprised. Yi Qing, Esmeralda, you guys. Yi Qing launched a powerful kick towards him. Beaten to a pulp like this, and you still force your way through an unstable spatial rift. And you're still not dead? This time, you've finally fallen into my hands, haven't you? Esmeralda was shocked. So young, yet you defeated such a powerful queen without even lifting a finger. Your cunning is truly terrifyingly deep. It's a good thing you're our ally. Otherwise, you'd be too frightening. He looked at the curly-haired woman coldly and said, I'm not sure if this queen is dead yet. Just to be safe, let's add one more strike. Esmeralda channeled her internal energy. I never expected you to suddenly become so beautiful, but for the sake of our grand cause, you'll still have to die for me. Meanwhile, Xingxi suddenly appeared out of nowhere, coldly giving the order to fire. The moment she finished speaking, an arrow shot straight into Esmeralda's chest. It caught him completely off guard. Where he stood, arrows began to fly past continuously. He could dodge some, but it was impossible to avoid them all. Seeing his comrade injured, Yi Qing looked over in stunned confusion. What's happening? Up above, Xing Shi immediately revealed herself. After going in such a big circle and wasting so much time, the fox has finally fallen into the hunter's trap. Looking at Esmeralda like this, Xing Shi couldn't help but feel satisfied. Meanwhile, Yunmu was lying face down on the ground, painfully gasping for air. As the queen quickly got back on her feet, this startled Esmeralda. What? You can still get up? Someone as strong as a battle saint shouldn't be able to get up after that. Yi Ting walked over. That's right. The strength of previous queens was roughly equivalent to the battle saint level of your world. If that were the case, she should have indeed lost consciousness from the fight just now. But the lady before you. Pausing for a moment, the little girl switched sides and walked towards the curly-haired man. Yi Ting continued the introduction. Is the strongest queen in the history of the Manhwa kingdom, the Flower Fist Queen. Suddenly, the girl switched sides again. Esmeralda couldn't help but be stunned. Yi Ting you. Yi Qing roared in anger. Yi Ting, as a descendant of the Yi family. How dare you betray us? Betray the Yi family? The girl shouted back contemptuously. Shut your mouth. Yi Ting's eyes became frenzied. The Yi family is what I hate. The fact that my surname is Yi makes me sick. After that, the motionless Yunmu listened as the girl told her story. I could have grown up happy and carefree like a normal child, but the Yi family ruined me. Ruined my home. Ye Jun married my grandmother only because she was weak and obedient. That way, Ye Jun would have absolute control over their child. After their child was born, he dropped his disguise completely. He would beat and curse my grandmother, even locking her in the house and forbidding her from contacting anyone outside. A few years later, my grandmother died of sorrow. After losing his mother's protection, Ye Jun became even more frenzied in brainwashing his child, indoctrinating them with the Ye family's despicable ideals. He made them treat it as a creed, to be passed down from one generation to the next. And just like that, a pitiful child was turned into a demon, continuing to poison the next generation. And I couldn't escape this cycle either, suffering the agony of their brainwashing every day. If I resisted, I'd get a beating, but I truly couldn't endure that life any longer. So, I made a decision. I killed that demon with my own hands. I had to completely sever the evil influence of the Yi family. Just as Yi Ting finished revealing the truth, Xing Xi shouted from above, archers, ready. Her people were in position. Xing Xi yelled excitedly, fire. Immediately, a rain of arrows flew madly towards them. Yi Qing never imagined he would end up like this. He cursed in a daze. Damn it. A huge explosion then rang out, causing the ground and rocks to shake and collapse. Looking at the aftermath, Yi Ting was satisfied. It's finally over. But suddenly, the curly-haired queen's eyes turned cold. Something's wrong. It seemed she had sensed something. Fresh blood dripped onto the ground. It appeared their leader wasn't dead yet. Yi Qing was still alive. But now, he had been used by Esmeralda as an arrow shield. His entire body was stained red with blood. Yi Qing trembled ceaselessly from his ally's betrayal. You! Sensing that Yi Qing was no longer of any use, Esmeralda coldly threw him aside. And you lied to me, telling me how perfect your plan was. Yi Qing was now on his last breath, gasping in pain. Yi Qing remembered the mocking words. Have you heard? The young master is trash. Yeah, he can't compare to his brothers. I've never seen someone awaken with such low mystic power. The sect master must be so embarrassed. In his loneliest moment, a warm voice had soothed his heart. If you're not satisfied with this, then just try to become stronger, right? Before dying, he remembered that innocent face again. Young master, my name is Lin Jian. From today on, I will serve you and train with you. I will help you become the #1 rookie. Since Lin Jian appeared, Yi Qing's rise was meteoric, and he continuously won matches on the leaderboard. He never forgot how he was hailed back then. The winner is Yi Qing. He's won again. At that time, Yi Qing couldn't contain his excitement. Lin Jian, I defeated the strongest rookie in our Zhaoqian sect. Now I'm the strongest rookie. Father will definitely be proud of me. But then, Lin Jian said, have you heard? A dark horse has recently appeared among the rookies. His name is Li Yunmu. With just ordinary star power, he's cleared over 20 levels of the Tower of Honor. Hearing this, Yi Qing was stunned. Li Yunmu, who could have known that this name would later take away the person he cherished most. He would never forget the day Lin Jian's body was returned. Lying before him was a corpse covered by a white sheet. On that day, Yi Qing's world came crashing down. He screamed in despair, tears streaming down his face. And Yi Qing secretly made a vow. Li Yunmu, I will kill you. I want you buried alongside Lin Jian. After that, driven by hatred, he sought out Esmeralda, but she just smiled and asked, you want my help? What do you have to offer? At that moment, he had said. Do you know of the Nuo realm? Our Zhaoxin sect has a flawless plan. All these events now replayed like a slow-motion film in Yi Qing's mind. Fresh blood gushed out endlessly. It seemed he wasn't going to make it. As his vision blurred, the last name that appeared in Yi Qing's mind was still Lin Jian. Yi Qing's consciousness faded. He saw Lin Jian, dressed in white robes, reaching out a hand to him from the heavens. Have you come to get me? He used all his strength to raise his blood-soaked hands. Ha! The final villain's tears almost fell. Yi Qing sobbed silently. Just a little longer, and I could have avenged you. After Yi Qing died, Yunmu struggled to his feet. The curly-haired queen was surprised, darling. Yi Qing was also shocked. Li Yunmu, you can still stand. Yunmu panted. I never thought it would end like this. If things were different, maybe we could have been friends. Yi Qing's tears were still streaming down his cheeks. He then turned to curly hair. Hey, wifey, you guys dragged me right down with you. At least show me some humanity. The last of the three spoke as he pulled out a vial. Let me handle this personally. The rest of you, stay out of it. Immediately after, he drank the contents. The moment he bit the cap off the tube, Yi Ding panicked and screamed out, Don't use it. Your body can't handle another dose of that crystal energy. But Yunmu wasn't listening anymore. He was now forcing his way into the divine realm. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted, startling everyone. Esmeralda was also terrified, a powerful saint-level practitioner. His spiritual pressure is immense. The moment he finished speaking, Yunmu instantly appeared behind him, viciously stomping his foot down directly onto Esmeralda's head. After dodging, he channeled his internal energy and unleashed a divine light orb. As soon as the attack was launched, Yunmu acted as if nothing had happened. He looked at the attack with contempt. This kind of thing doesn't even tickle. Esmeralda launched another attack, a more ferocious one. It's not over yet. At the same time, Yunmu calmly raised his hand. He channeled his internal energy, and a golden light immediately appeared before him. Then, with an ice-cold expression, he stared at his opponent. The killing intent was now crystal clear in his eyes. Yunmu continuously absorbed all the power Esmeralda was throwing at him, gathering it into a single mass. After accumulating enough power, our protagonist viciously blasted it back toward his opponent. Esmeralda was thrown to the ground. It seemed he was no longer a match for him. Yunmu looked at his wretched state. He couldn't help but sneer. To be beaten into this state by your own move. You're pathetic. What's wrong? You're a war saint. Hurry up and show me that war saint dignity of yours. Oh, my apologies. I forgot. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. You're not a war saint anymore, are you? Because of that disgusting plan of yours. Esmeralda panted, wanting to retort, but he knew Yunmu's words were true. Yunmu raised his foot. I think it's time we settled our score. Painful memories surfaced of his friend, who was killed before he could be sacrificed. He was subjected to inhuman torture. The deceased had his eyes gouged out, and almost all of his ribs were broken. Thinking of this, he attacked even more ferociously. Esmeralda cried out in pain. He felt as if all his internal organs were being crushed. A wretched scream echoed moments later. Yumu took a saw from his system. Remembering the coroner's words, the tendons in his friend's arms and legs had also been severed, and just like that, he was going to make him repay all the pain Bowen had suffered. The terrified Esmeralda unconsciously backed away. What do you want? You madman. Esmeralda's legs were an eyesore to Yunmu, so he immediately crushed one of them. When Bowen's body was returned, even his left leg was gone. Thinking of these things, his expression turned ice cold. He decisively sawed off the man's other leg, sending fresh blood spraying everywhere. A horrific scream tore through the sky as Esmeralda's eyes widened in shock. The tormenting pain made him feel utterly miserable. He looked at Yunmu as if he were a demon crawling up from hell and shrieked in terror. Stay away from me, I'm begging you. Get out, you lowlife. But of course, Yunmu could never forget the sight from that day. So how could he possibly spare him? Yunmu asked in a cold voice, the moment you killed my master, you should have known this day would come. The blood-curdling screams continued endlessly as his fingers, now covered in blood, gouged out those eyes. Esmeralda roared, You bastard, I'll kill you. I am the patriarch of the divine heavenly cult. My sect and the Shuan Practitioners Guild will not let you get away with this. You can't escape. You're dead. Yunmu replied coldly, So what? No one knows you suppressed your spiritual power, used a disguise, or about the spatial rift. Besides, aren't casualties during a spatial rift exploration perfectly normal? The man panted in agony as Yunmu continued to taunt him. No one will know I killed you. Now, die. As he spoke, Yunmu kicked him away in disgust, as if repulsed by this beast. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, This guy split up from us just to take on a big fish by himself. Yunmu looked at everyone in surprise. Why are you guys back? Didn't I tell you all to run? Da Xiang landed and explained, we ran into Ye Tianshui and the personal guards of the Nua kingdom halfway. We thought we'd have to fight, but their captain explained the plan to us, so we came back. You're something else, you know? You knew about the plan and didn't even tell us. You made us risk our lives against them. Yunmu looked baffled. What plan? Da Xiang gave a sly grin. Where we use that damn Nua kingdom. They really get on my nerves. Yunmu shouted, is the Nua kingdom out of its mind? Using us like that could have gotten people killed. Do you realize that? Meanwhile, the barely alive Esmeralda seethed with resentment. Are you kidding me? Am I really going to die at the hands of a little brat? Even if I die, I'm taking you to hell with me. He silently listened to Yunmu's voice to pinpoint his location. Rotten brat, you're finished. This crafty old fox was truly cunning. He had actually hidden a weapon in his mouth. Using his remaining strength, he spat a needle toward Yunmu. But Ling Shui quickly saw it and shouted a warning. Yunmu, look out. Our hero turned his head in horror, just as fresh blood splattered across his face. Ling Shui had used her own body to shield Yunmu. He couldn't help but let out a horrified scream. Hearing Yunmu's cry, Da Xiang was also startled. Sister Shui. Yunmu caught her in his arms. Ling Shui was now gasping in pain. He quickly realized it was a poison needle. Hearing the chaos, Esmeralda laughed maniacally. That's the unique poison needle of the divine heavenly cult. We have no antidote. You can all go to hell. At that very moment, a cold voice rang out, heavenly demonic ice. Esmeralda's mouth was instantly frozen shut. Da Xiang looked over, surprised to see that the one who had acted was Ye Tianshui. Meanwhile, Yumu went berserk, letting out a ferocious roar before charging forward. Yumu swung his arm, his hatred reaching its peak. I want your damn life, snow-chanting cold saber. His attack was as ferocious as a hurricane, shattering the very ground beneath them. Esmeralda was terrified, letting out a trembling cry. Of course, at this moment, any trace of mercy within Yunmu had vanished. She had pushed him too far. Our protagonist raised his blade and swung it coldly at that hateful body. Esmeralda squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the pain. So this is what it feels like to be split in two. Elsewhere, Da Xiang grew anxious. No, the poison can't be suppressed. Yunmu couldn't be bothered with that damn woman. He urgently rushed over. Let me. Da Xiang was frantic. No, this poison is too strong. It's multiplying endlessly. Yunmu panicked as well. Damn it. I don't care about any of that. He then shouted, System, diagnose a solution. Under everyone's watchful eyes, his secret system could no longer be hidden. As soon as he placed his hand on her, the system displayed a notification. The toxin had already spread throughout Ling Shui's entire body. Even if he were to use his healing power, it would only be enough to forcibly keep her alive. The moment you stop, she will. But Yunmu quickly cut it off. Cut the crap. Continue. Hai Yue couldn't help but wonder as she watched him ramble. Who on earth is this guy talking to? Da Xiang thought to himself, there it is again, something I've always sensed from little Mu Mu. There was an energy beyond mystic energy. Right then, Da Xiang channeled his internal energy, activating his mystical eye right behind Yunmu. He could see three figures. Da Xiang couldn't help but wonder, what is that thing that's always following him? At that same moment, Yunmu suddenly felt unwell, his vision slowly darkening. Yunmu panicked. This is bad. The side effects are kicking in again, of all times. Seeing him like this, Da Xiang worriedly called out, Hey, little Miu Miu. Da Xiang's voice echoed in his ears, Little Miu Miu. In his heart, Yunmu cried out, Sister Shui. Then, a quiet darkness descended. The moonlight illuminated the night sky. Yunmu was slowly waking up. It seemed he had passed out from overusing his internal energy. As soon as he woke up, a shrill voice rang in his ear. You're finally awake. You've been out for 3 days. Yunmu said helplessly, Hey, stop eating. It was so hard for you to get thin. And now you're going back to your old self. Huoquan casually replied, If I don't eat, how am I supposed to maintain these gorgeous curves of mine? At this moment, a loud noise erupted. A sound. Are more enemies here? Huoquan immediately stopped him. Don't be alarmed. Go take a look outside. She continued, See what you have brought to this nation. Hearing this, Yunmu was startled. It was victory and hope. The people outside couldn't help but break into a celebration, cheering loudly. Although everyone was covered in injuries, you could easily see the happy smiles on their faces. Even the wax statue of Wu Yai was dragged out by Onion to dance. Tian Shui, who was always so cold and somber, couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. Seeing his friends so happy, Yunmu secretly let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he remembered. That's right. Where's Sister Shui? How is she? Huoquan looked at him, seeming reluctant to let him know. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. She turned her back to lead the way, saying, "Follow me." Meanwhile, Ling Xue had finally woken up, but her body was fused to the trunk of a tree. When Yunmu arrived and saw Ling Xue like this, he was completely stunned. "What is this?" Hua Quan explained. "Even though we did everything we could to treat her, the poison had already spread. Her bodily functions are completely destroyed. Only by using the nutrients of the fuxi to constantly counteract the poison can we keep her alive. She will be in an endless state of suspended animation." At that moment, Ling Xue's gaze grew hazy. Hua Quan looked over at Ling Xue and added, "The moment she leaves this divine tree, the poison in her body will flare up." Heartbroken, Yunmu stroked her head. "I will find a cure, Sister Xue. I swear I'll take you home. Wait for me." Afterward, Yunmu sadly said to Hua Quan, "You go on back to the party. I want to take a walk alone." By the river, Ye Ting sat all alone, not joining in the celebration. Suddenly, Yi Ting spoke. "You've lost." The young girl gazed into the distance. "I can't believe I managed to destroy your 100-year plan. Isn't that right? From this day forward, I will no longer live haunted by your laughter." At that moment, Yunmu happened to walk by. "Yi Ting, so this is where you are." Our protagonist looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but wonder. "Are you performing a memorial for someone?" Yi Ting looked at him nonchalantly. The girl didn't hide it. "My mother." Immediately, the flustered young man clasped his hands together and said loudly, "My apologies for interrupting. I'll be on my way." As soon as he said it, he was about to bolt. But Yi Ting quickly shouted after him, "Wait." After that, the two sat down to talk, and Yi Ting began to speak. "I'm sorry for dragging you into something so dangerous. Yumu couldn't stand the serious mood. I had a score to settle with him anyway, so really, it wasn't completely unrelated to me. Don't worry about it. Besides, I've felt for a while that you were hiding something from me." Yi Ting was startled. "You're kidding. Since when?" Yunmu explained, "Ever since I learned your surname was Yi. After all, everyone else here is named after food." Yunmu then casually laid down and continued speaking. "Later, I heard the story of how the Yi Qing clan attacked Fuxi. Back then, Captain Chili had already been defeated, and in the end, it was Queen Hua Quan who stepped in to protect Fuxi. It seems the only person in this world who can stand against Esmeralda is Queen Hua Quan. And yet, you asked me to help you overthrow her government. That was obviously suspicious." Yi Ting then asked, "So how did you know I wasn't with Yi Qing's people?" Yunmu countered with a question. "That crystal energy. It was actually left behind by Ye Zhan for the Ye family descendants to help him defeat the queen, wasn't it? But you never let them connect with it." Piecing all that together, it wasn't hard to guess. "I figured you wanted to stage a scene where Hua Quan was injured to lure them into a trap, and since I happened to be looking for them too, I just played along with you all." Yi Ting thought to herself, "Just who is this guy? He's terrifying." But she added, "Well, it's all in the past now. You've gotten your revenge, and you even became the hero of the Nuwa nation. They might even build a statue in your honor." "So, we won?" he said sadly. "This great war cost me my commander, who was like a father to me, and Sister Xue. And you lost your mother and your entire childhood. Do you really feel like we won?" Hearing this, Ye Ting's heart faltered. She recounted with a trembling voice, "The truth is, I should have hated my mother, but seeing her right before she died, it broke my heart. At that moment, she told me, 'Yi Ting, I'm sorry. From now on, you must live for yourself.'" Yunmu spoke up. "In the end, she was a victim too. Now that you've escaped that cycle, she must be very happy for you." Yi Ting quickly wiped her tears away. "Did I do the wrong thing?" He stood up and said casually, "So what if you were wrong? Even though they call me the hero of the Nuwa nation, I haven't exactly done a lot of righteous things myself." Yunmu continued, "If I'm not causing trouble, I'm on my way to cause some." He looked up at the sky. "It's precisely because everyone makes mistakes that we learn to find the right path. That's what gives us hope." At that moment, in the young girl's eyes, he was an energetic young man radiating an endless charisma. The next day, Hua Quan expressed her reluctance. "Dao Ling, you're leaving already? This is so sudden. You can take some more fusi fruits. It's a special offer just for you." He was pleased but quickly refused. "No, thank you. 5 fruits are more than enough. The energy fluctuations today are perfect for opening a spatial rift. If I don't leave now, I don't know how long I'll have to wait for the next chance. Farewell. I will definitely return." Right after he spoke, Tian Shui opened the box in her hands. "All right, it's time to go." She then quickly threw the object inside far into the distance. "Let's go." A beam of light shot straight up into the sky from the dimensional gate. The dazzling, mystical light left Hua Wan stunned, as if she were in a dream. Yi Ting smiled brightly. "That's right, it's time we get on with our own lives." Meanwhile, Dashang couldn't help but wonder. Mumu, you're complaining about taking too many fucksy fruits again. Everyone was telling you to take more. What a shame. Yunmu didn't answer. He just glanced over at him silently and smiled. Then he spoke. I'm just saying, a man has to know when he has enough. Over here, Hua Huan looked up at the tree trunk. Yi Ting spoke up. What's wrong? For some reason, Hua Huan couldn't help but curse. That little brat. It turns out he had secretly cut off a piece of the branch and taken it with him at some point. The queen was speechless, so full of tricks, and yet you acted so noble when talking to Dashang. He asked in return. Was I wrong? That branch had been rooted in the star realm by Li Yunmu, and now it was growing continuously. Meanwhile, a young man reported, Guildmaster, there are energy fluctuations at the dimensional rift. Dude was surprised. They're finally back? It's been so long. I thought the entire group had been wiped out. Notify the representatives of the other sects. They can come and pick up their people. The dimensional gate fluctuated again, and everyone quickly gathered. One by one, they walked out calmly. First were Wu Ya and Hai Yue. As soon as they saw them, everyone outside was overjoyed. You're all okay. That's great. A buzz of conversation arose. It's only been a few days, but it looks like you all have matured a lot over there. Meanwhile, the representative of the Divine Heavenly Sect was looking around. Yunmu glanced over and said softly, Honorable Representative, what are you looking for? There's no need to look anymore. I'm the last one. There's no one behind me. The man placed a hand on his shoulder, his voice cold. What did you say? There's no one left? Where are the people from the Kyochian sect? Yunmu knocked his hand away. I already told you, there's no one left, which naturally means. After a pause, he dramatically uttered two words. They're dead. As he said this, an unprecedentedly vicious look flashed across his face. The representative of the Divine Heavenly Sect was stunned. What? He grabbed him by the collar and yelled, You brat! Explain yourself. How could this be possible? Yunmu didn't hesitate to mock him, Honorable Representative. Our main character flashed a sinister smile and asked, What does the Kyochian sect being wiped out have to do with your Divine Heavenly Sect? Why are you in such a hurry? Hearing this, the man suddenly felt a pang of guilt and found it hard to swallow. He then realized he had overreacted and pushed Yunmu aside. Sorry. I lost my composure. Dude, who was standing by, listened to their exchange in silence. Of course, he was well aware of what had happened. Dude then announced, This universal war has come to a successful conclusion. All of you performed very well. I am very pleased to see such young people like you in this era. Everyone is tired. The guild has arranged for transportation to take you all back to rest. Li Yunmu, except for you. Hearing this, our protagonist froze. It was clear that Dude held him in high regard. You. Come with me. He didn't know what it was about, but he could see that the guild master's demeanor was a bit tense as they entered his office. Yunmu recounted the entire story. And that's basically what happened. Dude laughed with great interest. You killed both the leader of the Divine Heavenly Sect and the sect master of the Kyochian sect, didn't you? Those two deserved to die. Their ambitions were too great. Even if you hadn't acted, I would have had to deal with them sooner or later. The Kyochian sect is as good as finished, but the remaining Divine Heavenly Sect on the mainland is a different story. With their sect master missing, they will definitely send people to investigate. You'll be put on the defensive. How about this? After a pause, he made an offer that left Yunmu stunned. Join the Nightcrawlers and inherit the title of Thunderclap Nighthound from your master, Li Baoen. We will also protect you. Yunmu then slammed his hand on the table in fury. How could you send him alone to complete such a dangerous mission? What in the world were you thinking? Dudi stood up, his expression serious. I admit that there was a problem with my arrangements that time, which led to the loss of an elite like the Nighthound. That's why I hope you can inherit his title. After all, you were the student he valued the most. Our protagonist gritted his teeth. Inwardly frustrated, this old geezer is using my master to pressure me into joining. Yunmu then spoke again. Then answer my question first. Dude immediately guessed his question. Is there any other way to return to the Nuwa realm? Dude's face darkened as he replied, If you join the Nightcrawlers and accumulate enough merit, I can open a dimensional rift for you alone, as a special case. Yunmu wasn't happy at all. Instead, he gritted his teeth in frustration. This old fox. Then, he angrily turned and left. He threw a sentence back at him. I'll think about it. As soon as the words were out, he quickly departed. Duda was now taking out a piece of paper and writing something. Right after Yumu left, another person entered, Guild Master. You were looking for me. Duda handed over the piece of paper. Deliver this to the Divine Heavenly Sect. The contents were likely nothing good. He really is an old fox. Thinking of the boy, Duda said to himself with a sly look, Li Yumu, don't blame me. After all, even the finest jade is just a stone if it isn't carefully carved. Just as he got home, he was met with a punch that made his face swell up. Frustrated and helpless, Ling An had taken his anger out on him. Damn it. Yunmu didn't fight back. He just let him hit him to vent his anger. Ling An practically screamed, "Why did it have to be like this? Tell me, aren't you supposed to be strong?" Tears streamed uncontrollably down Ling An's face. "Why, my sister? Every single time, you were the one who saved us from impossible situations, so why couldn't you do it this time?" Da Shang grabbed his hand firmly. "An, stop hitting him." Ling An was surprised. "Da Shang, you're talking again? I was there this time, too. If you need to let it out, then hit me, too." Ling An didn't know what to say. He turned away, covering his face in anguish, and broke down sobbing. Yunmu watched his friend, his own heart aching. His heart was filled with sorrow. "An." Just then, a hand gently tugged at the hem of his clothes. "Are you okay?" Lai Jie whispered, "Don't blame An." In his eyes, "You're someone who can do anything." Yumu continued walking, his tone detached as he left behind the words, "Don't worry. I don't blame An at all." Yunmu's back looked incredibly lonely at that moment. He said curtly, "I'm heading back first." Lai Jie knew he was in great pain, perhaps even more so than Ling An, but there was nothing she could do except watch him from a distance. Inside his room, Li Yumu's thoughts were racing. "I'm still too weak. When faced with a stronger power, I'll be just like before, unable to change a thing." As soon as he returned, he circulated his internal energy, forcing himself to get stronger. His mind raced, thinking, "I have to mature quickly, to the point where I can stand against them. I can't let anything happen to anyone else." Instantly, Yumu's eyes widened. He declared firmly, "System, open the shadows." Yumu then calculated that this would mean 3 shadows would be training passively. By adding my own cultivation results, my training speed will be 4 times faster than others. But he still wasn't satisfied. "No, 4 times is still too slow. I don't have that much time, I have to be faster. In that case, I'll just condense more shadow spirits." Yunmu was like a man possessed. "If 4 isn't enough, I'll condense 10. If 10 isn't enough, I'll condense 50. He made up his mind. If 50 isn't enough, I'll condense 100. System, shadows. Condense the shadow spirits. Time flew by, and a month later. Lisi said boredly, "It's been almost a month since I've seen little Moo. Lai Ji, standing on the table, replied, "Is he still blaming himself for what happened to Sister Shui? He just keeps himself locked in his room. I think what happened to Sister Chang was a massive blow to him." Lisi listlessly browsed the system. It actually had a huge impact on Dashong, too. As soon as he got back, he went to find the city Lord of Weaver Girls City for special training. If this keeps up, forget little Moo. We won't even be able to keep up with that stinky demon. Suddenly, Lisi saw something that made her jump. She turned and said, "Someone is issuing a challenge to buy Zurui in the dimensional battlefield." Lai Ji was surprised too. "Who is it? Who's that confident, daring to challenge the Bai family's second master?" Lisi hesitated as she looked at the picture. "It's little Moo. Elsewhere, Ling and Rui couldn't help but be surprised. "So you're Li Yumu of the Li clan. You've got some nerve, daring to challenge me. Although you're skilled among the younger generation, that doesn't mean you can erase the gap between our levels." Yunmu replied calmly, "I know. I just want to see the results of my month of training." Ling and Rui moved closer to him. "How arrogant. In that case, I'll show you what I'm made of." The people outside were in an uproar. "Is this Li Yumu crazy? Bai Zirui is a super profound practitioner." Indeed, Profound Practitioner, Super Profound Practitioner, and Saint Practitioner were 3 combat levels where it was nearly impossible to defeat someone from a higher stage. The Super Profound Practitioner realm is divided into 3 stages: Super Profound, Transcendent, and Ascendant. Bai Zirui had reached the Transcendent stage long ago. Lai Ji and Li Si were, of course, watching him at this moment. She couldn't help but worry about Li Yumu. On the other side, Ling and Rui spoke up. "If you insist on this challenge, then I won't hold back." Yunmu replied nonchalantly, "I'm ready whenever you are." He circulated his internal energy and rushed toward Yumu. He used the Bai family's secret technique, Crippling Dao Profound Wind Kick, Waning Moon. After reciting the long move name, Ling and Rui slammed his fist into the ground. Yumu calmly and effortlessly dodged, not forgetting to add a taunt. "Is the legendary Crippling Dao Profound Wind Kick really this slow?" In a flash, he was right in front of Ling and Rui. The man couldn't help his surprise. Yumu frowned and asked, "You aren't going easy on me, are you?" He was startled, thinking to himself, "When did this kid get so close?" Then, Ling and Rui immediately leaped back to create distance between them. He was irritated. "Kid, don't get too arrogant. I was just testing your skills. From here on, I won't show any mercy. Yumu frowned, then hurry up. Don't waste my time. Ling and Rui had been provoked to anger. Watch closely, kid. This move will haunt you for the rest of your life. His eyes, filled with killing intent, glared at Yunmu as he shouted, "It's over." The technique Ling and Rui unleashed was the afterimage profound wind kick. The ground and rocks were indeed blasted apart by the impact. Ling and Rui looked at the debris before him and couldn't help but feel smug. Now that's his special move. But things didn't go as he'd imagined. Yunmu's calm voice spoke up. "Hey." He glanced over with a bored expression. "Is your special move really this pathetic? What a disappointment." Our protagonist channeled his internal energy. "Let's end this. You're still too weak, morning sun." Before the words even finished, a flash of light instantly appeared. It startled Ling and Rui. It was our boy's familiar technique again, the great flame art. A massive fire surged around him like a tidal wave. The crowd took the chance to discuss the match. What? This kid took down a super profound practitioner that easily? Just how strong has this Li Yunmu become? In front of Li Yunmu, Bai Zirui felt like an insect that could be easily crushed. Yumu was inwardly pleased. Not only have my speed and defense increased, but even the heat of my flames has risen several levels. This foxy fruit is good in every way. It just reminded him of 10 days ago in the Star World. Yunmu was leaning against a branch of a tree he had planted, happily enjoying a fruit. He held the fruit in his hand, asking himself, should I eat it? There are only 2 left. Immediately after, Yunu couldn't resist and began to devour it. Whatever, I have to get stronger. After taking several frantic bites, he stuck out his tongue in disgust. This fruit tastes awful. Just as he launched himself to leave, a huge change occurred at his feet. It was the very thing that had been surrounding him. Our main character was a bit startled. What? He couldn't help but scream in fear. Why is all the mystic power around here being sucked away? Just then, the system flashed a warning. The power of the Star Realm is being drained in large quantities. Please replenish it immediately, or the Star Realm will suffer irreversible damage. Yunmu was in a total panic. Is that foxy fruit screwing me over? In the end, he had no choice but to use his own assets. He gripped the stone tightly in both hands and shouted, suck it dry. I've got money." Back in the present, he sighed to himself, thinking, so what if it cost a fortune? Becoming this much stronger was worth it. The scene changes to another shop. As the door opened, a voice rang out, "Welcome." It was Ruyan who spoke. "It's little Mu. How are you?" Yunmu's face darkened. "How many mystic crystals do you have left in the shop?" "Give them all to me." She was surprised. "Didn't you just take them all a few days ago? How did you use them up already?" "I used everything I had before. I'm just getting some more as a backup." Ruyan then pushed the items over to him. "That's a lot. Use them sparingly." At the same time, his system lit up. Someone wanted to connect. It was Da Xiong. He looked at him cheerfully. "My dear Mu, you're finally out of seclusion." The moment Yunmu saw him, he got straight to the point. "Did you find anything on that matter I asked you to investigate?" he explained. "The Weaver War Saint somehow made it back to the Nuo realm. If the Weaver War Saint finds out, she won't let us participate in the all-martial war." But the Weaver War Saint managed to contact the Poison Saint. Hearing this, Yunmu became a little tense. Da Xiong continued, "If we can get our hands on that poison from the Divine Heaven cult, he'll be able to help us create an antidote." Yunmu couldn't help but think it over. "The Poison Saint?" Da Xiong replied, "That's right. He clearly had a chance to reach the War Saint level, but his obsession with poison derailed his cultivation. A true genius wasted. I'm afraid he's the only one on the entire continent who can cure the Divine Heaven cult's poison. But getting the Poison Saint to act..." Yumu's face darkened. "I know there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, but as long as it can save Sister Sui, I have to try, no matter what." Tang An, with his hands in his pockets, casually walked over and greeted him. "Yunmu, you're here early." Yunmu didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Senior Tang, why did you ask to meet me?" he explained as he walked. "The recruitment test for the new members of the Hall of the War God is about to begin. The Gefeng Grand Academy wants to send its newly promoted elites to the selection." After hearing this, Yunmu gave some reluctant encouragement. "Good luck. I hope they succeed." Tangan looked him straight in the eye and said suggestively, "Usually, we need a team leader to take them to the selection. And that leader was supposed to be Teacher Li Bowen." His voice continued, "I was hoping you could take Teacher Li's place and complete this mission." Yunmu's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this, but he quickly stood up and refused. "Sorry, I don't have time to babysit." Tang An, however, calmly sat down and confided, "These students are also Teacher Li's last class. If you accept this mission, I'm sure he'd be very happy." Hearing this, Yumu froze, then straightened his back and walked away. At the same time, he added, "Send me the meeting location. I might go." Don't get your hopes up too high. Looking at his retreating back, Tang An replied, I believe you will. The scene shifts to the Gefeng Grand Academy. A large group of people were gathered, and Lu nervously asked the person next to her, Jia, do you think Senior Li Yunmu will really come? Jia calmly looked up at the sky and replied, Senior Li Yunmu is the top student of our year. Why would he be our team leader? Nearby, Shen Chen was practicing his sword swings and said irritably, the top student of the year? I bet it's all hype. And Lu angrily cursed him out, but luckily, and Ran held her back. You damn Shen Chen, how dare you talk bad about my idol? And Ran, don't hold me back. I'm going to tear him to pieces. Wu Jie, who was reading a book nearby, reminded them, quiet down. I think someone's here. They all quickly looked up. At that moment, Yumu was looking down from above. He was flying in the sky with his wings, muttering to himself, it seems someone doesn't welcome me. And Lu said in disbelief, and Ran, pinch me. I'm not dreaming, am I? After her friend pinched her cheek, she cried out, ouch. It looks like it really is the senior. Yunmu quickly landed on the ground to everyone's amazement. Those wind wings are so beautiful. They suit our senior perfectly. He calmly walked past them and asked, are you this year's elite squad? Shen Chen replied, that's right. I'm their captain, Shen Chen. Yunmu raised an eyebrow provocatively. Someone this week is considered an elite. The Gefeng Grand Academy is really getting worse with each generation. Shen Chen was stunned for a moment after hearing that. What? He pointed at Yunmu and yelled angrily. Who are you trying to impress? If you've got the guts, let's fight. Jia stepped in to mediate. Don't be reckless. Compared to the senior, we really are. He turned his face away and said coldly, a fight? Fine. It's time I taught you all a lesson. Sometime later, the scene shifts to the arena. Shen Chen was looking ahead and said angrily, Number 1, freshman, this young master will show you what I'm made of today. He quickly used his technique, moving like a bolt of lightning as he rushed toward Yunmu. But Yunmu just calmly commented, that's nether mystic power. No wonder. But his blade strike is too rushed. He looks intimidating, but he's actually full of openings. Shen Chen had already leaped high above him, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Yunmu taunted, even my pet knows how to fight better than you. Shen Chen, like a shadow, swiftly charged forward, slashing hard at Yunmu. But the slash seemed to be blocked by an invisible force. Shen Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. When he looked closer, he saw a creature wearing a mask. He was surprised to realize it was a crow. Yumu said nonchalantly, see, I told you. Even my crow can easily block a strike like that from you. Shen Chen shouted unwillingly, shut your mouth. And just like that, Shen Chen was sent flying by Yumu's crow, his sword clattering to the ground. Yumu smirked and mocked him. You can't even hold onto your sword properly. Calling you weak is a compliment. He picked up his sword again and growled, damn it. Shen Chen quickly rushed forward to attack. He shouted, unwilling to give up. It's not over yet. A massive explosion occurred, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere in the middle of the arena. And Lu worriedly said that Shen Chen had flown into a rage out of shame. Amidst the dust and smoke, Yunmu calmly walked out and said in a low voice, I'm telling you. He looked at the man lying unconscious on the ground and questioned, were you actually trying to kill me just now? Yunmu's eyes turned cold as he remarked, you've got guts, at least. But my strength is still far too weak. Shen Chen, beaten until he was bleeding, struggled to speak, right now. Am I not even worthy of you fighting me seriously? There will come a day when I'll make you fight me with your true strength. The rest of the group saw that the fight was over. They ran over worriedly. Are you okay? Perfect. Yumu just smiled and turned away, adding with a hidden meaning. I'm starting to like you a little. Our protagonist turned to face them and introduced himself, even though you all already know. But I'll still introduce myself properly. My name is Li Yumu, and from today on, I am your captain. I will lead you to victory in the selection trials. His voice turned serious as he warned them. During the selection trials, you will face countless dangers. Your lives could be on the line at any moment. So if you want to back out, do it now. Yunmu calmly turned back to look at them and said, if you want to follow me, then be prepared. The scene changes to 3 days later. A vehicle was now driving through the desert. Someone inside complained, the first test from the War God Temple is so hard. We have to get the heart of an earth dragon. Only then can we pass. Senior, are the iron-skinned earth dragons strong? He replied, not strong, just a gold star level monster. Hearing this, Anlu's hair stood on end as she spoke up. What? Gold star? We're only at the black star level. How can we possibly fight that? Yunmu replied calmly, as long as you learn how to coordinate. Even if your opponent's mystic power is a level higher than yours, it won't be a problem. Just then, an iron-skinned earth dragon charged forward, blocking their path. Jia stuttered. Senior, there's a squad up ahead fighting an iron-skinned earth dragon. Should we go help them? He said coolly. That's their prey. Don't compete with them. We're going deeper into the desert. Jia obeyed. Okay. They quickly moved deeper into the desert. At this point, everyone was confused. What gives? There's nothing here at all. Strange, the map clearly says that the iron-skinned earth dragons are concentrated deep in the desert. But Shen wasn't calm. He kicked a nearby tree and cursed, damn it. We can't even find a shadow of an iron-skinned earth dragon here. The earth dragons on the outskirts of the desert must have been wiped out by other teams. Are we going to fail our very first test? Seeing this, Yunmu called out a warning. Hey, watch your step. Suddenly, the ground started to shake, causing Jia to lose her balance. Everyone grew worried. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Yunmu's eyes widened in alarm, and he yelled, Get out of there, now. Just then, a pillar of sand shot upwards, making everyone scream Shen's name in fear. Jia looked at the enormous creature before her and stammered, This is? Our protagonist looked at the newly appeared monster and said, An iron-skinned earth dragon king. The iron-skinned earth dragon king quickly charged forward to attack. Yumu gave the order. Everyone, prepare for battle. As Enlu dodged its attack, she asked, Senior, Shen was sent flying by the dragon. What do we do? In a moment of distraction, it opened its massive jaws and lunged at her. Enlu's eyes widened. Jia screamed a warning. We're done for. Enlu, watch out. Just then, a figure dashed forward to stand in front of Enlu. It was Sinren. She took off her glasses and shouted, Die. Behind her lenses, Sinren's eyes blazed, radiating an incredibly powerful energy. After looking into her eyes, the iron-skinned Earth Dragon King recoiled in pain, and Lu's voice rang out. It stopped. Yunmu walked up from behind and remarked, A control type. Interesting. Sinren shouted, Zhao Jia, hurry and help me. She pulled out several long whips from who knows where. She charged forward with a not-so-reliable expression. Okay, hold on. Jia successfully used her whips to rescue her two friends. As soon as they landed, the iron-skinned Earth Dragon King turned its gaze on her. Jia naively wondered, why is it targeting me? And so, a new chase began. She ran and screamed, Help me, Senior. Yumu smiled and said, You guys are a team. You have to trust your teammates. Jia yelled, Trust my foot, someone's gonna die. Wu Jie shouted, Zhao Jia, run towards me. Wu Jie's eyes narrowed, focusing on the monster. He watched it chase after her frantically. He analyzed. The dragon's neural pressure point is located under the 5th armored plate on its thigh. I just need to catch the moment it lifts its leg. Seizing the right moment, Wu Jie threw the knife in his hand at the iron-skinned Earth Dragon King. Now, hit in its weak spot, it roared in pain. Everyone cheered excitedly. Yeah, Wu Jie is so cool. Awesome. Is it over? Yunmu smirked to himself. Getting cocky already, you little brats? Such brats indeed. Jia's voice trembled as she realized it still had the strength to stand up. It's not dead yet. Wu Jie warned anxiously. This is bad. This thing is about to use a mystic skill. Get away. But it was too late. The iron-skinned Earth Dragon King had already used its skill. A cluster of sharp earth and rock spikes erupted from the ground. It was the skill, piercing heartstone spikes. Their voices were filled with panic. We're screwed. There's no time. Suddenly, a dark figure rushed in from behind, catching Yunmu's attention. He crossed his arms and muttered, This guy just got back. Too slow. Shen suddenly charged towards them, exclaiming, Why do you all look like you're about to die? Everyone was overjoyed to see him. They called his name Shen. He just threw his body and his greatsword down below, sending dust flying everywhere. When the dust settled, Shen was revealed, smirking lightly. He was now standing protectively in front of the entire team, coolly stating, The strongest shield, at your service. Wu Jie was speechless, then teased, What took you so long? Did you ride a cow back? Shen flipped him the bird and retorted gruffly, Shut up. You, I just saved your ass. He stabbed his sword into the ground, looked at the iron-skinned Earth Dragon King and said, All right. Shen rallied them. The whole team is assembled. On my command, prepare to counterattack. Let's show this thing what we're made of. Seeing this, the beast angrily charged the group. He immediately used his shield, acting as the team's tank, and ordered, I'll take the damage. Shen signaled for Zhao Jia to attack its horn. She immediately used her whip to wrap around its horn, and he continued to shout, Zhang Wu Jie. Find another chance to hit its weak spot. Beside them, Sinren was using her control skill. Shen gave the instruction, Wei Sinren, keep up the crowd control, creating an opening for our counterattack. Lastly, Lu is supporting the team. Shen Chen's orders were clear, and Lu is to add a protective blessing to everyone. She immediately replied, "Got it." Yunmu observed the kids and remarked with a smile, "Quite surprising. Although none of them are individually very strong, their coordination is quite high. It seems there's a reason they're called an elite squad." Under their seamless teamwork, the Iron Wall Earth Dragon King collapsed to the ground. Everyone cheered, "We did it. Senior, we defeated a gold star level beast." Yunmu smiled in satisfaction, thinking to himself, "This group really is capable." Wuji walked over to the corpse of the Iron Wall Earth Dragon King and said, "According to the books, its heart should be roughly in this position. Shen Chen, use your knife to cut this part open." He quickly used his blade to slice its body open, parting the flesh. Shen Chen asked, "How is it? See it yet?" Wuji replied, "I see it, all right. But inside, there's a massive heart beating powerfully, and there's a 7-colored light right in the middle." This made him wonder, what's with this light? Just then, the Iron Wall Earth Dragon King's eyes snapped open. Wuji yelled out a warning. "This is bad. This thing isn't dead yet. It's about to evolve." Immediately after he said that, a massive explosion occurred. The people outside watched with wide, worried eyes and asked, "What's happening?" Wu Ji and Shen Chen were quickly thrown back. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "The Earth Dragon King has leveled up. Everyone, run." Suddenly, a small hole appeared in the ground beneath them, catching Shen Chen's attention. He quickly kicked his teammate out of the way. Wu Ji was completely stunned by Shen Chen's action. He quickly regained his balance and then cursed, "What the hell is that guy doing?" Wu Ji's eyes suddenly widened as he realized something. Right in front of him was the image of Shen Chen being impaled by a sharp spike. Blood poured out endlessly, and Lu screamed in worry, "Shen Chen." Meanwhile, the others who witnessed it were frozen in shock. They looked at the bloodthirsty Iron Wall Earth Dragon King charging towards them and said in fear, "This thing is alive again." Suddenly, it opened its mouth and let out a roar. Wu Ji realized this was bad. It's summoning its allies. He quickly regrouped with everyone and laid out a plan, and Lu, "We'll hold off these Earth Dragons. You go rescue Shen Chen." Suddenly, Jia noticed it felt a bit empty beside her and turned to ask about Enlu. They worriedly realized she was already on top of that spike, having climbed up at some point without them noticing. And Lu struggled to climb higher, cursing as she went. "You idiot, all you know is how to play the hero." Although Shen Chen was severely injured, when he saw her climbing up, he said, "What are you doing up here? Hurry up and run." She yelled back at Shen Chen, "Cut the crap. I'm a healing mystic. My job is to make sure everyone gets back alive." As Enlu reached up to climb higher, the Iron Wall Earth Dragon King charged at them frantically. Shen Chen said worriedly, "Enlu, watch out." She looked towards it in terror, as the monster's sharp horn was already getting very close. Enlu's eyes widened, unwilling to accept her fate. Just as it was a short distance away from them, the Iron Wall Earth Dragon King's head was sliced clean off its neck. She stared blankly at the scene before her. It was Yunmu, who had decided to join the battle. He said, "You all did very well." Yunmu's eyes turned sharp as he commanded, "Leave the rest to me." And Lu stared blankly at the person in front of her and called out, "Senior." Yunmu calmly glanced in another direction, murmuring, "Great Sunblaze art." The moment he finished speaking, a flame quickly erupted, destroying the pillar of spikes. Shen Chen fell along with the debris. Yunmu swiftly grabbed his leg. He was now dangling in midair. Yunmu calmly asked, "Still alive?" Shen Chen, struggling, replied, "Forget about me for now. Go save them." He reassured him, "Don't worry. I'm here." Yunmu was certain that nothing would happen to them. Down below, their team was surrounded on all sides. Sinran mumbled, "This isn't looking good." Jia said with a smile, "Being on the same team with you guys, I was really happy." Wu Ji was speechless. "Please, are you already giving your last words?" That Iron Wall Earth Dragon King quickly charged towards them. The group resolved to fight to the death. "Come on. Even if we die, we're taking one of them with us." Suddenly, its mouth was filled with a burst of fire. Sinran asked blankly, "What's going on?" Jia was also puzzled, wondering, did it eat something bad? But right after that, the Iron Wall Earth Dragon exploded into pieces. As Wuji shielded himself, he exclaimed in horror, "That flame art is so powerful." Following that was a clean slash that took the head of the one behind it. Wuji mumbled, "Looks like we don't have to die after all." Sinran asked worriedly, "Is it okay for our senior to intervene?" After all, he is the team leader. He swung his sword and said, "It's fine. The whole point of having a team leader is to handle unexpected situations. Leave this to me. You guys go and protect Shen Chen." The newly evolved Iron Wall Earth Dragon King glared at Yunmu angrily. He quickly used an evasion skill. Its spikes shot out to attack at the same time. Wu Jie shouted, "Zhao Jia Jia, what are you spacing out for?" She was staring intently at Yunmu and said, "Senior, he's." Jia Jia's expression turned to one of delight as she continued, "He's so handsome." She watched Yumu closing in on the Iron Wall Earth Dragon King and wondered, in a year, can we really become that strong too? Meanwhile, the monster roared angrily at Yunmu. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth and two glowing eyes. He remained calm, landing a light slash on its body before jumping back to the ground. Yunmu frowned, thinking, as expected of an Iron Wall Earth Dragon King, its toughness is on a completely different level from the minions. The Berserker Blade has no effect at all. Then he charged forward to attack again, thinking, if that's the case, then let's try this. Yunmu moved in and said, "Watch out, it's time." Then he dove straight into the Iron Wall Earth Dragon King's mouth, leaving it stunned. Seeing this from the outside, Jia Jia grabbed her head in fear and screamed, "Senior's been swallowed." Wu Jia frowned and said, "Wait a minute, something's not right. It looks like the Iron Wall Earth Dragon King is the one being attacked." Just then, the monster roared in pain. Its eyes filled with agony, and in just a moment, its entire body had been chopped into tiny pieces. Everyone watched in astonishment as Yunmu approached. He calmly walked out through the rain of blood, casually tossing the monster's heart in his hand. Then, he explained to the group, this thing only had a tough outer skin. Shen Chen, with bloody lips, struggled to tell Enlu, "Don't waste any more mystic power. Save it to help me." Before he could finish, Enlu, who was sitting beside him, cut him off with a loud shout. "Stop talking like that. Get a grip for my sake," she sobbed. "Team leader, you have to hang in there. We can't lose you." Just then, Yunmu walked over, holding something red. It looked like a bloody heart, and our protagonist's curiosity drew everyone's attention. "What are you all crying for?" he asked while lifting the heart in his hand. He stared down at the person lying on the ground. Everyone yelled urgently, "Senior, hurry up and think of a way to save Shen Chen." Suddenly, a dazzling light shone from the patient's chest. Yunmu was a bit baffled by this sight. "My mystic power can barely stop the bleeding. There's no way to heal a hole this big." He frowned and quietly called upon the system, analyzed treatment options. Information was quickly relayed. Analysis complete. Given the target's current condition, conventional treatment methods are ineffective. Only a high-grade medicinal item like the sacred water of life can help him regenerate his cardiovascular system. Yunmu held up the heart in his hand and muttered, "Cardiovascular tissue. You think this will work?" The system hesitated slightly. There might be a rejection reaction, but it should probably work. Then, he sternly ordered his teammate, Enlu, "Step aside first." Seeing this, she turned around in surprise. Our guy single-handedly lifted the injured man up, making his junior worry. "Senior, don't be so rough. He's a patient." He replied nonchalantly, "You've already given up hope of living, haven't you? It's not time for that yet." Shen Chen couldn't help but grimace in pain, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Everyone was on pins and needles. "He's coughing up blood again." Yunmu gripped the heart tightly in his hand, his gaze firm as he looked up. "Brace yourself. This is going to hurt a lot." With that, he used all his strength to shove the heart into the empty cavity in Shen Chen's chest. The force was so strong that the patient's entire body was thrown backward. Our hero commanded with a focused gaze, "System, recreate his body." The system immediately received the order, understood, consuming 30,000, no, a full 100,000 experience points, beginning recovery. In midair, he stretched out his hand, channeling his golden spiritual energy into Shen Chen's body. Once again, the patient's body was lifted into the air by magical golden rays of light, his head tilting back. And Lu's eyes widened in wonder. What is this power? Is it a healing mystic art? A schoolmate behind her was equally surprised. "I've never read about a mystic art like this in any book." The gaping hole began to absorb that energy, and the wound gradually shrank, leaving everyone in awe. The wound is healing. The wound on Shen Chen's body absorbed more and more of that spiritual energy. A brilliant light emanated from his body. It stunned everyone. This is truly unbelievable. After a while, the system announced, "Recreation complete." Shen Chen slowly fluttered. He opened his eyes to see his teammates gathered around, saying, "Shen Chen, you're finally awake." He pushed himself up. Looking all over his body, he was stunned. "What happened? Am I still alive?" And Lu faced him and explained, "Don't worry, you're alive and well. It was our senior who saved you." Shen Chen's jaw dropped, not expecting it to be Li Yunmu. She seriously shook him and corrected him in a loud voice. "Say it again. You call him senior. He just saved your life. How can you be so disrespectful to your benefactor?" His body hadn't fully recovered, so Shen Chen could only yell, "Ouch. And Lu, I'm an injured man. Yunmu paid them no mind and held a pin in his hand, which had a strange animal-shaped head on top. With widespread wings and a gemstone, he ordered the system to perform a scan. The system pinged, understood. This object contains a chemical compound. It can stimulate a beast's potential, increasing its evolution rate. Our hero silently deduced, if I'm not mistaken. The Iron Wall Earth Dragon King's near-death evolution just now wasn't a coincidence. He came to a conclusion. It was man-made. Yunmu was still lost in his thoughts, but there were only a few of us here just now. Could it be? Suddenly, Enlu ran over and called out to him, cutting off his train of thought. Senior. She pushed the injured man in front of our hero. Shen Chen has something to say to you. Shen Chen shyly turned his face away, trying to stop her. Don't push. I can walk myself. He hesitantly scratched his nose, his voice stammering. Our young man, however, didn't seem too pleased with this gesture. What is it? His cheeks. Shen Chen's cheeks flushed slightly, and it took him a while to utter the two words. Thank you. This attitude of his struck Yunmu as a bit odd. A second later, Shen Chen had reverted to his true self. He pointed straight at his face and yelled, Don't think I'll be grateful just because you saved me. I will definitely repay this favor. Enlu cheered from a distance. Just be a little more direct. He couldn't help but scowl and call out to Enlu. Yet, Yunmu cracked a slight smile and thought to himself, This squad is really exceeding my expectations. This group has a really strong bond. Perhaps being their leader wouldn't be so bad. Suddenly, his eyes filled with killing intent. It was just that up ahead, Enlu was walking and teasing. Come and get me, you dummy. Shen Chen was at a loss for words. This girl. The other schoolmates chimed in. You don't look like someone who was just on the verge of death. Stop joking around. Behind their carefree figures loomed a massive dark shadow with blood-red eyes. There is a traitor. Among us. The group supported each other as they walked to the item submission point. Someone asked in surprise, What? Even the team leaders have to submit a heart? Another person explained. This rule was announced before the test. Whose fault is it if you didn't read it carefully? Lu stood in a long line, cupping her hand near her mouth to call out loudly to Shen Chen. Don't just wander off. Get in line over here to turn in the mission. Standing on the side, he muttered, We're here. Finally, Shen Chen got in line, and Lu crossed her arms nervously. What do you guys think the second round will be? I'm so excited but also a little scared. A schoolmate reassured her. What's there to be afraid of? With Senior here, it'll definitely be no problem. Hearing this conversation, Yumu frowned and thought, a potion that can make a gold star evolve to a red star. With the black star level of our team members, there's no way they could have created it themselves. Besides, they don't have the ability to defeat a red star level dimensional beast. If it weren't for me using this medicine, it would have been a suicide mission. His face became extremely serious, deep in thought. There's an 80% chance this was aimed at me. Who's behind this, and why would they do it? Suddenly, someone from behind pointed at our protagonist and spoke up, catching his attention. Little brother in the hat up front, excuse me for a moment. The guy held out his palm and shamelessly asked, Do you have a spare jade earth dragon heart? If you do, could you give it to me? He pointed toward a young man sitting dejectedly in the distance. He's the only one on our team who couldn't get one. Take pity on him. Yumu squinted into the distance, vaguely recognizing. None other than a skinny young man with large, round glasses, Ling An. The guy gave a timid, forced smile. That kid suddenly decided to join the trial, so he just got here today. Name your price. But our righteous protagonist didn't even need a price, and just handed the heart over to someone else, saying, Here, you take this heart. His teammates were dumbfounded, and an infuriated Shen Chen couldn't hold back, loudly questioning him. Are you an idiot? The second stage is a test for everyone. Even team leaders have to turn in a heart. What are you going to do now? And who even was that person? You didn't seem to care at all. I know. I have my ways. The receptionist, bored, propped his chin on his hand. Pass. Very good. Next. He quickly recognized the next person. You're the leader of Team Gale, right? Please submit your Earth Dragon's heart. Yunmu's next words didn't surprise him much either. Sorry, I don't have a heart to submit. As he finished speaking, he held out his phone screen, which displayed a red banner with 2 swords and a strange symbol. This should work, right? The young man snapped out of his daze, startled. He took the phone, stammering, Whoa, what is this? His eyes went wide as he examined every detail. After a moment, the receptionist enthusiastically replied, Of course, it works. Please, come in. This surprised the rest of Team Gale, and Lu hurried over and whispered, Senior, what was that thing you just showed him? Yunmu glanced at her and leisurely replied, It's nothing. Our boy held his head high, his tone cool, just an invitation card. Inside, a crowd of people were scattered about, constantly murmuring and chatting. He looked around, muttering to himself, the number of people who passed the first stage is more than I expected. Suddenly, from behind, someone came running for their life, shouting our protagonist's name at the top of their lungs. Yumu. A young girl rushed forward and leaped with a running start. She wrapped her legs around our boy, her arms holding on tight, refusing to let go. I finally found you. His back was forced to bend under her weight. Our protagonist cried out in pain. You, dummy. My back. Be careful of my back. Yunmu set her down and asked, why are you here too? The girl happily explained, Grandpa wanted me to come. I'm here leading the direct disciples of the guild for training. A voice echoed from above, like a microphone check, cutting their conversation short. A door slowly opened. Congratulations everyone for passing the first stage's test. Next up is the second stage. A mysterious mist billowed out from the opening, followed by an incredibly cool woman wearing a tank top. She walked forward with her hands in her pockets. She was the second examiner. And yet, Yunmu, ever the connoisseur, was only paying attention to something every man appreciates. Wow, they're huge. This made the young girl, Liu Naji, instinctively turn to him with a displeased look on her face. The examiner up high made an announcement to everyone. Next, you will enter the second selection trial of the War God Temple, the test of conviction. I am this stage's examiner, Zuo Ming. The woman immediately raised her palm, summoning a red, blood-like aura. Enough idle talk, let's begin. Spiritual illusion. Instantly, a golden energy that looked like flames enveloped everyone's body. They all looked up at Zuo Ming, confused. She reassured them, don't panic. The woman placed a finger lightly on her lips as she presented the challenge. This bundle of energy will manifest the deepest conviction within your hearts. This test is precisely about that inner conviction. Only those of you with intense conviction will be able to advance further. Zuo Ming flew down from above to where everyone was standing, just like me. Focus the energy around you into your hand, and it will transform into a physical illusion of your conviction. At that moment, each person received the very thing they longed for. Shen Chen got a square, shield-like object, while An Lu received a fluffy dress. She held a green cord in her hand, coiled into two small loops. If you can withstand my attack and your illusion doesn't shatter, you pass. From the back, a guy with a mocking tone appeared. And here I thought this was supposed to be a difficult test. Turns out it's this simple. I'll go first. Although he was blind in one eye, his body was incredibly ripped, and he carried a giant blade on his shoulder. The crowd started whispering, that's the team leader of Lingbo City. He must be a red star, right? His illusion is a treasured blade. He'll definitely pass this test with ease. Zuo Ming frowned and turned towards the man. Very well. Without hesitation, she directly whipped the cord at him. Then we'll start with you. With just the first strike, the Lingbo City team leader's weapon shattered into pieces when he used it to shield himself. Everyone gasped at the sight. The man's teammate rushed over in a panic, calling out, Leader, are you okay? The man collapsed to the ground. Just as the female examiner announced, illusion shattered, eliminated. And Lu's eyes widened in shock. What? Not even. A red star could block her attack. Wu Ji also looked a bit worried. No, this stage's test isn't about strength, but whether your inner conviction is strong enough. Zuo Ming spoke with a stern tone, correcting them. Thinking you can be arrogant just because you're a high rank won't work here. Next. A second later, her cord shattered, and Lu's beautiful dress. A princess gown? Did you think this was a game? Eliminated. You can't even stand up to my whip, and yours is a whip too. But it's far too weak. Eliminated. Another whip strike flew towards Wu Jie's item, but his book was completely unharmed. A book as a conviction. I've seen many of those. Your persistence is acceptable. You pass. The next one was Shen Chen. He strained with all his might to hold his shield against the cord, and luckily, he also passed. A big shield. It's tough. You barely held on. Next is Sinren. She held out her hands, pushing a doll in front of her, and ended up passing because it was completely unaffected by the cord. A cloth doll? How can its conviction be so resilient? Good. Yunmu observed for a while, analyzing every detail in his mind. This stage was truly not as simple as it looked, and Lu and Zhao Jiajia were both eliminated. Shen Chen and Wu Jie passing was expected, but his sharp gaze stopped on Shinren's back. She was kneeling, hugging her cloth doll. Wei Sinren, who didn't seem remarkable, possessed such a powerful conviction. Suddenly, a shout drew our protagonist's attention. Hey, you guys, look at that person. Zhu Ming was putting all her strength into her whip strikes while praising him. This is really something. She looked at Ling An, who was shrouded in a haze of dust, with a hint of surprise. I've been an examiner for 4 years, and this is the first time I've ever seen a radiant golden maiden appear behind someone. It made the female examiner exclaim, "Such a powerful conviction." Ling An pushed up his round glasses. "The goal I wish to achieve is different from all of you." Liu Naji, beside our protagonist, vaguely recognized Ling An's illusion as Lady Skeleton. His actions and words gave Yunmu pause for thought. Ling An. Zhuo Ming quickly shifted her target. "You are the last one, Li Yumu." She squinted at our protagonist. "You're the one I'm most interested in for this test. The #1 rookie. Even Elder Tan Fong sings your praises. I want to see for myself what you're made of." At that moment, Yumu hadn't even manifested his conviction yet, but Zhuo Ming had already swung her whip at him. A second later, the whip, pulsing with terrifying power, was about to strike our protagonist. His teammates shouted in panic, "This is bad. Senior hasn't even started yet." To materialize his belief entity. "Get out of there, Senior." The next instant, a massive explosion erupted right where our main character was standing, sending shards of rock flying into the air. Jai Jia and Enlu, their hearts burning with worry, cried out in unison, "Senior." Unexpectedly, from behind the cloud of dust, a golden hand shot out and gripped the green rope tightly. The female examiner was also shocked by this sight, her face turning pale. A voice rang out, "I say, Miss, did I do something to offend you?" He stood beside his conviction entity, immediately exposing Zhuo Ming's plan. "The force you used to strike me was clearly much harsher than with the others." Everyone stared at the protagonist's conviction entity, which was radiating a brilliant aura, dazzling them as they murmured in awe. "What kind of materialized conviction is that? So handsome." So the examiner was going easy on us after all. Ling An looked at the muscular arm gripping the rope and only then realized, "Li Yumu, you're here too?" Zhuo Ming, with one hand in her pocket, retracted the whip with the other. She tilted her head and changed the subject. "All right, your team has passed this stage. The top 3 from tomorrow's test will be the final winners. Contestants, go back and rest." Though she was smiling on the outside, she felt annoyed inwardly. "I used 80% of my strength and couldn't even hurt him. What a frightening guy." The scene shifts to room 409, where a shadowy figure stands before a communication device, speaking to someone on the other end. He whispered, "I'm sorry, the mission failed." The evolved Earth Dragon didn't harm Li Yunmu in the slightest. He glanced out the glass window, where our protagonist was sitting below. "Don't rush things. I can find an opportunity to strike during the 3rd stage." The person on the other end immediately stopped him. "Don't. Making a move inside the God of War Hall isn't safe, and it's easy to get exposed." The mysterious voice continued. "Next, you just need to target the young man sitting on the stone bench over there. That's right, our main character." Yunmu was still deep in thought, pondering the fragments of his acquaintance. Ling An. It seems Sister Chang's incident has completely changed him. Lost in thought, to Ling An. The God of War Hall was indeed a good choice, offering a wealth of cultivation resources that couldn't be bought with money. Suddenly, a group of people appeared beside him, all looking worried. "What's wrong, Senior?" Frowning, Yunmu turned around and whispered, "It's you guys." Our main character's teammates said nothing more, just listening in silence. He looked down, his voice filled with sadness. "I'm sorry, everyone. I think I have to go back on my word." Yunmu's words made the atmosphere even heavier. Yunmu recalled his own determined words from before. "My name is Li Yunmu, and I will lead you to victory in the selection competition." Returning to the present, he spoke in a low voice. "Only 3 people can win this selection test. I originally thought I could get us all through, that all 3 of us who passed the test could enter the God of War Hall. But a friend of mine is also participating in the selection, and the God of War Hall is extremely important to him. No matter what, I have to help him win this selection competition." He didn't hesitate to lay out his entire plan. "In the upcoming competition, I'll even help him compete against you guys to win." Yunmu's face was contorted with gloom. I'm no longer fit to be the dorm's team leader." He looked at each person on the team, seeing only one way forward. "I'll go to the dorm compound and explain the situation. Tomorrow, before the test, I will find a new leader for you." Suddenly, Shen Chen, who was sitting beside him, cleared his throat, shattering the gloomy atmosphere. "This is such a drag." He crossed his arms. Though he sounded irritated, he was actually trying to help Yunmu out of his predicament. "This competition is so boring. I've had enough." And Lu stared at him in astonishment. "Shen Chen, what are you thinking? We've come this far, and you're just going to say you're not competing anymore." The guy admitted, "I'll participate in the 3rd stage, but I won't try to advance." Then, Shen Chen leaned back on the stone bench. He turned his head to look at him supportively. "Go do what you need to do. Go help that guy get his win. And as for a new team leader, don't even mention it. The leader of this team is, and can only be, Li Yunmu." Moved, Yumu met his gaze. Wu Ji, standing nearby, chimed in. That's right. Besides, Jia Jia and Anlu have already been eliminated, so it's not like our team is really splitting up. Jia Jia raised both hands to the sky, adding on. We just came to gain some experience. After all, we've only been enrolled for a year, so our skills are limited. Anlu, mischievously placing one hand behind her back and the other on his thigh, leaned in and whispered, Senior wants to help his friend win. She smiled brightly. We'll all be cheering for you. Our main character was deeply moved by everyone's sincere support. He smiled faintly. Okay. The next day, Zhuo Ming stood next to a gate radiating immense spiritual power. She lightly brushed her hair and announced, Welcome, everyone, to the third round of the test. Next, you will step through the spatial gate. Beyond the gate is a path that leads straight up. You just have to keep moving up. After 3 hours, the 3 people who have traveled the farthest will be the winners. The female examiner's face twisted into a sinister expression. As for the rules, there's only one. There are no rules. So, all you team leaders, be careful and protect your team members well. She said the words, but deep down, it seemed she didn't mean them. Good luck to you all. Yunmu walked closer. Just then, Zhuo Ming's voice echoed out. The test begins. Yunmu shut his eyes tightly and stepped through the strange gate. Everyone followed, stepping through into a strange place, a vast expanse of pure white. They were all bewildered. Is this snow? Yunmu gazed into the distance. He looked surprised. Where is this place? His eyes landed on a very high mountain peak, covered in a layer of frigid snow. Yunmu reached out and lightly touched a falling snowflake, thinking to himself, this is probably a secret realm, somewhere in the frozen wastes. It has an extremely strong mystical power. It can make your body go stiff. Yunmu was startled when a snowflake zipped past his cheek. It left a scratch on his handsome face. Every single snowflake is razor sharp. To be able to find a secret realm like this, the War God Temple is truly no simple matter. He turned and looked at Ling An's back, wondering what other dangers lay ahead. Only after getting his squad settled did he go after Ling An. Their footsteps were heavy in the blizzard, and each person's feet felt like they were sinking into the ground. Just like that, some people were frozen solid, while the rest panicked. Captain, we can't last much longer like this. Maybe we should find the team leader first. That idiot team leader is completely unreliable. He even managed to get separated from his own team. Ling An gritted his teeth, trying to endure. After all, he was already halfway there. Just hold on a little longer. His teammate suddenly remembered something and asked, Oh right, I never asked what rank you are. Black Star or Silver Star? Gold Star. The moment he said it, the guy was shocked. Did you just say you're a Gold Star? This guy's name was A Liang, and he turned his head back. His pupils suddenly turned a savage red. This is just perfect. Without another word, the guy summoned a terrifying spiritual power into his hand. He grabbed Ling An directly by the throat, gloating loudly. I'm saved this time. Ling An was choked until he couldn't breathe, his eyes gradually turning white. Panic filled his heart. My power. It's being drained. Liang lifted Ling An into the air with a satisfied grin. Feeling your mystical power disappearing, are you? This is my family's secret technique. It can absorb another person's mystical power. He sneered. As long as I can absorb your gold star energy, victory is mine. Golden spiritual power swirled around Ling An's body. He could only clutch at the arm choking him, desperately screaming for help. Liang showed no mercy. He laughed loudly and declared, In a desolate place like this, it's useless, no matter how much you scream. After a moment, he let go, bluntly throwing Ling An to the ground. Don't worry, I'll take you along with me. Seeing how depleted he was, the guy laughed mockingly. You can just stay here and turn into a popsicle. Ling An struggled to reach a hand toward Liang's retreating back, cursing inwardly, You bastard. Not long after, in the distance, a figure appeared, straining to drag a body across the snow. Ling An's eyes fluttered open as he dazedly wondered, Who is that? He recognized the red hair and the figure in front of him. As he was being dragged, Ling An stammered, Little Mu Mu? He screamed, trying to preserve his dignity. Why are you here? Let me go. We're not even on the same team. I don't need your help. What are you playing the hero for? Every word Ling An said was laced with pain. You think the whole world revolves around you? I'm not that little kid who only knew how to hide behind you anymore. I'm not that crybaby who could only rely on you anymore. Yunmu used one hand to shield his face from the blizzard while still dragging Ling An with the other. I can completely understand your hatred for me. To be honest, I hate myself too. Sister Chang is your sister, but in my heart, I also saw her as my own. I couldn't bring myself to abandon you here. That's exactly why I can't leave you. If you were to just die like this, Yunmu roared like a madman. When I finally bring Sister Chang back, how am I supposed to face her? Hearing this, Ling An was deeply moved. His lips trembled uncontrollably. He let himself be dragged, telling himself, Instead of saying I hate you, it's more like I hate how powerless I am. Even that punch I threw at you before, it was just me being angry at my own incompetence. Ling tormented himself. Why am I so weak? Why didn't I try harder before? Why is it that every time a problem comes up, all I know how to do is hide behind someone else? I have to try harder. As he was dragged, leaving a long trail in the snow, he rambled on. I have to learn how to fight for things. I don't want to be a coward who only knows how to rely on others. Yunmu silently dragged Ling on, who covered his face and spoke his wish aloud. I don't want to lose anyone ever again. That's why I have to get stronger. I want to protect my sister, protect Da Xiang, protect Ling and Qiang, and of course, you too. Yunmu's cheeks were gradually turning red from the harsh weather. He replied, I know, you idiot. Even without looking, he knew that the weakling An was crying his eyes out again. Yunmu could only threaten him a little. Stop crying. Your tears will freeze. The closer they got to the mountain's peak, the deeper Yunmu's feet sank into the thick snow. He dragged Lingen with one hand and blocked the fierce, howling wind with the other. He let out an exhausted breath and said, the blizzard is getting stronger. After walking a bit further, he saw a familiar figure up ahead. It was Ling An's team captain. He was looking at the finish line ahead as he walked, shouting excitedly, almost there. I'm going to be number 1. I'm about to win. Just then, Yunmu sped up and yelled, hey, get out of the way. A Liang saw him and recognized him instantly. Li Yunmu. When he looked at the pathetic person being dragged through the snow, he was shocked to realize it was Ling An. Seeing this, the captain watched Yunmu's back and spoke in a mocking tone. Looks like young Master Ling has found himself a new protector. Hey, Li Yunmu, just ignore that dead weight. How about we team up? Yunmu paused for a moment. The other guy continued trying to persuade him. How much is that piece of trash paying you? Just guarantee me first place, and I'll give you double. Before he could finish his sentence, a Liang's head flew off his neck. Yunmu continued walking up and said with annoyance, so damn noisy. The snow-capped peak was just ahead, and the path was getting steeper and more covered in snow. Ling An, unable to bear the constant friction with the snow any longer, said, Little Mew Mew, put me down. I've reached my limit. Yunmu's steps had also slowed. He looked at the snow beneath his feet and thought to himself, even my body is starting to stiffen up. It seems with my current mystic energy, it's impossible for me to get both of us to the finish line. Then he reached into his storage space and took something out. In that case, this is the only way. A short while later, another group was making their way up the mountain. Some were complaining nonstop, while a few tried to encourage them. Just a little more effort. We're almost there. I can't go on. Don't give up. It was hard enough getting this far by borrowing some light from the Jing brothers. A man in black happily agreed. That's right. If we hadn't followed them, we would have frozen to death long ago. Just as they reached the base of the peak, Yunmu, who was sitting up top, called out loudly, Hey, everyone. Behind him was a prohibition sign. He spoke to them seriously. Sorry, this road is closed. Shen Chen saw him and immediately recognized Li Yunmu. The man in black next to him, who, however, shouted angrily, Li Yunmu. What's the meaning of this? Our protagonist calmly pointed to Ling and lying behind him and told them, that pumpkin-headed kid over there is first place in this trial. Therefore, your finish line is right here. Hearing this, everyone below cried out in dissatisfaction. He's first place? On what grounds? He gave the men below a sharp look and declared confidently, On what grounds, you ask? On the grounds that I, Li Yumu, said so. The man in black became even more annoyed and screamed, Huh? Who do you think you are? He then stomped his foot hard into the snow and yelled, Everyone, let's go. Immediately, 4 idiots leaped up and charged toward our main character. They even said confidently, So what if he's the number 1 rookie? There are so many of us, you think we can't handle him alone? The Jing brothers didn't join in, standing back to watch. Shendi said with great excitement, What an impatient bunch. Yunmu, watching from above, just let out a bored sigh, then unleashed his rising sun, great flame art, crimson red lotus, incinerating the 4 men in a blazing fire amidst the snowstorm. Seeing this, the younger Shen brother excitedly raised his fist and said, He burned 4 people to a crisp in an instant. The fire gradually faded. Seeing the 2 brothers still standing there, Yumu asked, Hey, what are you 2 planning to do? He glared at them with sharp eyes and said in a low, threatening voice, Do you want to end up like them, or will you stop here? Shen Chen stepped forward, boasting confidently, You don't think we're useless like those guys, do you? Together, my brother and I are very powerful. Hearing this, Yumu rested his hands on his thighs and said with amusement, Oh, that confident? He was extremely curious and immediately provoked the 2 Jing brothers. You can give it a try. Yunmu looked at the 2 of them emotionlessly, sitting there leisurely, waiting for their answer. At his words, there was a moment of silence. They stared at him with cold eyes, but for some reason, a sense of unease grew in our Yunmu's heart. Those two are definitely different from the others. They might have already reached the transcendent mystic realm. Fighting them would drain my mystic energy, allowing whoever comes later to reap the rewards. He silently calculated his options. I might as well try bluffing and use them to deal with others. Suddenly, Shendi burst out laughing and then stepped forward to answer. Looks like there's no other way. This is all we can do. Hearing this, Yunmu's brows furrowed in anger. His cold, murderous eyes stared straight at them as he thought it failed. He remained seated, not reacting, just quietly observing the younger brother approach step by step. Seeing his arrogant demeanor, a thought suddenly flashed through Yunmu's mind. Looks like I'll have to risk it all. At that moment, Shendi appeared in front of him but showed no intention of attacking. He immediately pulled out a sign just like the other one and decisively planted it in the snow below. Shendi cheerfully called back, "Brother, come quick. I've saved a good spot for you." Then he turned to Yunmu and asked, "Hey, Lee Yunmu, you only need one spot, right?" Hearing this, Yunmu grunted in confirmation. "That's right." Shendi replied with great excitement, "Great. Then my brother and I will take second and third place." Yunmu replied without hesitation, "Deal." Inwardly, he was gloating. The plan worked. The scene changes to the area below. A group of 4 was now approaching the summit. One of them spoke up. "I abandoned my own squad to specifically guide people to the top. The payment was agreed upon beforehand." The other person replied with a firm tone, "Don't worry. I won't let your squad's sacrifice be in vain. Once I enter the War God Hall, I'll give you double the fee." Just then, the Jing brothers happened to spot the group and immediately called out, "Brothers from down the mountain." Shendi looked down at them nonchalantly and announced loudly, "Sorry, but your little trip is over. There are no more spots left here." The leader of the group heard this and roared in anger. "What do you mean no more spots left? What are you 3 playing at? Get out of my way." He nonchalantly pointed towards Yunmu and replied calmly, "Sorry, can't do that. It's because that guy over there is stuck. I can't do anything about it, so my brother and I can only take second and third. You gentlemen should turn back." The other group was unwilling to back down and immediately flew into a rage, shouting, "Cut the crap. Everyone, charge." Shende rubbed the back of his neck, looking slightly helpless, as a contemptuous smile spread across his lips. They really don't listen to reason. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes lit up, his face contorting with anger. Without hesitation, Shendi immediately grabbed the 2 swords in his hands and rushed toward them. The moment he got close, he showed no mercy, decisively striking down one after another. He then leaped high into the air, the sword in his hand coldly aimed at the man standing next to him. In the next second, Shendi plunged his sword down, finishing him off with a single fatal blow. A scream echoed in the bone-chilling cold. Without a word, he silently advanced towards the last remaining man. The man was frozen on the spot, his terrified eyes conveying his thoughts. What the hell is with this guy? The moment the leader saw Shendi's ferocious expression and eyes filled with killing intent, he exclaimed, "He's like a demon." Yunmu quietly observed the situation and thought to himself, "It's a good thing I didn't try to fight these 2 brothers directly." The group behind them had the advantage in numbers. If a real fight broke out, he wouldn't have the energy to protect Ling An. He felt a sense of relief, now that he had these 2, ranked second and third, as his free bodyguards. No one can touch my advantage. As he thought this, Shendi cleanly finished off his opponent. In that instant, he secretly rejoiced. Looks like we won. Even though Ling An was still lying motionless on the snowy ground, victory was his, all thanks to his reliable ally. A short time later, the scene changes to the War God Temple. From outside, endless shouts could be heard. "Another cup. I want one too." Yunmu stared blankly at the food flying everywhere, then suddenly spoke up. "See, this is what I meant." Annoyed by everything happening in front of him, he asked in confusion, "Why are all these people at my house?" Hearing this, Anlu excitedly raised his beer mug and replied, "Because Senior Ling An took first place in the selection tournament, let's have a toast. Our senior is incredible." Ling An waved his hand dismissively and replied shyly, "No, no. It was all thanks to little Mew Mew." Zhang Min suddenly came over, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said softly, "Since Ling An is now a member of the War God Temple, how about the former head instructor of the War God Temple cooks a meal for you?" As soon as he heard that, Yunmu muttered contemptuously, "Absolutely not. That old man will kill you." But Ling, and happily accepted the offer. "Really? Can you?" "Of course," Zhang Min replied while leisurely sipping his beer. He then pouted mockingly, "It's a rare sight. The fact that you, old man, can stay put here without running amok shows you know how to behave after all. Hearing this, Jiang Min's blood boiled. He rushed over to give him a beating. You dare say that? If it weren't for you making enemies everywhere, why would I be here? It's all your fault, you brat. Give me back my freedom. Yumu screamed in pain. It's gonna break. It's gonna break. A while later, he was slumped in a corner. He rubbed his shoulder and sighed. That old man only knows how to take his anger out on me. Ru Yan slowly walked over and advised, don't see him like that. The truth is, he's very worried about you. Yunmu frowned slightly and retorted, have you ever seen a father create 10 death traps for his own son? She tried to reason with him. You know your father's personality. He can't sit still. Ru Yan paused for a moment, then said softly, but to avoid causing you more trouble, he hasn't stepped outside this war god temple once, not a single time. She continued, seeing him like that every day, even I feel bored for him. Ru Yan went on, when you weren't here, your father would ask people for news about you every single day. He was afraid of missing any little detail. Perhaps the person in this world who worries about you the most is that old man. After hearing this, Yunmu was just silent. His gaze stared into the void, unable to utter a word. Not long after, the scene shifted to the teleportation plaza. Yunmu and the others had now gathered. Ru Yan suddenly spoke, Little Mu, be careful out there. When you have time, come back and visit me and your father. He replied, okay. Then he said softly, while I'm gone, my father will be in your care. Ru Yan didn't hesitate. She agreed. Don't worry. You have to take good care of yourself too. Finally, the time came. A voice rang out urgently. Wei Xinran opened the teleportation array. She decisively pulled down the lever and replied, right away. In that instant, a massive pillar of blue light shot straight into the sky, as if tearing space itself apart. Jiang Min stared blankly as the streak of light gradually faded, his heart heavy with sorrow. Who knows how long it'll be until we meet again. You stinking brat, you have to keep going. Lingen smiled faintly and added a message of his own. Little Moo Moo, wait for me. I'll definitely get stronger quickly, and stand by your side. In the blink of an eye, the teleportation channel opened, dropping them into the middle of a cold, desolate forest. The moment they landed, Yunmu quickly scanned his surroundings and called out, Senior. The team had set foot in a completely unfamiliar land. He immediately realized this wasn't the academy. Yunmu quickly informed everyone, it looks like we've been teleported to some forest. Could there have been a problem with the teleportation array? Then he quickly concluded, no, I think we were brought here on purpose. Someone must have changed the parameters of our teleportation array. Suddenly, the ambushers hiding above made their presence known. You're not wrong. As expected of Li Yunmu, you figured out your situation in an instant. We were originally planning to kill you while you were in a panic. Before you could even react, the priest revealed himself, a sinister smile on his face as he continued. It seems I underestimated you. The very first glance was all it took for Yunmu to recognize the divine celestial cult. He put his hands in his pockets and nonchalantly replied, for the great divine celestial cult to go to all this trouble to bring me here. What do you want? The man shouted. Stop playing dumb. At this, the priest glared at him furiously and said, we came for you. To get revenge for our leader, of course. Yunmu wasn't scared in the least. He let out a contemptuous laugh and challenged, revenge? With just you lot? I'm afraid you won't even be able to get close to me. In the midst of his boasting, his spiritual sense suddenly flared. His eyes darted behind him, on full alert. Yunmu launched a surprise counterattack so quickly that the attacker was knocked back, unable to react. Everyone called out worriedly, Senior. He tensed. His brow furrowed tightly. He was silently trying to identify the traitor. In front of Yunmu was the hazy silhouette of the spy, appearing and disappearing within a thick cloud of dust. Thinking seriously, Yunmu knelt on one knee. Instead of getting up right away, he quickly exposed the traitor. So, the mole was you. What? Without hesitation, the person took a dagger and cut off their own brown hair, then tearfully admitted, that's right, you really are hard to deal with. At the same time, they stated decisively, I originally thought the upgraded Iron Wall Earth Dragon King could take care of you, but I never expected you'd kill it so easily. I had no choice but to change my strategy. They then gently swept a few strands of hair from their forehead and continued. Though it took some effort, but he finally completed my commission. With just one look, Anne Lu seemed to freeze on the spot. Her eyes widened in horror as she stammered, how could the person behind all this be Xinran? She showed no remorse, even smirking mockingly. That whole good little girl act has gone on long enough. Shen Chen still couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. He immediately became frantic and yelled, Wei Xinran, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? I order you to return to the squad immediately. She glanced at him disdainfully and calmly replied, return to the squad. Sorry, Captain. I'm done playing this childish game. Without any hesitation, Sinran turned and walked away, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Go find someone else who's willing to continue playing with you. Bye-bye. Just then, Anlu ran over, reaching out and calling to her. Sinren, wait. Aren't we supposed to be best friends? However, her words were met with a chilling glare. Without a shred of pity, Sinran turned and launched a surprise attack, stunning Anlu. At that moment, thankfully, Shen Chen appeared in the nick of time, swinging his blade to block the attack. And Lu collapsed to the ground, her mind still reeling, whispering Shinran's name over and over. She frowned, her voice cold and threatening. Get lost. Shen Chen looked at her seriously and pressed her once more. Wei Shinran, are you for real? She ignored his words, too contemptuous to even reply, and coldly walked past the priest, saying, The commission is complete. Where's my stuff? He replied, Relax, don't be in such a hurry. You'll get it. Yumu finally spoke up. Hey, you almost killed your friend just now. Sinran responded indifferently. I don't need friends. Hearing this, Anlu broke down. Her eyes filled with tears as she looked at her and whispered, Sinran. She didn't care, simply turning her back and walking away as if their friendship had never existed. The priest held a smoldering cigarette in his hand and smirked mockingly. What a touching little drama you've staged for me. Men, kill them. His underlings, upon hearing the order, immediately charged toward the team. Yunmu quickly shouted a warning, Squad. Prepare for combat, void cleave. In the middle of the chaotic battle, he suddenly realized his power seemed to have weakened. Jaijia was no exception. The two stood back to back, whispering, Captain, I can't gather my mystic energy anymore. Shen Chen exclaimed in alarm, What? The priest on the other side kindly answered their question. That's right. This is the cursed land of the red spider lily. A powerful master once died here. His resentment has corrupted this place. Every mystic practitioner who comes here can't use their powers freely. In fact, the deeper you go, the more effort it takes to use your mystic energy. He then narrowed his eyes, his face full of pride and arrogance as he continued, Even if you're of a higher rank, you're useless here. Then the priest shouted with absolute certainty, You're all going to die. Two of his henchmen charged forward at the same time, but just as he finished speaking, his two underlings were instantly knocked back. The priest's eyes widened in disbelief as he yelled in shock, What? Naiji didn't hesitate to step forward and make her presence known. I thought it was something serious. She cracked her knuckles loudly, her deep voice continuing. After all that, it turns out we just need to use physical combat. Finally, Yunmu coolly added, If you want to compare physical skills, you've picked the wrong opponents. The other men paid no attention to their words and charged forward to assassinate them. Die. Yunmu quietly murmured to the girl beside him, It's about to start. Naiji was already in position, ready to counterattack, and replied confidently, I'm not going to hide behind you anymore. This time, I want to fight alongside you. She suddenly shouted. 8 extremes crush. Naiji moved swiftly, instantly striking out and sending 2 of them flying with ease, giving them no chance to react. The rest of them saw this and showed clear hesitation, turning to attack Yunmu instead. That woman knows ancient martial arts. We'll save her for last. Let's take care of the other guy first. His eyes at that moment were razor sharp, carefully observing his opponent's every move. Our boy here decisively rotated his ankle, getting into a ready stance, and then, without a word, he flashed forward to strike, taking the man down in a single beat. Another one quickly seized the opportunity, rushing from behind to launch a sneak attack. Perfect chance. With his keen senses, Yunmu had already noticed the man's approach and decisively turned around, his arm swiftly grabbing the other's wrist. Before the man could even react, Yunmu had already countered, the swift action leaving the man stunned, not understanding what was happening. Without mercy, Yunmu fiercely and decisively slammed him to the ground. He shouted, Restore. Then he finished him off with a powerful palm strike, ending the opponent in a clean sweep. Retreating step palm. The others who witnessed this couldn't help but gape, in shock. And Lu exclaimed in admiration, You two are both so incredible. Jaiji added, It's nothing like they're only 1 year ahead of us. Right after, Yunmu and Liu Naiji high-fived and praised each other. Nice one. At that moment, the priest suddenly spoke up. Isn't it a bit too early to celebrate? TSK, I didn't expect your physical skills to be this strong. He looked at them and continued. But so, what if you're both martial arts masters? There are only 2 of you. No matter how well you fight, you'll eventually get tired. He and Liu Naiji didn't react immediately, listening in silence as the priest flashed a sinister smile, his face filled with malice. The priest then yelled, Come out. The next second, all his other underlings appeared at once, a suspiciously large number of them. Yunmu remained calm and greeted them politely before remarking, Wow, the divine heavenly cult really thinks highly of me. For a small fry like me, you're using so many of your people." But as he said this, he secretly activated a mysterious source of magic, causing a magical black smoke to rise around him. In a flash, it quickly coalesced into shadows that formed ranks behind Yunmu. Ready for battle, he coolly snapped his fingers. "I've got plenty of people too." The number of shadows grew and grew, causing everyone who saw it to cry out in panic. There are so many of them. What's going on? Is this the night parade of 100 demons? The priest on the other side had just witnessed this and was already forming a guess. Is this a summoning type technique? Impossible. His mystic power should be very low. On the other side, Yunmu was stretching with Li Yun. He said casually, "Let's start with this much for now. After all, my mystic power is limited in this place. So let's make this quick." Then he gave a serious command. "Shadow Legion, hear my command." With a cold expression, he drew his hand across his neck in a signal. "Wipe these people out." His voice was sharp and steely. "Leave no one alive." Immediately, the Shadow Legion charged, attacking the members of the Holy Celestial Church. One member of the Legion swung, a heavy blow at an enemy. Other shadows lifted them up and threw them far away. The battle was completely one-sided. A golden-colored member slammed its hands into the ground, unleashing an attack that sent earth and rock flying everywhere. A sword-wielding man was now leaping onto its back, shouting, "Big guy!" He lunged towards the golden shadow with his sword and screamed, "Die." But life is not a dream. Tendrils of black energy began to reconnect. With his rapid recovery ability, he watched as a member of our protagonist's Shadow Legion slowly reformed and let out a sigh. Then, he slammed his hand down on the swordsman, crushing him flat. Seeing this, the group of men scattered in terror, yelling, "Run! What are you standing around for?" But Yumu's legion of shadow monsters wasn't about to let them get away, quickly giving chase, hot on their heels. One unlucky guy screamed, begging the priest, "My lord, save me." But in just a flash, he appeared, zipping behind the man and cleanly taking his head. After dealing with the unlucky soul, the priest glared at the others and threatened, "Anyone who retreats, dies." Seeing this, the men gritted their teeth in anger. Two of them turned back to face the shadows and roared, "Brothers, it's death either way. Let's fight them to the end." The priest smiled at this scene and thought, summoning these demonic things must consume a huge amount of mana. He watched with satisfaction as the men charged into a chaotic battle with the shadows, calculating. The lives of these grunts should be enough to drain all of his mana. The scene shifts to some time later. An injured man on the ground looked at an approaching shadow and screamed, "Help!" The shadow mercilessly charged straight at him to finish the job. Faced with its fist, the man shut his eyes and screamed in despair, "Save me." But after a moment, when nothing happened, the man slowly opened his eyes. The shadow's arm was just a few centimeters away from him. The man looked over, confused, and mumbled, "Did it stop?" Suddenly, the shadow's entire body began to dissipate before his very eyes. Yumu also sensed something was wrong and was startled. The system popped up and announced, "Warning, your Void Essence account is insufficient." Our protagonist looked at the screen, which displayed a long string of zeros. Seeing this, Yunmu clutched his hair in frustration. "No way. It's all gone already. You guys are just too unlucky." Captain Feng looked on in confusion at his antics, thinking, who is Senior talking to? Why does he suddenly look like he's gone bankrupt? He covered his face with his hand and thought, damn it, I was careless. I got a little too cocky. I completely ignored my Void Essence consumption, just like last time. The scene changes to another location. He was panting, sweat dripping down. Yunmu sat in a pure white room and muttered, "This is too slow. Even if the shadows can train automatically, this speed isn't enough. I need to get stronger." He shouted, "System, how many shadow spirits can I condense now?" The system immediately responded, "Your current Void Essence can condense many shadow spirits. However, with your body's current condition, you can only control a maximum of 4 at once." It continued, "If you exceed this number, your body will be damaged." Our protagonist said, a bit annoyed, "That's it?" Suddenly, as if it had a personality, the system suggested, "But if you want to forcibly control more shadow spirits, I have a way." Hearing this, Yunmu's eyes widened in surprise, and he focused intently. He was all ears. The system said, "Have you ever heard the saying that money can even make ghosts turn the mill?" Yunmu quickly replied, "Of course I have, but what does that have to do with me wanting more shadows?" The system explained, "Your own mana is insufficient to support controlling many shadows at once. So, as long as you spend Void Essence, we can lend you mana that exceeds your own limits." As for the fee structure, before it could finish, Yunmu joyfully shouted, "Something like this exists? Why didn't you say so sooner? Give me 10 shadows. No, 20 for a start." Immediately, a string of numbers appeared on the system screen. 2,518,753,469. Seeing this, his eyes showed his determination. I'm so poor, all I have is money. Yunmu muttered confidently, I can't speak for anything else. But when it comes to void essence, I have as much as I want. This time, I'm really gonna soar. The scene changes to 2 hours later. Our protagonist stared at the string of zeros on the system screen in surprise. His whole face twisted, drained of all color and horror. What is happening? He yelled at the system, Damn you, you scammer. You dare hack my account. The system calmly replied, This is the result of your normal consumption. Yunmu, showing no restraint, continued to roar like a wild man. Who are you kidding? I clearly had that much in my account. How could it be gone? The system explained, because the fee for borrowing mana is calculated exponentially. Once the number of shadows becomes too large, the void essence consumption becomes astronomical. After hearing this, Yunmu was completely stunned and could only utter one word. What? He gritted his teeth and thought, Damn it, I went a little overboard. A huge sum of money, just gone like that. Sister Ruyen is going to kill me. Our protagonist stared blankly as the last shadow disappeared. When Yumu emerged, the priest said with a triumphant smile, Just as I thought, no matter how different you are from ordinary people, even your mana has its limits. It seems it's time to bring out the big guns. Behind him, several men brought out heavy weapons. The priest's voice rang out calmly. To be honest, Lee Yumu, I quite like you. If you hadn't killed our cult leader, I would have even invited you to join the divine heavenly cult. He waved his hand and sneered. Unfortunately, you must die here today. The men behind him immediately aimed their guns at Yunmu. Yunmu smiled confidently. Energy cannons? You think you can kill me with those? The priest shouted, Then let's find out. Brothers, prepare to aim and fire on my command. Yunmu said to the Ji-Feng squad, Everyone, on my signal, get ready. Then, to the squad's utter astonishment, he tucked his tail and yelled, Run. The priest and the members of the divine heavenly cult were left utterly speechless by this display. Yunmu smirked deviously and said, Fighting energy cannons with 0 mana? Only an idiot would do that. I'm not that dumb. Oka, standing beside him, turned and asked, Lord Priest, what should we do? His voice boomed with a command. After them. The priest gritted his teeth. The sound was audible as his eyes filled with killing intent. I want Lee Yumu torn limb from limb. The scene shifts to the group fleeing desperately, with shouts echoing from behind. Stop. They gleefully fired their guns. You can't escape. Jia was terrified by the barrage of bullets. Damn it, they even brought guns. Yunmu shouted, Shen Chen, your physical combat skills aren't great. You lead a team to the outer ring. You can use some of your mystic power there. Liu Naiji and I will run inside. That way, we can split their forces and weaken their numbers advantage. Then he yelled, Move out. The group quickly split up and ran. Oka reported worriedly, High Priest, they've split up. The priest cursed in anger, Damn it, Oka. You take some men and chase after those brats. I'll go after Lee Yunmu. The scene shifts to the depths of the forest, where the priest's voice echoes, threatening Yunmu. Ahead of you is the heart of the cursed land. Are you running there to die? He and Liu Naiji hid behind a large, ancient tree. Yunmu said with satisfaction, That priest guy really did chase after us. She replied worriedly, Will those kids from the Sandwind squad be okay? He answered confidently, Of course. Suddenly, Liu Naiji was startled by a realization. Yunmu's expression turned sinister as he continued, Who do you think led those kids out? Meanwhile, Anlu was exhausted. She cried out, I can't run anymore. Shen Chen snapped angrily, Even if you can't, you have to. Suddenly, Wu Ji shouted a warning, Shen Chen, watch your step. They stopped, stunned by the sight. What is this? In front of them was a vast, black marsh, causing the Sandwind team to say in despair, It's a swamp outside the cursed land. We have nowhere to run. The Sandwind squad panicked, wondering why there was such a large swamp. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed from behind, making them turn around. Can't get through? The heavens are truly on my side. Oka had arrived with his underlings, looking delighted. Seeing them stopped, he said, I can't believe you ran to the edge of the cursed land. I almost let you get away, he continued. But in this border area, where you can use mystic power, won't you just die faster? Oka ordered. All right, boys, same old rules. The Sandwind squad immediately took a defensive stance. He stepped forward and brazenly announced the reward. Whoever gets the most heads gets the prize. Just then, Shen Chen seized the opportunity to leap high and attack. A subordinate yelled, Lord Oka, behind you. A massive explosion sent dust and rocks flying through the forest. Wu Jie asked worriedly, Did he succeed? Just then, Shen Chen's horrified figure emerged. But Oka was holding his sword and spoke. He grinned sinisterly, clenching his teeth as he mocked, attacking from behind at such a young age. That's not very nice. The men from the Holy Theocracy quickly reacted, aiming their guns at Shen Chen, ready to fire. With their guns trained on him, he yelled, Jajia. She immediately leaped high towards the group, and she answered. Jajia's whip quickly struck the guns in their hands. Oka laughed maliciously and revealed his plan. The Sandwind squad wants to suppress me first, while trying to take out my men at the same time. Dream on, kids. How could you possibly injure me? But Shen Chen cut him off. Of course we can, Jia. From below, she swung her whip towards him and called out, Shen Chen, catch. Wu Ji shielded Enlu from behind. Then he said, Enlu, it's your turn. Oka was surprised, recognizing her skill. That is, he turned around, and then yelled an order to his men, full defense. Wu Jie calmly held several small needles in his hand and muttered, School of Serene Void, Absolute Thought, Divine Spirit, Art, Pill, Word Seal. He coolly threw the needles toward Oka's group. A barrage of desperate screams followed, as many were injured by the sudden storm of needles. Wu Ji's voice was stern as he activated the skill and yelled, Explode. Just like that, the needles exploded across a large area. Jia and Anlu high-fived happily. We did it. With Anlu's boost, the power was unexpectedly immense. Meanwhile, Shen Chen remained silent, his expression serious as he watched intently. There was movement within the thick cloud of smoke and dust. Just then, Oka, his head covered in blood, charged out and roared with excitement. Interesting. Very interesting. In that case, I'll play with you seriously. Shen Chen gritted his teeth and warned, This guy isn't dead yet. Get back. But it was too late. He was sent flying by a blow from Oka. Everyone called out worriedly, Wu Jie. Jie, enraged, lunged forward with her whip and yelled, You bastard. Oka's eyes darted to the side. He quickly unleashed a powerful blow that cracked the ground. Shen Chen helplessly cried out, Jia, Wu Jie. Meanwhile, Oka stood there, dusting off his clothes. He turned back to him with a strange smile and said, All done. Now it's your turn. Shen Chen stood in front of her protectively and warned, Enlu, stay behind me. Oka gave a demonic smile and said to him, It's useless, no matter where she hides. You're all going to die. He walked over and lifted Shen Chen's chin, but he wasn't afraid and said resolutely, I won't let you get what you want. If you want to kill my teammates, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Hearing this, he laughed loudly. You still want to protect others? Oka then threw a punch straight into his face. He taunted, Are you going to stop now? Shen Chen thought in horror, so fast. He then followed up with a sweeping kick to his stomach. As Oka attacked, he reminded him, As the captain, you have to hold on. Your teammates are all watching you. He repeatedly punched Shen Chen in the face while mocking him. If you die, there'll be no one left to protect your teammates. After throwing a punch, Oka leaned down slightly and said, Justice. He then landed a blow on him. A single, sacred fist strike makes Shen Chen scream in agony as blood gushes from his throat. He's stunned by the blow, and along with it comes the voice of his attacker, Wu Yu. Behind him, a terrified Enlu clutches her head, crying and calling out Shen Chen's name. Wu Ji, lying on the ground below with a bloody face, also curses in anger. You bastard. Oka continues to beat Shen Chen. Aizu is still gasping for breath when suddenly Oka stops, sensing something. He looks at the motionless Shen Chen and makes an observation. This guy has no heartbeat. Did he die standing up? With that, Oka switches his target to Enlu. Like a demon from hell, he slowly approaches her. All right, it's your turn. No need to cry. You'll be able to see him soon enough. Her eyes fill with tears as she calls out in despair. Shen Chen. Enlu just keeps crying and screaming, Save me. In response to her scream, his heart, which had stopped, begins to react. Oka excitedly swings his fist towards Enlu. Tears stream down her face as she tries to block the attack, but she's powerless. Looking over, she suddenly sees Shen Chen, who had been motionless, now flying towards Oka, getting ready to throw a punch. He roars in fury, I told you, don't touch my teammates. This stuns Oka. He turns to look, grimacing as he yells, What? Shen Chen's fist is enveloped in a golden energy shaped like a rhinoceros horn. That one punch slams straight into Oka, making him lose his balance and fall flat on his face. He's now a bloody mess, with his teeth and lips all jumbled. The power of that punch was just too immense. Oka's entire body convulses, his eyes roll back into his head, and he lets out a few soft grunts. At this point, Shen Chen's eyes have lost all reason. He raises his hand and brings down another punch, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. And Lu cries out, Shen Chen, stop. He's already dead. But by now, He has lost his mind and is just roaring wildly. She screams in fear, Shen Chen, don't be like this. Please stop. Suddenly, his body freezes and he mutters, stop. At that moment, Shen Chen regains his last shred of sanity. He tilts his face to the sky and lets out a massive roar. Then, he slowly collapses to the ground, his hand covered in fresh blood. After a long while, Shen Chen's eyes finally open. Seeing this, and Lu says cheerfully, Shen Chen, you're awake. Jia Jia, at her side, also sighs in relief. You had us so worried. Shen Chen, covered in injuries, turns to tease and Lu. What are you crying about? I'm fine, aren't I? She looks heartbroken, and tears stream down her face as she says, I thought you were going to die. I thought I was about to lose another friend. You scared me to death. He smiles brightly to reassure her. Don't be scared. Until I find Wei Shinran, I'm not going to die that easily. Shen Chen looks at his teammates and solemnly repeats, I once said, the Gale Squad can't be missing a single person. That's why I clawed my way back from hell. Right after that moving speech, a fist smacks him right on the head, making his face go blank. Shen Chen clutches his head and looks at An Lu in confusion, asking, ouch, why did you suddenly hit me? She immediately calls him an idiot, leaving him stunned and speechless. An Lu blushes, looks away, and mumbles, don't be so reckless next time. You scare people to death. Shen Chen asks in surprise, what did you say? And Lu denies it, nothing. Wu Ji, however, is deep in thought about the power he just witnessed. He silently looks at Shen Chen and thinks, I can confirm that power didn't come from Shen Chen himself. That state was like a rampaging iron wall earth dragon. Wu Ji's eyes narrow in contemplation. Could it be from that time? The scene then shifts to CG's group. A subordinate shouts, Lord CG, we found something over here. He walks over to take a look. The subordinate says, it looks like footprints they left behind. Hearing this, CG gives an order. Let's hurry and follow them. Suddenly, he picks up a small stone and falls into thought. CG stands up and orders everyone to follow the direction of the footprints. He explains to his subordinate, these footprints were left on purpose. Nearby, there are signs of a hasty cover-up. This Yumu is a sly one. He wouldn't leave such obvious tracks. CG confidently runs off, asserting, so, going this way is the right move. On another side, two other people are also running for their lives. Naiji asks Yumu, are you sure leaving such obvious footprints won't cause any problems? He smiles confidently and replies, don't worry, they won't follow them. Yumu explains. A cunning snake like him always thinks he's the smartest. If we leave tracks this obvious, he'll definitely head in the opposite direction. He says with a laugh as he runs, outsmarted by his own cleverness. That's the kind of ending that suits a guy like him best. Right after saying that, Yumu trips on a tree branch and falls to the ground. Annoyed, Yumu yanks a flower out of the ground and curses, damn it, who plants a flower in the middle of the road? It's in the way. What if a little kid trips and falls? Suddenly, a small bear cub appears, surprising Yumu. A bear with a flower growing on its tail. The little bear's eyes begin to well up, as if it's about to cry. He's wondering what species it is when the cub lets out a wail and starts sobbing. Its cries echo throughout the forest. He covers his ears in frustration. It's so loud. Why did it suddenly start crying? Naiji yells at him. Put the flower down. Honey Zongdaxiongs absolutely forbid anyone from touching their flowers. If you let it keep crying, it will definitely attract. Before she can finish speaking, something lands on the ground behind them, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Yumu warily turns his head to look, a little worried. Just then, a pair of blood-red eyes appear along with terrifying growls, right next to the two of them. It's a gigantic, colossal brown bear. Yumu stands rooted to the spot and wonders. A giant bear? His face pales as he asks, Hey, Liu Naiji, you're the smart one. Let me ask you something. She asks quizzically. What? He forces a smile and says, Is it possible to beat this thing with just our fists? Naiji's face goes numb. She focuses her gaze and remains silent. Meanwhile, the large bear is growling in anger. It grinds its teeth, its blood-red eyes filled with a murderous intent. Without another word, the bear lunges forward to attack. Naiji also yells out, How could we possibly beat that thing? CG punches a tree trunk with his fist. A subordinate quickly says, Lord CG, please calm down. CG presses his lips together, his face twisted in anger. Calm down? That Yumu played me like a fool. I'm going to tear him limb from limb. The subordinate turns his head and spots smoke and dust rising from an empty plot of land in the distance. He immediately reports, My lord, there's movement over there. He quickly gives the order. After them. At his word, the subordinates immediately charge forward. Over on this side, the foot of the The beast stomped hard on the ground. The crystal Zhang Daxion, its pupils glowing red, bared its sharp fangs, causing Yunmu's group to flee for their lives in terror. Naiji, running as fast as she could, urged loudly, "Li Yunmu, think of something, quick." As for him, out of the 36 stratagems, fleeing was the best option. There's no way to fight it, we can't win. At this critical moment, Yunmu stepped on a pile of dry twigs, making a loud cracking sound. His eyes widened in panic. It was all over. The crystal Zhang Daxing also stopped abruptly. Right in front of it was a wide, deep pit. Seeing Yunmu and Naiji fall, it seemed a bit confused, letting out a grunt. The two of them could only scream as they fell through the air. A moment later, groans could be heard from the darkness. Yunmu grimaced, blinking his eyes in confusion. Where am I? Liu Naiji sat up painfully, rubbing her head. Did we fall into some kind of trap? She frowned. Noticing Yunmu's cheeks were slightly flushed and that he couldn't look her in the eye, she smelled a strange scent and asked, what's wrong with you? What's with that look? It was only when she looked down that she realized she was sitting on Yunmu's lap, and her cheeks instantly flushed bright red. Liu Neiji instinctively backed away, crying out as if she were completely innocent. Yunmu hunched over, moving forward and muttering, "That bear is still guarding the cave entrance. To be safe, we should hide for now." The two of them went deeper into the cave, where enormous crystal formations hung from the ceiling, their sharp points aimed down at the ground. He looked around, surprised that such a cavern existed beneath this gloomy place. Below, there was a mysterious river, filled with rising bubbles. The young pair plopped down in front of the water, which reflected the light from the rock formations behind them. "You talk too much. This place might hold some kind of wondrous power." The air suddenly turned icy, causing Naiji to sneeze, her nose running. Yunmu gallantly took off his outer jacket and gently draped it over her back. Naiji sat with her arms wrapped around her knees, obediently letting him take care of her. She suddenly turned to him and asked, "Hey, if you give me your jacket, what about you? Won't you get cold?" He gently shook his head. "I'm fine. A little chill like this is nothing to me." Liu Naiji looked down, puffing her cheeks out as she thought to herself, "What the heck? Would it kill this idiot to just admit he's worried about me?" She couldn't bear to let Yumu catch a cold, so she took half of the jacket and draped it over his shoulder. "How about this? This way, neither of us has to be cold." Yunmu shifted a little closer. This action made the atmosphere even more charged, and Yumu couldn't help but sneak a peek at her. The girl beside him, Naijie, kept that same adorable expression, but she avoided his gaze. It seemed Yunmu was really starting to fall for this girl. His cheeks kept flushing bright red, his eyes glued to her. Experiencing this kind of stare for the first time, she was also confused. Her head was spinning. She asked irritably, "What are you looking at?" Yunmu shyly turned his head away, stammering, Nothing." The river below reflected the image of the young couple taking shelter quietly together. He whispered, "How much longer do you want to stay here?" Later, as she was drifting into a deep sleep, Yunmu woke her up. "Hey, Liu Naiji, wake up. I found something." Still half asleep, she rubbed her eyes. "What could you possibly find in this dump?" Naiji froze, staring at him. He was soaked to the bone, with several fish nibbling at him. "What did you do?" Yunmu pointed to the river right beside them. He held a still flapping fish in front of the girl's face. "Catching fish. Want some?" she replied, bewildered. "No, thanks." As soon as she spoke, Yunmu went behind Naiji and pushed her towards the water, saying, "But that doesn't matter. Hurry up and get in the water with me. I made a huge discovery." Caught off guard, she yelped, "Wait a second." Deep beneath the clear blue water, the two of them swam to another gate, much to her surprise. Who knew this pool of water could lead somewhere else? They had finally found a way out. The two of them surfaced, gasping for air. Naiji looked around. This place was definitely different. She saw a large circle, with diagonal lines crossing through it. There were also several cross-shaped figures stuck in the ground, and in the center was a vibrant blue sphere. Yunmu took off his shirt as he walked towards the sphere. Wringing the water from his shirt, he said, "Is that thing in the middle an energy projector? Let's go check it out." Naiji tentatively followed behind him. "It looks like it's releasing a massive amount of energy. To be safe, we probably shouldn't get any closer." She lightly touched one of the crosses planted there, feeling a sense of doubt. These crosses are sealing artifacts. Someone placed them around the energy source to suppress what's inside. The fact that there are so many of them here means Naiji could feel a murderous aura in the area. She enunciated every word. "The thing being sealed is extremely dangerous." He didn't seem to care at all, picking his nose dismissively. "Poof. If you're scared, you can just stay here. I'll go by myself." She stomped her foot in fury behind him. "He's ignoring me again." Water was still dripping from the girl's body, but she still hurried to catch up. "Wait for me." The two of them gradually approach the sphere. They stop at a spot with a mysterious black button. Yunmu carefully observed each symbol on it and said, "I think I've seen this symbol somewhere before." Suddenly, a stream of golden liquid shot out from the sphere. He mumbled, "I remember now." Yunmu took out a pot of the same color, inscribed with ancient characters. "This?" Naiji's eyes lit up. "That thing looks just like it." Yunmu recalled something an acquaintance said. "That old man from the Wangwen Pavilion said there was another half to this thing. Could it be?" He quickly placed the mouth of the pot onto the circle. Unexpectedly, it clicked into place, just as I thought. "Someone used this here to seal something." The girl shouted, "It's a perfect fit." Yunmu remained focused. "Next, I just need to turn it." As he twisted it, the latch immediately snapped to a red mark where the two objects met. Instantly, a surge of green energy shot out of the sphere. Yunmu braced himself with all his might, using his other hand to support the arm that was holding the treasure, to control that terrifying power. A second later, all the green spiritual energy was sucked into the pot's opening. He happily held the treasure high and exclaimed, "It really combined into one." Like a child, Yunmu affectionately rubbed it against his cheek. "My precious pot, it's finally complete." Naiji squinted into the distance, bringing him back to reality. "Hey, Yunmu," she stammered as she noticed something strange behind the thick white smoke, and warned him, "I think there's something over there." Instantly, a long sword appeared, surrounded by a pile of skulls and bones at its tip. Unafraid, Yunmu slowly walked towards the dismembered corpses. "So there really is a treasure. Why are there so many skeletons? There's barely any room to stand." He reached out to grab the sword's hilt. Naiji suddenly shouted to stop him. "Don't touch it. Stay away from that thing." Just as she finished speaking, Yunmu's finger touched the hilt. She placed a hand on her chest, feeling that something was wrong. This sword was truly too strange. As it glowed, Yunmu could feel Naiji's eyes fix on the mysterious weapon, a fear like he had never felt before. Yunmu turned away, heeding Liu Naiji's advice. "We don't know anything about this sword. It's better to be careful." Suddenly, a man approached, staring intently at the two of them before asking, "Who are you?" He held two pieces of paper in his hand, frowning. "Where is the void treasure ring that suppresses evil?" He instinctively recognized the man as a member of the Divine Heaven sect. The guy looked down at a picture of Yunmu and recognized them. "Aren't you two?" He shouted, "My God, it's really Li Yumu." She whispered worriedly, "We've been discovered." That guy quickly drew his sword, his tone filled with killing intent. "Looks like the heavens are on my side. As long as I capture you, I'll be set for life. Prepare to die." A moment later, Yunmu casually dusted off his hands, even rolling his wrist as if he didn't take his opponent seriously at all. Too weak. The man lay on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, tears streaming down his face. With one hand in his pocket, he casually turned to leave. "If the Divine Heavenly Cult is also after this blade, then I can't just ignore it." Naiji asked in confusion, "Are you really going to do this?" Yunmu once again reached his hand toward the blade, replying, "They even used a divine mark for this blade. I want to see just how cursed it really is." As soon as his hand grasped the hilt, a dazzling crimson spiritual energy flared up, forcing Yunmu to shield his forehead with his other hand, unable to withstand its power. Yunmu collapsed to the ground as if he were about to pass out, his arms still suspended in mid-air, a sign he was still alive. The girl gasped in horror, screaming, "Li Yumu." He sat up, clutching his head and sticking out his tongue. "I thought I was a goner. The moment I touched it, I felt all the strength being drained from my body." Behind him, Naiji gestured wildly. "I told you so, you idiot." Yunmu gave up, standing to leave. "Let's go." She was surprised. "So you've learned your lesson this time." Yunmu, ever the optimist, juggled the treasures he'd found in the air. "This cursed blade didn't choose me. There's nothing I can do about it. Besides, this trip wasn't a total loss. I've got 2 sacred relics now, so I'd say it was a pretty good haul." The two quickly found the opening of the pit they had fallen into. Being the stronger one, he climbed up first, then chivalrously offered her his hand for help. "Give me your hand." Once they were out, Yumu put both hands in his pockets and looked around. "That strange big bear is finally gone." Naiji dusted off her clothes. "So, what should we do next?" The two friends talked as they walked. "Let's get out of this forest as quickly as possible. I wonder how Shen and the others are doing." But they were unaware of a fireball poised right above their heads. A moment later, the fireball fell, aiming right where the two were standing. However, the aim was slightly off, and the explosion threw them forward. Yunmu crouched, bracing himself against the ground with one hand to withstand the blast. The mastermind looked down from above, praising him when he saw that he was unharmed. "Not bad." The bastard Sai T smirked sinisterly. "You really made me work to find you." Yumu gave a strange smile in response. "You're quite relentless." "So, How does it feel to be outsmarted? Does it sting your pride? You fool. His words drove the man mad. He glared and cursed, "You brat." He then cleared his throat and ordered, "Get him." Naiji was exasperated with the young man. "You idiot. Why did you have to provoke him on purpose?" He grumbled as he ran. "How was I supposed to know he'd be so petty?" But the fireball was just as fast as they were. Seeing it getting close, she shouted a warning, Yunmu, watch out." Yumu cleverly ducked and jumped to the side. Afterwards, he squinted as the fireball slammed into the cliff face. That was close. I was almost done for. But then he realized it was Site and his cronies standing on a high branch. Arrogantly, he said, "Give up. You can't escape this time. If you kneel down and say a few nice things to me right now, I might just grant you an intact corpse." He cracked his knuckles, his tone dripping with absolute confidence. "Too bad for you. You missed your chance to strike us with that perfect opportunity just now. You won't get another one." The man, who had a cigarette in his mouth, was taken aback. "Oh?" Site's face was full of contempt. "You're about to die. What right do you have to say such things to me?" The foot of the bear from before stepped onto the land again. Yunmu pointed behind them, where the massive silhouette of the beast appeared with a terrifying aura. "My trump card is this guy." The bear, its body covered in scratches, gnashed its teeth and let out a few growls. A subordinate turned to report, "Lord Site, it's the mysterious bear." At its side, Yunmu was patting out the flames on the bear while trying to curry favor. "Hey boss, that must have hurt, right? Your fur got all singed." The bear, with its pale white eyes, turned to confront him, roaring, "Kuko." Yunmu quickly pointed his palm toward the group of men, explaining, "It was them. They're the ones who hit you. These guys are really bad news. They even said they wanted to steal your flower." Hearing this, the bear went berserk. Its eyes shot out sparks of fire, and its roar echoed throughout the entire mountain forest. The two men could only stand there, frozen, as its shadow loomed over them. The bear monster charged directly at the group of villains. It looked like it wanted to tear them limb from limb. From behind the two, CT's voice rang out with an order, "Open fire, kill this bear." Meanwhile, Yunmu calmly put his hands in his pockets and said, "All done. Let's go." The scene changes to somewhere else in the forest. A young man leaned against a door and cleared his throat. "Go on in, kid, you're back." The vice cult master is getting impatient. The person walked forward, brushing off the joke. "Cut the crap and open the door." He quickly opened the door, bowing and whispering, "Please, come in." Inside was a series of massive containment pods, trapping thousands of people inside, a truly horrifying sight. As Shinran was walking, a red hand suddenly shot out towards her, startling her. Opposite her was a body controlled by machinery. A constant cry echoed from the room, "Kill me." Shinran pressed her lips together tightly. The other guy just made a shushing gesture. Deeper inside, a person covered in blood gasped for breath. A masked doctor held two instruments in his hands. He frowned. "Don't worry, it'll be over soon." Just as the two of them entered, she had to quickly cover her nose upon entering the foul-smelling room. A blood-curdling scream rang out as the doctor spoke enthusiastically. "Little Shinran, you've come. Please, come in." He made an incision on the body in front of him, then said to her, "I brought the person you needed. Now, about what you promised me." The body could only let out a final, pained scream before going limp. The man slowly pulled off his blood-stained gloves. He sighed, "Another failure. Performing vivisections on living people is certainly not an easy task. Don't you worry, little Zinran. Of course I'll keep the promise I made to you." He took off his mask, a smudge of blood still on the corner of his eye. "I'm a man of my word, but there's something else I need you to do. Go home and wait for my news first." Shinran confronted him. "Are you playing me? You said you would do it if I just brought Li Yunmu to you." That guy gently slipped his finger under the mask's strap. "I've already told you." His eyes bulged as if he wanted to kill her, his voice full of menace. "You go home and wait for my news first." Han Hien was powerless to do anything but glare at him with hateful eyes. She turned away in anger. He whispered again, twirling the mask in his hand. Then he looked back at the body of his latest test subject. His gaze turned more terrifying than ever. "It seems I'll need more bodies for my experiments." Han Yen once again walked past the test tubes. She frowned, unable to stop thinking about her family, her parents, Ling and Jing. That year, Han Hien had witnessed them being taken away with her own eyes. "You bastards, let them go." That guy noticed her lying helplessly on the ground. Wei Han Yen, the Wei family's once-in-a-decade combat genius. He walked over, his tone deceptively gentle. "Let's make a deal." Back in the present, Han Nian's lips trembled uncontrollably. Her eyes were now incredibly sharp as she told herself, "I will definitely succeed. No one will stand in my way." The two young travelers walked for a long time before finally reaching a small village after a full day's journey. Finally, we found other people. The villagers ahead looked like they're from the Hongman tribe. He mumbled. We were probably teleported to the Hongman continent by the Divine Heaven cult. With that, Yumu raised his hand and called out to a man carrying a log up ahead. Hey, big bro over there. The young man, not knowing any better, immediately shouted a warning to everyone. Outsiders are here. Everyone immediately swarmed over like moths to a flame, asking, where are the outsiders? In an instant, the two were surrounded by a crowd of villagers. Yumu sweated nervously and asked, Is there a problem, everyone? The leader ordered. Brothers, bring them inside. Yumu put on a mysterious act. Phoomf, you want to fight? Yet, a moment later, the crowd was raising their cups in celebration as if throwing a party. It scared the life out of the two of them. Treat them well. The villagers stared at them. Mom, they look so strange. Someone else chimed in. Kid, how can you say our guests are strange? The guests are just ugly. Bate shoveled a pile of food into Yumu's mouth. Come on, friend, eat up. You look malnourished. Don't be polite with me. Just make yourself at home. The village chief came over and punched him. Stop messing around, Bate. You're going to feed our guest to death. Our guest isn't sick. That's just how their body is built. He patted Yumu's shoulder while his face turned pale. Looks like this was all a joke. This guy is way too enthusiastic. We of the Hongman tribe just love making friends. Yumu gave a playful wink, but his head was still spinning. It's fine. Oh, right, Chief. Where's the nearest teleportation array? The chief pointed ahead. For that, you just need to head south. Suddenly, someone came running over in a panic. Chief, it's bad. The mountain bandits are here again. The two travelers froze for a few seconds at this news. The chief was furious, veins popping on his forehead. Damn it, those bastards are back. Let's go, brothers. Grab your weapons. This time, we'll fight them to the death. Bate, you stay here and protect our guests. Seeing everyone leave, Yumu suddenly asked, Do you guys get mountain bandits often here? He shook his head. No, these bandits only started showing up 2 months ago. Bate recounted. Around that time, villagers suddenly started disappearing. Everyone searched frantically, and then they appeared. They said they were the ones who took the missing villagers. If we wanted them back alive, we had to hand over all the village's accumulated wealth. Bate's voice was low and filled with rage. My little sister also disappeared at that time. Suddenly noticing Yumu leaving, he asked in confusion, Where are you going? It's dangerous outside. Yumu was cryptic. There's something the chief hasn't told us yet. The villagers stood together, resolved to fight to the death. Charge. This man was the leader of the mountain bandits. He stood confidently with his long sword amidst the villagers' sharp weapons. The leaders sneered contemptuously. Just with you lot? Instantly, a massive explosion erupted, followed by his cold voice, Get lost, all of you. The chief was thrown backward. His sandals flew into the air. The leader, with one hand in his pocket, pointed his blade at the chief's neck. Old man, you plan to be stubborn to the end, don't you? The chief was resolute. Even if we die, we will never surrender. The leader immediately raised his sword high. Then I'll send you on your way. The chief was in a bind, able to do nothing but watch. Yumu's face darkened as he muttered, Mad blade. He lunged forward, decapitating the leader with a single strike. He reeled back, staring in horror at the fresh blood dripping from the sword, and exclaimed, He's so strong. Yumu casually rested the sword on his shoulder. Who gave you permission to touch him? The crowd in the distance saw their leader's mangled corpse and cried out in panic, Boss. At that moment, Yumu slowly and coldly walked towards them, then sharply questioned, Who gave you permission to attack the chief? One of the subordinates turned to ask, his face etched with fear, Vice Captain, what do we do? The other man answered without a second thought, Run. He immediately took off. He didn't forget to turn back and urge, Run. This guy's a monster. Yumu decisively stomped his foot, activating Insect Step. He then silently pursued them. In a flash, he took down the two subordinates at the rear cleanly and without missing a beat. Yumu lunged forward, blocking the vice captain's path. With nowhere left to run, the man fell to his knees in surrender. Speak. Yumu said coldly, unhesitatingly pointing the tip of his sword at the man's neck. He then interrogated him sternly. Where are the villagers you kidnapped? The vice captain, sweating bullets in fear, hastily confessed. Big bro, don't kill me. I'll talk. We kidnapped the villagers, but we've already sold them. But I really don't know where they were taken. Upon hearing this, the chief looked bewildered. What are you muttering about? Doesn't that mean our only clue is gone now? The man standing next to him gritted his teeth in disbelief, asking himself, "Where on earth are you?" Yunmu's face darkened, his eyes glaring fiercely at him. "Is this all you're worth?" The deputy leader cried out in fear. "Boss, that's really all I know. That's right. He was the one who contacted us." He carefully recounted everything. "A few months ago, that person came to our mountain fortress and told us to capture some people for him. Men, women, old, young, they weren't picky. 10 gold pieces per person." The vice captain described in detail. Although the person was completely covered, their build was definitely smaller and thinner than a member of the Hongman tribe. Hearing this, Li Yunmu's expression suddenly grew tense as he pondered, an outside organization? What is their goal? Just then, the village chief unexpectedly walked over. "Thank you so much. Leave the rest to me." Seeing him, Yunmu replied respectfully, "Don't be so formal. We were the ones who needed your help in the first place." The man asked in surprise, "You needed my help?" He answered calmly, "You still haven't told me the location of the intercontinental teleportation array." Upon hearing that, the village chief immediately understood, pointing ahead and saying, "You mean this? You just need to head south, and you'll reach the largest city on our Hongmen continent." Following the village chief's directions, Yumu arrived at Manchian City in the blink of an eye. The moment he appeared, he was quickly surrounded and given a warm welcome. "Come on, brother, let me buy you a drink. Here, little lady, try some watermelon. You're new here, right? I'll show you guys around." From a distance, a loud voice suddenly boomed, "Make way, make way. They've already got people to welcome them." Hearing the familiar voice, Yunmu and Naiji froze, instantly recognizing that it was Ge Feng and Shen Chen's squad. Next, the two of them went to a hotel with the others. On the way, Shen Chen took the opportunity to explain. "After we escaped the ambush, we realized we've been transported to the Hongmen continent. The only intercontinental teleportation array on the Hongmen continent is in Manchian City, so we decided to wait for you here." Stepping into the hotel lobby, Liu Naiji hurried to the reception desk. "Hello? I'd like to book 6 spots on the teleportation array to the central continent." Grandpa plopped down on a chair. He cheered with relief. "Woohoo, we can finally go home." Yunmu glanced around and remarked to himself, "This place is so lavishly decorated. It's a world away from the outside." Over here, Liu Naiji suddenly shouted, "What? It's that expensive?" He walked over and asked quietly, "What's wrong? Not enough money? How much are we short? If we really can't, I'll trade some materials for cash." He pointed at the payment screen and mumbled as he read, "Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 6 billion. At that moment, Yumu's face scrunched up as he screamed in shock. "Why don't you just rob people?" The receptionist calmly retorted, "You must be joking, sir. Robbing people isn't nearly as fast as this." Yunmu casually placed a pile of items on the counter and asked, "Damn it, can you see how much I can get for these?" The receptionist replied, "Please, wait a moment while I take a look." After checking for a moment, she responded, "Sir, these can be exchanged for 15,830,000 mystic crystals." Yunmu, with an utterly shocked expression, said, "That much?" He thought to himself, on the central continent, these things would be worth 3 million at most. The receptionist gestured to the display screen and explained, "Yes, specialties from the central continent are very valuable here on the Hongmen continent, because the only means of transport between the two continents is the teleportation array, which has a very high cost." As soon as he heard that, a scheming smile appeared on Yunmu's face as he pressed. "So, does that mean materials from the Hongmen continent also sell for a very high price on the central continent?" The receptionist replied, "That is correct." Yunmu took a deep, satisfied breath and then announced to everyone, "We're not going back just yet." Hearing that, Neji asked in frustration, "What do you mean, Yunmu? What are you scheming now?" Yunmu, looking ecstatic with his eyes shut tight, smiled blissfully and replied, "I smell money." Scene change. Inside the vice cult master's office, a male subordinate knelt on the floor, reporting the incident in a low voice. After listening, the man asked with some disbelief. The sacred weapon was taken by Li Yunmu. The subordinate was instantly terrified, frantically begging for mercy. "Vice cult master, please spare me. I will retrieve this sacred weapon." The man said coldly, "You won't be needed to retrieve this sacred weapon. Besides, I'm short on experiment materials." The male subordinate immediately understood. His heart filled with relief, and he quickly replied, "Understood. My lord, I'll go capture some for you immediately." The vice cult master gave a sinister smirk and said cryptically, "There's no need for such trouble. You'll do." Hearing this, the male subordinate's face changed instantly, the smile vanishing from his lips. He gave a cold command, "Drag him away." Despite the man's desperate screams, "Vice cult master, spare my life." Vice Cult Master, the priest standing beside him, timidly reported. Vice Cult Master, Yunmu appeared in Mansion City 2 days ago. Please give me 2 squads. He continued with determination. I can definitely kill him and retrieve the divine weapon. The Vice Cult Master flatly rejected him. No need. I'll send Wei Shinren to handle it. After the message was sent to her, the priest on this side still tried to persuade him. But I have many eyes and ears in Mansion City. I can certainly find him faster. The Vice Cult Master rested his hand on the arm of his chair and said coldly, I have spoken. I don't want to repeat myself a second time. He shot to his feet, casually plucking the cigarette from the other man's mouth and threatening, get rid of those little ideas of yours. Don't ruin my grand plans. The next second, the Vice Cult Master turned and walked away indifferently, not forgetting to leave a final threat, or else I'll have your entire family on my operating table. In another scene, on the Hongming continent, inside the labyrinth forest, 2 men were hunting. One of them spoke up, puzzled, strange. This place is usually crawling with beasts every 3 steps and monsters every 5. Why is there nothing today? The short-haired man immediately made a suggestion. How about we go a little deeper? The other man rejected it without hesitation. Go deeper? Have you forgotten what happened? The mysterious story from that year was suddenly recounted. 2 years ago, a dozen or so Red Star experts went to the southern forest to subdue the enchantress Midi. After several dozen days, they all returned, but he paused for a moment before continuing. Some went mad, and others even forgot who they were. After hearing the story, the short-haired man said cautiously in a low voice, I remember now. In that case, we should head back. The man in purple sighed in frustration and replied, let's come back and check again in a few days. In another development, Yunmu single-handedly wiped out a horde of massive beasts. He exclaimed with delight, jackpot. This is a huge score. I wonder how Shen Chenhao is doing on the outer perimeter. Yunmu quickly collected their corpses into his Star Realm gate. His heart bloomed with excitement. He was definitely going to make a fortune when he got to Central Prefecture. While he was busy working, another massive monster suddenly charged at him. It froze for a moment when it saw its brethren lying scattered on the ground, letting out a wary, low growl. He was delighted to see it, a sly grin spreading across his face as his eyes lit up as if he'd struck gold. The monster was terrified into a panic. It turned and fled for its life, letting out a mournful roar for help. Behind it, Yunmu and Naiji gave chase, shouting gleefully, scream until you're hoarse. No one is coming to save you. In the heat of the moment, he completely missed a fallen wooden sign with a line of red text written on it. Warning, the siren butterfly demoness is extremely dangerous. The monster, tears streaming down its face, ran for its life with Yunmu closing in from behind, shouting, stop right there. The ground beneath Yunmu's feet suddenly softened as if it had turned to liquid. The next second, he stumbled and fell, and even the giant beast ahead of him became just a faint shadow. He was free-falling through the air, his mind struggling to process what was happening. How did this place suddenly turn into a chasm? Above him, Liu Naiji screamed in horror, Li Yunmu, but there was no reply as he continued to fall into the bottomless abyss. Suddenly, her body underwent a strange transformation, her face blurring. It turned out Naiji had been possessed by the siren butterfly demoness. A sinister smile appeared on her face as she muttered, is he dead? A short while later, the fake Naiji casually turned and walked away. It was as if nothing had ever happened, but in that moment, a shadowy figure shot up from behind her. It was Yunmu. Thanks to his spirit wings, he had narrowly escaped death. Yunmu clicked his tongue in confusion. Chi, how did the ground suddenly disappear? He hovered in the air, looking down at Naiji and wondering to himself, don't tell me that thing knows illusion magic. A moment later, Yunmu landed gently on the ground, still rambling. A monster that knows illusion magic must be worth a lot of money. He quickly turned to Liu Naiji and asked, did you see which way that monster went? The fake Naiji hesitated for a second before pointing in a direction and answering. It ran that way. Without a shred of doubt, Yunmu quickly ran in that direction, yelling, hurry, we can't let it get away. Her true face was then revealed, her eyes glowing with a bright purple light, her expression twisted in anger. Elsewhere, the real Liu Naiji was in a state of confusion, her face frozen as she tried to understand what was going on. She walked while scanning the forest, muttering to herself, this is so weird. I was just chasing that mystical beast with Li Yunmu a second ago. How did he vanish in the blink of an eye? As she said this, she stopped, her gaze fixed on a staggering figure near a bush. Naiji's eyes went wide with shock as if she had discovered something. The moment she saw the person, she recognized them and cried out in alarm, Li Yunmu. Before Naiji was the sight of him, his body covered in wounds, staggering toward her. Seeing this, Naiji asked worriedly, how did you get so injured? Yunmu whispered back, it was that mystical beast from before, but it's fine. Palm on, I know where it went. She didn't think twice and hurried after him. Okay. But she had no idea that a sly, unsettling smile was now plastered on his face. A while later, the two of them finally caught up to the monster. Yunmu quickly suggested, "That thing is very agile. You go first. Then I'll block its escape route." Without hesitation, Naiji charged forward to attack. The one behind her then revealed a cunning look. It was a fake Yunmu. Instantly, he quietly prepared to strike her down from behind with his sword, but as if anticipating his scheme, Naiji suddenly stopped in her tracks. Muttering the incantation, retreat, elbow thrust, mountain force, contract, turn back, flip hips. She summoned the Iron Mountain Crash technique. Then, she decisively launched a palm strike right at him. Caught off guard by the counterattack, he cried out in pain, a trickle of blood seeping from his mouth. Looking at the imposter sprawling on the ground, Naiji declared, "Finally showing your true colors, huh?" She coldly exposed him. "You fake Yunmu." The imposter asked in confusion, "How did you find out?" Naiji scoffed, "Do me a favor and use your brain next time. That mystical beast was only gold star rank, and a stupid one at that. Even at full power, a single one of its attacks could never injure Li Yunmu." The figure on the ground let out a chuckle before slowly dissolving into dust. "I was careless this time, but it doesn't matter." Before vanishing completely, he left her with a confident look and one last sentence, "No matter who you are, none of you can escape." She quickly understood everything, musing to herself, "An illusion? I have to tell Li Yunmu about this. He must be having a hard time, too." The scene changes to Yunmu's location. He was being pushed against a tree by her. Li Yunmu cried out in shock, "Liu Neiji, you. What are you doing?" The fake Naiji slowly approached him and whispered, "I don't know why. My body feels so hot." She struck a sultry pose, shamelessly showing off her voluptuous figure. Then, without hesitation, she crawled towards him seductively. "Help me, Li Yunmu." Witnessing this scene, he screamed his head off in a panic. It was an intense struggle. The more she lunged at him, the more terrified he became. "Liu Naiji, what's wrong with you? Calm down." Then, Naiji looked at Yunmu with glowing purple eyes and cooed, "Li Yunmu." He was hit by the spell instantly. His whole body jolted, and his eyes turned purple. Yunmu couldn't resist. He let the fake Naiji move in to kiss him, but a sudden shout made him jump. "Stop right there." It was Liu Naiji. From a distance, she stomped her foot to gain momentum, then charged forward furiously, punching the imposter's body while yelling, "How dare you use my appearance to do something like this, you fake." Naiji screamed relentlessly at the imitation as it slowly faded away. "You damn fake, it's so embarrassing. No, I mean, you deserve to die." Meanwhile, Yunmu's jaw was still on the floor, wondering, is one Liu Naiji beating up another Liu Naiji? She immediately walked over and smacked him on the head, explaining that it was an illusion, before telling him seriously, "This guy's illusion technique can affect hearing and sight, but it can't maintain its form if attacked." That fake head of Naiji suddenly turned into a strange plume of smoke that rose into the sky. The smoke gradually coalesced into the body of a person, accompanied by a voice. "Tesk, I was going to let you die in pleasure, but you just had to be difficult." As she finished speaking, the woman's head gradually appeared, and her body began to fully form. The butterfly demon, Mi-Dai, hovered in the air with fluttering wings, her face showing clear excitement. "Hunting the hunter is quite fun, you know." Yunmu looked up from below at the woman's form and said, "A big goose?" Annoyed, she unleashed butterflies and long silk ribbons toward him. Then she said, "This lady is a butterfly." The silk ribbons slowly wrapped several times around Yunmu. Just as his body was about to be completely covered, he smugly opened his mouth and said, "Still a worm. Then I'll just have to use fire." He immediately unleashed the Great Sun Flame art. A massive flame appeared, incinerating everything. As the fire gradually faded, the woman charged straight at Yunmu, then slammed her silk ribbon down where he was standing. The ground shattered, but Yunmu managed to jump back in time to dodge. She then continued by using the Void Slash technique. One after another, large and small silk ribbons flew straight towards Yunmu. He skillfully dodged the attack using the insect step, gracefully avoiding them with ease. Just as the demoness landed in front of Yunmu, he quickly gave her a friendly reminder. "Hey, big goose, don't forget I'm not alone." Naiji had appeared behind the woman at some point. She stared at the demoness with ice-cold eyes, muttering an incantation. Chi sinks to the Dantian, the palm seal descends, execute the ultimate form, all returns to infinity, strike from the center. The next second, a powerful palm strike slammed directly into the demoness's back, causing her to spurt blood from her throat. She was then sent flying violently into a large tree in front of her. Yunmu happily walked up to the demoness, his face showing smug disdain. "Is this all you've got? Where's your illusion technique?" However, She just smirked sinisterly and let out a few laughs, then spoke mockingly as Yunmu remained on guard. Humans truly are foolish. What makes you think I'm not using my illusion technique? As she said this, the demoness's body gradually shifted to appear behind him. Reforming from a wisp of smoke, she flew above Yunmu, flashing a triumphant smile as she raised her weapon high. Preparing to strike a fatal blow, Naijie, from behind, couldn't help but be stunned, reaching out and shouting, "Li Yumu." As the demoness slammed that weapon down towards Yunmu, he calmly took a few steps and summoned Li Yun from behind his back. It appeared and blocked the demoness's attack, startling her. What? Li Yun's hand slashed across, and her head was severed from her body as Yunmu scoffed. "You think you can sneak attack me?" The demoness's body slowly turned into smoke. She gave Yunmu a cunning look and remarked, "Tiesk, this guy is really strong." Then, she turned into a mass of silk and shot forward, rushing straight at Naijie and transforming into two demonic faces before asking, "But is she as strong as you?" Realizing her intention, Yumu cried out in horror, "Naijie." The next second, that demonic face slammed down on Naijie's position. She cleverly leaped high into the air, but didn't realize until it was too late. The other demonic face was already behind her. By the time Yumu shouted a warning, Naijie turned in alarm, but the creature's mouth was already open wider than her entire body. Yunmu rushed forward with Li Yun, yelling, "Naijie," but he was a step too late. The demonic head had already swallowed her whole. At that moment, the woman had returned to her butterfly form. She reassured him, "Don't worry, your little girlfriend isn't dead yet." But as she said this, a sinister expression appeared on her face. Smirking widely, a series of clones appeared right behind the demoness. She looked back at them excitedly and said, "I've turned her into one of my own." Then, Mi-Dai looked at him with a triumphant expression and asked, "Can you tell which one is your girlfriend?" She saw the obvious panic and hesitation on Yumu's face. This delighted the woman even more. "Afraid to make a move now? Are you scared of hurting your girlfriend?" Immediately after, she and her army of butterflies rushed forward, declaring, "Then you can just wait for death." She unleashed the butterfly dance technique, sending a barrage of green silk ribbons flying towards Yunmu. He quickly used the technique to block them, deploying a defensive shadow army, then charged forward to face the demoness head-on. Yunmu used his sword to parry her surprise attack. A second later, the woman teleported behind him and placed a hand on his shoulder. "If you want to live, then stop caring about whether she lives or dies." This disgusted him immensely. "Get your hand off me." Hearing that, the demoness kicked him hard in the back, sending him crashing to the ground, and asked, "What are you pretending for?" Yumu was slammed to the ground, the impact shattering the earth and creating a large tremor. He quickly sat up, his body filthy and his energy depleted. He calculated silently in his head. Continuing like this won't work. Meanwhile, Yunmu's glittering pendant suddenly began to glow brightly. The butterfly army seized the opportunity to rush towards him. "Die." In that hair-raising moment, Yunmu suddenly heard someone call out, "Daddy." He was startled when he recognized the voice. It was a plume of smoke that suddenly formed out of thin air, followed by the appearance of a hand, and in a flash, it had swatted away several of the butterfly clones. As the demoness's silk was drawn together into a vortex, she stared at it in fear. "What is this feeling?" The next second, the Shadow Queen, Ling Long, appeared in front of Yunmu from within that silk vortex. Seeing her, he felt a great sense of relief, wiping away his sweat and thinking joyfully, "My daughter is back." Meanwhile, the other woman was gaping in astonishment. Why would a supreme being like this answer his summons? Seeing this, she and her butterfly army shot up into the sky, thinking, "I have to run while she still can't see through my illusion technique." But unexpectedly, Ling Long saw right through her haste. Her eyes widened, her pupils glowing as she stared directly at the group of butterflies. Instantly, the demoness's illusion technique and all her clones began to show signs of cracking, then slowly shattered into pieces. Watching her illusion crumble before her eyes, she couldn't help but panic internally. "What? She broke my illusion technique so easily? Is this the power of a supreme being?" In that moment of despair, she suddenly noticed Naijie's body falling beside her. Model. Seizing the opportunity, the female demon immediately flew towards her with a sinister plan. "I have one last card to play. As long as I have her, they can't do anything to me." The female demon dove down, reaching out as if to grab Naijie, who was floating in midair. Her hand was just about to touch her pink shoes when a voice rang out, "She's mine." Then, suddenly, an invisible hand gripped tightly around the female demon's neck, causing her to freeze for a few seconds. Meidi looked in panic at the figure strangling her. What? It turned out, Ling Long had made her move. A rescue mission for Naijie was underway. The demon was squeezed so tightly that her breathing became difficult. Tears streamed down her face as she begged, "Spare me." Her eyes lit up as she heard the demon's desperate pleas. I'm willing to offer my true blood and serve you for all eternity. But before she could finish, a bright red color stained the entire sky. The female demon's hand fell, and her life seemed to vanish completely. Ling Lung cheerfully flew out from the smoke, reverting to her tiny form. She rushed forward with her arms outstretched, calling, Daddy. She hugged Yunmu's face and snuggled against his cheek. Her daddy praised her. My daughter is truly amazing. Ling Lung, now tiny enough to stand on Yunmu's palm, stammered, Mommy, Mommy. He looked over in surprise and repeated, Mommy? The person she was talking about was Naijie, who was lying motionless on the ground. Mommy? Yunmu said, embarrassed, Hey kid, don't just call people that. Just then, she slowly woke up, rubbing the back of her neck and groaning. My head hurts so much. What's going on? She's awake. He quickly held out the necklace. Get back into the scale, quickly. We can't let her see you. Naiji's head was pounding. Didn't that goose swallow me? Where's the goose? He turned around, hiding his hands behind his back. I already took care of that thing. Suddenly, she raised her hand, summoning her spiritual power. The forest echoed with the sound of Naijie attacking and scolding, trying to trick me again. How could Yumu possibly break that damn goose's illusion technique? Take this. Show your true form, you monster. He cried out pitifully, Stop hitting me. It's really me. After a while, she was finally convinced. She then asked Yumu worriedly, Are you okay? Yumu was so beaten up his head was spinning. The two of them had only walked a short distance when they suddenly heard a strange noise. Yumu quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her along. Quick, let's hide. Someone's coming. In the distance, a truck was approaching. They had tied a person to the back of it. The leader ordered, Speed up. He sat in the truck, laughing maniacally. Run faster. They had placed a corpse in the truck bed to threaten the girl. If you don't put more effort into it, you'll end up just like that guy in the truck. The three men sat back, smug and relaxed. Who would have thought we'd catch a little brat in the forest who knows illusion techniques? Good thing we have the vice leader's medicine. Otherwise, we would have fallen for the female demon matey's illusions too. By now, the young pair were perched on a treetop, observing. They're from the divine holy cult. Following them, the leader became increasingly arrogant. Hurry it up, boys. Yunmu's eyes widened, while Naiji was horrified. Why would a place like this even exist? After a while, they stopped the truck and threw a person's body into the bottom of a ravine, where others already lay dead. This place. There were so many corpses. They were piled up in heaps. The scene was horrifying, like a vision of hell. He glanced at a bearded man trampling on someone. The divine holy cult. Then his gaze settled on the pile of bodies. A large number of them were from the Manhwa clan. Yunmu's face twitched uncontrollably, veins popping on his forehead. He remembered his father's words. The villagers had started to disappear one by one. The image of him pointing his sword at the mountain bandit flashed through his mind, and Yunmu recalled the man's words. Judging by his build, the person who traded with us was definitely not from the Manhwa clan. Yunmu silently concluded, everything is connected to the divine holy cult. But what is their goal? The truck carrying the prisoner had now stopped over there, right at the edge of the deep pit. A subordinate grabbed the girl by her hair, dragged her over, and asked, So, what do you think? Isn't the scenery beautiful? They're all your people. He stood behind the victim and whispered, After we're done having our fun with you, you can join them. Helpless, the girl could only cry, glancing around. Yunmu couldn't stand it any longer and leaped down from the tree branch, landing below. The divine holy cult, are you some kind of perverted concentration camp? The man looked at Yunmu's handsome figure but still didn't recognize him. Who are you to dare trespass on the divine holy cult's forbidden ground? Yunmu narrowed his eyes threateningly. Who I am doesn't matter. You just need to answer my question. Otherwise, you'll die a miserable death. The fat man burst out laughing. You're killing me. Who do you think you are? The other man crossed his arms disdainfully. Even the famous Yunmu wouldn't dare speak to our big brother like that. The leader struck a pose, smoothing his hair and cupping his face, his voice dripping with arrogance. What an ignorant little punk who doesn't know his place. If I don't teach you how to be a proper man today, then I'll be in the wrong. With that, he charged forward, throwing a punch as if to knock out Yunmu in a single blow. Die for me. But the man was stunned by Yunmu's lightning-fast ability to dodge. What? A second later, the tables turned. Yunmu grabbed his wrist and twisted it back, making the leader scream in pain. His two lackeys rushed forward, shouting, Big brother. A hand swiftly rose to strike from behind. With a serious expression, Naiji knocked out the remaining two henchmen. They collapsed to the ground before they knew what hit them, eating dust. Yunmu slowly crouched down next to the leader, threatening in a cold voice, If you don't want your other arm broken. His serious expression terrified the man. "You'll obediently answer my questions." Yunmu began his interrogation. "What's with all those bodies?" The man stammered, I really don't know. I only heard that the vice leader is conducting experiments." Yunmu paused at the word experiments. He pressed on. "So where is your experimental site? Where is the vice leader?" The leader, supporting himself with one hand, struggled to sit up, pleading, "Sir, I really don't know anything else." This answer, of course, did not satisfy Yunmu. He stood up and turned to leave. "What a waste of my time." He picked up a sharp knife and walked over to the captured victim. The knife flashed decisively, and in an instant, the ropes binding the girl were cut. He and Naiji coldly turned to leave, tossing the knife behind them, and he didn't forget to call back, "How you handle the rest is up to you." The woman was moved to tears, whispering her thanks. The girl slowly picked up the knife, causing the leader to panic. What are you going to do?" His eyes bulged in terror as he stammered, Don't. A second later, the scent of fresh blood once again filled the air. As she walked, she turned and asked Yunmu what kind of trick the Divine Holy Church was playing this time, capturing so many people. He snorted coldly. "Whatever it is, it's nothing good. Besides, they lost a corpse transport team, so they're bound to investigate." Naji suggested, "Then I'll tell Shen Chen and the others to hurry back to Manchian City. It's not safe right now." Suddenly, her steps faltered. A terrifying explosion erupted from within the dense forest. From amidst the thick dust and smoke, Yumu was already holding Naji in his arms. He leaped high into the air. Below, several cannons continuously tracked the two of them. Holding the woman in his arms, Yunmu looked down. Speak of the devil, and those weapons appear. Yunmu flew, hovering in midair with Liu Naji in his arms, as a pair of binoculars zeroed in on his handsome face. Instantly, they launched cannon shells at their target. "You think these pathetic little things can attack me?" In a flash, he had already passed through the barrage of explosives. But suddenly, Yunmu froze. He murmured, "My body." He had just realized he couldn't move anymore. At that exact moment, two cannons were preparing to fire. They launched two giant fireballs. With a massive boom, a terrifying shockwave erupted where he was hovering. Thick smoke and dust enveloped them both. Unyielding, Yunmu managed to hold her with one arm while unleashing the flames of Pulin Mistis with the other. The two cannons were instantly split in half. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Thankfully, I was protected by the rising sun flame art." Yunmu then called out with a challenge. "Hey, isn't it about time you came out? You can't deal with me with just these toys." A small figure stepped out from the bushes. "Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. You live up to your name, Li Yunmu." Yunmu stared intently at the person. "You again." Shinran also lifted her head to face him directly. Yunmu spat her name through gritted teeth. Wei Shinran. A small part of his wings had now been shattered. Yunmu landed and tilted his chin up. "Did they send you to kill me?" She retorted bluntly. "Of course not. My only mission is to retrieve the holy artifact." A smirk played on Yunmu's lips. "You mean this thing? It's in my medallion. You can have it back if you want." From beneath his feet, a dark, gloomy aura began to appear. Yunmu let go of Naji, spreading his arms wide to summon his second shadow behind him. "Let's see if you have what it takes, Sinren." She quickly drew the sword from her sleeve in response. "Fine." She raised the weapon in front of her, her tone resolute for battle. "Then let's see." Shinran bravely rushed forward to confront his powerful manifestation. A blast of purple spiritual energy shot towards her. She instantly leaned back to dodge. Shinran swung her sword, sending a slash of power towards Yunmu's shadow. Unexpectedly, the first shadow was hit by the attack. She flew right through it, her sword cutting a clean path. The first shadow's head immediately vanished. Seeing this, Yumu knew the situation wasn't looking good. Her proficient fighting skills, combined with mental attacks to compensate for her lack of mystic power. But doesn't this kind of mental attack consume a massive amount of energy? He kept his hands in his pockets, watching the small figure of the woman before him. Why was she, Simran, using her power like this? Her eyes widened as she controlled the spiritual energy in the area. Once again, Yunmu and Naji were frozen in place, their bodies unable to move. She no longer hesitated. She raised her sword, preparing to strike them down. A moment later, drops of fresh blood trickled down, accompanied by a dry cough. His shadow's hand had managed to grab the sharp tip of Sinran's sword just in time, but she refused to give up, forcing the blade through its hand, aiming the sword tip straight at Yumu. He looked at the exhausted Sinran, who was breathing with increasing difficulty, blood staining the corners of her mouth, and spoke. "Constantly using mental attacks puts a huge strain on the body, doesn't it?" Yunmu's tone was grave. "The holy artifact of the Divine Holy Church," he asked into the grim atmosphere. "Is it really worth you risking your life like this?" Yunmu stood safely behind the shadow's shield. Sinran couldn't control her ragged panting. She remembered the locket opening to reveal a picture of a happy family of 3 playing together. The Vice-Sec Master had looked at it thoughtfully before giving the order. Find a way to retrieve the holy artifact from Li Yunmu. He had clenched his fist, his voice a low growl. If you don't, time returned to reality. Once again, determination filled Zinran's eyes. She drew the sword from her sleeve and shouted, "It's not over yet." In a fury, Sinran swung her sword, slicing Yumu's second shadow in 2. None of your business. Yunmu controlled his sword with one hand while turning to Neji with the other, instructing, "Neji, you don't need to interfere. What happens next is personal." He unleashed his autumn harvest addiction technique. Just as Yumu struck, Shinran leaped into the air. His relentless, deadly attacks forced her to use 2 swords to block. Yumu's sword danced in a circle, as if trying to capture her dark silhouette. Finally, his sword met Shinran's. A smirk touched Yunmu's lips as he remarked, "Even though you were already injured, you're still gritting your teeth and fighting, using the power from your eyes. I have you to thank for teaching me that." Yunmu's body trembled again as he grimaced in discomfort. Another mental attack. Not long after, Sinran coughed up another mouthful of blood. Yunmu sneered at this. A technique that requires sacrificing a huge amount of your own life force. As expected, it's causing a backlash, isn't it? With a single swing of his sword, he sent her weapon flying into the air. Her whole body fell backward. Yunmu raised his weapon with a serious expression and shouted, "This is the end." Purifying water frenzy blade. A single slash cut through his opponent's position. He glided past her effortlessly. "It's over." Sinran coughed violently on the ground amidst the billowing smoke and dust, struggling to sit up, her voice weak. "Why?" Sinran stared at the man before her, confused. "You're not killing me?" Yunmu sheathed his precious weapon and answered, "If I killed you, the Ji-Feng squad. Those guys would never let me hear the end of it." His words seemed to strike a chord with her. "Those idiots are waiting for you to come back." Just like that, Sinran's eyes flew wide open, but she still couldn't accept her own feelings. "I have nothing to do with them anymore." Yumu gently placed something down in front of Sinran. "Right. That's why I said they're a bunch of idiots. Take this and turn it in." After that, he and Najie left, leaving her alone with the treasure box. "I don't know why you're risking so much, but there must be a reason." Sinran pressed her lips together tightly, her body beginning to tremble. She stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. "Senior Da Xiang has been asking you about the Divine Heaven cult's golden toxin, right?" Hanian bravely decided to stand on the side of justice for once. "I'll get it for you. As for this sacred artifact, I'll return it to you when everything is over. I guarantee it." Li Yunmumuk glanced back and tactfully refused. "There's no need. Just get home safely. Don't make them wait too long. As for the sacred artifact, I'll get it back myself." As if his wish had been granted, he was overjoyed. "Didn't see that coming, did you? Divine Heaven cult." Li Yunmumuk already had a plan. "When I placed Ling Long in that pot, I also left you all a special little gift." His hatred grew stronger and stronger. When the time comes, he'll settle all scores, new and old. The scene changes to inside Mansion City, where the two are walking and notice people gossiping. "The bounty is so high, this guy must be no simpleton." Liu Naiji curiously asks when she sees Li Yunmumuk sneaking into the crowd. "Hey, where are you going?" The young man raises his hand and replies, "My greed is acting up again. It seems like there's some kind of bounty to be claimed. Who knows? I might make a huge score. Only a fool wouldn't take free money." After a while, Li Yunmumuk finally pushed through the crowd to get the scoop. The person over there announced, "Everyone, take a good look at the wanted poster in my hand. Whoever captures this man alive can go to the Imperial Palace to claim the reward." He froze for a few seconds. The reward was 1 billion. But Li Yunmumuk's face went blank when he saw how terrible his portrait was. "What is this drawing?" Unafraid, Li Yunmumuk pointed and laughed. "Liu Naiji, come look. That's the guy on the wanted poster. Should we just go ahead and capture him?" As if on cue, his hands were slapped into a pair of handcuffs. The man quickly cuffed Li Yunmumuk and started dragging him by one arm, looking smug. "Kid, aren't you the man on the wanted poster? I can't believe it was this easy." Li Yunmumuk snatched the poster, held it up to his face to compare, and snapped incessantly. "What? Open your damn eyes. Look closely. Where do I look like this? Are you kidding me?" The people around him whispered, "It's no longer a question of whether they look alike. They're identical. On closer inspection, he does look a bit like him. What's going on?" With that final comment, Li Yunmumuk felt like he was about to fade out of existence. He's a spitting image. "I'm really starting to doubt my own appearance." The man didn't hesitate any longer and started to drag him away. "All right, come with me then. but all he was left with was an empty pair of handcuffs. The person had vanished. He just stood there looking like an idiot. That's because Liu Naiji had already snatched him away. As she ran, she grumbled in annoyance. I can't believe you. Why is it always this kind of trouble all day? The man held up the cuffs and mumbled. As expected of the tough guy with a 1 billion yuan bounty, he managed to slip out of my handcuffs so easily. The crowd loudly reminded him about the size of the cuffs. Those cuffs of yours are made to catch giants. For him, they're way too big. Not long after, the people of Manchun City began to search for the young pair. Where did they run off to? Why can't I see them anymore? A little boy pointed with wide, excited eyes, balloons. It turned out to be Liu Naijie and Li Yumu, who had put on bear costumes to sell balloons. She looked at the exasperated Li Yumu and suggested, they're probably not in this square. Let's go look somewhere else. Li Yumu let out a sigh of relief. Looks like they're gone. Liu Naiji still didn't get it. Gone where? The entire city is plastered with your wanted posters. Dressed as a bear, he walked ahead. Let's go to the Imperial Palace and ask them what the hell they mean by this. Li Yunmu stomped his feet a few times, fuming. To draw me so ugly, they almost got ignored. Seeing this, the girl was at a loss for words. So that's what you're mad about. A man with a scarred face looked at the wanted poster and mumbled. This Li Yunmu is a legendary figure in Zhangzhou. How is he connected to our missing people case? Another man continued. I didn't believe it either at first, but Chief Commander, you saw it too. Inside the Imperial Palace meeting room, a huge pile of anonymous letters covered the table. The two men read them over, contemplating, is it possible someone is intentionally framing him? Even so, we can only find him and ask him in person. Suddenly, two teddy bears burst through the door. From inside the bear costume, Li Yumu asked in a gruff, annoyed voice, who's in charge here? The two men were bewildered. Who are you? He slammed his hand on the table, sending papers flying into the air, and shot back, who am I? The young pair slowly took off their costumes and sat with their feet propped up on the table. The ones you're looking for. The two men in the Imperial Palace quickly recognized Li Yumu. Guards, seize them. But the Chief Commander raised a hand to stop them. A subordinate looked over in surprise. Chief Commander. He turned to face the young man and said, since the Star General has graced us with his presence, I'll have to be blunt. Li Yumu listened with a calm demeanor. We have reports accusing you of kidnapping our people for live refinement and practicing forbidden arts. The Chief Commander clasped his hands together and questioned him seriously. I wonder if it's true. The scene shifts to the grotesque room of those demonic people. A small Han Yen was slumped within the four walls, a group photo of the Wind Sand Squad next to her. Everyone's face in the photo was brimming with joy. A subordinate looked at the girl with her head down and called out, hey, little girl from the Wei family. She looked up upon hearing his announcement. The Vice Sect Master told you to go over to the palace. Li Yumu was leaning back in his chair, his tone mocking. I'm connected to the missing persons case? How ridiculous. The man across from him put his hands together and negotiated. We will not make things difficult for you. We just need you to cooperate with the investigation. Once you prove your innocence, you are free to go. With fiery spiritual energy flaring beside him, he arrogantly retorted. And what if I say no? The man's voice grew heavy. Then we'll have to do this the hard way. He immediately gave the order, guards. A group of men instantly surrounded the young pair. He slowly stood up, his voice carrying a deep, hidden meaning. Escort our two distinguished guests to rest. You must treat them with respect. One of the men reached out to Liu Naiji and requested, Miss, please come with us. She took a few steps back and shouted, What are you doing? Don't touch me. Li Yumu, with his hands still behind his head, spoke with a sharp tone. Hey, big guy. His every word sent a chill down their spines. Let her go. Even the subordinate had to turn his head back in bewilderment. This aura, their hair stood on end, no one dared to move. How is this possible? It's the pressure of a super transcendent. If we really fight, I'll definitely die. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared from behind accompanied by a familiar voice. I told you. Why did you return to the city after your visit? No one's even here to greet us. After all this time, it turns out they're all here. Huh. One of them turned and immediately recognized the young master. He ignored the small fry and headed straight inside. I sensed a powerful aura from afar, and I was wondering who it could be. Li Yumu frowned at his old friend. I only knew you were a core disciple of the Man clan. I never thought you'd be able to come and go from the Imperial Palace as you please. Long time no see. The two of them, without a word, raised their hands and fist bumped. Then they shouted in unison, Brother. The young master reached out to touch them both, surprised. What's with this huge formation you guys have set up? Come to my room for a couple of drinks. We can talk while we drink. I've got some good stuff. He then whispered, What's wrong with you two? Yunmu was still seething inside. Those two clueless subordinates were talking way too much. Wait, young master. This man is heavily connected to the missing persons case. If we just let him go like this, it will be hard to maintain order. Hearing this, the man looked displeased and glared at the other one. Are you saying everything is related to my brother? His next sentence was to help Yunmu out. Is that right, old bro? He got the hint and played along? No. The young master brushed it aside. Very good. You all heard him. He said he didn't do it. Let's go have a drink. The two officials stared wide-eyed. What? This is treating the matter like a joke. Governor Liu still didn't want to let it go. Young master, this is very important. If you continue like this, I'll have no choice but to arrest you as well. He fiercely protected his brother, threatening, Uncle Liu, now that you're the governor, you really don't answer to anyone, do you? Don't you forget. The young master turned his head back, speaking each word slowly to remind the man. I am the young master of the Hongman clan, the future leader of the Hongman clan. If you want to lay a hand on me, then go ahead and try. He placed a hand on Yunmu's shoulder. The man you all think is the culprit. He's destined to become a great figure. He wouldn't bother with something like this. The young master's next words held nothing back. On the contrary, the real idiots are the ones who can't find any clues themselves and can only rely on an anonymous letter to make arrests. He thoroughly enjoyed watching the infighting. Yunmu finally spoke up. All right, I didn't just come here today to cause trouble. You all want a clue about the case, don't you? Yunmu spoke cryptically. I have one, and it's an extremely important clue. Han Nian, feeling cornered, walked forward, forcing the two large doors open. The vice sect leader stood by the window, satisfied. Little Han Nian, you've arrived. He gently rubbed his chin, his voice enchanting. You must have brought what I wanted. Han Nian was blunt. She placed what he wanted on the table. It was the sacred artifact that Yunmu had taken. The vice sect leader was surprised. It's become whole again. What an unexpected gain. She frowned and asked urgently, where is my family? But he wasn't about to let them go that easily. The vice sect leader squinted at the young woman, rest assured. I will definitely return your family to you. It's just that. They might be a little different from before. Han Nian flinched. What do you mean by that? He got straight to the point. I assume you've already seen the blood corpse army I created. She bit her lip, thinking to herself, blood corpses. The experiments in those jars. The vice sect leader continued leisurely. Now there's a slight problem, Han Nian. She recalled the sight of a body being tortured in a test tube, constantly screaming the word kill. He then made a small request. I don't remember which number jar I put them in. Why don't you go find them yourself, if you still can't tell them apart? This statement from the vice sect leader made her freeze for a few seconds, as if she already knew what condition he was about to propose. Han Nian's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was forcing her to do. Her heart felt like it was sinking. She involuntarily collapsed to the ground. Before her, the vice sect leader's illusory clones were smiling sinisterly. What an interesting reaction. So this is what someone on the verge of a mental breakdown looks like? Her eyes remained wide with shock. A second later, her body couldn't take it anymore, and Han Nian doubled over. One hand on the ground, the other clutching her chest, her breathing became more erratic. With his hands in his pockets, he revealed something else. Let me tell you something interesting. Even while they were in the jars, they kept begging me to spare you. The vice sect leader leaned in and whispered in her ear, especially that little brat. How old is he this year? 7 or 8. His screams of pain were the most beautiful sound I've ever heard. With that, he turned and walked away. But he still left Han Nian in a state of suffocating despair. You're free now. I promised them I wouldn't do anything to you. After all, your family put on quite a show. Allow me to thank them properly for it. Her heart twisting in agony, she clenched her fist and pressed it to her chest, her spirit seemingly dead in that moment. Tears streamed down Han Nian's face as she thought about everything she'd done for him. I betrayed my friends. I even attacked my master. But she clutched her collar, blaming herself. Couldn't even save my own family. At this moment, Han Nian had completely broken down. Someone like me might as well just die. A person like me. Her other hand dug into the ground, her fury reaching its peak. Han Nian looked up and used her most familiar technique, one mind. She couldn't bear it any longer. She immediately rushed behind the vice sect leader, pulling a sword from her sleeve. A second later, the air was enveloped in a bizarre blackness, as purple streaks flew out in fragments. Over at the palace, someone slammed their hand on the table. The young master scowled, his voice a low growl. Are you saying the divine heavenly sect is behind all of this? And the number of victims is far greater than we imagined. Yunmu admitted. That's right. The bodies in that pit. There weren't just a few dozen. He ground his teeth, hatred flaring up. Damn it. the divine heavenly sect again. To do this kind of thing to my people. The young master didn't hesitate and immediately issued a challenge. I declare that the Hongman clan is now in an all-out war with the divine heavenly sect. Hearing this, a subordinate hastily slammed the table and stood up. Young master, wait. He quickly tried to dissuade him. Do you have any idea what it means to declare war on the top power of the divine continent? Please, reconsider. He frowned at the group, a bunch of stubborn old fools, but the subordinate had to stop him. This war is based only on a pit of bodies. We can't prove the divine heavenly sect was behind it. If we declare war just like this, it will cause a major incident. Yunmu just stood there. They silently listened to that person's persuasion. Even if Yunmu is the young star general, his word alone cannot be taken as proof. From out of nowhere, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, followed by a loud shout, "We believe him." The people in the palace instantly turned their gazes towards them. A subordinate saw the leader and exclaimed, "Wise man of the Man tribe, why are you?" The man calmly called for his granddaughter to come forward. "Don't be afraid, we are here." It turned out to be the victims Yunmu had just rescued from that abyss of corpses. She did not hesitate to speak the truth. "Chief Commander, I can testify. The missing people were all captured by the divine heavenly cult." The young master was utterly surprised. "You can testify?" She nodded. "That's right." Naijie, who was in the back, also recognized her as the girl they had rescued from the corpse pit. The girl began to recount her story. "While I was hunting in the forest, I was captured by people from the divine holy cult. On their transport vehicle, I saw many of my fellow tribesmen die horribly." This statement only fueled the young master's rage even more. The victim calmly continued her tale. "I also secretly overheard them discussing many internal affairs of the divine holy cult. They're using our people for experiments." Hearing this, everyone raised their hands, showing their resolve to fight. "Young master, chief, let's declare war. Our Manchu tribe has no cowards. Avenge our people. To treat the Manchu people like this, they must pay the price." The young master turned to the man in front. "Chief, are you still going to stop us?" Chief Liu's hand was already clenched around the incriminating documents on the table. "You damn brat, do you think I'm a coward? If the evidence is solid, I declare the Crimson Manchu tribe." He threw the papers into the air, heroically proclaiming, "Officially declares war on the divine holy cult." As if they were just waiting for this command, everyone roared in unison, filled with righteous fury. Chief Liu turned to the young master and Yunmu. "Don't get too excited. It's too soon. We don't even know where the divine holy cult's secret experimental unit is located in the Crimson Manchu province. The time has come." Yunmu cut him off. "Don't worry, I know." He put on his most dashing expression. "Your daughter has already located them at the Imperial Palace's resting lounge." Jifeng's team sat on the sofa, discussing amongst themselves. "Captain, should we retreat too? Maybe we can still find Xingran." Yunmu leaned back, closed his eyes, and dismissed the idea. "The divine holy cult can be handled by the people of the Crimson Manchu tribe. After I take you all back to the compound, I'll pay a visit to their headquarters." And Lu quickly waved her hands. "No way, we want to go too." Suddenly, a strange noise put Shen Chen on high alert. "Who is it?" He ran to open the door, and then he froze, stunned by the person standing before him. A voice called from inside, "Shen Chen, who is it?" He quickly recognized his team member and immediately stammered, "It's Wei Shinran." The people inside were shocked. "What? Sinran is back?" Just then, she seemed to lose all her strength and fell forward. Sinran collapsed onto his broad shoulder. Only then did Shen Chen notice the bloodstains on the back of her shirt and whisper her name, Sinran. The other three rushed out anxiously. "Sinran, what's wrong?" Shen Chen quickly laid her down somewhere. She opened her eyes and saw Yunmu and Naiji, her voice incredibly weak. "Captain, I'm sorry." Sinran opened her palm. "The poison needle, I promised you. I got it." Her vision began to blur, a faint smile playing on her lips. "But the promise I made to you, to return safely, I broke it." Yunmu. Witnessing this heartbreaking scene, he couldn't help but be moved. Gi Feng's group simply couldn't believe this was happening. "No, don't. Maybe there's still a way." Sinran. Shen Chen walked over and gently lifted her head. She called out softly, "Captain, can Wei Shinran request to rejoin the team?" Her words felt like they were tearing apart every heart in the room. He couldn't hold it in any longer, and tears streamed down his face. Shen Chen roared in anguish, "Of course, you can." His words seemed to lighten Shinran's heart, at least a little. A tear rolled down her cheek. Sinran imagined a scene where their team was all gathered together. If it weren't for that evil blade, maybe everything would have been. But life has no what-ifs. Her eyelids slowly drooped. A moment later, a mournful atmosphere enveloped the entire place. In the cursed forest, a fierce battle was raging. The people of the Crimson Manchu tribe fought with all their might, shouting in unison, "Avenge our people!" The members of the laboratory brought out a cannon while fighting back. "Brothers, we must hold the entrance to the Forbidden Land. Once the plan succeeds, our divine holy cult will fear no one." The two words, "charge on," were roared. At that moment, the two sides clashed in a decisive battle. The cannonballs fired took the lives of countless members of the Crimson Tribe. A subordinate from the lab saw the remaining large numbers and worriedly asked, "How much longer until it's complete?" Inside, a group of soulless people stood in a circle. At the center was the ruthless man everyone knew. The priest urged the vice cult leader, "The Manchu tribe's assault is too strong. Our followers can't hold on for much longer." The man nodded. "There's enough time. The moment I obtain the evil blade will be the day those ants die." He calmly kept a cigarette in his mouth and continued, "Vice cult leader, for this one blade, you've offended the entire Crimson Manchu province. Is it worth it?" The man replied without hesitation, "Of course, it's worth it." He spread his arms wide, staring intently at the blade stuck in the ground. He stated decisively, "This blade is a divine weapon." The priest frowned in surprise and asked, "A divine weapon?" The vice cult leader immediately answered, "That's right. The scriptures record it. The cursed god used this blade to slay the old god and claim divinity. But who would have thought that after the cursed god's victory, the old god would, in turn, cast a curse spell on his own blade, and threw it here. The weapons of gods retain the will of the gods, even being able to glimpse a sliver of that realm." The vice cult leader continued, his aura brimming with killing intent, "is a supreme honor." He took out the treasure that Yunmu had given to Sinren and gave the order. "All right, the ritual preparations are complete. I must now begin to tame this blade." The vice cult leader added a final instruction. "You, go stand guard at the door. Don't let anyone disturb me." The cauldron slowly rose into the air. Although this blade can absorb mystic energy and simultaneously release the power of the curse from above, it emanated several streams of green spiritual energy with a crimson aura at its core. As long as I use the holy relic as a bridge and continuously transfer the mystic energy of the blood corpses to me, the vice cult leader's voice echoed in the air as he channeled the power into the blood corpses. As that red energy swirled around and coiled up the blade's body, he was at his most triumphant. "Even if you are a divine weapon, you cannot escape my grasp." The blade greedily absorbed the mystic energy being channeled into it. The vice cult leader was also somewhat astonished by its killing intent and thought to himself, truly worthy of being a divine weapon. Even after being abandoned for tens of thousands of years, its power is still so savage. The man resolved to reach for the saber with both hands. "But you still can't escape the fate of being controlled by me." Suddenly, a loud boom from behind caught his attention. The vice lord was cultivating in a hurry. The blood corpse is about to lose control from the curse's power. It's starting to explode. "I have to speed up." He gritted his teeth and used all his strength. "Now, submit to me." The vortex of spiritual energy grew denser and denser. Just a little more to go, when another loud bang erupted not far from them. A voice came from within the dust. "Sorry to interrupt." The vice lord turned his head to look. Yumu, one hand in his pocket, casually looked down at him. "I'm here to pick something up." The man asked in bewilderment. You're Yumu?" Yumu's face turned serious. "That's right, and you must be that so-called vice lord, aren't you? Thanks for taking care of my student." The vice lord calmly sneered. "Here to get revenge for that little girl? You're too late." But Yumu wasn't fazed, replying with a faint smile. "Not late at all. There's something you don't know yet, isn't there?" Yumu didn't hesitate to bring up the sacred weapon. "I was the one who gave that sacred weapon to Wei Shinran, and I even prepared a little surprise inside it just for you." This made the man's face freeze. Yumu shouted, "Come forth." Just then, the sacred weapon released a turquoise vortex. The Phantom Queen gradually appeared within that aura. With a single wave of her hand, Ling Long sent piles of experimental corpses flying. The Vice Lord seized the opportunity to grab the treasured saber. "This is bad. The blood corpses are exploding. The curse's power is flowing backward." As expected, he was thrown far away. The saber's power caused blood to stream from his eyes, and he couldn't stop coughing up blood. A moment later, the Vice Lord's body went limp and collapsed to the ground. Yumu slowly walked toward the blood-red saber. "To sacrifice countless lives for this blade. I can see you truly wanted to obtain it." He was the next to place his hand on the hilt, but the blade's terrifying power erupted, as if trying to take down Yunmu in an instant. He gritted his teeth and endured it. Interesting. It was clearly drained by the divine heavenly sect, yet its power is still this ferocious. The system suddenly issued a warning. Hearing this, Yumu suddenly remembered and shouted, "That's right. I still have the astral realm. Astral realm power. Open." In an instant, The entire space was seemingly consumed by a mysterious blue hue. The power of the astral realm was absorbed toward where Yumu stood. The weapons began to glow with blue energy, and red spiritual energy was also summoned from the canopies of the trees. While still holding the saber with one hand, Yumu drew all that power into his other, gathering the red energy of the astral realm. Before long, it completely filled the palm of his hand. Feeling it was enough, Yumu stomped his feet hard on the ground, aimed his energy-filled palm toward the saber, and yelled, "Absorb." He controlled the two streams of power from a distance, forcing them to merge to suppress the power of this thousand-year-old blade. After a moment, the murderous aura from the saber gradually vanished. The area around it was pockmarked with craters from the recent battle. So this was the true form of the blade. Yumu easily pulled it out and swung it in the air. He couldn't believe how easy it was. Did I succeed that easily? But no one could have known. Suddenly, a purple primordial energy shot out from the saber, striking him directly. Yumu's eyes were affected by this spiritual assault. His jaw dropped as he exclaimed, "Whoa, a sneak attack." Yumu quickly shut his eyes to minimize the damage, but when he opened them again, he was even more confused, wondering, "What is this?" Yumu seemed to have been thrown into another galaxy. Before him were countless planets and stars. Back at the sacrificial altar, Ji Feng's team and the young master rushed to find Yumu. They called out his name together, and after a while, the group entered a cave. Liu Naji spotted him grasping the saber's hilt and shouted, "Yumu." And Liu and two other disciples stared blankly at Yumu's back, then asked, "What's wrong with Senior?" Liu Naji, standing beside her, said worriedly, "He must be in the process of subjugating this blade. Don't touch him for now." Suddenly, someone screamed, "Impossible," putting the group on high alert. The grievously injured Vice Lord struggled to his feet. "What's happening to my body? It's the curse's power. It's corroding my body." One side of his body had taken on the grotesque appearance of a beast. He roared like a madman, Yumu. With the muscles on half his face bulging, the Vice Lord scanned the area for Yumu, screaming, "I'm going to kill you." Having locked onto his target, he charged forward at full speed. "I'm going to kill you." Everyone quickly formed a defensive line in front of him, protecting Yumu. Meanwhile, in the astral galaxy, Yumu was inside the blade, bathed in a brilliant purple light. In the distance, a planet brimming with murderous intent appeared. He slowly opened his eyes, looked forward, and asked, "Who's there?" A long-haired man with an obscured face appeared on that planet, surrounded by a terrifying aura of power. Yunmu gritted his teeth in discomfort. "What level of existence is this? It's making me want to kneel. This pressure is terrifying." Immediately after, the figure spoke, advising, "The god of slaughter is truly not so simple. If you hadn't also cultivated a type of primordial star power, you likely wouldn't have survived until today. Give it up. There's no meaning in living a half-dead existence like this. Let's start over. My demonic blade of slaughter awaits the day of my return. Though tens of thousands of years will surely have passed by then, and the world will have changed, the moment this astral realm power reappears will be the moment I return." As soon as he finished speaking, the energy he released intensified. The power from the planet erupted violently, hurtling straight toward Yumu. His body was on the verge of collapsing. He struggled to look ahead, wondering, is this the aura from within the cursed blade? This power feels so familiar. The stream of energy was about to completely envelop Yumu. He muttered, "This seems to be the power of the astral realm. I'm about to be swallowed whole." As his vision faded to his single eye, he cried out in anger, "Damn it." Outside, the Vice Lord pinned the young master to the ground with his demonic foot and sneered, "You think a bunch of small fry like you can possibly stop me?" They really didn't know their own limits. Now, the members of the Hongman clan had been defeated by him, all of them lying pathetically on the ground. At this moment, the Vice Cult Master turned to Yunmu, furious, and cursed, "You damned Yunmu. How dare you ruin my plans and steal my evil blade?" He strode towards him, his heart filled with rage. But there was still time. Naji, seeing this from behind, cried out in fear, "No, don't." The Vice Cult Master came up behind Yunmu, raised his demonic hand, and glared. "Once I kill you, the evil blade will still be mine." Seeing the hand approaching, Naji screamed in terror, "Yunmu." However, just as the demonic hand was about to touch Yunmu, it was blocked by a powerful strike from the evil blade. The Vice Cult Master looked at his trembling hand and yelled in fear, "What?" His eyes widened in surprise as Yunmu appeared, looking majestic and powerful. He stroked the evil blade with delight and said, "So sorry, but this blade is mine now." Yumu had successfully tamed the demonic sword. Now, he was holding it firmly in his hand. The vice cult master stared, his face frozen in disbelief. He still couldn't accept this reality. A mere super mystic was able to block my attack? Could it be that he comprehended the divine information left in the air? He then charged at Yunmu, thinking he couldn't let him grow any stronger. He had to kill him right now. Just as he raised his demonic hand, Yunmu immediately swung the blade in a circle behind him, then gripped the hilt with both hands and thrust it forward with all his might. Yunmu unexpectedly rammed the hilt of the blade straight into the vice cult master's stomach, causing his eyes to roll back as he let out a cough. Next, he held the hilt with one hand, touched the blade with the other, and summoned a surge of power. Then, Yunmu plunged the blade straight into the man. The power from the demon nether 10,000 thunder strike made him convulse and scream in agony. But the vice cult master hadn't given up yet. He frantically thrust his demonic hand towards Yunmu. Yunmu nimbly leaped high into the air. The vice cult master's hand slammed into the ground, sending rocks flying. Immediately after, Yunmu landed, holding the blade behind him and dragging it. This caused a surge of power to envelop the entire blade. He gripped the hilt with both hands, braced himself, and swung it forward with immense force. Yumu used the demon netherworld ender technique, delivering 2 diagonal slashes to the vice cult master's abdomen before teleporting behind him. With that, Yumu stood still, blade in hand. The other man was slowly falling, a massive wound on his body. Seeing him collapse to the ground, Naji asked joyfully, "Did we win?" Suddenly, Yunmu coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was the vice cult master's doing. His eyes were wide open with a triumphant smirk on his face. "You fell for it." At that moment, Yunmu gave a cold smile as he realized the blood he coughed up was poisoned. He looked at the blood he had just wiped from his mouth. There was a mix of surprise and alarm on his face. The vice cult master had also gotten up. He grinned with glee and said, "The left side of your body is starting to go numb, isn't it? Did you really think the vice cult master of the divine heavenly cult was this weak?" He turned to look at Yunmu, who also raised his blade. He immediately spoke up. "I've played with poisons my whole life, using countless people as test subjects." The vice cult master walked up to Yunmu, holding out his demonic hand as he spoke. "And the most perfect test subject is myself." The X-shaped gash on his body was already starting to heal as the vice cult master's sharp claws were about to reach Yunmu. He struggled to raise the blade and block the attack. Suddenly, the man grabbed the blade tightly, causing blood to spray everywhere, which surprised Yunmu. Then, the man yanked the blade upward and brutally kicked him, yelling, "Get lost." Yunmu was sent flying into a wall, blood gushing from his throat as rocks and debris flew everywhere. At that moment, the vice cult master held up the blade, looking at it ecstatically. "You're finally mine, an impure person and a cursed blade. The most perfect combination in this world." Suddenly, Yunmu spoke to him with a grave tone. "TC, if I were you, I'd throw that blade away. Have you forgotten? How did you turn into this demonic form in the first place?" Hearing this, the vice cult master subconsciously held up his demonic hand to look at it. Then, Yunmu smirked cunningly and said slowly, "World-killing seal, master-devouring curse." The moment he finished speaking, the black, murderous aura from the blade suddenly wrapped around the man's hand. He cried out in panic, "What is this?" A second later, he collapsed to the ground and threw the blade aside. His other arm also began to transform into a demonic hand, causing him extreme agony. Demonic thorns sprouted from his hands and body. The vice cult master let out a blood-curdling scream as blood began to trickle out. He ground his teeth in rage and said, "This can't be. My body is about to fall apart. I need more flesh and blood to sustain it." With that, the vice cult master snapped his head towards the blood puppets of the divine sacred cult, the source of flesh and blood he had instantly thought of. The vice cult master went over to devour his own blood puppets. The pile of corpses was as high as a mountain, and he hastily began to chew and swallow piece after piece. Yumu was utterly disgusted by this behavior. This guy. Just then, Liu Naji slowly walked over, handed him a medicinal pill, and said, "Yumu, eat this quickly. It can stop the poison from spreading." He said thanks and immediately bit down on the pill. Once his body recovered, Yunmu stood up and staggered forward. Naji reminded him with some concern, "You have to be careful." Yunmu immediately reassured her, "Don't worry." Right after, his killing intent flared up, his eyes glowing purple as he declared, "All of this should end now." The vice cult master, on his side, also sensed it. He stopped eating and listened. Yunmu had walked over and picked up the blade, even asking the man curiously, "Isn't it better to just face death? Why must you cling to life like this?" Hearing this, the man gave a cunning smile and said, "Your biggest mistake was not taking the chance to kill me earlier." Yunmu replied in a cold voice, "You won't get another chance." By now, the vice cult master's entire body had transformed into a demon. He had become larger and more terrifying. Seeing this form, Yunmu let out a sarcastic remark. The more you transform, the more disgusting you become. Hearing the word disgusting, the vice cult master stomped his foot in anger and leaped up, charging madly towards him, and slammed his hand down. Taste the perfect power of this body. Yumu nimbly jumped away but was shocked by his power. How can a body this big move so fast? While Yunmu was still stunned, the vice cult master teleported behind him and asked gleefully, "Where are you looking?" A powerful collision erupted immediately after, sending up a cloud of dust and a gloomy, murderous aura. As the smoke cleared, Yunmu had retreated some distance, having summoned his shadow to block the demonic hand. As he brought it forward, his whole body suddenly froze, his face filled with shock as he stared ahead. The vice leader's body was regenerating. He declared arrogantly, "I told you, this body is the most perfect." With his body fully recovered, he told Yunmu, "Every single blood fiend I've modified has a 100% compatibility rate with my body. They are all my endless source of energy." Then, he reached out and grabbed the blade of his sword. "What do you have to fight me with?" Yunmu struggled to raise his blade and block the attack. The vice leader suddenly shoved the blade up and threw a heavy punch at Yunmu. Blood once again gushed from his throat. He thought in despair, "He's too strong. I can't fight him." With that thought, he quickly retreated. He summoned the Shadow Legion to confront him. The Shadow Legion appeared instantly, and they all raised their fists towards the vice leader. Seeing this, he curled his lip into a contemptuous smirk. Then, as he blew away several of the shadows, he taunted, "You think these little phantoms can hurt me?" While the man was still fighting the Shadow Legion, Yumu and his blade had already dashed behind him. Just as he lunged forward to slash at his left arm, the man quickly used his right hand to punch him hard in the face. The vice leader's arm fell to the ground. Yunmu backed away from him. He wiped the blood smearing his face, thinking with a growing sense of dread. So this is the power of a saint. What now? If this continues, even the power of the evil blade will be useless. Just then, as the vice leader's left arm was slowly regenerating, and he was sinking into despair, Yunmu suddenly remembered, "Wait, the power of the evil blade. The evil blade in my hand hasn't had its full power awakened yet. If I can use the power of the star realm to awaken it, just like in the memory." At that moment, the vice leader had already rushed forward, launching a flurry of attacks. Yunmu had regained his composure. As he blocked the attacks, he calculated inwardly, "Then I can defeat him. I just have to stall for enough time to activate it." While the vice leader kept attacking relentlessly, Yunmu calmly dodged each attack, aiming to buy more time. The man charged after him like a maniac, a constant smile on his face. Meanwhile, Yunmu quickly fled, both prolonging the fight and trying to awaken the evil blade. "Hurry up!" The vice leader had also noticed something was off. He thought to himself, "This guy is stalling for time. What is he planning?" Then he raised his hand, surrounded by a destructive aura. He told himself, "The evil blade is still in his hand. I can't let this drag on. No matter what he's trying to do, I have to finish him quickly." The vice leader used his technique, the Divine Punishment Spear. He blasted his palms straight at Yunmu, the attack piercing right through him. Our hero took the full force of the blow. Blood poured endlessly from his throat. A massive explosion erupted where Yunmu stood, sending dust and smoke everywhere. The vice leader smirked, extremely satisfied. The people of the Hongman tribe froze in place at the sight. They all stared in shock towards him. Naiji's eyes welled with tears as she screamed his name in anguish, "Yunmu." The vice leader's attention then turned to her. He said smugly, "I almost forgot about you all. Don't worry." The next second, he lunged towards Liu Naiji, his hand glowing with a murderous aura that she couldn't resist. "You'll all see him soon enough." Just then, the power within the evil blade suddenly erupted, and its force stopped the vice leader's hand in its tracks. It made him gasp in horror. "What?" The man leaped back, seeing Yumu standing there with a blade in hand. He asked, extremely curious, "You're not dead?" Yunmu's lips curled into a smug and threatening smile. "Seems my luck is a little better. Are you ready to die?" The vice leader was no pushover either. He regained his imposing demeanor and retorted, "Am I ready to die? What are you talking about?" Before he could finish his sentence, his expression froze. Yumu's ice-cold expression and piercing eyes suddenly magnified in his mind. His hands began to tremble as he thought in terror. Why does this guy's presence suddenly feel so oppressive? How did he get so strong? A terrifying fear washed over the vice leader. He asked himself, could it be because of the evil blade? At this moment, he stood still, staring at Yunmu. Then he continued to question himself. Could it be that he's completely mastered the power of the evil blade? He then tried to reassure himself, no, whatever the reason, I have to take it back. Just as the vice leader finished his thought, Yunmu, along with his blade, dashed past him. The attack was done. "This is for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the man realized in shock. So fast, too fast. A series of slashes had already passed through the vice leader's body. Yunmu flew out, his body shrouded in power. The man was now covered in cuts and purple blood, but he still maintained a look of disdain as he said to him, "Is this the power the evil blade gave you? But it's useless. My body can regenerate infinitely. I'll just wait until you're exhausted." Before he could finish his sentence, Yunmu glanced back and announced, "Infinite regeneration. Take a good look at your body before you say that." Hearing this, the vice leader hastily looked down and was horrified to realize, the wounds are healing. My body is perfect, so how? Could this also be the power of that evil blade? He was lost in a spiral of confusing thoughts. Suddenly, groans echoed in his mind. "Give me back my life. My sisters didn't want to die. I want revenge." The vice leader, annoyed, screamed out loud, "Who are you? Stop it. Be quiet." But the voices only grew louder. "I don't want to die." "Where's my mom? Go to hell." It was only then that he realized with a start that the blood fiend cells in his body were fighting back against him. A curse rang out, "Master, go die." It was repeated over and over. The blood fiends inside his body were resisting with all their might. The vice leader couldn't accept this reality and screamed helplessly, "Why are you resisting me? I am your god." The blood fiend bodies began to emerge from his own. Yunmu's blade was already at his face as he walked forward with power surging through his body. His entire body glowed as he said mockingly, "God, you think you're worthy? You're nothing but a piece of filthy trash. Go to hell and atone for your sins." Seeing the ferocious slash from the evil blade rushing towards him, the vice leader screamed in terror, "No." Finally, he collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Then he turned his face to look at Yunmu and stammered, "I lost." "Impossible." Yunmu showed no mercy and swung his blade down. The vice leader's body vanished in an instant. At the same time, he spoke, "Nothing is impossible. It's all over." A moment later, he collapsed. Our hero slowly walked back towards everyone, his body covered in blood. He held out the evil blade and stared at it with weary eyes. "I can't believe borrowing a little of my power has such a strong side effect. Or am I just too weak?" As he said this, his vision blurred, and his eyes slowly closed amidst shouts of Li Yunmu, "Senior." A moment later, our hero finally opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was everyone's overjoyed faces. An Lu immediately said, "You're awake. I knew you'd be all right, Senior." Lying in bed, wrapped head to toe in bandages, he asked everyone in confusion, "Are you trying to turn me into a mummy?" Just then, Jia and An Lu jumped for joy. "Senior's awake. This calls for a celebration." Suddenly, the senior snapped in frustration. "You're all too loud. Everyone, get out. He needs quiet." She pushed them all out the door, saying, "Everybody out. He needs to rest and recover now. I can take care of him." Once it was quiet, she shyly walked up to Yumu's bed and asked, "It's finally peaceful. How are you feeling now?" He was annoyed with the damn bandages. "What's with all this wrapping?" But he answered gently, "I feel great. Don't worry." After that, Yumu reached out and touched the blade beside him, thinking to himself, "I can't believe my body couldn't handle the immense power of that killing aura." Then, he was completely confused. Why can't I feel that powerful energy in the cursed blade anymore? What's going on? Just then, the old young master kicked the door open and yelled, "Brother!" He walked over and slapped Yunmu on the back a few times. He said cheerfully, "You're finally awake. You're the great benefactor of our great homeman. It would have been a huge loss if you had died." Our hero looked at his expression with curiosity and asked, "Is the business with the divine heavenly sect dealt with?" The man replied smugly, "Of course." Then, with immense pride, he recounted, "We've completely broken ties with the divine heavenly sect. All of their members in the cursed land have been wiped out. The other cultists stationed in Halman province were driven out by us as well." Hearing this, he touched the cursed blade beside him and asked again, "What was their goal, really? Was it actually this blade?" The young master replied instantly, "Yep, that's right. According to the hostages, that's the blade's origin." He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He said with utter contempt, "The cursed word of a god. What a strange name. Sounds like some troublemaking evil god." From behind him, Lai Jia's voice suddenly cut in, full of seriousness. It made him jump. "Li Yunmu." She wore a grave expression as she announced, "I'm afraid your current situation is very dangerous." Our hero was a little skeptical of that statement. "My situation is very dangerous," but Lai Ji was adamant. "Yes, that's right." She eagerly explained, "No matter which god it is, even if they leave behind a single sentence, a tiny trace, it's enough to drastically increase a mortal's power, let alone a weapon they once used. If other powers find out about this, you will be in grave danger." Hearing this, he stared intently at the cursed blade beside him. At that moment, The young master placed a hand on his chest and swore to Yunmu, "Don't worry, brother of Hongman Province. Only a few of our leaders know about this. You are our great benefactor. We will absolutely keep this a secret." But then, he suddenly became a bit hesitant. "But we can't be sure about the divine heavenly sect. What should we do about that?" Hearing this, our hero calmly said, "It's fine. Anyone who wants it can come and try to take it." He declared to them with great determination, "If I can't even protect my own blade, then I don't deserve to have it." The two of them were very pleased to hear that. The young master proudly praised Yunmu for his courage. "That's my brother, for sure. Don't worry. Anyone who dares to touch you will have to go through our man clan first." After that, our hero said to him, "Oh right, brother, there's something I need to ask you." A while later, under a heavy downpour, a group of people walked towards a set of graves. Holding black umbrellas over their heads, Yunmu and his Sanwin squad approached Shinran's grave. In his hand, he held a scarecrow. He then placed the scarecrow beside her grave and said sorrowfully, "I found this in the divine heavenly sex laboratory, to help you. This was very important to you, wasn't it? You've been through so much." Shinran. He took the black umbrella next to him and used it to shield the scarecrow. The members behind them stood in silence, overcome with a storm of emotions. After a moment, Anlu began to speak, her voice filled with grief. "Shinran, this monument is for the victims who died in this incident. Senior, we save a place for you next to the memorial so you can be reunited with your family." After she spoke, she bit her lip painfully, trying to hold back her tears. The heavy rain continued to pour down. The Sanwin squad turned to leave. "Rest well, Shinran. We'll be back to visit you." Just as he finished speaking, the rain suddenly stopped. It was like a miracle, a final gift from Shinran to everyone. They slowly lowered their umbrellas and looked up at the rainbow that appeared above. The rain stopped. "Yeah, thank you." The scene changes to Fragment Sky City, where a female employee is politely greeting a customer. "Hello, sir. How may I help you?" She froze when she saw Yunmu's group and the Sanwin squad all covered up from head to toe like the mafia. Behind them, Shen Chen muttered with great embarrassment, "Wu Jie, let's pretend we don't know them." Just as the employee was about to press an alarm button, she stopped short. She heard our hero whisper to her, "Shush. 6 intercontinental teleportation tickets. We're in a hurry, so please be quick." Hearing this, she pulled her hand back and replied, "Of course, right away." A moment later, our hero's system announced that 60 million had been spent. The employee cheerfully held out the tickets. "Here are your tickets, sir." Meanwhile, Yunmu was still staring at his system panel in disbelief, wondering, it only deducted 60 million, wasn't it supposed to be 600 million? The employee explained to him, "Sir, you have super VIP status. You get a lifetime 90% discount on all teleportations because you are the benefactor of our Hongman province." Then, to our hero's absolute horror, she yelled at the top of her lungs, "Mr. Lee Yunmu." He angrily pointed at the employee, but she completely misunderstood and said cheerfully, "No need to be so formal." Immediately, every eye in the building turned towards him. Everyone in the crowd started chanting Yunmu's name, which absolutely terrified him. A second later, a horde of crazed fans rushed towards him like moths to a flame. "Little Mew Mew, I love you. You're our hero. Don't go." Yunmu ran for his life, screaming for help. Seeing the cloud of dust kicked up by the fangirls, he said helplessly to Enlu, "Let's go. We'll wait for him at the teleportation array." That's right. They're getting a huge welcome. All 5 members of the Sanwin team have arrived, just waiting for Yunmu, who's trying to escape a mob of rabid fans. Seeing him in the distance, Naiji waved and called out, "Yunmu, hurry up. The teleportation is starting. If you don't get here now, we're leaving without you." Hearing that, our boy gave it his all. "Wait for me." Damn it. He stopped running and leaped towards the group. The sight of him soaring through the air with his legs outstretched left his female fans completely stunned. As soon as Yunmu landed, Liu Naiji praised him. Not bad at all. Jia Jia and Enlu, who were at the back, held up a sign with a score of 100 points. He panted for a few breaths, then asked in confusion, "Would it kill you wait a second?" As the teleportation was about to begin, our protagonist and his team waved goodbye to everyone. Seeing this, the female fans were reluctant to let him go, repeatedly shouting, "Don't go, our idol, Lee Yumu." A second later, the whole team was teleported away, saying goodbye to the Redbud continent. Before long, Yunmu's team had arrived in the inner city of Yuntian Fortress. Everyone stepped out of the teleportation circle, all of them in high spirits. "We're finally back. We're finally home. Barbecue, grilled chicken, sushi." At the same time, a buzz started among the crowd on both sides of the street. All eyes were drawn to him. "Look, it's Lee Yunmu. He's back too. Quick, inform the sect he's returned from the Redbud continent. Our protagonist, of course, didn't miss a single word. He shot them a quick glance. Yunmu then gave everyone a serious warning. Something's not right. Everyone, be careful. The team was momentarily confused. Huh? But they followed his advice. Okay. Suddenly, some nobody rushed out from nowhere to block his path, brandishing a weapon, and then declared loudly, Li Yumu, I've finally been waiting for you. I heard you use a divine weapon to slay a Saint Xuan practitioner. Let me see if you're as formidable as the rumors say. Fight me. The man was stunned when he saw Yunmu just casually walk past him, not even bothering to give him a second look, and said dismissively, Excuse me, move. That sent him into a rage, veins popping on his skin. The enraged Xuan practitioner pointed at him and roared, Li Yunmu, by refusing my challenge, you're looking down on the tiger head Lu Qiang of Black Tiger City. Yunmu just waved his hand indifferently and replied coolly, So what? Plenty of people want to challenge me. Get in line. Hearing this, the man's face darkened and he gritted his teeth. He flew into a rage and lunged forward, but was held back by two of his subordinates. Yunmu, you get back here. I'm going to cut you down. The man in green quickly advised, Senior brother, don't be rash. This is the inner city of Yuntian Fortress. Xuan practitioners are forbidden from fighting here. We're just supposed to be scouting Yumu's strength. We just need to follow him. A while later, wherever our protagonist went, he became the center of attention. From the crowd, a few people pushed forward, shouting, Li Yumu, accept my challenge. Things weren't much better over where Naijie was. Some girls were even crazy enough to show off. Yunmu, I'm begging you, fight me just once. Seeing him remain silent and unresponsive, everyone became frustrated. They started hurling insults. Li Yunmu, fight a match, you coward. Seeing this, Anlu spoke up, exasperated. The crowd following us is getting way too big. Jia replied, These people are just lingering from a distance. There's no way to shake them off. This is not a good situation. Suddenly, right where Yunmu was heading, a young man calmly suggested, She's right. If I were you, I'd just find someone and have a fight. Hearing this, he walked over curiously and asked, confused, Why are you suggesting I fight someone? Rushin pointed towards the crowd and calmly explained, Right now, everyone is very curious about your true strength, but their pride keeps them from stepping forward themselves. They can only send others to probe your power. Instead of refusing all these challenges, it's better to just pick someone and fight. Yunmu somewhat agreed, placing a hand on the back of the man's chair and replying, That makes sense. Oh, right, he then asked suspiciously, Aren't you curious about my strength? Tang Ruochin paused for a moment after hearing that. In an instant, he quickly understood and gave a sly smile. Of course, Yunmu held up a token in his hand and continued, If I'm going to flex my muscles, I should naturally find someone who dares to fight, right? Tang Ruochin replied decisively, That's right. You should obviously find someone who dares to fight. The very next second, he snapped his fingers and threw the token high into the air. Let's go. To the Void World Arena. In the blink of an eye, the two had arrived at the arena. Ruochin and Yunmu faced each other, both radiating energy, neither one outmatched by the other. Outside in the inner city, the image of the two of them suddenly appearing on the main screen stunned everyone watching. The Azure Dragon Grand General, Yunmu, is about to fight one of the 10 prodigies of Yuntian Fortress, Tang Ruochin. This Yumu guy has been making a huge name for himself lately. I heard he nearly flattened the Imperial God's sacred heavenly sect. I also heard he obtained a divine weapon. And the rumors say he only defeated a Saint Xuan practitioner because of that divine weapon. Is it really that sensational? Back in the arena, Yumu didn't hesitate to draw his evil blade. The moment Tang Ruochin saw it, he judged it disdainfully. Oh, so this is the legendary divine weapon? Tiesk, looks pretty ordinary to me. Seeing his attitude, Yunmu challenged him without holding back. Then let's find out. Tang Ruchen immediately unleashed his spiritual pressure. His left hand swirled with black energy while his right hand blazed with golden flames as he declared resolutely, I'm not the same person I was back then. Have a taste of my new ultimate move. As soon as he finished speaking, Ruochin threw a palm strike, his spiritual power instantly forming a fierce pillar of light that shot towards him. Yumu was agile. He skillfully used his Xuan wings to soar up and dodge the attack in the nick of time. The beam of power bent and continued to chase after him. Seeing this, Yunmu was a bit taken aback, thinking to himself, It's automatically tracking me. At that moment, not only was he not afraid at all, on the contrary, he turned back with an amused, faint smile and remarked, You really have gotten a lot stronger. With those words, the two were now facing each other at extremely close range. He muttered to himself, You've certainly gotten a lot stronger, but I've gotten even stronger. With that, Yunmu decisively unleashed a sword strike that tore through the pressure from both sides, successfully turning the tables. Ruo Chen was instantly knocked back, and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What kind of technique is that?" Yunmu looked at him with a mocking gaze and a scornful laugh. "What technique? There's no technique, it's just pure power." Ruo Chen refused to accept it, unleashing more spiritual energy from below as he roared aggressively, "Impossible! I'm already a super mystic practitioner. How can my technique be broken by a single slash?" At the same time, his powerful energy began to take the form of the Black Dragon Flame. As soon as it was activated, a majestic, illusory dragon appeared. Tang Ruoshan roared in fury. "I don't believe it." Next, he let the dragon's shadow envelop his body, transforming into a ferocious force as he charged mercilessly toward him. Yunmu stood still, with no intention of dodging. Instead, his eyes were silently judging. I didn't expect him to be able to give physical form to a mystic power attack. And its power is this incredible. I wasn't originally planning on using this sword. Thinking this, Yumu immediately took a fighting stance, but it seems you are worthy of seeing it. The two faced off. In contrast to the other guy's furious rage, our protagonist flashed a sinister, terrifying smile. In the next second, the atmosphere grew tense. Two torrents of spiritual energy began to collide violently. Yunmu shouted harshly, "Power of the curse, break it for me." As he finished speaking, his dark, cursed energy aggressively enveloped the Black Dragon Flame. In a flash, under the terrifying pressure of the curse energy, it couldn't resist and exploded. Ruochin stared in disbelief as the image of the Black Dragon Flame vanished into thin air, blurting out instinctively, "How can this be?" While Ruochin was still in shock, Yumu immediately pressed the demonic blade to his neck and declared, "It's over. You've lost." Meanwhile, the crowd watching from outside the inner city was horrified. What kind of demonic power is that? That sword is terrifying. This Yumu guy is a monster. As for Ruochin, he couldn't accept it and screamed, "I refuse to accept this." Again, Black Dragon Flame, but it was no use. With tears welling in his eyes, he looked at the Black Dragon Flame in his hand, his heart aching. "What did you do?" "That's my precious Black Dragon Flame." Seeing this, Yunmu calmly reassured him, "Don't worry. Once the curse power fades, you'll be able to use your ultimate move again." Hearing this, a confused Ruochen pressed, "Oh, that's good then. What did you say just now? Something about a cursed power? It sounds so dark. Would you mind explaining?" "This sword was once cursed by a god. Anyone who dares to covet it will be cursed by that god." The scene shifts to a dark room, where underground forces were quietly watching Yunmu. The person sitting in the center spoke up. "A curse, huh? It must have been a curse to make that old geezer from the divine heavenly cult fall." The scene shifts again to some sect, where the sect leader stood above, seriously relaying a message. No sect is to make a move on the divine weapon. Just send people to monitor its movements. That will be all. All the mystics heard and replied in unison. "Yes, sect leader." Elsewhere, at the Mystic Association, in the president's office, Duday was leaning back in his chair, laughing with delight. That little brat is really clever. He even knows how to use a god as a threat. Not bad. As long as the divine weapon doesn't fall into the hands of some major power, it's a good thing. He had a pleased look on his face, then said in a condescending tone, "Yunmu, let's see just how many surprises you can give me." Meanwhile, our protagonist, who was being talked about so much, felt a tickle and sneezed. Just then, Daxiang appeared behind him, calling out in a deep voice, "Yunmu." Yunmu then asked, "Why are we meeting at this remote cliff?" He quickly replied, "To take you to find the poisoned saint, of course." A short while later, the two entered a forest. On the way, our protagonist recounted everything. "When you were in Hamen province, the final power within the demonic blade prevented that guy from resurrecting. That's how I managed to kill him. After that, I was unconscious for several days." Hearing this, Dashang squeezed through a crevice in the mountain and asked, "So that's the whole story of how you got the divine weapon?" Yunmu quickly answered, "That's right." "Why the sudden curiosity about the sword?" He answered pensively, "Little Mumu, even though you have many enemies, and they're all major sects like the Zhaoyang sect and the divine heavenly cult, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be as dangerous as this sword." Yumu was startled when a spider suddenly greeted him, but he didn't forget to answer, "You mean the curse? What I said at the arena was just for those cunning foxes to hear, so they'd stop bothering me." Daxiang turned back, glanced at him, and shared his speculation. "No, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about the sword itself. You obtained it too easily, almost as if it was waiting for you to find it. The god of curses has descended, but he definitely left himself a way out." He immediately pointed straight at Yunmu, implying something as he continued, "His target is very likely you." Yunmu slowly approached, asking doubtfully, "What do you mean by that? Is the god of curses trying to possess my body to return to the mortal world?" Da Xiong opened a secret door, saying in a casual tone, "Who knows? It's not impossible. At this, he turned to stare intently at him. Or maybe, you yourself are the god of curses. Yunmu grew even more confused. Huh? What do you mean? I don't understand anything you're saying. He casually walked down the stairs while replying, It's nothing. I was just kidding. Let's keep going. The two suddenly came across a green frog trapped in a glass jar. But there wasn't just one. Yunmu glanced around and remarked, This place is so cold and dark. The poison saint really is an eccentric. Daxiong replied nonchalantly, People who can master something to its absolute limit are often a bit eccentric. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted violently from the room ahead. Yunmu jumped and yelled, Whoa, an explosion. Is it an ambush? Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out. It left him momentarily stunned. Ow, that really hurts. The voice came from a girl covered in dust from the explosion. Her clothes in tatters, she rubbed her head and mumbled to herself, Another failure. Looks like the ratio still isn't quite right. The girl started to compose herself, slowly looking up at the two people, only to suddenly scream in alarm. Oh my god, why are there people here? Are you here to kill me? Daxian quickly explained, The Weaver War Saint sent us here. Excuse me, is the Poison Saint here? Hearing this, her expression suddenly changed, and she quickly asked, Are you Ling and Na's disciple? Ling and Na is the Weaver War Saint you're talking about. Then the girl slowly stood up and continued, I've often heard her talk about you. She's very proud of you, you know. At the same time, she sneezed, then put on a cute, confident look and introduced herself. I am the one you're looking for. The Poison Saint, Mu Jin. Daxiang exclaimed with great joy. That's great. We've already obtained the poison needle you mentioned before. Please hurry and concoct the antidote. Meanwhile, Yunmu was silently sizing her up. This is the Poison Saint, causing such a terrifying explosion. She doesn't seem reliable at all. Mujin shakily walked over and replied, Sorry, but I can't make the antidote for you two right now. Hearing this, he just let out a dumbfounded, Ha! The very next second, she suddenly started pulling at her hair, screaming in a panic, I just concocted a poison. I just tested it on myself, but I haven't made the antidote yet. I only have half an hour to live. I need to make the antidote quickly. Yunmu had a look of displeasure, thinking, This girl is a complete idiot. I can't believe this. Mujin hastily got to work. I need to quickly recalculate the ratio. 8 grams of poisonous newt waste. I'm starting to feel dizzy. Our main character watched, stunned, wondering to himself, Is she really okay in the head? Just then, an angry voice suddenly boomed from behind, successfully grabbing their attention. Poison Saint, I've finally found you. A man in an orange robe appeared, panting heavily as he continued. Surprised. That year, you poisoned and killed my entire sect, but I was lucky enough to survive. I've endured countless hardships to finally find you. This time, you're dead for sure. Without hesitation, he dashed past both of them, shouting loudly, Get out of my way. Da Xiang watched him instinctively, immediately judging. So fast. This person is at least a super mystic practitioner. He approached Mu Jin, then he reached for his sword, ready to strike. Die. But she paid him absolutely no mind, focusing only on concocting the antidote, 4 grams of ultra-poisonous leech urine. Mu Jin suddenly unleashed a massive amount of poisonous liquid, which coalesced into a ferocious python and lunged forward to attack. Before he could even register what was happening, it immediately let out a few shrill hisses. The python slithered forward swiftly, and a cloud of poisonous gas engulfed the man in orange. In just an instant, his entire body began to corrode from that strange liquid, leaving behind only a dry skeleton. Yunmu was stunned by the sight. He exclaimed, He was completely corroded. That's a bit too gruesome. Da Xiong was equally astonished. This is the poison that only the Poison Saint can concoct? He silently guessed. This woman may look like a mess, but she's actually completely reliable. It seems she's just pretending to be a fool. Thinking this, Yunmu slowly walked over and called out softly, Hey, Lady Poison Saint. The moment he finished speaking, a startled Mu Jin instinctively flung the entire concoction in her hands straight into his face. Yunmu foamed at the mouth and collapsed. Standing beside him, she didn't know what to do, saying awkwardly, Sorry about that. Don't talk to me from behind when I'm concocting something. I'm very timid. Da Xiang could only watch helplessly, thinking to himself, This guy is a complete and utter idiot. Not long after, Mu Jin finally concocted the antidote for herself and him to drink. She became fascinated as she took the poison needle from Da Xiang. So this is the Deathbringer needle, one of the top 10 poisons? Mu Jin almost couldn't resist touching it. Seeing this, Yunmu quickly shouted, Lady Poison Saint, you just took an antidote. Don't push yourself. She puffed out her chest confidently and replied, Don't worry. It's fine. You two keep watch for me. Don't let anyone disturb me. Hearing this, he was extremely skeptical. Is it really fine? Seeing Mujin trip and fall flat on her face, Yumu couldn't help but worry about her clumsiness and immediately cried out, "Poison Saint." Sometime later, Mujin quickly held up 2 vials of green liquid in her hands and announced, "It's done." She walked out, looked at the 2 of them, and casually asked, "Which of you wants to test the medicine?" Hearing this, the 2 friends turned and fled for their lives in a panic, exclaiming in unison, "No, thanks." The Poison Saint looked at them vaguely, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction, then turned, her focus to the small pig in the pen. "After raising you for so long, it's time for you to make a contribution. Bow Bow." Bow Bow was startled and tried its best to reason with her. "Please don't, mother. Even you can't use this poison carelessly, let alone me. If something happens to me, all my brothers and sisters will starve to death." Mujin paid it no mind, laughing with excitement, "Deathbringer Needle. Today I will finally neutralize you." The other 2 watched from a corner, with tears streaming down their faces. At that moment, Bow Bow's squeals grew fainter and fainter, and the air suddenly became quieter. All that could be heard were sniffles coming from her. Mujin sat down on the ground, stroking the unfortunate Bow Bow's head. She sobbed heartbrokenly. It was a failure. "My little pig number 337, rest assured, my love, Mommy will avenge you. After the 7-day mourning period, Mommy will cook your favorite rice dish." She gently took off her outer robe, leaving Yunmu completely stunned. It seems that using something else to replace the 6-soul poison really won't work. Now, I have to go whether I want to or not. The Poison Saint gently brushed back her hair. Then she proposed in a serious tone, "You too, come with me." Yumu asked inquisitively, "Go where?" Mujin turned her head without hesitation and answered, "To gather the essential ingredient for the antidote." A short while later, the 3 of them were in a forest. They were nervously hiding behind a tree trunk as the Poison Saint immediately divided up the tasks. "You 2 are in charge of attracting the enemy's attention. Use any technique or weapon you want. There's just one thing you need to be careful of." Da Xiang cut in, bewildered. "Wait a minute. Who is our enemy? Do they have any distinguishing features?" Before he could finish speaking, she impatiently kicked both of them out into the open. Yunmu and Da Xiang were sent flying quite a distance. Mujin stood behind a bush, waving a branch in her hand and announcing, "We'll split up. I'll leave this side to you 2. "Oh, right. Absolutely no flying." Hearing this, Yunmu yelled indignantly, "What? What do you mean, no flying?" In that moment, he fell silent. His eyes seemed to have detected something unusual. A beam of light suddenly shot up from the ground. Yunmu instantly jumped back, shouting a warning, "Dodge it." The surrounding dust settled, revealing a strange creature with smooth, shiny skin. He exclaimed in shock, "What the heck is this?" Da Xiang silently observed every detail. He quickly recognized the pattern in that bone-chilling aura. Could it be the 6-souled serpent? Just as he finished speaking, the serpent reared up aggressively, baring its fangs and growling threateningly. Seeing the ice soul gathering in its mouth, aimed straight at our protagonist, Da Xiang shouted a frantic warning, "Yunmu, look out. This thing contains a deadly, frigid poison. Once it enters the body, your blood will freeze in half an hour, leading to death. You just faced countless sharp ice shards, and you're seriously asking me again. Frigid, you say?" Then, he added with interest, "Perfect. My great flame art is the ultimate counter to cold." Yunmu immediately unleashed his heavenly flame art, incinerating the serpent beast's ice shards. Struck by the sudden counterattack, its entire body was engulfed in flames as it opened its mouth wide and roared in fury. Then, without hesitation, it bared its sharp fangs and lunged toward him. Our protagonist's expression grew tense, and he quickly yelled for Da Xiang's help. He immediately replied, "Coming." Then, Da Xiang quickly activated his special eyes to find the green jade serpent's weak point. Finally, he pulled the trigger without hesitation, and 2 perfectly aimed bullets shot toward it. One pierced its eye, while the other went through its scales and struck its heart. Seeing this, Yunmu joined the fight. He soared into the air, gripped his sword tightly, and declared, "If it's a snake, it must be cut into 7 pieces." With that, Yunmu decisively struck, severing the serpent's head in a single beat. After taking care of it, the 2 high-fived to celebrate their prize, and he praised him lavishly. "Great shot," Da Xiang replied humbly. "It was nothing." Soon after, Yunmu suddenly noticed something unusual. "Why is there still a strange noise? There are more?" The 2 of them stood frozen, looking around. He suddenly remembered, "I remember now. Green jade serpents are pack animals." As he said that, a swarm of giant serpents surrounded them from all sides. Just then, one of them suddenly whipped its tail at Yumu, who instinctively blocked the blow with his sword. He was pushed back forcefully, the tips of his shoes scraping the ground and kicking up smoke as he struggled to maintain his footing. Our protagonist gritted his teeth in frustration, his face drenched in sweat, as he exclaimed angrily. Where the hell did all these snakes in this forest come from? He wondered in bewilderment. In front of Yunmu were now dozens of serpent beasts, staring at him with hungry eyes. One of the pack hissed aggressively, opened its mouth wide, and shot a barrage of cold, sharp ice shards right at him. Yunmu quickly counterattacked. He flew high into the air to dodge the attack, causing it to lose its balance and crash headfirst into the ground. Our protagonists swiftly moved in closer. They roared in fury. You're just beasts. Don't you dare look down on humans. With that, he gracefully dodged and made a clean slash across the green jade serpent's body, causing it to shriek in agony. Over on the other side, Da Xiang wasn't resting either, his two guns blazing as he relentlessly shot them down one by one. He suddenly called out, "Little Mu Mu." Then, remembering Mu Jin's words, he quickly warned him. Didn't the poison saint tell you that you absolutely should not fly into the sky? Yunmu paid him no mind, retorting bluntly, forget her. That idiot's words aren't worth a damn. This whole mess is her fault anyway. Taking advantage of his carelessness, the green jade serpent seized the opportunity to counterattack. It slammed its powerful tail into our protagonist, sending him crashing to the ground. Daejeong turned in shock to check on him. Little Mu Mu, damn it, that hurts. He staggered to his feet, cursing nonstop. These damn beasts, resorting to cheap shots from behind. He suddenly lay on his knees and said, you kill one, another one pops up. This is so damn annoying. Let's finish them all at once. Then, he leaped up decisively, his eyes flashing with electricity as his rage erupted. Yunmu shouted the name of his technique, Divine Entry. Da Xiang, horrified, tried to stop him. Wait, in another scene, a deep voice suddenly spoke. Aerial surveillance in the forest has detected an intruder. Following that, an image of Yunmu was displayed, shown on the phone screen of a mysterious person. The man muttered angrily, someone dares to barge into my territory, how troublesome. With that, he didn't hesitate to grab his coat and leave, saying resolutely, time to take care of this. At the same time, over at Mu Jin's location, she suddenly appeared inside a dark cave. The poison saint let out an excited laugh and said to herself, I finally found you. I guess it wasn't all for nothing. I'll let those two kids draw all the fire. She showed no fear as she faced a ferocious black serpent, instead speaking to it casually. Green Jade Serpent King, I've come to borrow something from you. Hearing this, it immediately opened its mouth, flared its hood, and growled menacingly. Its eyes glowed with a deadly, mysterious red light. The serpent charged decisively to attack Mu Jin. She watched it calmly, her face showing no hint of fear as she remarked, such a lively child. But it's time for bed now. Otherwise, mommy will get angry, you know. As she spoke, she quickly brought her hands together, creating a dense, sharp aura. Mu Jin unhesitatingly spread her palm, which was covered in a slimy poison, and shouted, Mind Snatcher. She then shot forward decisively, slashing a long gash across its body, leaving the poison on it. Rest now. The Green Jade Serpent King immediately roared in agony. Although the amount of poison was small, it spread incredibly fast, paralyzing its entire body and causing it to lose control. Witnessing this, the poison saint teased it with delight. As the king of poison-type beasts, you've never experienced the numbing sensation of being poisoned before, have you? It's a shame, but when it comes to poison, you may be the Green Jade Serpent King, but I am the king of this world. After that bold declaration, the giant serpent collapsed weakly to the ground. Mu Jin quickly reverted to her clumsy self. After just a few steps, she immediately twisted her ankle, and as a result, her whole body tumbled forward, landing face first on the ground. The poison saint sat up, covered in bruises, and whimpered, that hurts so much. I twisted my ankle and fell flat on my face. I want to go home. To be defeated by an idiot like this is just too humiliating. That's what the Green Jade Serpent King was thinking. Meanwhile, as Yumu entered his divine state, he clenched his fist and unleashed a furious barrage of punches on the giant snake. Each punch contained immense power as he roared and charged forward. A massive explosion of blood mist erupted in mid-air, attracting the remaining giant serpents. Then, from within the cloud of dust, two dark, deathly hands emerged, looking like they could tear anything apart, as another one of Yumu's shadow warriors appeared. Watching from behind, Da Xiang let out a grunt of amazement and exclaimed, wow, these shadow warriors are unbelievably strong. Is that a summoning-type technique? He wondered, watching intently as the giant snakes continued to fight back. But why can't I see any flow of mystic power on the summons? Da Xiang then closed his eyes and decided to let it go. After all, the master of these summons is no pushover. Little Mu Mu has already completely mastered soul infusion. Meanwhile, up above, our boy stood with his hands in his pockets, casually watching his adorable shadows fight the enemy serpents, when suddenly, a crackling sound appeared by his ear. As a giant snake opened its maw wide, revealing sharp fangs, Yunmu immediately unleashed a blazing fire slash, sending it flying. The giant snake, shouting, "Get out of my way." Right after unleashing the attack, he clenched his fist, and a hesitant thought crossed his mind. God mode looks cool, but Yunmu's eyes flashed red as he thought to himself, it puts too much strain on the body. If it weren't for the help of the fuxi fruit, I wouldn't dare use this skill at all. Just then, another huge snake appeared behind our protagonist, its mouth wide open, striking down. He immediately glanced over and made a decision. Then I'll just end this quickly. Yunmu spun around instantly. He unleashed another sword strike wreathed in flames, hitting it head-on. He zipped past it, leaving a trail of scattered fire in his wake, burning the snake's remains to pieces as he yelled, "Turn to ash for me. Burn it all." Dashang looked up, stunned, then smiled in admiration. Wow, this is a truly magnificent sight. Suddenly, a blurry figure appeared in midair, and a deep voice called out, "Hey, you little brat." A man rushed forward, swinging his blade horizontally at Yunmu, and said, "What do you think you're doing to my pets, huh?" This forced our boy to quickly lean back. Dodging the attack, he exclaimed, "Whoa, that was close." He then landed on his hands and skidded a short distance. The man was now also standing on the ground. A streak of blood appeared on Yunmu's face, apparently from the sword aura of that last attack. He gently wiped it away and looked over to ask, "Hey, mister, who are you?" Swinging that freaky-looking blade around is pretty dangerous, you know. As he said that, standing before our protagonist was a middle-aged man, frowning at him with a large blade resting on his shoulder. The man spoke up, trying to act like the host when you're the guest. "This is my territory. You should be the one identifying yourself first." Hearing this, Yumu asked, "Your territory? Does that mean those snakes are yours too?" The man replied flatly, "That's right." Yunmu immediately retorted, "Hey, your snakes are really rude, you know." Our boy continued without pausing, "We were abandoned here by that idiot poison saint, and before we could even do anything, your snakes suddenly attacked us." Hearing that, the man asked back, "The poison saint? Is her name Mu Jin?" Without any suspicion, Yunmu immediately replied, "That's right. You know her?" "Well, that makes things easier." This man was Li Qingkang. Hearing him say that, the man immediately swung his blade and charged forward decisively. "If you two have anything to do with that woman, then neither of you are leaving here today." The clash between the two in midair created a massive explosion, and the resulting energy obscured the view from below. Da Xiong looked up worriedly and called out, "Little Mew Mew." At that moment, Yumu was knocked out of the dust cloud, flying back towards him, and replied, "I'm fine." He then shouted a question at Qing Kang. "What do you think you're doing? Why the sudden attack? I thought you were a reasonable person." The man landed on the other side and yelled back, "Henchman of the poison saint, give me back my daughter's life." With those words, Qing Kang scowled, glaring at him angrily. In his eyes and voice was a deep-seated hatred. Hearing those resentful words, Yumu pictured Mujin's terrifying face holding a syringe full of poison and wondered, what the hell did that poison saint do to his daughter? On the other side, Qing Kang immediately charged forward with his greatsword in hand, screaming, "Die." Our boy quickly raised his weapon to block. The immensely powerful impact sent a tremor through both of them. His face scrunched up as he gritted his teeth. This guy. Then, Yunmu swung his blade, knocking the man back, and roared, "What does your daughter's grudge have to do with me? If you want revenge, go find the poison saint." Qing Kang landed, looked over and asked, "What does it have to do with you?" He raised his blade again as blue lightning crackled around it, his voice resolute. "All of the poison saint's lackeys deserve to die." As he finished speaking, the giant blade, imbued with immense energy, shot straight towards the hovering Yunmu. In the blink of an eye, it was almost upon him. He looked over, frowning to himself. "Too fast, I can't dodge it. I'll just have to defend." With that thought, our protagonist brought his blade up to block, and at the point of contact, a stream of golden lightning appeared. The attack was instantly neutralized, leaving him a bit stunned. Yunmu's eyes flashed with surprise as he wondered, "Ha, I blocked it that easily." Just then, from outside the battle below, Da Xiong shouted a warning, "Little Moo Moo, that's a Yang art. Look above you." Hearing that, our boy immediately looked up. His eyes widened in shock, his pupils contracted, and blood vessels popped in his eyes as he stammered, "Is that?" At that moment, a massive formation appeared in the sky. Within it, the tips of giant blades slowly emerged. Yunmu was still standing there, dumbfounded. Qing Kang brought his hands up in front of him to form a seal. Mystic power flared in his hands as he intoned, "Formation complete. Myriad calamities blade formation. Activate." The moment he finished speaking, dozens of large blades rained down from the formation. The main target was our protagonist, who swung his own blade repeatedly, trying to neutralize the blades shooting out from the formation. While he was busy dealing with the ones in front of him, a large blade appeared right above Yumu's head, followed by another, appearing right in front of him, making our protagonist grimace and think to himself, the enemy's not getting away this time. And just like that, a massive explosion erupted in midair. Dust and debris flew everywhere. After the impact, Kan Thuong stood there, looking over with a calm expression. He then took out a cigarette and casually lit it up for a smoke. He took a deep drag and then recalled his greatsword to his side. Kan Thuong's deep voice echoed with the appearance of the poisoned saint. So you finally decided to show up? Huh? Mu Jin? As soon as she arrived, she immediately questioned him. Hey, you nasty old man, why does your mother's snake have so little poison in it? He took out a vial of poison, then replied, to prevent a certain wicked woman from stealing it, I come and collect it once every 10 days. Seeing this, the poison saint asked, do you hate me that much? Without a moment's hesitation, Kan Thuong threw away the cigarette he was smoking and answered, hate you that much? Of course, I hate you. He raged, veins popping on his face as he roared, I'll hate you for the rest of my life. If it weren't for you, why would my little angel, Tian Tian, have left me? Kan Thuong recalled the image of his daughter in a pink dress and lamented, she was so lively, adorable, and pure. Back then, she even asked him, Daddy, do I look pretty in this dress? Then on her birthday, instead of making a wish for herself, Tian Tian had wished for her father to be healthy forever. But then one day, Tian Tian was afflicted with a rare, potent poison, and Kan Thuong invited the poison saint to treat her. She injected the little girl with something, and not long after, Tian Tian left him behind and passed away. Kan Thuong was devastated. He walked to his daughter's bedside and tearfully called out Tian Tian's name. Back in the present, his eyes flashed with rage as he blamed her. It's all your fault that Tian Tian is dead. Kan Thuong charged forward, controlling his blades and declaring, I'm going to make you be buried alongside her. Down below, Da Xiang looked up worriedly. This is bad. The poison saint is at a disadvantage. We have to help her. In the sky, the sounds of explosions and the shockwaves of their clashes were continuous. Yunmu took out a green cauldron and said with a slight smile, Don't rush. I have a plan. The two battled, pushing each other down into the dense forest. Kan Thuong shouted, So many years have passed, and you're still just as good at dodging. Prepare to pay with your life. But in a flash, the poison saint had appeared behind him, purple mystical energy in her hand as she yelled, Bai Zhu. Just as Kan Thuong glanced over, the next move was unleashed, Tian Ling On. He was no slouch either, quickly slashing his greatsword sideways. It was a single move, Sun Jingzhan. To dodge the attack, Mu Jin had to retreat a distance and exclaimed, He's really hard to get close to. Meanwhile, Kan Thuong looked over and asked, Still not willing to use your trump card? Da Xiang, watching from the side, commented with a weary sigh, The poison saint seems to be fighting very passively. Yunmu seemed to see the problem, resting his chin on his hand and replying, That's something she brought on herself. Who told her to always hold back? Hearing this, Da Xiang asked, She likes to hold back? Our protagonist replied, That's right. That woman only ever uses enough poison to paralyze people. She would never dare to actually kill anyone. As the fierce battle raged on, Yunmu continued his analysis. But that old guy has no intention of stopping. If this keeps up, it's going to be bad. It's time to end this mess. Seeing the poison saint kneeling on the shattered, rocky ground, Kan Thuong's voice rang out, questioning, Hey, Mu Jin, why are you so sluggish now? He stood there, both suspicious and smug, with no semblance of a serious fighting stance. Do you really think that by acting weak, I'll go easy on you? Then, he raised his greatsword high and yelled, Then you're dead wrong. Just then, Yunmu's voice rang out, causing him to freeze. From the air, our protagonist looked down and said, Hey, old man, let me show you something interesting. Kan Thuong looked up and asked, What is it? Yunmu raised his hand to the sky, and a beam of golden light shot straight up. Immediately after, Yunmu slammed his hands together in front of his face and said, Dreamscape of the void, open. A golden barrier immediately appeared, surrounding the old man, Kan Thuong. He slammed his fist against the barrier in front of him and asked, Is this a barrier? Impossible. Mu Jin stared wide-eyed into the barrier. Along with his frustrated cries, a sacred artifact like the void wheel. How could you possibly have it? Let me out. Yunmu landed, his hands in his pockets, and said with a confident smirk, There, isn't this better? I didn't hurt him at all, just sealed his movements. Seeing this, the poison saint turned and replied, Thank you for your help. He rubbed his chin and asked her, But who is this old guy? He's pretty strong. isn't he? Mu Jin answered, he's one of the top alchemists on the continent, the master of the apothecary manor, Li Kan Thuong. Inside the barrier, he repeatedly punched the shield, scowling and shouting, let me out of here. Immediately after, Yunmu walked closer to the barrier. Kan Thuong angrily punched the shield and yelled, you little brat, I'll definitely find a way out of here and then I'll kill you. Yunmu casually picked his nose and retorted, no need to look. The only way is to increase your power and break the barrier. But do you know how? Do you? Instantly, the man took out a bottle of liquid and asked, so all I need is enough power. Is that it? Look closely, Mu Jin. I prepared this especially for you. When the poison saint saw what it was, she panicked and rushed forward, screaming, dark spirit, holy water. Have you gone insane? She frantically begged Yunmu, open the barrier, stop him. This made our protagonist look over at her, completely confused. But in that moment, Kan Thuong had already raised the vial to his lips without hesitation and drank it all in one gulp. Mu Jin stood before the barrier, looking in, and asked, it's too late, isn't it? At that moment, all they saw was the old man exhaling several wisps of cold air with a few guttural gasps. Cracks had already appeared on the barrier, and a split second later, a dark, sinister, mystical energy erupted from his body. With a loud roar, the entire barrier was completely shattered. Yunmu raised a hand to his face to shield himself from the pressure and asked, holy crap, what kind of spirit medicine did that old guy drink? To be able to unleash that much power in an instant, that's insane. The poison saint's face darkened as she looked over, her voice cold as she replied, that wasn't any kind of spirit medicine. The girl was still surprised by the scene before her. Senior really is popular. Kang Shang's feet slowly came into view as the dust settled. He stood there looking over, his eyes flashing green, as Mu Jin's voice continued. What he drank was a poison I developed several years ago. Hearing the poison saint say this, Yunmu immediately asked, poison? Why would he drink poison for no reason? She clutched her head in frustration and exclaimed, this stubborn old man is completely insane. That poison can stimulate a person's potential, rapidly increasing their mystic power in a short time, but it comes at a very heavy price. Over on the other side, Kang Shang bent his knees, summoning more phantoms of his greatsword to prepare a counterattack. He stomped his foot and charged toward Mu Jin, as her voice echoed. When his mystic power is burned away, that's when he will die. With his target locked, Kan Thuong poured all his strength into this one strike, aiming for a one-hit kill. Our main character and Big Zhang Daxiong jumped to the side, simultaneously, calling out to the poison saint. Meanwhile, the man swung his blade and shouted, die! At the same time, Mu Jin, who was still clutching her head, finally spoke. Li Kan Thuong, you truly are a great fool. As she finished speaking, a dense mystic power appeared around her, gathering into the shape of a giant serpent. Mu Jin raised her hands and pushed it forward to counter his attack. In the blink of an eye, Kan Thuong's greatsword was knocked aside, and the mystic power violently threw him backward. The blow made Kan Thuong cough up a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back, and he let out a grunt. The poison saint watched him collapse to the ground, clenched her fists, and cursed, you stubborn fool. She walked over, grabbed Kan Thuong by his shirt, lifted him up, and continued, get up. Mu Jin scolded him angrily. Did you really think I couldn't fight back against you? I was only holding back out of respect for you being Tian Tian's father. She lowered her head, her voice turning somber. You also know that Tian Tian was afflicted with the Emperor's pride poison. But not only is there no antidote for this poison, it will also torture the person afflicted for a very long time. The poison saint remembered that day, the little girl lying in her hospital bed, a picture of the two of them on the nightstand, and she stood there, saying, Dian, wait a moment while I go prepare the medicine. The little girl immediately called out, Sister Mu Jin, if Dad sees me like this, he will definitely be heartbroken. The poison saint was startled and turned back to reassure her. Huh? Tian, don't worry. As long as you rest well, you'll definitely get better. The little girl's voice continued, faint and weak. Sister Mu Jin, you don't have to lie to me. I know I can't get better. These words stunned the usually composed poison saint, leaving her speechless. Tian shed a tear, her voice choked with emotion. I have one last thing to ask of you. Dark spots, caused by the poison, appeared on her bright, innocent face. The little girl smiled and continued with her wish, please, help me find release. I don't want Dad to see me like this. Back in the present, Mu Jin spoke to Kan Thuong in a sad voice. Tian's passing would have made you lose your will to live. But your hatred for me, the fire of revenge, would give you a purpose to keep going. But now, you're throwing your life away for the sake of that revenge. Hearing her recount this story, he was stunned and said doubtfully, no, that's impossible. You must be lying to me to get the six-vein serpent poison. Seeing that Kan Thuong refused to see the truth, Mujin continued to shout, "Stop deceiving yourself. Have you never once been curious as to why I never fought back?" He listened on with a dazed look in his eyes. There are obviously six-veined serpent beasts in this Tinha forest, so why would I go to the trouble of coming to you every few years only to be beaten time and time again? At this point, she had let go of Kan Thuong's collar. He simply knelt before her. In agony and torment, he clenched his teeth as two streams of tears flowed down his face. How much pain must it take to make a man weep? His voice choked out. So that's how it was. Tien, my Tien. It's because your dad is useless. The poison saint stood there and added, Tien once told me. Her biggest regret was not being able to travel the world with her loved ones, to see all the sights and taste all the delicious foods. Then she took out a vial of liquid and said to him, "If you still love that child, drink this antidote." Mujin turned to leave, tossing the vial behind her and saying one last thing. Go and help Tien fulfill her final wish. Kan Thuong's face was reflected on the vial. Perhaps he had already made his decision. The scene changes to the poison saint's base. Yunmu held up a vial and asked, "This is the six-veined serpent poison. The six-veined beast in the Tinha forest is really terrifying. I almost got eaten by it." After listening, she sighed, "You two have worked hard." Then she turned around, her attitude changing abruptly as she fumed. "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have gone to the pharmacy. Not only did I fail to get the poison, but I was also forced to reveal my little secret." A small snake lunged at our main character. He quickly snatched it and asked the poison saint, "Will that stubborn old man drink the antidote?" Mujin held the tube of snake venom, her eyes wide as she replied, "It would be better if he just died. But he's a father who dotes on his daughter. He's probably already on his way somewhere right now." In Kan Thuong's hand was a small wooden box with a picture of Tien on it. He stood in the middle of a vast, green meadow, gazing into the distance and remembering his daughter's wish. From now on, Kan Thuong would take his daughter on a journey across this continent. After that incredibly moving father-daughter moment, we now see our main character's wide mouth, yawning endlessly. Yunmu sat there lamenting, "I feel like there's been nothing to do lately. Even though we got the antidote, we still don't have a single clue on how to get into the newer realm." Big Zhang Daxiang tossed him a can of soda and replied, "What's with the long face? We have time, we can figure it out slowly." Yunmu continued, "Figure it out slowly? You mean think about it until the next Universal War starts in 3 years? By that time, we don't even know if Sister Shui will be able to hold on." A question popped into Big Zhang Daxiang's head. The Universal War? He then turned to our MC and asked, "Ling and Mu, do you know about the Free People?" The boy asked innocently, "The Free People? What's that?" Big Zhang Daxiang explained, "They're a group of war veterans and exiled saints. They were kicked out of their sects and formed a gray area underground organization." His face grew serious as he continued. "They occupy the gray zones of the various continents, operating under their own set of rules. Some of their leaders have even reached the level of war saint. They call them the underground emperors, and even the Sages Guild can't do anything about them." That's not an exaggeration. Hearing this, Yunmu shot back, "So they're basically a gang, right? What's the big deal?" Daxiang answered, "Just think about it. If they were kicked out of their sects, then they obviously can't participate in the Universal War anymore. The experts in the Freedom Group definitely want to reach the Saint stage too. If they want to get to that next level, it's highly likely they know how to enter the Nuo realm." His words made Yunmu pause. An idea flashed in his mind, and he immediately scrambled to sit up, saying, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Daxiang shot back, Go where?" Yunmu then pressed him, "I'm asking you, do you know anyone from the Freedom Group?" "I don't." Daxiang answered honestly, his voice falling. "How would I possibly know people like that?" Yunmu immediately buried his face in his hands, groaning that all that talk had been for nothing. Right at that moment, Da Xiang's father returned, opening the door as he walked in and asked, "Oh, you're home? Are you on a break from school?" Startled, Da Xiang turned and asked, "Dad, you're back?" Mr. Zhang walked in, peered at the young man over his glasses, and asked, "You must be Li Yunmu." The boy hurriedly answered, Yes. I'm sorry to have troubled you with my parents' matter before." The older man took out some liquor and poured it into a glass as he spoke. "It was a small matter. Da Xiang is always talking about you. If there's anything I can do to help, just say the word." That was all the opening Yunmu needed, and he immediately asked bluntly, "Sir, are you familiar with the Freedom Group?" Da Xiang was so startled he did a spit take, then ran over, pointing a finger at Yunmu and scolding him. "You idiot. We run a legitimate business. How could we possibly know the Freedom Group?" "I was just asking." But Mr. Zhang's answer stunned them both. He slowly raised his glass of liquor and said softly, "As a matter of fact, I do. Dash Xiong immediately asked, Dad, how could you possibly know the Freedom Group? He smiled and replied, when you do business, of course you need connections in both the light and the dark. You two, on the other hand, are still young. Don't get involved with them unless you have to. The two young men listened intently as the older man offered a suggestion. If you absolutely have to meet them, you could try checking out the Water Abode. Da Xiong chimed in, the Water Abode is an auction house run by the Sea Tribe. Aside from their regular auctions, they hold a grand auction once a year, attracting powerful groups from all over, including the Freedom Group. Mr. Zhang added, that's right. And that auction is in just a few days. It's the very reason I returned this time. Whether you're looking to network with factions from the light or the dark, this auction is the perfect place to be.